Battle of Shiloh, also known as the Battle of Pittsburg Landing, the Western theater of the American Civil War, fought April 6th through the 7th in southwestern Tennessee. Ironically, it's named after a small church in the vicinity named Shiloh, which ironically translates to a place of peace or heavenly peace. So
that's why some people call it the Battle of Pittsburg Landing.
After the beginning of the war, the Confederacy sought to defend the Mississippi River Valley, the Cumberland and Tennessee rivers, the Louisville and Nashville Railroad, and the Cumberland Gap. It's a lot of stuff to cover, all of which provided invasion routes into the center of the Confederacy. Right. Yeah, dude. They picked a crappy place.
Well, they had to.
The neutral state of Kentucky initially provided a buffer for the Confederacy in the region as it controlled the territory Union troops would have to pass through in advance.
Right.
But in September, as we all know, Leonidas Polk occupied Columbus, Kentucky, prompting the state to join the Union. This opened Kentucky to Union forces, and Confederate President Jefferson Davis appointed General Albert Sidney Johnston, a respected antebellum Army officer. Can't say antebellum no more.
No.
Lady A. To take charge of the Confederate forces in the Western Theater. Under Johnson, Columbus was fortified to block the Mississippi. Forts Henry and Donelson were established. Bye-bye, both of those guys.
Mm-hmm.
And Bowling Green, Kentucky was garrisoned astride the Louisville and Nashville River, and the Cumberland Gap was occupied.
Okay.
So he's setting up his stuff right here. It's like nobody's getting through to Richmond, people. So he thinks.
Right. With numerical superiority, the Union could concentrate troops to break through the Confederate line at a single point and bypass Columbus. Major General Henry Halleck was given command of the Union forces in the Mississippi Valley, and in late 1861 decided to focus on the Tennessee River as the major axis of advance.
I mean, right, you got one little spot, you got 100,000 troops, you just break
Right.
through that line, dude.
Might as well.
Right.
While the Union victory at the Battle of Mill Springs in January of 1862 unhinged the Confederate right flank.
You can go look up that episode.
Yep, Ulysses S. Grant's army captured Forts Henry and
You
Donelson.
can go look up those episodes.
With Grant's insistence on the unconditional surrender of their garrisons, elevating him to national hero status. This guy was like, no, he is the North's General Lee.
Even though Fort Donelson, that dude.
Right, it was empty already.
Well, no, he didn't even unconditional. Remember, Grant demanded it, but then McClellan made the guy a deal before, and he stuck to that one.
Right.
They'll be paroled as soon as they get captured.
Right. The fall of the Twin Forts opened the Tennessee and Cumberland as invasion routes and allowed for outflanking of the Confederate forces in the west. These reverses forced Johnston to withdraw his forces into western Tennessee, northern Mississippi, and Alabama to reorganize. Johnston established his base at the Corinth, Mississippi, the site of a major railroad junction and a strategic transportation link between the Atlantic Ocean and Mississippi River.
Didn't we have the Battle of Corinth, or is it coming up?
I think it's coming up. But left the Union troops with access into the southern Tennessee and points farther south via the Tennessee River.
Can't do that.
No.
Early March, Halleck, then commander of the Department of Missouri, ordered Grant to remain at Fort Henry, and on March 4th turned field command of the expedition over to a subordinate who was Brigadier General C.F. Smith, who had recently been nominated as a major general. Apparently, various writers assert that Halleck took this step because of professional. Yeah, we already established that him and Grant don't get along.
Yeah.
However, Halleck shortly restored Grant to full command, perhaps influenced by an inquiry from President Lincoln himself.
Clearly,
Lincoln
yes.
was like, dude, you need to put... Because after Grant's heroic shit at
Right.
Donelson and stuff, Lincoln's like, this is the guy we need.
Right.
What are you doing? Smith's orders were to lead raids intended to capture or damage the railroads in southwestern Tennessee. Brigadier General William Tecumseh Sherman, I haven't heard of him.
Not too much. He'll come in later.
His troops arrived from Paducah, Kentucky to conduct a similar mission to break the railroads near Eastport, Mississippi. Halleck also ordered Grant to advance his army west of Tennessee, which was soon to be known by its more famous name, the Army of Tennessee.
Right.
On an invasion up the Tennessee River. Lots of Tennessees. Grant left Fort Henry and headed upriver, which was south, ironically, arriving at Savannah, Tennessee on March 14th.
Okay.
He established his headquarters on the east bank of the river. Grant's troops set up camp farther upriver, 5 divisions at Pittsburg Landing, Tennessee, and a 6th at Crump's Landing, which was 4 miles from Grant's headquarters.
That's perfect.
Dude,
That's perfect.
that just shows you the size of his troops, dude. He's 4 miles from some of his people. It's crazy, dude.
Well, meanwhile, Halleck's command was enlarged through consolidation of Grant's and Buell's army and renamed the Department of the Mississippi, with Buell's Army of the Ohio under his command. Halleck ordered Buell to concentrate with Grant at Savannah. Buell began a march with much of his army from Nashville, Tennessee, and headed southward towards Savannah, southwest. Halleck intended to take the field in person and lead both armies in an advance south to seize Corinth, Mississippi, where the Mobile and Ohio Railroad, Lincoln Mobile, to the Ohio River intersected the Memphis and Charleston Railroad. The railroad was a vital supply line connecting the Mississippi River at Memphis, Tennessee, to Richmond, Virginia.
Yeah, I bet it was.
What are you going to do, bud?
I bet it was. We got the Army of Tennessee, consisting of 44,895 men for the Union, that itself consisted of 6 divisions. Got the 1st Division under Major General John McClernand. He had 3 brigades. 2nd Division is Brigadier General W.H.L. Wallace with his 3 brigades. 3rd Division is Major General Lew Wallace with his 3 brigades. 4th Division, Brigadier General Stephen A. Hurlbut was his 3 brigades. 5th Division, Brigadier General William T. Sherman with his 4 brigades. And the 6th Division, led by Brigadier General Benjamin M. Prentice, and he has 2 brigades over there. Of those 6 divisions encamped on the western side of the Tennessee River in early April, only Lew Wallace's 3rd was at Crump's Landing. The remainder were farther south, which was upriver, at Pittsburgh Landing. Grant developed a reputation during the war for being more concerned with his own plans than those of his enemy. Well, I mean, you got to know what you're doing, right? But it does help to have the enemy's strategy in your mind.
Well, if you got your plan down pretty packed and then you gain a little bit of knowledge of the enemies, then you can easily change yours.
I guess it worked for him, right?
Okay.
His encampment at Pittsburgh Landing displayed his most consequential lack of such concern. His army was spread out in a bivouac style, with many of his men surrounding a small log meeting house named Shiloh Church.
Military camp.
It's a semi-permanent for the lodging. Camps are erected when a military force travels away from major installation or fort training or operations. Also have a forge. Okay, so yeah, it's just a fucking camp.
Right. Camp.
So it surrounded the Shiloh Church. They were passing the time waiting for Buell's army with drills for as many raw troops without establishing entrenchments or other significant defensive measures. Well, that's not good. Major crossings into the encampment were guarded and patrols frequently dispatched.
All right. In his memoirs, Grant justified his lack of entrenchments by recounting that he did not consider them necessary, believing drill and discipline were worth more to our men than fortifications. Wow. Grant wrote that he regarded the campaign we were engaged in as an offensive one and had no idea that the enemy would leave strong entrenchments to take the initiative when he knew that he would be attacked where he was if he remained there.
Right, so he's not going to build up a bunch of fortifications to stay there, so it's not permanent.
Right.
So
Lew Wallace's division was 5 miles downstream north from Pittsburgh Landing at Crump's Landing, a position intended to prevent the placement of Confederate river batteries, to protect the road connecting Crump's Landing to Bethel Station, Tennessee, and to guard the Union Army's right flank. Wallace's troops could strike the railroad line connecting Bethel Station to Corinth, about 20 miles to the south. Okay, that's good little smart, I guess.
Well, the portion of Major General Don Carlos Buell's Army of the Ohio that was engaged in the battle consisted of 4 divisions, which was the 2nd Division under Brigadier General Alexander M. McCook, 3 brigades. 4th Division Brigadier General William Bolden Nelson had 3 brigades. 5th Division Brigadier General Thomas L. Crittenden had 2 brigades, and the 6th Division under Brigadier General Thomas J. Wood had 2 brigades. 5th of April, the eve of the battle, the 1st of Buell's divisions under the command of Bolden Nelson reached Savannah. Grant instructed Nelson to encamp there instead of immediately crossing the river. The remainder of Buell's army, still marching toward Savannah with only portions of 4 of his divisions, which totaled 17,918 men, did not reach the area in time to have a significant role in the battle until its 2nd day. Wow. Right. Buell's 3 other divisions were led by, we already said, McCook, Crittenden, and Wood. And Wood's division appeared too late to even be much service on the 2nd day, so that guy didn't even have no action, really.
Right. Oh, jeez. Well, on the Confederate side, Elbert S. Johnston named his newly assembled force the Army of Mississippi. He concentrated almost 55,000 men around Corinth, Mississippi, about 20 miles southwest of Grant's troops at Pittsburgh Landing. Of these men, around 40,000 departed from Corinth on April 3rd, hoping to surprise Grant before Buell arrived to join forces. They were organized into 4 large corps, commanded by 1st Corps, Major General Leonidas Polk.
There's Polk.
2 divisions under Brigadier General Charles Clark and Major General Benjamin Cheatham.
Oh, Cheatham.
2nd Corps, Major General Braxton Bragg, with 2 divisions under Brigadier General Daniel Ruggles and Jones M. Withers.
Withers.
3rd Corps, Major General William J. Hardy.
He doesn't say Smithers like that, though, does he?
Yeah.
No, that's, isn't that the teacher? That's the principal. The superintendent says that to, what the fuck's the principal's name?
Seymour.
Seymour or Skinner.
Yeah, Skinner. Third Corps is Major General William J. Hardy with 3 brigades under Brigadier General Thomas C. Hinman, Patrick Claiborne, and Sterling A.M. Wood. Reserve Corps, Brigadier General John C. Breckinridge. He had his 3 brigades under Colonels Robert Trabue and Winfield Statham, and Brigadier General John S. Bowen and attached cavalry.
Okay, so let's back up just in case they need them. I'm sure they will, though. On the eve of the battle, Grant's and Johnston's armies were of comparable size, but the Confederates were poorly armed with antique weapons, including... Well, dude, this doesn't even look good for the Union, though, because the Confederates always have antique weapons,
right?
Like some piece of shit shotguns and stuff, but they're always out killing the Union anyway, so what does that tell you? But they had antique weapons, including shotguns, hunting rifles, pistols, flintlock muskets, and even a few pikes.
Oh, jeez.
However, some regiments had recently received Enfield rifles.
Hey.
Oh, you know, they were talk of the army there.
You ain't kidding.
The troops approached the battle with very little combat experience. Braxton Bragg's men from Pensacola and Mobile were the best trained. Grant's army included 32 out of 62 infantry regiments who had combat experience at Fort Donelson. Wow. So, yeah, he's got some pretty experienced guys, right? One half of his artillery batteries and most of his cavalry were also combat veterans.
Look at that shit. Look at Grant. He's like, don't put me out there with no bunch of slackers.
Johnston's heading up a uphill battle here, bud.
Right. Well, we're going to Johnston's plan. Let's see what Johnston's plan had in store. Johnston's plan was to attack Grant's left, separate the Union Army from its gunboat support and avenue of retreat on the Tennessee River.
Yeah, you need to get those gunboats out of the way.
He wanted to drive Grant west into the swamps of Snake and Owl Creeks. He wanted to drive Grant west into the swamps of Snake and Owl Creeks, where it could be destroyed.
Yeah.
The attack on Grant was originally planned for April 4th, but it was delayed for 48 hours due to a heavy rainstorm, again, that turned roads into seas of mud, causing some units to get lost in the woods and others to grind to a halt, faced with heavy traffic jams. It ended up taking Johnston 3 days to move his army just 23 miles.
Wow.
This was a significant setback for the Confederates, as the originally scheduled attack would be commenced when Buell's army of the Ohio was too far away to be of any aid to Grant.
Right.
But now instead, the attack would happen on the 6th with Buell's army close to hand and able to reinforce Grant on the second day.
All right, so either you put Grant away on the first day or you're pretty much screwed that second day comes.
Confederates probably could have won this battle if they would have done it.
If the rains, dude, wow. God was looking down on somebody, right?
Right. Looking down at the Republic. Right. Furthermore, the delay left the Confederate Army desperately short of rations. They had issued their troops 5 days of rations just before leaving Corinth, but failure to properly conserve their food intake and the 2 days. Yeah, let them eat twice a day. Not even that. Once a day is good, right? And give them biscuits throughout the day or something.
I think you need 3 meals a day, bud.
You don't need 3 meals a day.
And furthermore, why are they...
Last time you ate 3 meals a day?
Oh, that's me. I'm not in battle. I'm sure some of them didn't.
I guarantee you 80% of adults don't eat 3 meals a day.
Sure they don't. Anyways, why are they in charge of their own rations?
Right, they shouldn't be. And why aren't they like killing little stuff and making jerky?
Well, they are Southern. You'd think they would know how to do that.
Right. They had issued their troops 5 days of rations, like I said, before leaving Corinth, but failure to properly conserve their food intake and the 2-day delay left most troops completely out of food by the time the battle commenced. So these guys were hungry.
By the time the battle started, they're like, I don't even want to do this.
All right. Or they want to kill them so they can eat them.
During the Confederate march, there were several minor skirmishes with Union scouts, and both sides had taken prisoners. Furthermore, many Confederate troops failed to maintain proper noise discipline as the army prepared for the attack. Positioned only a few miles from the Union army, the rebel soldiers routinely played their bugles, pounded their drums, and even discharged their muskets hunting for game. Hey, they were hunting. As a result, Johnston's second-in-command, PGT Beauregard, feared that the element of surprise had been lost.
Of course it has.
They just established they were fighting with scouts and shit, so I'm sure somebody made it back.
Everybody already knew. And
he recommended withdrawing to Corinth, believing that by the time the battle commenced, they would be facing an enemy entrenched up to the eyes.
And he was correct.
Well, not entrenched, though.
Well, pretty much.
He was also concerned about the lack of rations, fearing that if the army got into prolonged engagement, their meager remaining food supplies would not be able to sustain them. But Johnston once more refused to consider retreat. Said, I ain't retreating.
I mean, there was a plan for Johnston. He couldn't refuse. He was like, hey, man, I've seen the way I go out, so.
He said, my decision is to attack. And he stated, I would fight them if they were 1,000,000.
Oh.
Jeez, that's that pride. You know what they say about pride?
Mm-hmm.
Despite Beauregard's well-founded concern, most of the Union forces did not hear the marching army approach and were unaware of the enemy camps less than 3 miles away.
Really?
Okay, well, I take back everything I just said.
Right. First day of battle, guys. Look at this. Before 6 a.m. on Sunday, April 6th, Johnston's army was deployed for battle, straddling the Corinth Road. The army had spent the entire night making a camp in order of battle within 2 miles of the Union camp near Sherman's headquarters at Shiloh Church. Despite several contacts, a few minor skirmishes with Union forces, and the failure of the army to maintain proper noise discipline in the days leading up to the 6th, their approach and dawn assault achieved a strategic and tactical surprise. Despite.
Right.
Wow. Grant wanted to avoid provoking any major battles until the link up with Buell's army.
I mean, yeah, why would you?
Right. He's like, let's just see if we can just hold this off until we get guys here. Thus, the Union Army had sent out no scouts or regular patrols and did not have any. Wow, they didn't send out. That's why. No scouts, no regular patrols, no vedettes.
They just said they did, though.
Right.
Liars.
Concerned that scouts and patrols might provoke a major battle before the Army of Ohio finished crossing the river, he was like, no, let's just. If we see anybody, we'll take them out. Other than that,
we'll just lay low for a little bit, guys.
Grant telegraphed a message to Halleck on the night of the 5th of April. I have scarcely the faintest idea of an attack being made upon us, but we'll be prepared should such a thing take place.
Yeah, I don't think you want to message your superior. I don't have any idea if anything's coming.
I don't know what's going on here, but if something does, we're ready. Grant's declaration proved to be overstated.
You think?
Sherman, the informal camp commander at Pittsburgh Landing, did not believe the Confederates had a major assault force nearby. He discounted the possibility of an attack from the south. He's
like, my! How could you be so naive and stupid, dude?
We're fighting the south. They're not going to attack us from the south.
They know how far they are from Corinth, anyways.
Right. Sherman expected that Johnson would eventually attack from the direction of Purdy, Tennessee, as to the west.
That's so Purdy.
When Colonel Jesse Appler of the 53rd Ohio Infantry warned Sherman that an attack was imminent, the general angrily replied, "Take your damn regiment back to Ohio. There are no Confederates closer than Corinth."
Oh, my gosh, dude. Everybody after this should have been...
Damn, was he serious? Did Appler have to just leave?
I don't know. But if the Union would have lost this battle, dude, there would be no Grant as president. There would be no Grant as even anything, dude. Wow, that's crazy. Around 3 a.m., Colonel Everett Peabody, commanding Brigadier General Benjamin Prentice's 1st Brigade, sent out a patrol of 250 infantrymen from the 25th Missouri and the 12th Michigan on a reconnaissance patrol. Convinced that the constant reports of Confederate contacts over the last few days meant there was a strong possibility of a large force in the area.
Damn right there was.
The patrol, under the command of Major James E. Powell, met fire from Confederates who then fled into the woods.
Uh-oh.
Short time later, about 5:15 a.m., they encountered more Confederate outposts while they encountered Confederate outposts manned by the 3rd Mississippi Battalion.
All right.
And a spirited fight lasted about an hour.
Dang.
Wow. Arriving messengers and sounds of gunfire from the skirmish alerted the nearest Union troops, who formed battle line positions before the Confederates were able to reach them. However, the Union Army Command had not adequately prepared for an attack on their camp, Grant lied.
He lied.
When Prentice learned that Peabody had sent out a patrol without his authorization, he was outraged and accused the colonel of provoking a major engagement in the violation of Grant's orders.
I guess.
But he soon realized he was facing assault by an entire Confederate army and rushed to prepare his men for defense.
Oh, jeez.
By 9 a.m., Union forces at Pittsburgh Landing were either engaged or moving toward the front line. Both Peabody and Powell were soon killed in the subsequent fighting.
That's what you get.
Dude.
That's what you get. Jeez, guys.
Not ready at all.
How you never ready? It's war. You should always be ready.
They know that they're only 20 miles from Corinth, where they know that the headquarters of the Confederacy was at that time.
So freaking Pete.
And I don't care if you think they're only 20 miles away, and you should still be ready. It's stupid.
The confusing alignment of the Confederate Army helped reduce the effectiveness of the attack, since Johnson and Beauregard had no unified battle plan.
Oh, jeez, and it continues on the other side. All these people are stupid.
Earlier, Johnson had telegraphed Confederate President Jefferson Davis his plan for the attack. He said, Polk to the left, Bragg at the center, Hardee to the right, Breckinridge in reserve. His strategy was to emphasize the attack on his right flank to prevent the Union Army from reaching the Tennessee River, as stated before, which is a supply line and avenue of retreat. Johnson instructed Beauregard to stay in the rear and direct men and supplies as needed, while he rode to the front to lead the men onto the battle line. Look at that.
Oh, okay.
Look at you, Johnston. This effectively ceded control of the battle to Beauregard, who had a different concept.
Of course he did.
Which was simply to attack in 3 waves and to push the army eastward towards the river, which is very effective there. The corps of Hardee and Bragg began the assault with their divisions in one line, nearly 3 miles wide and about 2 miles from its front to its rear column.
Wow, dude. That's that line of troops is what you see in like a Hitler,
Right.
Hitler little military thing. They're all like marching like that. That's basically that.
Or if you ever watched Gettysburg.
Well, if you've ever watched a Civil War movie, but I was making a reference where people would easily compare it.
As these units advanced, they became intermingled.
Of course.
And difficult to control.
Jeez, dude. They're always intermingling,
again,
dude. Dude, that's...
Hey, Joe!
Is that a euphemism for the South?
Intermingle.
They're always intermingling with cousins or their own fucking brigades and shit, dude.
Hey, Bill, get Tom, Jed, and Frank. Come fight with us. Come fight with the cool kids.
Why are you over there with those nerds?
They're just gonna die first.
Go over there.
Oh, shit. Recognizing this organization, the Confederate Corps commanders divided responsibility for sectors of the line among themselves as the first attack progressed. But this made division commanders redundant in most cases, and in some cases placed them over subordinates who they had no personally met before.
They don't even know anybody, dude. It's like going into the wrong class in school. Nobody knows who you are.
Corps commanders attacked in line without reserves, and artillery could not be concentrated to effect a breakthrough. This is just a fucking shit show. What is going on here? I think they should just retreat and go back and like, all right.
Like, we need to reassess the situation.
It looks like we need a plan.
Like, hey, guys, shouldn't we have a meeting? Because this intermingling shit has happened in both armies, by the way.
Ridiculous.
Before.
Right.
Shouldn't there be a meeting by now that says, hey, stay in your own fucking divisions, okay?
And they're like, we clearly caught the Union off guard, but yet...
You guys fucked it up.
Jeez. At about 7:30 a.m. from this position in the rear, Beauregard ordered the corps of Polk and Breckinridge forward on the left and right of the line, diluting their effectiveness. The attack, therefore, went forward as a frontal assault conducted by a single linear formation.
Oh, jeez.
Which lacked both the depth and weight needed for success. Command and control, in the modern sense, were lost from the onset of the first assault. Yes, from the very first assault. Even from the skirmishes, we can tell. This is just garbage. No wonder why it was the deadliest one of the deadliest battles.
Right. Sad. Confederate assault, despite its shortcomings, was ferocious, causing some of the numerous inexperienced Union soldiers in Grant's new army to flee to the river for safety. Others fought well, but were forced to withdraw under strong pressure from the Confederates and attempted to form new defensive lines. Many Union regiments fragmented entirely. The companies and sections that remained on the field attached themselves to other commands. So basically the same thing that's happening over on the other side. Sherman, who had been negligent in preparing for an attack, became one of its most important elements.
Of course.
He appeared everywhere along his lines. So at least he's down his lines, inspiring his raw recruits to resist the initial assaults, despite the staggering losses on both sides.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, dude. I bet you right now they're just facing, there's just bodies
people,
strewn all over, dude.
They're just getting moited.
Sherman received 2 minor wounds and had 3 horses shot out from under him.
Dang. You just follow that one and go get another one.
Go get another one. Historian James M. McPherson cites the battle as the turning point of Sherman's life, helping him to become one of the North's premier generals.
True.
Sherman's division bore the brunt of the initial attack. Despite heavy fire on their position and their left flank crumbling, Sherman's men fought stubbornly, but the Union troops slowly lost ground and fell back to a position behind the Shiloh church. McClernand's division temporarily stabilized the position. Overall, however, Johnston's forces made steady progress until noon, rolling up Union positions one by one. As the Confederates advanced, many threw away their flintlock muskets and grabbed rifles dropped by the fleeing Union troops.
Damn right.
That's what they should have been doing in every other battle.
Right.
Why were they not seizing other weapons?
Jeez, oh, Pete. By 11 a.m., the Confederate advance began to slow down due to stiff Union resistance, but also due to disciplinary problems as the Army overran the Federal camps. Right.
Yeah.
These guys are just going everywhere. Nobody's listening anymore. The sight of fresh food still burning on campfires proved too tempting for many hungry Confederates.
Oh, dude, yeah.
And many broke ranks to pillage and loot the camps, putting the Army on hold until their officers get back. Oh, my goodness. Until their officer can get everybody back in line.
I bet you that's a sight. These dudes are like animals on the food, dude.
Right.
Just
They didn't care. Johnston himself ended up personally intervening to help prevent the looting and get his army back on track. Riding to the Union camp, he took a single tin cup and announced, Let this be my share of the spoils today before directing his army onward.
But he wanted some of that at least. He was like, put a piece of chicken in here or something.
He's like, let's go. Let's go.
Grant, meanwhile, was about 10 miles downriver at Savannah, Tennessee, when he heard the sound of artillery fire. On April 4th, he had been injured when his horse fell and pinned him underneath, and he was convalescing and unable to move without crutches.
Oh, he had a little hurt leg.
Before leaving Savannah, Grant ordered Bull Nelson's division to march along the east side of the river to point opposite Pittsburgh Landing, where it could be ferried over to the battlefield.
All right.
Grant then took a steamboat, the Tigress, to Crump's Landing, where he gave Lew Wallace his first orders, which were to wait in reserve and be ready to move.
All right.
Grant proceeded to Pittsburgh Landing, arriving about 8:30 a.m. Most of the day went by before the first of these reinforcements arrived.
Uh-oh.
Nelson's division arrived about 5 p.m. and Wallace's appeared about 7 p.m. Wallace's slow movement to the battlefield would become particularly controversial. Yeah, Lew Wallace did some dirty shit, dude.
Well, here's Lew Wallace's division. On the morning of April 6th, around 8 or 8:30 a.m., Grant's flagship stopped alongside Wallace's boat, moored at Crump's Landing, and gave orders for the 3rd Division to be held ready to move in any direction. You just be ready to go wherever I say. Wallace concentrated his troops at Stony Lonesome. Although his westernmost brigade remained at Adamsville. He then waited for further orders, which arrived between 11 and 11:30 a.m. Grant ordered Wallace to move his unit up to join the Union right, a move that would have been in support of Sherman's 5th Division, which was encamped around Shiloh Church when the battle began. The written orders, transcribed from verbal orders that Grant gave to an aide, were lost during the battle, and controversy remains over their wording. So no one knows exactly what was said. Wallace maintained that he was not ordered to Pittsburgh Landing, which was to the left rear of the army, or told which road to use. Grant later claimed that he ordered Wallace to Pittsburgh Landing by way of the River Road, also called the Hamburg-Savannah Road. So,
we got a bunch of he said, she said going on around here, huh?
Just one of those days.
Around noon, Wallace began the journey along the Shunpike, which was a route familiar to his men. A member of Grant's staff, William R. Rowley, found Wallace between 2 and 2:30 p.m. on the Shunpike after Grant wondered where Wallace was and why he had not arrived on the battlefield, while the main Union forces being slowly pressed backward at that same time.
All right.
Rowley told Wallace that the Union Army had retreated. Sherman was no longer fighting at Shiloh Church, and the battle line had moved northeast towards Pittsburgh Landing.
Oh, man.
If Wallace continued in the same direction, he would have found himself in the rear of the advancing Confederate troops. You got to do something there, bud.
All right. Wallace had to make a choice. He could launch an attack and fight through the Confederate rear to reach Grant's forces closer to Pittsburgh Landing, or reverse his direction and march toward Pittsburgh Landing via a crossroads to the River Road. Wallace chose the second option. After the war, Wallace claimed that his division might have attacked and defeated the Confederates if advance had not been interrupted.
Oh, bullshit, Lew Wallace.
But later conceded that it would not have been successful.
Yeah, exactly.
He's like, well, I was just kidding.
He's trying to fluff his own feathers there, but we all know.
Rather than realign his troops so the rear guard would be in the front, Wallace made a controversial decision to countermarch his troops to maintain the original order, only facing in the other direction. The move further delayed Wallace's troops as they marched north along the Shunpike Road, then took a crossover to reach the River Road to the east and headed south toward the battlefield. These guys.
All right, well, he's arriving there, I guess. Well, his division began arriving at Grant's position about 6:30 p.m., after a march about 14 miles in 7 hours over poor and muddy roads. 7 hours, though, I mean. It formed a line on the battlefield about 7 p.m. when the fighting was nearly over for the day. At least he got there, you know. Shackle up and get the shit ready to go tomorrow because this shit ain't over with, boys. Although Grant showed no disapproval at the time, his later endorsement of Wallace's battle report was negative enough to severely damage Wallace's military career.
On the main Union defensive line, starting around 9 a.m., Prentice's and W.H.L. Wallace's divisions established and held a position nicknamed the Hornet's Nest in a field along a road, now popularly called the Sunken Road, although there is little physical justification for that name. The Confederates assaulted the position. Right?
We don't know why we call it.
It's actually raised. The Confederates assaulted the position for several hours rather than simply bypassing it, and suffered heavy casualties. Idiots. Historians estimates
the fucking sniper's nest. Of course it did.
Historians estimates of the number of separate charges range from 8 to 14.
Jeez, dude. You know what they say? The definition of insanity is trying something the same way and expecting different results.
Right.
I mean,
the Union forces to the left and right of the nest were forced back, making Prentice's position a prominent point in the line. Coordination within the nest was poor, and units were through based solely on their individual commanders' decisions. The pressure increased when W.H.L. Wallace, commander of the largest concentration of troops, was mortally wounded while attempting to lead a breakout from the Confederate encirclement.
Wallace.
Union regiments became disorganized and companies disintegrated as the Confederates, led by Brigadier General Daniel Ruggles, assembled more than 50 cannons into Ruggles Battery, the largest concentration of artillery ever assembled in North America up to that point.
Wow.
And he was like, I want you to blast that line. And he's like, what we're going to do it? Close range.
Close range.
Confederates surrounded the Hornets' Nest, and it fell after holding out for several hours.
7 hours.
7 hours. Prentiss surrendered himself and the remains of his division to the Confederates. A large portion of the Union survivors and an estimated 2,200 to 2,400 men were captured.
So that's where most of the captures came from. Okay.
But their sacrifice bought time for Grant to establish a final defense line near Pittsburgh Landing. So I guess it kind of worked out.
Yeah, well, while dealing with the Hornets' Nest, the South suffered a serious setback with the death of their commanding general. Albert Sidney Johnston had received a report from Breckinridge that one of his brigades was refusing orders to advance against a Union force in a peach orchard.
Oh, no.
Quickly rushing to the scene, he's always about to reprimand this guy. Johnston was able to rally the men to make the charge by leading it personally and was mortally wounded at about 2:30 p.m. as he led the attacks on the Union left through Widow Bell's cotton field against the peach orchard.
This dude didn't even realize it. He's like, all right, I got to go over here and do this, and boom.
Johnston was shot in his right leg behind the knee. Deeming the wound insignificant, Johnston continued on leading the battle. He's right. It's just my leg, you know. Right. What happens?
He's bleeding out. They hit an artery, I bet. Eventually, Johnston's staff noticed him slumping in his saddle. One of them, Tennessee Governor Isham Harris, asked Johnston if he was wounded, and the general replied, "Yes, and I fear seriously." Earlier in the battle, Johnston had sent his personal surgeons to care for the wounded Confederate troops and Yankee prisoners, and there was no medical staff at his current location. An aide helped him off his horse and laid him down under a tree, then went to fetch his surgeon, but did not apply a tourniquet to Johnston's wounded
what
leg.
A moron.
You think Johnston would have?
Right.
Before a doctor could be found, Johnston bled to death from a torn artery that had caused internal bleeding and blood to collect unnoticed in his riding boot. Dang, dude, that sucks. He could have lived. That's so stupid.
Probably would have lived.
Stupidest
might
injury.
have had his leg amputated, but he probably would have lived.
Stupidest injuries back then you died from, especially on war.
Jefferson Davis considered Johnston to be the most effective general they had, as this was 2 months before Robert E. Lee emerged as the preeminent Confederate general. Right. Would he have if Johnston was still there, though? That's the thing.
I think so.
That's the thing.
Lee is way better than Johnston.
I don't know. Clearly. Johnston was the highest ranking officer from either side to be killed in combat during the Civil War altogether. Beauregard assumed command, but his position in the rear, where he relied on field reports from his subordinates, may have given him only a vague idea of the disposition of forces at the front.
Right.
So how about this? Ride to the fucking front.
All right. He was like, screw that.
Beauregard ordered Johnston's body shrouded for secrecy to avoid lowering morale. Yeah, you don't want to know that your commander's done. And he resumed attacks against the Hornets' Nest. This was likely a tactical error.
Yeah, he was fighting under emotions.
Well, apparently this was likely a tactical error because the Union flanks were slowly pulling back to form a semicircular line around Pittsburgh Landing.
Right.
If Beauregard had concentrated his forces against the flanks, he might have defeated the Union Army at the landing and then reduced the Hornets' Nest position at his leisure.
Right.
Right, dude.
Jeez,
that's true.
Pete.
Yeah.
The Union flanks were being pushed back, but not decisively. In the face of the advance of Hardee and Polk against the Union right, Sherman and McClernand mounted a fighting retreat in the direction of Pittsburgh Landing, leaving the right flank of Hornets' Nest exposed.
Yeah. You're just going to have to give up that Hornets' Nest, guys.
Right. Just after Johnston's death, Breckinridge, whose corps had been in reserve, attacked on the extreme left of the Union line, driving off understrength brigade of Colonel David Stewart, and potentially opening a path into the Union rear and the Tennessee River. However, the Confederates paused to regroup and recover from exhaustion and disorganization. I mean, I guess you have to, right? Then moved toward the Hornets' Nest. See, if these were actually well-disciplined troops, the Union was in trouble.
Yeah.
The Union was in trouble. The flanking attack on the latter has been attributed by historians to the Confederates moving to the sound of the guns, though Samuel Lockett on Bragg's staff recalled that Bragg dispatched him and Frank Gardner to order the attack. Okay.
After the Hornets' Nest fell, the remnants of the Union line established a solid 3-mile front around Pittsburgh Landing, extending west from the river, then north up the River Road keeping their approach open for the expected, although belated, arrival of Lew Wallace's division. Right. Lew Wallace, you fucked things up right now.
Come on, man.
Sherman commanded the right of the line, and McClellan took the center, and on the left, the remnants of W.H.L. Wallace's, Herbert's, and Stuart's men mixed with thousands of stragglers who were crowding on the bluff over the landing.
Man, they had thousands of stragglers.
Right.
No, jeez.
The advance of, yeah, right. You get separated from your thing. Now you're called the straggler division now. So the advance of Buell's army, Colonel Jacob Anman's brigade of Bo Nelson's division arrived in time to be ferried over and join the left end of the line.
Oh, my goodness. That's what they didn't want. That's what the South did not want.
The defensive line included a ring of more than 50 cannons and naval guns from the river, the gunboats USS Lexington and Tyler, and a final Confederate charge of 2 brigades led by Brigadier General Withers attempted to break through the line but was repulsed. Beauregard called off the second attempt after 6 p.m. as the sun set. He said, all right, guys, we got to call this.
Right.
The Confederate plan had failed.
Of course it did.
They had pushed Grant east to a defensible position on the river where he could be reinforced and resupplied, and they had not cut him off from the supply lines by forcing him west like they wanted to in the swamps.
2 days earlier.
Yep.
2 days earlier would have been... Wow. Well, that evening of April 6th was a dispiriting end to the first day of one of the bloodiest battles in American history. The cries of wounded and dying men on the fields between the armies could be heard in the Union and Confederate camps throughout the night.
Yeah, dude. They're just laying there dying, dude. All right.
Exhausted Confederate soldiers bedded down.
Didn't they usually have like a truce to go retrieve bodies and stuff? Or
I think so, yeah.
I don't know. Apparently not.
Exhausted Confederate soldiers bedded down in abandoned Union camps. The Union troops were pushed back to the river and the junction of the river and the Corinth-Pittsburgh landing roads. Around 10 p.m., a thunderstorm passed through the area, coupled with the continuous shelling from the Union gunboats.
So yeah, the gunboats ain't stopping, dude.
There's no sense. Coupled with the continuous shelling from the Union gunboats, Lexington and Tyler, it made the night as a miserable experience for both sides.
I'm sure did. In his 1885 memoirs, Grant described his experience that night. He said, during the night, rain fell in torrents, and our troops were exposed to the storm without shelter. I made my headquarters under a tree you never do under a tree in the storm, dude.
Right, you jackass.
A few hundred yards back from the riverbank. My ankle was so much swollen from the fall of my horse the Friday night preceding, and the bruise was so painful that I could get no rest.
Oh, you know that.
I mean, poor ankle when you got the guys dying on the battlefield.
Oh, he's whining about his ankle when dudes are holding half their face.
Right. The drenching rain would have precluded the possibility of sleep without this additional cause. Sometime after midnight, growing restive under the storm and the continuous pain, I moved back to the log house under the bank. This had been taken as a hospital, and all night, wounded men were being brought in, their wounds dressed, a leg or an arm amputated as the case might require, and everything's being done to save a life or alleviate suffering.
Right.
The sight was more unendurable than encountering the enemy's fire, and I returned to my tree in the rain.
I would have too.
He says, I'm not dealing with this.
Dang. A famous anecdote encapsulates Grant's unflinching attitude to temporary setbacks and his tendency for offensive action. Sometime after midnight, Sherman encountered Grant standing under a tree, sheltering himself from the pouring rain, smoking one of his cigars. While considering his losses and planning for the next day, Sherman remarked, "Well, Grant, we've had the devil's own day, haven't we?" Grant looked up. "Yes," he replied, followed by a puff. "Yes. We'll lick him tomorrow, though."
We'll lick him tomorrow, though, and that's Grant for you. He said, I'm coming to get him, boys. Beauregard sent a telegram to President Davis announcing a complete victory. Wow.
Look at this guy.
He later admitted, I thought I had Grant just where I wanted him and could finish him up in the morning before the telegram would have probably arrived, right? Many of his men were jubilant, having overrun the Union camps and taken thousands of prisoners and tons of supplies, yeah. Grant still had reason to be optimistic, though. Lew Wallace's 5,800 men, minus the 2 regiments guarding the supplies at Crump's Landing, and 15,000 of Don Carlos Buell's army began to arrive that evening. Wallace's division took up a position on the right and was in place by 1 a.m. Buell's men were fully on the scene by 4 a.m., and he said, boys, we're ready to roll.
Uh-oh, look at that shit. Beauregard caused considerable historical controversy with his decision to halt the assault at dusk. Braxton Bragg and Albert Sidney Johnston's son, Colonel William Preston Johnston, were among those who bemoaned the so-called lost opportunity at Shiloh, which it was. Beauregard did not come to the front to inspect the strength of the Union lines.
Right your ass up there, dude.
He remained at Shiloh Church. He also discounted intelligence reports from Colonel Nathan Bedford Forrest and bluster from prisoner of war General Prentice that Buell's men were crossing the river to reinforce Grant.
He's like, yeah, right. Ain't nobody
You
coming.
hear it from your own guy, and then you hear it from the prisoner.
From the prisoner.
He's like, you guys don't even know.
And that was one of the reasons why Johnson wanted to attack 2 days prior, because he didn't want Buell's men to come.
Yes.
So Beauregard should have known Buell's men were coming, and this guy's a fucking idiot.
Great, man. In defense of his decision, Beauregard's troops were simply exhausted. There was less than an hour of daylight left, and Grant's artillery advantage was formidable.
Okay.
In addition, he had received a dispatch from Brigadier General Benjamin Hardin Helm in northern Alabama that indicated Buell was marching toward Decatur and not Pittsburgh's Landing. He was like, dude, Buell's not even going there, guy. You're good. He sent 2 thumbs up.
He drew him. He had to draw him.
He drew 2 thumbs up. He's like, fuck yeah.
Well, on April 7th, the second day of battle, the Union armies numbered 45,000 men. The Confederates had suffered as many as 8,500 casualties. That includes injuries, wounded, and prisoners. The first day, and their commanders reported no more than 20,000 effectives due to stragglers and deserters.
Oh, wow.
Buell disputed that figure after the war, stating there were 28,000, either or outnumbered.
Whatever.
The Confederates had withdrawn south into Prentice's and Sherman's former camps, while Polk's corps retired to the Confederate Bouviac, established on April 5th, which was 4 miles southwest of Pittsburgh Landing. No line of battle was formed, and few, if any, commands were resupplied with ammunition. Wow. Soldiers were consumed by the need to locate food, water, and shelter for a much-needed night's rest.
And they
so they didn't even care about the ammo, so they were like, we're getting food and water.
Jeez, that next morning was slaughter. Beauregard, unaware that he was now outnumbered, planned to continue the attack and drive Grant into the river. To his surprise, Union forces started moving forward in a massive counterattack at dawn. Grant and Buell launched their attack separately. Coordination occurred only at the division level. Lew Wallace's division was the first to see action, about 5:30 a.m.
Oh, good. He was last to arrive and first to see action. Serves him right.
At the extreme right of the Union line. Wallace continued the advance, crossing the Tigham branch around 7 a.m. and met little resistance. Changing direction and moving to the southwest. Wallace's men drove back the brigade of Colonel Preston Pond. On Wallace's left were the survivors of the Sherman's division, the McClernand's and W.H.L. Wallace's.
Straggler division, now we're calling them.
Now under the command of Colonel James M. Tuttle or whoever else.
Right.
Buell's army continued to the left with Bull Nelson's, Crittenden's, and McCook's divisions.
All right.
The Confederate defenders were so badly commingled, and the little unit cohesion existed above the brigade level.
Jeez.
So nobody knew what the hell was going on. And
nobody was working together, and everybody's just doing their own shit, dude.
It required more than 2 hours to locate General Polk and bring up his division from his Biovic to the southwest. By 10 a.m., Beauregard was stabilized. By 10 a.m., Beauregard had stabilized his front with his corps commanders from left to right: Bragg, Polk, Breckinridge, and Hardee. In a thicket near the Hamburg.
He's the namesake of Hardee's restaurant.
It could be. In a thicket near the Hamburg-Purdy Road, the fighting was so intense that Sherman described in his report of the battle the severest musketry fire I have ever heard. Dang.
Shit was probably booming back and
You
forth,
ain't
dude.
kidding, doggy style.
On the Union left, Nelson's division led the advance, followed closely by Crittenden's and McCook's men down the Corinth and Hamburg-Savannah roads. After heavy fighting, Crittenden's division recaptured the Hornet's Nest area by late morning, but the Crittenden and Nelson forces were repulsed by determined counterattacks from Breckinridge. Wallace's and Sherman's men on the Union right made steady progress, driving Bragg and Polk to the south. As Crittenden and McCook resumed their attacks, Breckinridge was forced to retire.
Oh, man.
By noon, Beauregard's line paralleled the Hamburg-Purdy Road.
Okay. So they're still gaining.
Yeah, they're getting there.
In early afternoon, Beauregard...
I think both of them right now are...
All right.
One would push one back, and then they'd push each other back, so they're pretty much doing nothing but killing people.
Early afternoon, Beauregard launched a series of counterattacks from the Shiloh church area, aiming to control the Corinth Road. The Union was temporarily driven back by these assaults at Water Oaks Pond. Crittenden, reinforced by Tuttle, seized the junction of Hamburg-Purdy and East Corinth roads, driving the Confederates into Prentice's old camps.
Well, they were already there, but whatever.
Nelson resumed his attack and seized the heights overlooking Locust Grove branch by late afternoon. Beauregard's final counterattack was flanked and repulsed when Grant moved Colonel James C. Veach's brigade forward. So, nothing's happening,
Nothing,
man.
dude.
Nothing's happening.
No. Grant later wrote of a close call he and his staff officers had during the fighting in which they personally came under heavy fire. All right. He stated, during this second day of battle, I had been moving from right to left and back to see for myself the progress made, or not made, In the early, he didn't say that, but in the early part of the afternoon, while riding with Colonel McPherson and Major Hawkins, then my chief commissary, we got beyond the left of our troops. We were moving along the northern edge of a clearing very leisurely toward the river above the landing. There did not appear to be an enemy to our right, until suddenly a battery with musketry opened upon us from the edge of the woods on the other side of the clearing. The shells and balls whistled about our ears very fast for about a minute.
Dang.
I do not think it took us longer than that to get out of the range and out of sight.
Right.
In the sudden start we made, Major Hawkins lost his hat.
Oh,
he did not stop to pick it up.
Hell no, he didn't.
When we arrived at a perfectly safe position, we halted to take an account of damages.
Right.
McPherson's horse was panting as if ready to drop. On examination, it was found that a ball had struck him forward of the flank just back of the saddle and had gone entirely through.
Oh, no.
In a few minutes, the poor beast dropped dead.
Damn right he did.
He had given no sign of injury until we came to a stop. Well, yeah, he was probably all that.
He didn't know.
Right. A ball had struck the metal scabbard of my sword just below the hilt and broken it nearly off.
Oh, wow.
Before the battle was over, it had broken off entirely. There were 3 of us. One lost a horse, one a hat, and one a sword scabbard. All were thankful that it was no worse. Yeah. He almost died, dude.
Right.
We don't know that.
Even though he lost a horse.
Well, he didn't.
Well, somebody lost a horse.
Major Hawkins did.
Right.
He didn't. And is this story corroborated by those guys anyways? Is he blowing smoke up his own ass now?
Right.
We don't know.
Or he ran like a little pansy.
Right.
You don't know what happened.
Y'all are on your own. I don't know why I'm talking in Southern, but
I'm a future president.
I can't be dealing with this shit.
Realizing that he had lost initiative, was low on ammo and food, had more than 10,000 of his men killed, wounded, or missing, Beauregard could go no further.
He sure couldn't.
He withdrew beyond Shiloh Church, leaving 5,000 men under Breckinridge as a covering force. Because you just die while we get out of here.
Right. You just, yeah, you guys be the sacrificial lambs while we leave.
Give me all your things that you want your families to get. Put them forward.
All your journals. Let's go.
Come on. And massed Confederate batteries at the church on the ridge south of the Shiloh branch.
Yeah.
Confederate forces kept the Union men in position on the Corinth Road until 5 p.m. Then began an orderly withdrawal southwest of Corinth.
Orderly, though, this time. Look at them.
The exhausted Union soldiers did not pursue much farther than their original Sherman and Prentiss encampments. They're like, we'll just take back what we got.
Yeah, right. We're needing some sleep here.
Lew Wallace's division crossed Shiloh branch and advanced nearly 2 miles, but received no support from other units and was recalled. He was like, wait, we're not going anymore? He's like, well, shit. They returned to Sherman's camps at dark. Man, they're pissed. You guys been here for 4 hours.
These motherfuckers already eating, drunk and shit.
Yeah, the battle was over.
The battle was over.
Wow.
For long afterwards, Grant and Buell quarreled over Grant's decision not to mount in immediate pursuit with another hour of daylight remaining.
Oh, geez, here we go.
Another hour.
Yeah, but Grant knew that we got
for what? Grant cited the exhaustion of his troops, although the Confederates were certainly just exhausted, right? Part of Grant's reluctance to act could have been that his unusual command relationship he had with Buell, right? Although Grant was a senior officer and technically was in command of both armies, Buell made it quite clear throughout the 2 days that he was acting independently. Yeah, Buell's a little bitch, dude.
He's like, I don't care.
Doing some bitch shit.
You go tell Lincoln.
Right.
I'm doing what I want.
Whatever.
I do what I want. On April 8th, Grant sent Sherman on a mission along the South Corinth Road and forced to confirm that the Confederates had retreated. He's going to make sure, bud. Mm-hmm. Or if they were regrouping to resume their attacks. Go make sure, bud. Grant's army lacked the large organized cavalry units that would have been better suited for reconnaissance and vigorous pursuit of a retreating enemy. Sherman marched with 2 infantry brigades from his division, along with 2 battalions of cavalry, and met Brigadier General Thomas J. Wood's division of Buell's army. 6 miles southwest of Pittsburgh Landing, Sherman's men came upon a clear field in which an extensive camp was erected, including a Confederate field hospital. The camp was protected by 300 troops of Confederate cavalry, commanded by Colonel Nathan Bedford Forrest. The road approaching the field was covered by fallen trees for more than 200 yards.
Yeah, these little bastards fell all those trees, dude. As skirmishers from the 77th Ohio Infantry approached, having difficulty clearing the fallen timber, Forrest ordered a charge. The wild melee with Confederate troops firing shotguns and revolvers and brandishing sabers. What the fuck is a saber going to do? Nearly resulted in Forrest's capture. As Colonel Jesse Hillebrand's brigade began forming in line of battle, the Southern troopers started to retreat at the sight of strong force, and Forrest, who was well in advance of his men, came within a few yards of Union soldiers before realizing he was all alone.
Oh, no.
Sherman's men yelled out, "Kill him! Kill him and his horse!" A Union soldier shoved his musket into Fort's side and fired. Oh, striking him above the hip, penetrating to near the spine.
Oh, no.
Although he was seriously wounded, Forrest was able to stay on horseback and escape. He survived both the wound and the war. Dude,
What?
how does Johnson get killed? I mean, I guess struck major artery and stuff, but this dude
came
gets
up
shot
with a musket
close
right in the
range,
belly.
dude. Wow. The Union lost about 100 men, most of them captured during Forrest's charge, in an incident that has been remembered with the name Fallen Timbers. After capturing the Confederate field hospital, Sherman encountered the rear of Breckinridge's covering force, but determined the enemy was making no signs of renewing its attack, and he withdrew to the Union camps. He said, yeah, those motherfuckers are licking their wounds all the way back to Corinth or wherever I'm assuming they're going,
Licking
right?
their wounds. In his memoirs, Grant said, the Battle of Shiloh, or Pittsburgh Landing, has been perhaps less understood, or to state the case more accurately, more persistently misunderstood,
Right.
than any other engagement between National and Confederate troops during the entire rebellion so far, basically, right? Correct reports of the battle have been published, notably by Sherman, Badu, and in a speech before a meeting of veterans by General Prentice. While all of these
You
appeared...
notice he didn't name Buell or Wallace.
Right. But all of these appeared long subsequent to the close of the rebellion, and after public opinion had been most erroneously formed.
Right.
Ulysses S. Grant.
I mean, it was a shit show for both sides. Like I said, if the Confederates would have went 2 days before like they planned, there would be no Grant president and there would be nothing. Dude, America could have been shaped forever by that.
Looks like the Union treated Grant like the New York Yankees on a 10-game losing streak with this battle.
Booed him.
Oh, wow. Mm-hmm. Look at that.
In the immediate aftermath of the battle, northern newspapers vilified Grant for his performance during the battle on April 6th, especially for being surprised and unprepared, which we were saying, what a moron.
Right.
Reporters, many far from the battle, spread the story that Grant had been drunk, falsely alleging that this had resulted in many of his men being bayoneted in their tents because of a Dude, even back then, the media was fucking fake.
Did you hear?
Tabloids.
Came in there and was
They
stabbing
were
while
just
they're
stabbing the
sleeping.
shit out of them. Get out of here, dude.
Wow.
Despite the Union victory, Grant's reputation suffered in northern public opinion.
Wow.
Many credited Buell. I bet you it was Buell doing these, talking to people. And,
Right.
they credited him with taking control of the broken Union forces and leading them to victory on April 7th.
I don't know about that.
Calls for Grant's removal overwhelmed the White House. President Lincoln replied with one of his most famous quotations about Grant. He said, "I can't spare this man. He fights."
Damn right he does.
Yeah. Although all of Union division commanders fought well, Sherman emerged as an immediate hero after Grant and Halleck commended him especially.
Yeah, Sherman was.
Yeah. His steadfastness under fire and amid chaos atoned for his previously melancholy and he wasn't really he was more like, I'm going to sit back and
Sherman,
see what happens.
He was a great mind. He was probably one of the greatest. He's probably better than Grant.
And apparently, he had some defensive lapses preceding the battle.
He should have been president.
Wasn't? I don't know about that. Army officers that were
of the Union Army.
right. Well, he was for a minute, wasn't he? Mm-hmm. Army officers that were with Grant gave a starkly different account of this capacity and performance than these of Enterprise and newspaper reporters far away during the battle. One such officer, Colonel William R. Rowley, answering a letter of inquiry about allegations aimed at Grant, he says, "I pronounce it an unmitigated slander. I have been on his staff ever since the Donelson affair and saw him frequently during that, and necessary and close contact with him every day. And I have never seen him take even a glass of liquor more than 2 or 3 times in my life, and then only a single at a time.
Right.
And I have never seen him intoxicated or even approximate to it. As to the story that he was intoxicated at the Battle of Pittsburgh, I have only to say that the man who fabricated the story is an infamous liar, and you are at liberty to say to him that I say so."
Oh,
He says, "Yours, W.R. Rowley."
look at that.
Good for you, Rowley.
Yeah, good for that guy. In retrospect, however, Grant is recognized positively for the clear judgment he was able to retain under the strenuous circumstances, and his ability to perceive
150 years later,
right, and his ability to perceive the larger tactical picture that was ultimately resulted in victory on the second day,
Right.
which we were saying in the beginning.
But conveniently, nobody slanders Lew Wallace's name through the mud.
But if Beauregard would have kept on going, we're talking wholly different here.
Johnston.
And after Johnson was
right,
dead,
right,
Beauregard
right.
stopped. If they would have just boom.
Yeah, but you got to remember, by that time, his guys had no food. Look at the way they reacted when they got to the first Union camp, dude. They were animals.
If they were fully fed and Dude, Grant would have been done, and Grant would. This could have been the demise.
That could have forever shaped the scope of America. Dude.
Could have. He got lucky here. For the rest of his life, Grant would insist he always had the battle well under control and rejected claims from critics that the only death of Johnston and arrival of Buell's army prevented his defeat. Well, both of those could be true. In his 1885 memoirs, he wrote, some of these critics claim that Shiloh...
Is that published?
Yeah.
I have to read that.
Some of these critics claim that Shiloh was won when Johnston fell, and that if he had not fallen, the army under me would have been annihilated or captured. Ifs defeated the Confederates at Shiloh.
Meaning, what if happened? What if this happened?
Right.
No, that's not what happened, guys.
There is little doubt that we would have been disgracefully beaten if all shells and bullets fired by us had passed harmlessly over the enemy, and if all of theirs had taken effect.
Yeah, exactly. What if all of our men shooting missed? What if all our shit failed?
Right.
I mean, you could play the what if game all day long if you want.
Commanding generals are liable to be killed during engagements.
Yep.
And the fact that when he was shot, Johnston was leading a brigade to induce it to make a charge, which had been repeatedly ordered, is evidence that there was neither the universal demoralization on our side nor the unbounded confidence on theirs, which has been claimed.
All right, because if you remember, let's go back a little bit. Johnson only was in that army because the troops that he went to go command were refusing to even lead the charge. So, yeah.
Right. And he goes on to continue. There was, in fact, no hour during the day when I doubted the eventual defeat of the enemy. Although I was disappointed that reinforcements so near at hand did not arrive at an early hour.
He had to take that last shot at Wallace, dude.
Right. He had to do that.
Yeah,
he goes, well, even though...
we could have been all right had Wallace not been an idiot. Grant's career suffered temporarily in the aftermath, obviously, and Halleck combined and reorganized his armies, relegating Grant to the powerless position of second in command.
Oh, wow.
Beauregard, however, remained in command of the Army of Mississippi and led it back to Corinth. In late April and May, the Union armies under Halleck advanced slowly toward Corinth and took it in the siege of Corinth, which we'll have coming up, obviously, while an amphibious force on the Mississippi River destroyed the Confederate River Defense Fleet and captured Memphis.
Oh, jeez.
Halleck was promoted to be general-in-chief of all the Union armies, and with his departure to the east, Grant was restored to command.
Oh, wow.
The Union forces eventually pushed down the Mississippi River to besiege Vicksburg.
Yep.
Oh, dude, there's so many battles coming up.
Ridiculous.
After the surrender of Vicksburg and the fall of Port Hudson in the summer of 1863, the Mississippi River came under Union control, and the Confederacy was cut into two. And that northern half wasn't getting shit.
And that's what did it. That's what did it, guys. Davis was outraged at Beauregard for withdrawing from Corinth without a fight, even though he faced an army nearly twice his size and his water supplies in the city had become contaminated.
Oh, we're playing what ifs some more?
Shortly after the fall of Corinth, Beauregard took medical leave without receiving authorization from Davis. This was the final.
Said, you know what, dude? Fuck you. I'm hurt. I'm leaving.
I'm done. My pinky's sore.
He's fucking pulled a Kyrie.
Right. This was the final straw for Davis, who quickly reassigned him to oversee the coastal defenses in South Carolina. Yeah. So he gave him a better job.
Better job. You're not going to be in action, probably.
Right. Here, go sit over here.
Right.
Command of the Army of Mississippi fell to Braxton Bragg, and Bragg actually did decent. Was promoted to full general on the 6th of April, and during the fall of 1862, he led it to an abortive invasion of Kentucky, accompanying in his retreat from the Battle of Perryville.
So they ain't doing too hot there, man. Meanwhile, this guy, General Lew Wallace, was heavily criticized for failing to get his division into battle until 1830 hours, near the end of combat on the first day, right?
Right, at the end of the night.
He was removed from the Army of Tennessee and never again received a frontline command or took part in a big offensive operation. Wow. Though his backwater assignments still placed him in important battles. Shortly after Shiloh, he was sent to the War Department in Ohio, where he led the successful defense of Cincinnati during Bragg's invasion of Kentucky.
Okay.
In 1864, at the Battle of Monocacy, Wallace commanded 5,800-man force to oppose Jubal Early's. Yeah, he did that. That was the one that saved Washington.
Right.
And then he wrote Ben-Hur, and the rest is history for him. So he made it out pretty good.
He did.
But criticism of Wallace's conduct at Shiloh would haunt him for the rest of his life, and he would spend much of it trying to defend his actions there.
I mean,
yeah, that's got to suck to live out your life defending one day, dude.
Yeah, I wouldn't even try to defend it. But you know what? Screw you.
It happened. We won the war. Why are you guys so salty?
Look at the rest of what I did to the war. It's always what I did wrong, but you never say anything about what I did right. I can do right 99 times. You're not going to say anything, but that one time.
That one time, you're going to hold it over me.
Talk of the town, boys.
Mm-hmm.
Man, the 2-day battle at Shiloh, the costliest in American history up to this time, resulted in the defeat of the Confederate Army and frustration of Johnston's plans to prevent the two Union armies
Also,
from Tennessee.
the frustration of Johnson's life.
Right. He didn't want those guys to join together.
Right.
Union casualties were 13,047 men. That was 1,754 killed, 8,408 wounded, and 2,885 missing.
Or taken prisoner.
Right. Grant's army bore the brunt of the fighting over the 2 days, with casualties of 1,513 men killed, 6,601 wounded,
Wow.
and 2,830 missing or captured.
Damn, dude. So that was all him.
That was all Grant's army.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Out of those,
So only 200 people from other died.
divisions and brigades died. Yeah.
2,000 more wounded, though, and most of his men missing or Wow.
They were the ones that got captured
Right.
with Prentice in them.
Right. Well, Confederate casualties were 10,699, 1,728 killed,
Yeah, it was almost even.
8,012 wounded,
Almost even.
and 959 missing or captured.
Not almost
That's
even.
the one.
Yeah. But the captured ones all
Right.
ended up coming back. So
Most likely. The dead included the Confederate Army's commander,
yep.
General Johnston, Albert Sidney Johnston,
Yeah.
as well as Brigadier General Adlai H. Gladden.
Wow.
George W. Johnson,
Johnson without a T.
the head of the Kentucky Shadow Confederate government, was also mortally wounded. The highest-ranking Union general killed was W.H.L. Wallace. He was murdered.
Mm-hmm.
Union Colonel Everett Peabody was murdered, whose decision to send out a patrol the morning of the battle may have saved the Union from disaster.
It did. Remember,
he's a hero.
It let him time to get Grant reinforced.
Right. Both sides were shocked at the carnage,
Yeah.
which resulted in nearly twice as many casualties as the previous major battles of the war combined.
Combined, dude.
We got a memoir here from Ulysses S. Grant. I saw an open field in our possession on the second day, over which the Confederates had made repeated charges the day before, so covered with dead that it would have been possible to walk across the clearing in any directions, stepping on dead bodies, without a foot touching the ground.
Jeez, dude, just imagine that. That's. Whoo! Grant later came to realize that his prediction of one great battle bringing the war to a close would probably not occur. The war would continue at great cost and casualties and
Even
resources.
far worse than this.
Until the Confederacy succumbed or the Union was divided, he says. Grant also learned a valuable personal lesson on preparedness that day, and that mostly served him well for the rest of the war. He's like, yeah, this is a good idea to maybe not be so nonchalant.
If they already should have been realizing this is a war, but now these dudes, hey, this is a war.
That's what I said. Like, I think this war more so than the first Battle of Bull Run.
Right.
This one's probably like both sides are like, shit, dude.
Right. Like, yeah, this is for reasies.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the loss of Albert Sidney Johnston dealt a severe blow to Confederate morale.
I bet. He was the head of the army.
Contemporaries saw his death and their defeat as the beginning of the end for the Confederacy.
Well,
President Jefferson Davis
they
called it.
weren't, at this time, they weren't foreseeing Lee to come up and do
Right.
what he's about to do. But.
Right. President Jefferson Davis called it the turning point of our fate. While Confederate Brigade Commander Randall L. Gibson believed that the West perished with Albert Sidney Johnston and the Southern country followed. Wow. These guys are just done.
Yeah.
1962, you still got 3 more years, buddy.
1862.
Yeah, you still got 3 more years, buds.
They don't know that. They were probably, morale was so low probably after this, dude. Man, they were probably
Well,
planning. I bet you Davis was planning like escape to
Right.
Peru or whatever.
Right,
After
he had
this,
to go
dude.
somewhere.
Right.
With the Confederate loss, their best opportunity to retake Mississippi Valley and achieve numerical superiority with the Union armies in the West disappeared.
Dude.
The heavy losses suffered at Shiloh represented the start of an unwinnable war of attrition.
War of attrition.
Basically, what? Nothing. Yeah.
A belligerent attempts to win a war by wearing down the enemy. Yeah, you're not going to do that with the Union. Clearly.
No, not at all. The victory at Shiloh also placed Grant in a strategic position to infiltrate and capture key points in the South.
Yeah, dude. Once
It's over. He would later continue his march to siege and capture Corinth, then cut off Confederate supplies lines by the siege of Vicksburg.
We know that. Vicksburg, Corinth, all that good stuff.
My goodness.
Shiloh's importance as the Civil War battle, coupled with the lack of widespread agricultural or industrial development in the battle area after the war, led to its development as one of the first 5 battlefields restored by the federal government in the 1890s.
Oh, damn.
Right, so yeah, that's true. Probably a lot of battlefields after that got turned into farm fields or something like that.
They didn't care. They just wanted to get that shit over with.
When the Shiloh National Military Park was established under the administration of the War Department, the National Park Service took over the park in 1933. The federal government had saved just over 2,000 acres at Shiloh by 1897 and consolidated those gains by adding another 1,700 by 1954. These efforts gradually dwindled and government involvement proved insufficient to preserve the land on which the battle took place.
Oh.
Since 1954, only 300 additional acres of the saved land have been served. How much do you need?
All right, that's enough.
It's like 4,000 acres right
Get
now.
out of there, bud.
Private preservation organizations stepped in to fill the void. Of course they did. The American Battlefield Trust became the primary agent of these efforts, joining federal, state, and local partners to acquire and preserve another 1,400 of the battlefield and more than 25 different acquisitions from 96 through late 2021. They're still purchasing shit.
All right.
Much of the acreage has been sold or conveyed to the National Park Service and incorporated into the Shiloh National Military Park.
All right.
The land was preserved by the trust at Shiloh. The land preserved by the trust at Shiloh included tracks over which the Confederate divisions passed as they fought Grant's men on the battle's first day and their retreat during the Union counteroffensive on day 2.
Okay.
A 2012 campaign focused in particular on a section of land which was part of the Confederate right flank on day 1 and on several tracks which were part of the Battle of Fallen Timber.
All right, so they're trying as much as they can to preserve what they can get.
Preserve history, dude.
Well, the United States Postal Service released a commemorative stamp June 29, 1995. Another stamp in 2 variants was released for the 100th anniversary of the Battle of Shiloh. First issued through the Shiloh, Tennessee Post Office on April 7, 1962. It was a second in a series of 5 stamps marking the Civil War centennial. That's a nice looking stamp there. Got a Union guy hovering over a piece of wood with his bayonet fixed and shooting out a freaking round.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic. Got yourself a stamp. So if you guys are stamp collectors, go get yourself that stamp, bud.
Be a cool one.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind.
Battle of Antietam. Robert E. Lee's marching his forces into Maryland. He's about ready to gear up to attack old Washington. He says, I want to end this shit.
Yep.
It's fought on September 17th between, obviously, Lee's Army of the Northern Virginia and McClellan's back in charge of the Army of the Potomac. It's also known as the Battle of Sharpsburg for you Confederales down there. Near Sharpsburg, Maryland, and Antietam Creek, part of the Maryland campaign. It was the first field army level engagement in the Eastern Theater of the war. Remains the bloodiest day in American history with a combined tally of 22,717 dead, wounded, or missing.
Dang.
Crazy.
That is crazy. Where Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia, about 55,000 men, entered the state of Maryland on the 3rd of September, 1862. Following their victory at Second Bull Run on the 30th of August. Mm-hmm. Emboldened by success, the Confederate leadership intended to take the war into enemy territory. Lee was adamant on this.
He's like, I'm tired of retreating back to Richmond. Let's fucking take the battle to them.
He's like, Stonewall, do you think you could be ready this time?
Right, like, keep the biscuits out of your mouth there, buddy.
Lee's invasion of Maryland was intended to run simultaneously with an invasion of Kentucky by the armies of Braxton Bragg and Edmund Kirby Smith.
Yep.
It was also necessary for logistical reasons, as Northern Virginia's farms had been stripped bare of food.
I'm sure they were. That's all the war's been.
Based on events such as the Baltimore riots in the spring of 1861 and the fact that President Lincoln had to pass through the city in disguise en route to his inauguration, Confederate leaders assumed that Maryland would become the Confederate forces warmly.
Man, Baltimore was a nasty place even in 1861, huh?
You ain't kidding. They sang the tune, Maryland, My Maryland, as they marched. But by the fall of 1862, pro-Union sentiment was winning out, especially in the western parts of the state, which is where Baltimore's at.
Right. Civilians generally hid inside their houses as Lee's army passed through their towns or watched in cold silence, while the Army of the Potomac was cheered and encouraged.
Wow.
Some Confederate politicians, including President Jefferson Davis, believed that the prospect of foreign recognition would increase if the Confederacy won a military victory on Union soil. They're like, we need the support of the French and the British. Such a victory might gain recognition and financial support from the UK and France, yeah. Right. Although there is no evidence that Lee thought the Confederacy should base its military plans on this possibility. I'm sure it didn't hurt.
All right.
While McClellan's 87,000-man Army of the Potomac was moving to intercept Lee, 2 Union soldiers, Corporal Barton W. Mitchell and First Sergeant John M. Bloss of the 27th Indiana Volunteer Infantry, discovered a mislaid copy of Lee's detailed battle plans, which was Special Order 191. It was wrapped around 3 cigars. The order indicated that Lee had divided his army in dispersed portions geographically, one to Harper's Ferry, West Virginia, and Hagerstown, Maryland. Thus making each subject to isolation and defeat if McClellan could move quickly enough. But do you fucking think he did?
Oh, wow. Well, McClellan waited about 18 hours before deciding to take advantage of this intelligence.
This dude.
Thus squandering an opportunity to defeat Lee decisively. There were 2 significant engagements in the Maryland campaign prior to the major battle of Antietam. Major General Thomas J. Stonewall Jackson's capture of Harper's Ferry and McClellan's assault through the Blue Ridge Mountains in the Battle of South Mountain. The former was significant because of a large portion of Lee's army was absent from the start of the Battle of Antietam, attending to the surrender of the Union garrison. The latter because stout Confederate defenses at 2 passes through the mountains delayed McClellan's advance enough for Lee to concentrate the remainder of his army at Sharpsburg. McClellan delaying. Delaying McClellan.
So Stonewall, remember? They had to call him. They had to rush over there from Harper's Ferry. So.
Idiots.
We got Major General, obviously, McClellan, his Army of the Potomac, bolstered by units absorbed from John Pope's Army of Virginia, included 6 infantry corps. The 1st Corps under Major General Joseph Hooker consisted of the divisions of Brigadier General Abner Doubleday, Brigadier General James B. Ricketts, Brigadier General George G. Meade.
Hey, look at that.
2nd Corps under Major General Edwin V. Sumner consisted of Major General Israel B. Richardson, Major General John Sedgwick, Brigadier General William French. Then we got the 5th Corps under Major General Fitz John Porter, consisting of the divisions of Major General George Morrell, Brigadier General George Sykes, Brigadier General Andrew A. Humphreys. And the 6th Corps, under Major General William B. Franklin, consisted of divisions of Major General Henry Slocum, Major General William F. Baldy Smith, a division from the 4th Corps under Major General Darius N. Couch. Got the 9th Corps under Major General Ambrose Burnside.
Burnside.
But Brigadier General Jacob Cox exercised operational command during the battle for some reason, and it consisted of the divisions of Brigadier General Orlando B. Wilcox, Samuel D. Sturgis, Isaac P. Rodman. We have the Kanawha Division under Colonel Eliakim P. Scammon. He'd be scamming.
Right.
The 12th Corps under Major General Joseph K. Mansfield, which consisted of Brigadier General Alpheus S. Williams and Brigadier General George S. Green. Plus, we had a cavalry division of Brigadier General Alfred Pleasanton, consisting of the brigades of Major Charles J. Whiting and Colonels John Farnsworth, Richard Rush, Andrew McReynolds, and Benjamin Davis.
Well, look at that shit.
Yeah.
Well, that's nice. General Lee, Northern Virginia Army, organized 2 large infantry wings. Major General James Longstreet, right wing, or command, consisted of the following divisions: Major General Lafayette McLaws, Major General Richard Anderson, Major General David Jones, Brigadier General John G. Walker, Brigadier General John Bell Hood, Independent Brigade under Brigadier General Nathan G. Shanks Evans. Major General Stonewall Jackson was the left wing, or the command, consisted of the following divisions: Brigadier General Alexander Lawtons, Major General A.P. Hill, Brigadier General John R. Jones, Major General D.H. Hill.
The usuals for him.
The remaining units were the Cavalry Division under Major General Jeb Stewart and the Reserve Artillery commanded by Brigadier General William N. Pendleton. Jackson's left wing was organized with artillery attached to each division, in contrast to Longstreet's right wing, which reserved its artillery at the corps level.
All right, good for them.
Right, see?
Well, near the town of Sharpsburg, Lee deployed his available forces behind Antietam Creek along a low ridge started on September 15th. While it was an effective defensive position, it was not an impregnable one.
Oh.
The terrain provided excellent cover for infantrymen with rail and stone fences, outcroppings of limestone, little hollows, and swales. The creek to the front was only a minor barrier ranging from 6 to 100 feet in width. It was fordable in places and crossed by 3 stone bridges each a mile apart.
Okay.
It was also a precarious position because the Confederate rear was blocked by the Potomac River and only a single crossing point, which was Bottler's Ford at Shepherdstown, and was nearby. That was nearby should a retreat be necessary.
Okay,
So they could end up bottlenecking at that if they have to retreat so quick.
Right.
The fort at Williamsport, Maryland was 10 miles northwest from Sharpsburg and had been used by Jackson in his march to Harper's Ferry. The disposition of Union forces during the battle made it impractical to consider retreating in that direction.
Okay.
September 15th, the force under Lee's immediate command consisted of no more than 18,000 men, only a third of the size of the Federal Army.
Ooh, see.
Well, don't worry. There's backup coming.
All right. The first 2 Union divisions arrived on the afternoon of 15th September, and the bulk of the remainder of the army late that evening. Although an immediate Union attack on the morning of September 16th would have had an overwhelming advantage in numbers, McClellan's trademark caution and his belief that Lee had as many as 100,000 men at Sharpsburg caused him to delay his attack for a day. This gave the Confederates more time to prepare defensive positions, allowed Longstreet's corps to arrive from Hagerstown, and Jackson's corps minus A.P. Hill's division to arrive from Harper's Ferry. Jackson defended the left, which is the northern flank, anchored on the Potomac. Longstreet, the right, which is the southern flank, which is anchored on the Antietam, a line that was about 4 miles long. As the battle progressed and Lee shifted units, these corps' boundaries overlapped considerably. Of course.
McClellan's
Yeah, he could have easily took
What would
over.
make him think he has 100,000 men?
So stupid.
It's like, where was our reconnaissance here?
Right.
On the evening of the 16th, McClellan ordered Hooker's first corps to cross Antietam Creek and probe the enemy positions. Okay. Meade's division cautiously attacked Hood's troops near the East Woods. After darkness fell, artillery fire continued as McClellan positioned his troops for the next day's fighting. McClellan's plan was to overwhelm the enemy's left flank. He arrived at this decision because of the configuration of bridges over Antietam. The lower bridge was dominated by Confederate positions on the bluffs overlooking it. The middle bridge was subject to artillery fire from the heights near Sharpsburg, but the upper bridge was 2 miles east of the Confederate guns and could be crossed safely.
Oh, okay. All right. McClellan planned to commit more than half of his army to the assault, starting with 2 corps, supported by a third. And if necessary, he's going to bring in a fourth.
Yeah.
He intended to launch a simultaneous diversionary attack against the Confederate right with a 5th Corps. And he was prepared to strike the center with his reserves if either attack succeeded, which was, I guess.
I would assume. Why would you not be prepared to do that?
The skirmish in the East Woods served to signal McClellan's intentions to Lee, who prepared his defenses accordingly. He shifted men to his left flank and sent urgent messages to his 2 commanders, who had not yet arrived on the battlefield. Lafayette McLaws with 2 divisions and A.P. Hill with 1.
He's like, get here now.
Now, boys.
McClellan's plans were ill-coordinated and were executed poorly, though.
I'm sure they were.
He issued to each of his subordinate commanders only the orders for his own corps, not general orders describing the entire battle plan.
Come on.
Right, how did they... You need to know what other people are doing.
Right.
The terrain of the battlefield made it difficult for those commanders to monitor events outside of their sectors, obviously. Moreover, McClellan's headquarters were more than a mile in the rear, because that's what he likes to do. And this made it difficult for him to control the separate corps.
This guy's a moron.
This is why the battle progressed the next day as essentially 3 separate, mostly uncoordinated battles. Morning in the northern end, midday in the center, and afternoon in the south. This lack of coordination and concentration of McClellan's forces almost completely nullified the 2-to-1 advantage the Union enjoyed.
Right.
It also allowed Lee to shift his defensive forces to meet each offensive.
Right.
What
Ridiculous.
this dude needs, as soon as this battle's over, I get that the Union wins, spoiler, but he needs to get the fuck... Get out of here.
The battle opened at dawn on September 17th with an attack down the Hagerstown Turnpike by the Union 1st Corps under Joseph Hooker. Hooker's objective was the plateau on which sat the Dunker Church, a modest whitewashed building belonging to a local sector of German Baptists.
Okay.
Hooker had approximately 8,600 men, little more than 7,700 defenders under Stonewall Jackson. And this slight disparity was more than offset by the Confederate strong defensive positions. So it was like having double.
Right.
Abner Doubleday's division moved on Hooker's right. James Ricketts moved on the left into the East Woods, and George Meade's Pennsylvania Reserves division deployed into the center and slightly to the rear. So the Union forces are gathering around, huh? Well, Stonewall Jackson's defense consisted of the divisions under Alexander Lawton, John R. Jones, in line from the West Woods across the Turnpike and along the southern end of Miller's cornfield. 4 brigades were held in reserve inside the West Woods. All right, we got a cornfield fighting, huh?
Right.
Nice.
As the first Union men emerged from the North Woods and into the cornfield, an artillery duel erupted. Confederate fire was from horse artillery batteries under Jeb Stuart to the west and 4 batteries under Colonel Stephen D. Lee on the high ground across the pike from the Dunker Church to the south. Union return fire was from 9 batteries on the ridge behind the North Woods and 20 20-pounder Parrott rifles 2 miles east of Antietam Creek. The conflagration caused heavy casualties on both sides and described by Colonel Lee as artillery hell. Seeing the glint of Confederate bayonets concealed in the cornfield, Hooker halted his infantry and brought up 4 batteries of artillery, which fired shell and canister over the heads of the Federal infantry into the field. Savage battle began with considerable melee action. Oh, shit, they're out there.
Shit.
Battling it out with rifle butts and bayonets due to short visibility in the corn.
You ain't kidding.
Officers rode about cursing and yelling orders no one could hear in the noise.
Hell no, they couldn't.
Rifles became hot and fouled from too much firing. The air was filled with a hail of bullets and shells. Probably smoke as well, too. Couldn't see shit. And you're in corn.
All right.
Who the hell thought it was a good idea to fight in a corn field?
And that's the stupidest thing. Meade's 1st Brigade of Pennsylvanians, under Brigadier General Truman Seymour, began advancing through the east woods and exchanged fire with Colonel James Walker's brigade of the Alabama, Georgia, and North Carolina troops. As Walker's men forced Seymour's back, aided by Lee's artillery fire, Ricketts' division entered the cornfield, also to be torn up by the Confederate artillery. Brigadier General Abram Dury's brigade marched directly into the volleys from Colonel Marcellus Douglas's Georgia's brigade, enduring heavy fire from a range of 250 yards and gaining no advantage because of a lack of reinforcements. Dury ordered a withdrawal.
He said, we got to go, guys. The reinforcements that Dury had expected, brigades under Brigadier General George L. Hartsuff and Colonel William A. Christian, had difficulties reaching the scene. Hartsuff was wounded by a shell, and Christian dismounted and fled to the rear in terror. Oh, jeez. When the men were rallied and advanced into the cornfield, they met the same artillery and infantry fire as their predecessors. As the superior Union numbers began to tell, the Louisiana Tiger Brigade under Harry Hayes entered the fray and forced the Union men back to the East Woods.
Okay.
Casualties received by the 12th Massachusetts Infantry, 67%, were the highest of any unit that day.
Oh.
The Tigers were beaten back eventually when the Federals brought up a battery of 3-inch ordnance rifles and rolled them directly into the cornfield. Point-blank fire that slaughtered the Tigers, who lost 323 of their 500 men.
Dang.
Yeah. Those big boys roll out. You better get out of here.
Dang. Rifles are shot to pieces in the hands of the soldiers. Canteens and haversacks are riddled with bullets. The dead and the wounded go down in scores. Captain Benjamin F. Cook of the 12th Massachusetts Infantry on the attack by the Louisiana Tigers at the cornfield, while the cornfield remained a bloody stalemate. Federal advances a few hundred yards to the west were more successful. Brigadier General John Gibbons, 4th Brigade of Doubleday's Division, recently named the Iron Brigade, began advancing down and astride the turnpike, into the cornfield, and into the west woods, pushing aside Jackson's men. Just push them aside.
Like,
Excuse me.
Get out of here.
They were halted by a charge of 1,150 men from Stark's brigade, leveling heavy fire from 30 yards away. The Confederate brigade withdrew after being exposed to fierce return fire from the Iron Brigade, and Stark was mortally wounded.
Oh, poor Stark.
Damn.
The unit advance on the Dunker Church resumed and cut a large gap in Jackson's defensive line, which teetered near collapse. Although the cost was steep, Hooker's corps was making steady progress.
Oh.
Confederate reinforcements arrived just after 7 a.m. Jeez, this is all in an hour and a half.
All right.
The divisions under McLaws and Richard H. Anderson arrived following a night march from Harper's Ferry. Around 7:15, General Lee moved George Anderson's Georgia Brigade from the right flank of the Army to aid Jackson. About 7 a.m., Hood's division of 2,300 men advanced through the West Woods and pushed the Union troops back through the cornfield again. The Texans attacked with particular ferocity. Ferocity? Ferocity? Sure. Because as they were called from their reserve position, they were forced to interrupt the first hot breakfast they had in days. They're pissed, too, dude. They're all these sons of bitches.
They were aided by 3 brigades of D.H. Hill's division arriving from the Mumma Farm, southeast of the cornfield, and by Jubal Early's brigade, pushing through the West Woods from the Nicodemus Farm.
Nicodemus, huh?
Where they had been supporting Jeb Stewart's horse artillery.
Okay.
Some officers of the Iron Brigade rallied men around the artillery pieces of Battery B, 4th U.S. Artillery, and Gibbon himself saw to it that his previous unit did not lose a single caisson. Hood's men bore the brunt of the fighting, however, and paid a heavy price, 60% casualties. But they were able to prevent the defensive line from crumbling and held off the First Corps. When asked by a fellow officer where his division was, Hood replied, "Dead on the field."
Hooker's men had also paid heavily without achieving their objectives. After 2 hours and 2,500 casualties, they were back where they started. The cornfield, an area about 250 yards deep and 400 yards wide, was a scene of indescribable destruction.
Jeez.
It was estimated that the cornfield changed hand no fewer than 15 times in the course of the morning. Wow. Major Rufus Dawes, who assumed command of the Iron Brigade's 6th Wisconsin Regiment during the battle, later compared the fighting around the Hagerstown Turnpike with the stone wall at Fredericksburg, Spotsylvania's Bloody Angle, and the slaughter pen of Cold Harbor, insisting that the Antietam Turnpike surpassed them all in manifest evidence of slaughter.
Oh.
Hooker called for support from the 7,200 men of Mansfield's 12th Corps.
Really?
And Hooker himself says every stalk of corn in the northern and greater part of the field was cut as closely as could have been done with a knife. And the Confederates slain lay in rows precisely as they had stood in their ranks a few moments before.
Yes.
Crazy, dude.
Ain't that crazy? Half of Mansfield's men were raw recruits. Mansfield was also inexperienced, having taken command only 2 days before. Although he was a veteran of 40 years' service, he had never led large numbers of soldiers in combat. Concerned that his men would bolt under fire, he marched them in formation that was known as a column of companies, closed in mass. In a bunched-up formation in which a regiment was arrayed 10 ranks deep instead of normal 2.
Oh, geez, yeah. So he's like,
Yeah.
the people in front, you ain't turning around because there's all these men behind you. Good luck with that.
As his men entered the east woods, they presented an excellent artillery target. Almost as a good target as a barn. Mansfield himself was shot in the chest and died the next day.
Oh.
Alpheus Williams assumed temporary command of the 12th Corps.
The new recruits of Mansfield's 1st Division made no progress against Hood's line, which was reinforced by brigades of D.H. Hill's division under Colquitt and McRae. 2nd Division of the 12th Corps under George Sears Green, however, broke through McRae's men, who fled under the mistaken belief that they were about to be trapped by a flanking attack.
Oh.
This breach of the line forced Hood and his men, outnumbered, to regroup in the west woods where they had started the day. So now they're back where they began. Green was able to reach the Dunker Church, Hooker's original objective, and drove off Stephen Lee's batteries. Federal forces held most of the ground to the east of the turnpike. Hooker attempted to gather the scattered remnants of his 1st Corps to continue the assault, but a Confederate sharpshooter spotted the general's conspicuous white horse and shot Hooker through the foot. Well, he's not really a sharpshooter then, is he?
Right. Shot him through the foot. Why would you have a white horse anyway?
I know. Well, Lee did.
It's true. Yeah, but Lee wasn't running around in the woods, though.
That's true.
Command of the 1st Corps fell to General Meade, since Hooker's senior subordinate, James R.B. Ricketts, had also been wounded. But with Hooker removed from the field, there was no general left with the authority to rally the men of the 1st and 12th Corps.
Why wouldn't there? Where's Meade?
Green's men came under heavy fire from the west woods and withdrew from the Dunker Church.
Uh-oh.
In an effort to turn the Confederate left flank and relieve the pressure on Mansfield men, Sumner's 2nd Corps was ordered at 7:20 a.m. to send 2 divisions into battle. Sedgwick's division of 5,400 men was the first to ford the Antietam, and they entered the east woods with the intention of turning left and forcing the Confederates south into the assault of Ambrose Burnside's 9th Corps. They got Burnside down south, let's push them that way. But the plan went awry, as always.
Usually does.
They became separated from William H. French's division. 9 a.m., Sumner, who was accompanying the division, launched the attack with an unusual battle formation. The 3 brigades and 3 long lines, that's stupid, men side by side with only 50 to 70 yards separating the lines. That's pretty dumb.
That's not good. Talk about open to artillery.
Again.
They were assaulted first by Confederate artillery and then from 3 sides by the divisions of Early, Walker, and McLaws.
Damn.
And in less than a half hour, Sedgwick's men were forced to retreat in great disorder to their starting point with over 2,200 casualties, including Sedgwick himself.
That's what he gets.
Who was taken out of action for several months by a wound.
Aww.
Sumner has been condemned by Sumner has been condemned by most historians for his reckless attack, his lack of coordination with the 1st and 12th Corps headquarters, losing control of French's division when he accompanied Sedgwick's, failing to perform adequate reconnaissance prior to launching his attack, and selecting the unusual battle formation that was so effectively flanked by the Confederate counterattack.
Right.
Yeah, it seems Sumner didn't know what the hell.
I don't think any of these
All
guys.
these guys, they're like politicians, dude. They gotta like jump the gun. If I do this, I'll be courageous and I'll be commended. And
Well, a lot of these northern brigadier generals and major generals, they didn't see too much action anywhere, and most of them were like politicians.
It's true.
Man, historian M.V. Armstrong's recent scholarship has determined that Sumner did perform appropriate reconnaissance, and his decision to attack where he did was justified by the information available to him.
Was it?
The final actions in the morning phase of the battle were around 10 a.m. when 2 regiments of the 12th Corps advanced, only to be confronted by a division of John G. Walker, which was newly arriving from the Confederate right. They fought in the area between the cornfield and the west woods. But soon Walker's men were forced back by 2 brigades of Green's division. Look at that. And the Federal troops seized some ground in the west woods. The morning phase ended with casualties on both sides of almost 13,000, including 2 Union Corps commanders.
Jeez. Well, by midday, the action had shifted to the center of the Confederate line. Sumner had accompanied the morning attack of Sedgwick's division, but another one of his divisions under French lost contact with Sumner and Sedgwick and then inexplicably headed south. Eager for an opportunity to see combat, French found skirmishers in his path and ordered his men forward. By this time, Sumner's aide and his son, located French, described the terrible fighting in the West Woods and relayed an order for him to divert Confederate attention by attacking their center.
Okay.
French confronted D.H. Hill's division. Hill commanded about 2,500 men, less than half the number under French, and 3 of his 5 brigades had been torn up during the morning combat.
Oh, shit.
This sector of Longstreet's line was theoretically the weakest.
Okay.
But Hill's men were in a strong defensive position atop a gradual ridge and a sunken road worn down by years of wagon traffic, which formed a natural trench.
Nice.
Yep.
Worked out. Well, French launched a series of brigade-sized assaults against Hill's improvised breastworks at around 9:30 a.m. The first brigade to attack, mostly inexperienced troops commanded by Brigadier General Max Weber, was quickly cut down by heavy rifle fire from the Confederates. Neither side deployed artillery at this point. The second attack, more raw recruits under Colonel Dwight Morris from the Federals, was also subjected to heavy fire, but managed to beat back a counterattack by Alabama Brigade of Robert Rhodes. The third attack, under Brigadier General Nathan Kimball, included 3 veteran regiments, but they also fell to fire from the sunken road. French's division suffered 1,750 casualties of his 5,700 men in under an hour.
Jeez.
Reinforcements were arriving on both sides, though, and by 10:30 a.m., Robert E. Lee sent his final reserve division, some 3,400 men, under Major General Richard Anderson. He sent them to bolster Hill's line and extend it to the right, preparing an attack that would envelop French's left flank. But at the same time, 4,000 men of Major General Israel B. Richardson's division arrived on French's left.
Oh, shit. We got a showdown going on here.
Oh, damn. This was the last of Sumner's 3 divisions, which had been held up in the rear by McClellan as he organized his reserve forces. Richardson's fresh troops struck the first blow.
Yep. Leading off the 4th attack of the day against the sunken road was the Irish Brigade of Brigadier General Thomas F. Meagher. As they advanced with emerald green flags snapping in the breeze, a regimental chaplain, Father William Corby, rode back and forth across the front of the formation shouting words of conditional absolution prescribed by the Roman Catholic Church for those who were about to die. Oh, jeez. Corby would later perform a similar service at Gettysburg, coming up later.
Huh.
The mostly Irish immigrants lost 540 men to heavy volleys before they were ordered to withdraw. General Richardson personally dispatched the brigade of Brigadier General John C. Caldwell into battle around noon, after being told that Caldwell was in the rear behind a haystack. They're just sitting there behind a haystack. And finally, the tide turned. Anderson's Confederate division had been little help to the defenders after General Anderson was wounded early in the fighting.
Other key leaders were lost as well, including George B. Anderson, no relation to the other Anderson. Colonel Charles C. Tew of the 2nd North Carolina was killed minutes after assuming command. Colonel John B. Gordon of the 6th Alabama. Gordon received 5 serious wounds in the fight, twice in his right leg, twice in the left arm, and once in the face.
Jeez.
He lay unconscious, face down in his cap, and later told colleagues that he should have smothered in his own blood, except for the fact of an unidentified Yankee who had earlier shot a hole in his cap, which allowed the blood to drain. Oh, shit. Cool.
Nice.
Rhodes was wounded in the thigh, but was still on the field. These losses contributed directly to the confusion of the following events. We were shooting them like sheep in a pen. If a bullet missed the mark, at first it was liable to strike the further bank, angle back, and take them secondarily.
Oh, jeez. Got some ricocheting, huh?
Sergeant of the 61st New York.
Don't know who it is, but okay. As Caldwell's brigade advanced through the right flank, around the right flank of the Confederates, Colonel Francis C. Barlow and 350 men of the 61st and 64th New York, well, they saw a weak point in the line and seized a knoll commanding the sunken road. Was it grassy? This allowed them to get enfilade fire into the Confederate line, turning it into a deadly trap. In attempting to wheel around to meet this threat, a command from Rhodes was misunderstood by Lieutenant Colonel James N. Lightfoot, who had succeeded the unconscious John Gordon. Lightfoot ordered his men to about face and march away, an order that all 5 regiments of the brigade thought applied to them as well.
Oh, no.
Confederate troops streamed towards Sharpsburg, their line lost.
Oh, shit.
Poor communication, man.
Richardson's men were in hot pursuit when mass artillery hastily assembled by General Longstreet drove them back. A counterattack with 200 men led by D.H. Hill got around the Federal left flank near the sunken road. And although they were driven back by a fierce charge of the 5th New Hampshire, this stemmed the collapse of the center. Reluctantly, Richardson ordered his division to fall back to north of the ridge facing the sunken road. His division lost about 1,000 men. Colonel Barlow was severely wounded, Richardson mortally wounded. Winfield S. Hancock assumed division command. Although Hancock would have been an excellent future reputation as an aggressive division and corps commander, the unexpected change of command sapped the momentum of the Federal advance.
Not bad.
Of course it did.
The carnage from 9:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. on the sunken road gave it the name Bloody Lane, leaving about 5,600 casualties, Union with 3,000, Confederate with 2,600, along the 800-yard road.
Jeez.
And yet, a great opportunity presented itself. If this broken sector of the Confederate line were exploited, Lee's army would be divided in half and possibly defeated. There were ample forces available to do so as well. There was a reserve of 3,500 cavalry and 10,300 infantrymen of General Porter's 5th Corps awaiting near the Middle Bridge a mile away. 6th Corps under Major General William B. Franklin had just arrived with 12,000 men. Holy shit. Franklin was ready to exploit this breakthrough, but Sumner, the senior corps commander, ordered him not to advance.
No.
You guys are idiots, man.
Franklin appealed to McClellan, who left his headquarters to the rear to hear both arguments, but backed Sumner's decision.
Of course he did, because McClellan's a bitch.
Ordering Franklin and Hancock to hold their positions. Later in the day, the commander...
He's got 167 million men over there. We can't do anything.
Crazy.
Stupid.
Later in the day, the commander of the other reserve unit near the center, the 5th Corps, Major General John Porter, heard recommendations from Major General George Sykes, commanding the 2nd Division, that another attack would be made in the center. An idea that intrigued McClellan. He's like, maybe. However, Porter is said to have told McClellan, "Remember, General, I command the last reserve of the last army of the Republic." McClellan demurred, and another opportunity was lost.
Oh, Porter pulled rank, huh? He's like, don't think so.
McClellan was like, I wasn't going to do it anyway.
Right. The action moved to the southern end of the battlefield now. McClellan's plan called for Major General Ambrose Burnside and the 9th Corps to conduct a diversionary attack in support of Hooker's 1st Corps, hoping to draw Confederate attention away from the intended main attack in the north. However, Burnside was instructed to wait for explicit orders before launching his attack, and those orders did not reach him until 10 a.m.
Oh, jeez.
Burnside was strangely passive during preparations for the battle. He was disgruntled that McClellan had abandoned the previous arrangement of wing commanders reporting to him.
Right.
Previously, Burnside had commanded a wing that included both the 1st and 9th Corps, and now he was responsible only for the 9th Corps.
Oh, jeez.
Implicitly refusing to give up his higher authority, Burnside treated 1st Major General Jesse L. Reno, who was killed at South Mountain, and then Brigadier General Jacob D. Cox of the Kanawha Division as the Corps commander, funneling orders to the Corps through him.
Oh.
So Burnside's being a little bitch now, huh?
Yeah, he's pissed. Burnside had 4 divisions, which accompanied 12,500 troops, 50 guns east of Antietam Creek. Facing him was a force that had been greatly depleted by Lee's movement of units to bolster the Confederate left flank. At dawn, divisions of Brigadier Generals David Jones and John G. Walker stood in defense, but by 10 a.m., all of Walker's men and Colonel George T. Anderson's Georgia Brigade had been removed.
Bye.
Jones had about 3,000 men and 12 guns available to meet Burnside. 4th Thin Brigades guarded the ridges near Sharpsburg, primarily a low plateau known as Cemetery Hill. The remaining 400 men, the 2nd and 20th Georgia regiments, were under the command of Brigadier General Robert Toombs, with 2 artillery batteries, defended Rohrabark's Bridge, a 3-span 125-foot stone structure that was the southernmost crossing of the Antietam structure. I mean, it's a bridge. Let's call it a bridge.
It would become known to history as Burnside's Bridge because of the notoriety of the coming battle. The bridge was a difficult objective. The road leading to it ran parallel to the creek and was exposed to enemy fire. The bridge was dominated by a 100-foot-high wooded bluff on the west bank, strewn with boulders from an old quarry, making infantry and sharpshooter fire from good covered positions a dangerous impediment to crossing.
Yeah. All right.
Go and look at the bridge and tell me if you don't think Burnside and his corps might have executed a hop, skip, and a jump and landed on the other side. One thing is certain, they might have waited it that day without getting their waist belts wet in any place. So said Confederate Staff Officer Henry Kidd Douglas.
Antietam Creek in this sector was seldom more than 50 feet wide. Several stretches were only waist deep and out of Confederate range.
Okay.
Burnside has been widely criticized for ignoring this
Okay,
fact.
'cause Burnside's an idiot.
However, the commanding terrain across the sometimes shallow creek made crossing the water a comparatively easy part of a difficult problem. Burnside concentrated his plan instead on storming the bridge while simultaneously crossing a ford McClellan's engineers had identified a half a mile downstream. But when Burnside's men reached it, they found the banks too high to negotiate. When Well, Colonel George Crooks.
So why did McClellan's engineers say that this was a good ford then?
Idiots. While Colonel George Crook's Ohio Brigade prepared to attack the bridge with the support of Brigadier General Samuel Sturgis's division, the rest of the Kanawha Division and Brigadier General Isaac Rodman's division struggled through thick brush trying to locate Snavely's Ford 2 miles downstream, intending to flank the Confederates. Jeez.
Well, Crook's assault on the bridge was led by skirmishers from the 11th Connecticut who were ordered to clear the bridge for the Ohioans to cross and assault the bluff. After receiving punishing fire for 15 minutes, the Connecticut men withdrew with 139 casualties, 1/3 of their strength, including their commander, Colonel Henry W. Kingsbury, who was fatally wounded.
Oh, poor guy.
Crook's main assault went awry when his unfamiliarity with the terrain caused his men to reach the creek a quarter mile upstream from the bridge.
Okay.
Where they exchanged volleys with Confederate skirmishers for the next few hours.
Fantastic.
While Rodman's division was out of touch, slogging towards Snavely's Ford, Burnside and Cox directed a second assault at the bridge by one of Sturgis's brigades, led by the 2nd Maryland and 6th New Hampshire.
Okay.
They also fell prey to the Confederate sharpshooters and artillery, and their attack fell apart. By this time, it was noon, and McClellan was losing patience, and he was hungry. He sent a succession of couriers to motivate Burnside to move forward. He ordered one aide, tell him if it costs 10,000 men, he must go now. Screw you, McClellan.
Jeez.
He increased the pressure by sending his Inspector General, Colonel Delos B. Sackett, to confront Burnside, who reacted indignantly. McClellan appears to think I'm not trying my best to carry this bridge. You are the 3rd or 4th one who's been to me this morning with similar orders. I know what the fuck I got to do. Okay?
Right. Jeez, OP.
Hell out of here.
Third attempt to take the bridge is 12:30 p.m. by Sturgis's other brigade, commanded by Brigadier General Edward Ferrero. It was led by the 51st New York and 51st Pennsylvania, who, with adequate artillery support and a promise that a recently canceled whiskey ration would be restored if they were successful.
They're like, they want to get that damn whiskey.
Yeah. Charged downhill and took up positions on the east bank. Maneuvering a captured light howitzer into position, they fired double canister down the bridge and got within 25 yards of the enemy. By 1 p.m., Confederate ammunition was running low, and word reached Toombs that Rodman's men were crossing Snavely's Ford on their flank. He ordered a withdrawal. His Georgians had cost the Federals more than 500 casualties, giving up fewer than 160 themselves. Well, that was pretty good. And they had stalled Burnside's assault on the southern flank for more than 3 hours.
Damn.
Well, they did what they're supposed to do.
Burnside's assault stalled again on its own. His officers had neglected to transport ammunition across the bridge, which itself was becoming a bottleneck for soldiers, artillery, and wagons.
Right.
This represented another 2-hour delay. Jeez. General Lee used this time to bolster his right flank. I bet he did. He ordered up every available artillery unit, although he made no attempt to strengthen D.R. Jones's badly outnumbered force with infantry units from the left.
He's like, what about D.R. Jones?
Nah. Instead, he counted on the arrival of A.P. Hill's Light Division, currently embarked on an exhausting 17-mile march from Harper's Ferry. By 2 p.m., Hill's men had reached Bottler's Ford, and Hill was able to confer with the relieved Lee at 2:30.
Okay.
Who ordered him to bring up his men to the right of Jones. Oh, there you go, Jones. Federals are completely unaware that 3,000 new men would be facing them.
Uh-oh. Burnside's plan was to move around the weakened Confederate right flank, converge on Sharpsburg, and cut Lee's army off from Bottler's Ford. Their only escape route across the Potomac.
Yep.
3 p.m., Burnside left Sturgis' division in reserve on the west bank and moved west with over 8,000 troops, most of them fresh. He had 22 guns for close support as well. Initial assault led by the 79th New York Cameron Highlanders succeeded against Jones's outnumbered division, which was pushed back past Cemetery Hill to within 200 yards of Sharpsburg. Farther to the Union left, Rodman's division advanced toward Harper's Ferry Road. Its lead brigade, under Colonel Harrison Fairchild, containing several colorful zouaves of the New York 9th, commanded by Colonel Rush Hawkins, came under heavy shell fire from a dozen enemy guns mounted on a ridge to their front. But they kept on trucking.
Kept on moving on.
There was panic in the streets of Sharpsburg, clogged with retreating Confederates. Of the 5 brigades in Jones' division, only Toombs' brigade was still intact. We only had 700 men.
I don't think that's very much intact.
I don't think so.
A.P. Hill's division arrived finally at about 3:30 p.m. He divided his column with 2 brigades moving southeast to guard his flank, and the other 3, about 2,000 men, moving to the right of Toombs' brigade and preparing for a counterattack.
All right.
About 3:40, Brigadier General Maxcy Greggs' brigade of South Carolinians attacked the 16th Connecticut, which was on Rodman's left flank in the cornfield of Farmer John Otto.
Hey.
The Connecticut men had been in service for only 3 weeks, and their line disintegrated with 185 casualties.
Wow.
The 4th Rhode Island came up on the right, but they had poor visibility amid the high stalks of corn.
Of course.
And they were disoriented because the many Confederates were wearing Union uniforms captured at Harper's Ferry, right?
Yeah.
Remember they said they'd be causing confusion there.
That's funny.
They also broke and ran, leaving the 8th Connecticut far out in advance and isolated. Jeez. They were enveloped and driven down They enveloped and driven down the hills toward Antietam Creek. A counterattack by regiments from the Kanawha Division fell short.
And what are you going to do, man? You tried. The 9th Corps suffered casualties of about 20%, but still possessed twice the number of Confederates confronting them.
Right.
Unnerved by the collapse of his flank, Burnside ordered his men all the way back to the west bank of the Antietam, where he urgently requested more men and guns. McClellan was able to provide just one battery. He said, I can do nothing more. I have no infantry. In fact, however, McClellan had 2 fresh corps in reserves.
Dude,
oh, my goodness.
Gosh, man.
Porter's 5th and Franklin's 6th. But he was too cautious.
Oh, no way. McClellan too cautious?
He was very concerned that he was greatly outnumbered.
Oh, my God.
And that a massive counterstrike by Lee was imminent.
This dude is just... how does he lead an army when he's too scared to do any fucking
Dude,
thing?
it's like he's terrified of Lee. It's like, what the hell? Burnside's men spent the rest of the day guarding the bridge they had suffered so much to capture.
The battle was over by 5:30 p.m. On the morning of September 18th, Lee's army prepared to defend against a federal assault that never came. Of course it didn't. Because why attack the enemy when they're on their heels?
Right.
After an improvised truce for both sides to recover and exchange their wounded, Lee's forces began withdrawing across the Potomac that evening to return to Virginia. Losses from the battle were heavy on both sides. Union had 12,410 casualties with 2,108 dead. Confederate casualties were 10,316 with 1,547 dead. This represents 25% of the Federal force and 31% of the Confederates.
Jeez.
Overall, both sides lost a combined total of 22,726 in a single day, almost the same amount as the number of losses that had shocked the nation at the 2-day Battle of Shiloh just 5 months prior.
Jeez, oh, Pete. Of the other casualties, 1,910 Union and 1,550 Confederate troops died of their wounds soon after the battle.
Jeez.
While 225 Union and 306 Confederate troops listed as missing were later confirmed as dead. Several generals died as a result of the battle, including Major Generals Joseph K. Mansfield, Israel B. Richardson, and Brigadier General Isaac P. Rodman of the Unions, and Brigadier General Lawrence O. Branch and William E. Stark on the Confederates. Confederate Brigadier General George B. Anderson was shot in the ankle during the defense of the Bloody Lane. He survived the battle, but died later in October of an amputation.
Oh, no, they had to amputate his foot, and then he died because of that. Wow. So he's technically a casualty of the battle.
The fighting on September 17th, 1862, killed 7,650 American soldiers.
That's stupid.
More Americans died in battle on September 17th, 1862 than on any other day in the nation's history. Antietam is sometimes cited as the bloodiest day in all of American history. Antietam ranks 5th in terms of total casualties in Civil War battles, falling behind Gettysburg, Chickamauga, Chancellorsville, and Spotsylvania Courthouse.
We haven't even done any of those yet, so maybe we've done Chancellorsville. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's the 5th of battles, but Gettysburg was a 3-day battle. I'm sure these were all more than...
I think Gettysburg was the bloodiest 3 days.
The bloodiest battle of all.
What?
Gettysburg, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Or was that Shiloh?
No, I think Gettysburg gets that, bud.
Well, President Lincoln was disappointed in McClellan's performance, as are we. He believed McClellan's overly cautious and poorly coordinated actions in the field had forced the battle to a draw rather than a crippling Confederate defeat, I think.
Should have been.
The president was even more astonished that from September 17th to October 26th, despite repeated entreaties from the War Department and the president himself, McClellan declined to pursue Lee across the Potomac. He's getting direct orders from the president, who is the commander-in-chief, and he's saying, no.
Yeah.
He cites shortage of equipment and the fear of overextending his forces.
No, he was scared.
You're scared of Lee, you pussy.
Yeah, he was like, he got 100,000 men over there.
His general-in-chief, Henry Halleck, this guy does nothing too. Get rid of Halleck.
Yeah, Halleck.
Wrote in his official report, the long inactivity of so large an army in the face of a defeated foe when during the most favorable season for rapid movements and a vigorous campaign was a matter of great disappointment and regret.
Right. They could have easily.
Well, Lincoln relieved McClellan of his command of the Army of Potomac on November 5th, way too long, effectively ending the general's military career. He was replaced on November 9th by General Burnside.
Yeah, Burnside is like, yeah. Casualties were comparable on both sides. Although Lee had lost a higher percentage of his army. Lee withdrew from the battlefield first, the technical definition of the tactical loser in a Civil War battle.
You can't relinquish the battlefield, bud.
However, in a strategic sense, despite being a tactical draw, Antietam is considered a turning point of the war and a victory for the Union because it ended Lee's strategic campaign.
Yeah.
American historian James P.
Which was his first invasion of the Union territory, right?
Right. American historian James M. McPherson summed up the importance of the battle in his book, Crossroads of Freedom. He says,
Frogs are gay.
He says, no other campaign and battle in the war had such momentous, multiple consequences as Antietam. In July of 1863, the dual Union triumphs at Gettysburg and Vicksburg struck another blow that blunted a renewed Confederate offensive in the east and cut off the western third of the Confederacy from the rest.
Yeah, we'll be getting to that pretty soon. November 1864, Sherman's capture of Atlanta electrified the North, set the stage for the final drive to the Union victory. Those also were pivotal moments, but they would never have happened if the Triple Confederate Offensive in Mississippi, Kentucky, and most of all Maryland had not been defeated in the fall of 1862.
Right.
The results of Antietam also allowed President Lincoln to issue the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation. He was not going to do it until they won this battle, dude.
Yeah.
On September 22nd, which gave the Confederate States until January 1st, 1863 to end the rebellion or else lose their slaves. Although Lincoln had intended to do so earlier, Secretary of State William Seward, at a cabinet meeting advised him to wait until the Union won a significant victory as to not appear that he was doing it out of desperation. So, which it would have, because they were getting their asses whooped prior to this battle.
They were. The Union victory and Lincoln's proclamation played a considerable role in dissuading the governments of France and Britain from recognizing the Confederacy. Some suspected they were planning to do so in the aftermaths of another Union defeat. When emancipation was linked to the progress of the war, neither government had the political will to oppose the United States.
Right. When they're saying now these guys got to free the slaves, and now Britain and France are now going to look like they support slavery.
Yeah. They're like, I don't know.
Can't do that. That's a political nightmare.
Both countries had already abolished slavery, and the public would not have tolerated the government military supporting a sovereignty upholding the ideals of slaves.
Right.
They're like, excuse us?
What? The battle is commemorated at Antietam National Battlefield, of course.
Yeah,
Conservation work undertaken by Antietam National Battlefield and private groups has earned Antietam a reputation as one of the nation's best preserved battlefields of the Civil War.
Go check that out.
Few visual intrusions mar the landscape, letting visitors experience the site nearly as it was in 1862. That'd be cool. Antietam was one of the first 5 Civil War battlefields preserved federally, receiving that distinction August 30th, 1890.
Nice.
The U.S. War Department also placed over 300 tablets at that time to mark the spots of individual regiments and of significant phases in the battle. Oh, I wonder if those are still there.
Bet.
Battlefield was transferred to the Department of Interior in 1933. The Antietam National Battlefield now consists of 2,743 acres.
Wow. The American Battle Trust and its partners have acquired and preserved 464 acres of the Antietam battlefield as of late 2021. 2015, the trust saved 44.4 acres in the heart of the battlefield between the cornfield and the Dunker Church when it purchased the Wilson Farm for about $1 million. That's it.
Wow.
The preservation organization has since removed the post-war house and barn that stood on the... Why would you do that? They removed the house and barn that stood on the property along Hagerstown Pike and returned the land
post-war
to its... Oh, okay, post-war. Okay, and return it back to its wartime appearance.
Right.
Fantastic.
Get this shit out of here.
Yeah, I like that. Sorry.
September 19th, 1862, 2 days after the battle, Matthew Brady sent photographer Alexander Gardner and his assistant James Gibson to photograph the carnage.
Oh, man.
October 1862, Brady displayed the photos by Gardner in an exhibition entitled The Dead of Antietam at Brady's New York Gallery. Ooh. It's probably one of the first times that people are seeing graphic pictures.
Right.
Many images in this presentation were graphic photographs of corpses, a presentation new to America. Yeah. This was the first time that many Americans saw the realities of war in photographs as distinct from previous artists' impressions. Right, because previous was only paintings. The New York Times published a review on October 20th, 1862, describing how, of all objects of horror, one would think the battlefield should stand preeminent, that it should bear away the palm of repulsiveness.
Oh.
But crowds came to the gallery drawn by a terrible fascination to the images of mangled corpses, which brought the reality of remote battlefields to New Yorkers. Can you believe that shit?
Right.
Viewers examined details using a magnifying glass.
Oh, my.
We would scarce choose to be in the gallery when one of the women bending over them should recognize a husband, a son, or a brother in the still lifeless lines of bodies that lie ready for the gaping trenches.
Jeez.
Crazy stuff.
Wow.
See, the Civil War... And these pictures kind of did how the Vietnam War did so that was the first war that you actually had real news coverage of war.
Right.
And people are like, holy shit, war is fucking
crazy.
War is not good.
I'm telling you, watch that movie, The Greatest Beer Run Ever or some shit. What's his face? Zac Efron. Good movie. And it shows the actual, what we're talking about. First time shit like this was filmed.
And that shall do it for Antietam, folks.
Crazy battle.
It was just like nonstop.
Man.
The whole day. And McClellan, again, shows his ignorance. And Lee really couldn't do anything but defense. He tried to attack, but it didn't really happen for him.
No.
We're talking about the Second Battle of Murfreesboro up in Tennessee, Middle Tennessee, that is. Ran from December 31st to January 2nd. Moving in 1863, like I said, it was the culmination of the Stones River Campaign, it's also called the Battle of Stones River. After the Battle of Perryville, which we just did a couple weeks ago, so go look that one up, October 8th, Confederate General Braxton Bragg's Army of Mississippi withdrew to Harrodsburg, which is in Kentucky, where it was joined by Major General Edmund Kirby Smith's Army of 10,000 on October 10th. Although Bragg's newly combined force was up to 38,000 veterans. Veteran. How do you say it? Veteran. No, I can't even say it. It was up to 38,000 veteran troops. Veteran. He made no effort to regain. He made no effort to regain the initiative. On the other side, Don Carlos Buell did the same, and he said, "I will be equally passive and refuse to attack Bragg."
Both Halleck.
How many times these?
Lee have to be pissed.
You know how many times these armies could have been taken out? Like literally, these guys are like, yeah.
So I think most of this war was like political. This was like the first political freaking war there was.
We got to keep it going,
right? We can't end it this fast.
I don't know. Lincoln was getting some fucking mega heat from losing all the battles and shit. So
it's true. It's true. Frustrated with his prospects in Kentucky and low on supplies, General Bragg withdrew fully from Kentucky through the Cumberland Gap, passed through Knoxville and Chattanooga, turned northwest, and he eventually stopped in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. His army joined with Smith's Army in Kentucky and together renamed the Army of the Tennessee as of November 20th, 1862. They took up a defensive position northwest of the city along the West Fork of the Stones River. During a visit by Confederate President Jefferson Davis on the 16th of December, worst day in history, Bragg was ordered to send the infantry division of Major General Carter Stevenson to Mississippi to assist in the defense of Vicksburg. Should have.
Right. Loss of Stevenson's 7,500 men would be sorely felt in the coming battle. Bragg reorganized his army, and Kirby Smith left for East Tennessee. Bragg commanded 2 corps under Major General William Hardee, which were divisions of Major Generals John Breckinridge, Patrick Claiborne, John McCown, and then Major General Leonidas Polk had divisions of Major General Benjamin Cheatham and Jones Withers, and a cavalry that was commanded under Brigadier General Joseph Wheeler.
We don't hear too much of this guy.
Bragg had to deal with a command problem that became typical for him during the war, a virtual revolt of his senior generals who petitioned Jefferson Davis to relieve him in favor of Joseph Johnston.
Well, Johnston was the smarter of the two.
But he was the commander of all armies in the Western Theater. So
right. That's why.
Why would they want to do that?
Jefferson Davis was like, nah, I need him over there, bud. You continue to be worthless over here.
Well, this is the Western Theater. So he's already commanding the army over here.
Johnston is, yeah. But not Bragg.
Yeah, but Bragg's commanding this
right.
army of the Tennessee.
Yeah.
So why would they want Johnston? He's already commanding everything. Apparently.
Well, President Davis refused to relieve Bragg or the rebellious generals. On the Union side, President Lincoln had become frustrated with Buell's passivity and replaced him with Major General William Rosecrans, victor of the recent battles of Iuka and Corinth.
Iuka?
Iuka. Rosecrans moved his 9th Corps, or his 14th Corps, which was soon after designated the Army of the Cumberland, to Nashville, and was warned by Washington that he, too, would be replaced if he did not move aggressively against Bragg and occupy.
Good. About time somebody said something to these guys.
The only reason why you're here, bud, is just to go.
You're literally here to fucking...
However, Rosecrans was like, you know what? I need to reorganize this army and train these forces how I like it. Particularly this cavalry unit, because I don't like the way they're doing business.
Right.
And we need to resupply this army. He did not begin his march and pursuit of Bragg until the 26th of December. I mean, that's understandable. But as long from there on out, he has to
better. You guys, you got your shit ready. You better fucking attack now.
Right.
Well, while Rosecrans was preparing to Nashville, Bragg ordered Colonel John Hunt Morgan to move north with his cavalry and operate along Rosecrans' lines of communications.
Oh.
And he wanted to prevent him from foraging for supplies north of Nashville.
Okay.
Battle of Hartsville, which we just did, at a crossing point on the Cumberland River about 40 miles upstream from Nashville, north of Murfreesboro, was an incident in Morgan's raid to the north before Rosecrans had the bulk of his infantry forces on the move.
Okay.
The relatively small battle that followed Morgan's surprise attack was an embarrassing Union defeat, resulting in many captured Union supplies and soldiers.
I don't understand. They were never on guard, like ever. They're like, yeah, there's always Confederate forces within 50 miles of us, but we don't care.
Right. And it's a surprise.
Where's your gun, soldier? What? I don't know.
Are we supposed to have one?
Do I need it? Wait, should I carry extra bullets? Stupid. The Union also engaged in a strategic cavalry raid on December 26th, the day Rosecrans marched from Nashville. A small force under Brigadier General Samuel Carter raided the Upper Tennessee Valley from Manchester, Kentucky. Until January 5th, Carter's men destroyed railroad bridges and fought a few skirmishes, including a serious one on the 28th of December at Perkins Mill, also known as Elk Fort. But none of the cavalry raids, Confederate or Union, had any significant effect on the Stones River campaign. The Army of the Cumberland marched southeast the day after Christmas in 3 columns, or wings, if you want to call it that, towards Murfreesboro. And they were effectively harassed by Wheeler's Confederate cavalry along the way, which delayed their movements, obviously. That's harassing. They just call them names and stuff.
Like, you idiots.
Look at the way you're marching. You even march like Yankees.
Those uniforms are terrible.
Look at you.
Would your mom sew them?
Look at you with your brand new boots and rations.
Although Rosecrans had reported his army to have 81,729 effectives in Nashville, his force on the march was barely more than half of that.
Still 40,000.
Since he needed to protect his base and supply lines from the harassment of the Confederate cavalry. The left wing of 14,500 men under Major General Thomas Crittenden, which had divisions of Brigadier Generals Thomas Wood, John Palmer, Horatio Van Cleve, took a route that was parallel to the Nashville and Chattanooga Railroad, passed through Laverne and south of Smyrna.
Okay.
Georgia or Tennessee? It's Smyrna, Tennessee.
Yeah.
The right wing of 16,000 men under Major General Alexander McCook, which had divisions of Brigadier Generals Jefferson C. Davis, Richard W. Johnson, and Philip Sheridan, marched along south of the Nolensville Turnpike to Nolensville, south to Triune, and then eastward to Murfreesboro. Said, we'll all meet up at Murfreesboro, boys.
Right. The center wing of this Union army, 13,500 men under Brigadier General George Henry Thomas, had divisions of Major General Lavelle Rousseau and Brigadier Generals James Negley, Speed S. Fry, Speedy S. Fry, and Robert B. Mitchell. They moved south along the Wilson Turnpike and the Franklin Turnpike, parallel to the Nashville and Decatur River. Decatur Railroad. Then they moved eastward through Nolensville and along the same route used by Crittenden south of the Nashville and Chattanooga. Union cavalry under Brigadier General David Stanley, he had a single cavalry division under Colonel Kennett, proceeded east of the 3 columns, which makes sense. The separation of the wings was designed to conduct a turning.
Each of the 3 columns.
Right. The separation of the wings was designed to conduct a turning movement against Hardee at Truen. But when the United States march began, Bragg moved Hardee back to Murfreesboro to avoid a confrontation. He was like, come back.
You're going to have a confrontation at Murfreesboro, so right. I guess it's better because you got all your men there. Mm-hmm. Murfreesboro was a small town in Stones River Valley, a former state capital named for a colonel in the American Revolutionary War, Hardee Murphy.
No shit.
All through the war, it was a center for strong Confederate sentiment, and Bragg and his men were warmly welcomed and entertained during the month of December.
Wonder where they get Burrow from. Burrow.
It's a town surrounded by walls or forts. That's what a borough is.
Okay.
It's also Berg or Berry. So Pittsburgh.
Okay.
Waterbury.
All right. Okay. Greensboro. Okay.
Right.
All right. I get it.
All right.
Okay.
Vicksburg.
Pittsburgh. Fredericksburg.
Right.
Petersburg.
All that good stuff. Well, you learn something new every day, don't you? Mm. Yeah, they were well entertained during the month of December. Everybody loved them in Murfreesboro.
Right.
It was located in a rich agricultural region from which Bragg planned to provision his army and a position that he intended to use to block a potential Union advance on Chattanooga.
Oh.
Hardee noted afterward that the field of battle offered no particular advantages for the defense.
Uh-oh.
Despite this, Bragg was reluctant to move farther south, say to the arguably more defensible Duck River Valley, or farther north to Stewart's Creek, where Rosecrans thought Bragg would defend.
Right. He was like, there's no way they're going to go to Murfreesboro
He's like,
again.
Yeah, Confederates won that one.
Okay.
So they should already know that they can defend it and know what to do. So
right. That's why Morgan or Bragg was like, we're good.
Stay here.
Sensitive to political requirements that almost no Tennessee ground be yielded to federal control, he chose a relatively flat area northwest of the politically influential city, straddling the Stones River. Portions of the area, particularly near the intersection of Nashville Pike and the Nashville and Chattanooga Railroad, were characterized by small but dense cedar forests, and places more impenetrable to infantry than the wilderness of Spotsylvania in Virginia. Short limestone outcroppings separated by narrow cracks as if rows of teeth impeded the movement of wagons and artillery.
Oh, I bet.
Hardee's Corps...
wagon wheels getting broken probably all the time.
Likely, yeah. Hardee's Corps was initially placed in Trioun, about 20 miles to the west. Polk's army on the west bank of the river and a detached division from Hardee's Corps under Major General John Breckinridge on the low hills east of the river. None of the troops were ordered to construct field fortifications. They're like, do we need to set up? No, bud.
By the time Rosecrans had arrived in Murfreesboro on the evening of December 29th, the Army of Tennessee had been encamped in the area for a month. By nightfall, 2/3 of Rosecrans' army was in position along the Nashville Turnpike, and by the next day, Rosecrans' army numbered about 41,000 to Bragg's 35,000.
That's all right.
The odds were closer than those figures would indicate, though.
Okay.
Bragg had the advantage of the detached but cooperating cavalry commands under Force and Morgan.
Right. It helps that the cavalry's cooperating.
Right. And they raided deeply behind Union lines while Wheeler's cavalry slowed the Union forces with hit-and-run skirmishes.
All right, that's the best part.
All right, part of Rosecrans' reluctance to move from Nashville was the inexperience of his cavalry forces in comparison to their Confederate counterparts.
Right. All right.
He's like, even though I spent a week trying to get these guys ready, I don't
wasn't enough.
On December 29th, Wheeler and 2,500 of his men rode completely around the Union Army, destroying supply wagons and capturing reserve ammunition in Rosecrans' trains. They captured 4 wagon trains and 1,000 Union prisoners.
Are you serious?
Jeez.
It's ridiculous. December 30th. The Union force moved into line 2 miles northwest of Murfreesboro. The two armies were in parallel lines about 4 miles long, oriented from southwest to northeast. That's ridiculous.
Dude.
That's crazy. Bragg's left flank was weak at the start. Rosecrans could have attacked there when he arrived and wheeled left, around the flank and directly into the town of Murfreesboro. But he did not know the full disposition of Bragg's forces because of the skillful screening of the Confederate cavalry during the Union March. I guess.
Right, they didn't let him see.
Right. In a manner similar to the previous year's first battle of Bull Run, both commanders devised similar plans for the following day. Envelop the enemy's right, get into his rear, and cut him off from his base. Since both plans were the same, the victory would probably go to the side that was able to attack first.
Right.
Rosecrans ordered his men to be ready to attack after breakfast, but Bragg ordered an attack at dawn.
He said, boys, you ain't eating breakfast this morning.
He's like, breakfast?
Or you better get up at 2 o'clock in the morning.
All right, dude, we can eat afterwards.
Well, some of us.
There'll be more to go around afterwards, guys.
Right. You get a larger portion after the battle, trust me. Bragg's forces were situated with Polk's Corps on the west side of the river and Hardee's men on the east. He had expected Rosecrans to attack on December 30th, but when that didn't happen, his plan was to drive Hardee's Corps and the cavalry under Brigadier General John Wharton deep into the Union rear.
Okay.
He began moving the bulk of Hardee's Corps across the river to his left flank to prepare for the next morning's attack. This left Breckinridge's division in reserve on the east side of the river on the high ground.
Okay, fantastic. Rosecrans intended to have Crittenden cross the river and attack the heights east of the river, which would be an excellent artillery platform to bombard the entire Confederate lines. Yes, it would be. However, Crittenden, facing Breckinridge on the Union left, failed to notify McCook, which was on the Union right, of these troop movements. McCook anticipated the next day would begin with a major attack by Crittenden, planted numerous campfires in his area, hoping to deceive the Confederates as to his strength on that flank, and to disguise the fact that his flank was not anchored on an obstacle, which was the nearby Overall Creek.
Oh, why wouldn't you do that? Thomas, who was in the center, was ordered to make a limited attack and act as a pivot for the Crittenden's wheel.
Right.
For Crittenden's wheel.
Right.
The armies camped only 700 yards from each other, and their band
crazy.
started a musical battle that became a non-lethal preview of the next day's events. Didn't they do that in the other battle?
Yeah, they did.
Northern musicians played Yankee Doodle and Hail Columbia and were answered by Dixie and the Bonnie Blue Flag.
Obviously.
Finally, one band started playing Home Sweet Home, and the others on both sides joined in. So like,
Nice. Look at that shit.
thousands of Northern and Southern soldiers sang the sentimental song together across the line.
See, they didn't want to kill each other.
What does that sound like?
Sweet home, mid pleasures, and though we may roam, be it ever so humble. There's no place like home, you know. A charm from the sky seems to hollow us there. Sweet home there.
This sounds like like one of those role-playing games, like
There's no place like home.
Zelda.
Right. Yeah. Oh, RPG games back in the day.
What is it? Home Sweet Home?
Yeah.
Thousand people fucking singing that in unison, dude.
Crazy.
That'd be awesome. Yeah, but they sang together. Home Sweet Home. Good for them.
Fantastic. Major General Williams Rosecrans Army of Cumberland fielded approximately 43,000 men and included 3 infantry army corps, named right wing, center, and left wing, obviously. The right wing, under Major General Alexander McCook, consisted of divisions, 1st Division, Brigadier General Jefferson C. Davis, his brigades of Colonel Sidney Post, William Carlin, and William Woodruff. 2nd Division, Brigadier General Richard W. Johnson had brigades August Willich, Edward Kirk, and Philemon P. Baldwin. He was a colonel. The other guys were brigadier generals. 3rd Division, Brigadier General had Philip Sheridan leading his brigades. Brigadier General Joshua Sill, Colonel Frederick Schaefer, and Colonel George W. Roberts. The center wing, under Major General George H. Thomas, consisted of 1st Division MG. Major General Lavelle Rousseau, with brigades of Colonel Benjamin Schreibner, Colonel John Beatty, and Colonel John C. Starkweather, and Lieutenant Oliver Shepard. Look at the lieutenant guy coming in there, huh?
Lieutenant Colonel.
Right. Well, Lieutenant Colonel. 2nd Division, Brigadier General James Nagley. He had brigades of Brigadier General James Spears, Colonel Timothy Stanley, and Colonel John F. Miller. That 3rd Division of the center wing is Brigadier General Speed S. Fry. He had he had brigades of Colonel Moses Walker. That was it.
For him, huh?
Moving on to the left wing, under Major General Thomas Crittenden, consisted of divisions. 1st Division, Brigadier General Thomas J. Wood. He had brigades of Brigadier General Milo Haskell, Colonel George Wagner, Colonel Charles Harker. 2nd Division's Brigadier General John Palmer. He had brigades of Brigadier General Charles Cruft, Colonel William Hazen, and Colonel William Gross. Going on to the 3rd Division of the left wing, Brigadier General Horatio Van Cleve. He had brigades of Colonel Samuel Beatty, Colonel James Fife, and Colonel Samuel Price. Your cavalry corps, under Brigadier General David S. Stanley, included 1 cavalry division under Colonel John Kennett, and the brigades of Colonel Robert H. G. Minty and Colonel Louis Zahm.
All right, then. Well, I can assure you that the Confederates are not going to be that long.
Right.
General Braxton Bragg's Army of Tennessee fielded approximately 35,000 men and included 2 infantry army corps. 1st Corps, under Lieutenant General Leonidas Polk, consisted of the divisions of Chetham's Division. Major General Benjamin Chetham, obviously, had brigades of Brigadier General Daniel Donaldson, Brigadier General Alexander Stewart, Brigadier General George Maney, and Colonel Alfred Vaughn, Jr. Withers Division, commanded by Withers, had the brigades of Colonel John Loomis, Brigadier General James Chalmers, Brigadier General Patton Anderson, and Colonel Arthur Manigault. Second Corps under Lieutenant General, is it Lieutenant General?
Yeah.
William J. Hardy consisted of the divisions of Breckinridge Division, obviously led by Breckinridge himself, had the brigades of Brigadier General Daniel Adams, Colonel Joseph Palmer, Brigadier General William Preston, Brigadier General Roger Hanson, and Brigadier General John Jackson.
Nice.
Claiborne's division, managed by Claiborne, had brigades of Brigadier General Lucius Polk, Brigadier General St. John Liddell, Brigadier General Bushrod Johnson, and Brigadier General Sterling Wood. McCown's division, obviously we know who runs that one, has brigades of Brigadier General Matthew Ector, Brigadier General James Rains, Brigadier General Evander McNair, and Brigadier General Sterling A.M. Wood. What? Why is he in two things?
Yeah, that's not fair.
What the hell's going on there? If I never have to say Brigadier General again in this episode, I will be fucking all right. Well, the Cavalry Corps, managed by Brigadier General Joseph Wheeler, consisted of brigades under Wheeler, Brigadier General Abraham Buford, Brigadier General John Pegram, and Brigadier General John Wharton.
Okay.
Whew. All right, you guys get all that?
Fantastic. It is New Year's Eve, the beginning of New Year's Eve. It is dawn of December 31st, about 6 a.m. Confederate William J. Hardy struck first, attacking the Union's right flank with the division of Major General John P. McCown. Before many in Union Brigadier Generals Richard Johnston's division had finished their breakfast.
Damn.
This was the third major battle after Fort Donelson and Shiloh, in which an early morning attack caught an army by surprise, a Union army by surprise. 10,000 Confederates were massed on their left, attacked in one massive wave.
Jeez.
McCook's deceptive campfires and the relative inexperience of McCown caused his division to drift away to the left.
Oh, hey, so it worked.
Which left
Saved him some time, probably.
Right. And this also left a gap in the front, but this gap was filled seamlessly by the division coming up from his rear. He was like, no, you guys. No, whatever. Let's go. Under Major General Patrick Claiborne, these two divisions swept all resistance aside. Several artillery batteries were captured without having time to fire a single shot.
Jeez.
Johnson's division on the right suffered about over 50% casualties. His neighboring Union division to the left, under Brigadier General Jefferson C. Davis, was able to hold only briefly. Wow, that's gotta suck.
Right. Although meeting stiff resistance, Hardy drove the Union troops back 3 miles to the railroad and the Nashville Pike by 10 a.m., where Johnson was able to rally them. Rosecrans canceled Crittenden's. Of course, why? No use attacking now. You got to defend.
Right.
Rosecrans canceled Crittenden's attack on the Confederate right, which had begun with Brigadier General Horatio Van Cleve's division crossing the river at 7. Well, so they were already in the middle of it.
Okay.
And instead rushed reinforcements to his own right flank. He had been slow to recognize the threat, assuming incorrectly that McCook would be capable of turning back Hardy's assault.
Well, he was wrong.
As Rosecrans raced across the battlefield, directing units seeming ubiquitous to his men, his uniform was covered with blood from his friend and chief of staff, Colonel Julius Garesche,
Jeez.
who was beheaded by a cannonball while riding alongside.
Shit.
Did you imagine that? He's just riding along, looking at him, and his head just...
Boom.
Oh, my.
He's just sitting on his horse, and then it falls over.
Falls right over, right? Oh, my goodness.
Wow. The second Confederate wave was by Polk's Corps, consisting of divisions Major General Jones Withers and Benjamin Cheatham.
Withers.
What saved the Union from total destruction that morning was the foresight of Brigadier General Philip Sheridan on McCook's right. Nope, it was in McCook's wing, who anticipated an early attack and had the troops of his division up and
Look
ready.
at Sheridan. He was like, they're going to do what they did in the other place.
Right. And this
Perryville, or what the
right.
hell was it? Fort Donelson and Shiloh.
Fort Donelson and Shiloh. He had his men ready in the center of the right half of the line by 4 a.m.
Damn. See?
Withers hit Sheridan's right flank first, and then Davis's left, but was repulsed in 3 separate charges.
For them.
Then Cheatham, with his reserve division, hit Sheridan's front as Claiborne struck his flank.
Uh-oh. Well, Cheatham's assault was sluggish and piecemeal. Observers claimed he had been drinking heavily and was unable to command his units effectively. Dude, it's 4 a.m. in the morning, 7 a.m., whatever.
Especially when he knew they were attacking at dawn.
Right. Well, Sheridan's men slowed the enemy advance, and they did it at a heavy cost to themselves. All 3 of Sheridan's brigade commanders were killed that day.
Oh, jeez.
And more than 1/3 of his men were casualties in 4 hours of fighting in a cedar forest surrounded on 3 sides that became known as the Slaughter Pen.
Oh, no.
bad. They were just right there.
Right.
By 10 a.m., many of the Confederate objectives had been achieved. They had captured 28 guns and over 3,000 Union soldiers.
Holy shit, dude. That went bad.
That's just the first day, guys.
Two Confederate
We got
blunders.
two more days of this.
Two Confederate blunders aided Rosecrans, though. Breckinridge, on the east side of the river, did not realize that Crittenden's early morning attack had been withdrawn. He refused to send 2 brigades as reinforcements across the river to aid the main attack on the left. He was like, no, we got to stay here. They're coming. When Bragg ordered him to attack to his front so that some use could be made of his corps, Breckinridge moved forward and was embarrassed to find out there were no Union troops opposing him. He was like,
I bet he was, dude.
nothing here. He's like, oh, shit.
I hear about this.
At about that time, Bragg received a false report that a strong Union force was moving south along the Lebanon Turnpike in his direction. He canceled his orders that Breckinridge send reinforcements across the river, which diluted the effectiveness of the main attack. That's so stupid.
That's crazy.
I don't understand.
You know, the Union sending in, like, civilians pretty much acting as Confederate sympathizers. But, dude, there's a big-ass group coming towards you.
Right.
And he took the bait. Nice.
And he's like...
right. By 11, they put the gum in there. By 11 a.m., tobacco. By 11 a.m., Sheridan's ammunition ran low, and his division pulled back, which opened up a gap that Hardee exploited.
Oh, so we got Union ammo running low. We haven't seen this before.
The Union troops regrouped, well, because they stole all their supplies, remember? The Union troops regrouped and held the Nashville Pike, supported by reinforcements and massed artillery. Repeated attacks on the left flank of the Union line were repulsed by Colonel William B. Hazen's brigade in a rocky 4-acre wooded area named the Round Forest.
Okay.
It became known as Hell's Half Acre, though, after this. Brigadier General Milo Haskell sent the 3rd Kentucky to the Round Forest as reinforcements. When he was informed that the 3rd regimental commander was dead, he decided to take personal command of the defensive position.
And someone's got to.
He declared that it had to be held, even if it cost the last man we had. Hazen's brigade was the only part of the original Union line to hold. The Union line was stabilized by the strong leadership of Rosecrans and by the rallying of the divisions under Johnson and Davis. The new line was roughly perpendicular to the original one, in a small half oval with its back to the river.
Oh, shit.
Back to the river? That's not good.
Right. General Bragg planned to attack the Union left, a portion of the oval line facing southeast, manned by Hazen's brigade. The only troops available for such an assault were Breckinridge's, and Bragg ordered him to cross that river, but Breckinridge moved slowly. By 4 p.m., Breckinridge's first 2 brigades assaulted Hazen in piecemeal attacks and suffered heavy repulses. 2 more brigades arrived, and they were sent in, reinforced by other elements of Polk's corps. The attack failed a second time. Thomas responded with a limited counterattack that cleared his front. By 4:30 p.m., the battle was over.
Bragg's plan had a fundamental flaw, although his objective was to cut Rosecrans' line of communication, which was the Nashville Pike. His attack drove the Union defenders to concentrate at that point.
All right.
Bragg's biographer Grady McWhiney observed, unless the Union Army collapsed at the first onslaught, it would be pushed back into a tighter and stronger defensive position as the battle continued, while the Confederate forces would gradually lose momentum, become disorganized, and grow weaker. Like a snowball, the Union would pick up strength from the debris of the battle if they retreated in good order.
All right.
Right, because they're going to all group together, right?
They have nowhere place to go. But the Confederates would inevitably unwind like a ball of string as they advanced.
Yeah, it was still McWhiney.
Right. That night, Rosecrans had a council of war to decide what to do. Some of his generals felt that the Union Army had been defeated and recommended a retreat before they were entirely cut off.
Pussies.
Rosecrans opposed this view and was strongly supported by Thomas and Crittenden. Thomas has been quoted by different sources in the council meeting as saying either this army does not retreat or there's no better place to die. I'm pretty sure he said this army does not retreat.
Or there's no better place to die. You know, those people were back then.
Right. The decision was made to stand and fight. And as the Union line was reinforced, the morale of the soldiers rose.
Damn right.
He's like, this is why President Lincoln put me in charge.
Right. I said, yeah. Lincoln, what piss Lincoln would be if they retreated, dude? Right.
I really want to go.
Right. On the Confederate side, Bragg was certain that he had won a victory. Although he suffered 9,000 casualties, he was convinced that the large number of captured Union soldiers meant that Rosecrans had lost considerably more. The Confederate Army began digging in, facing the Union line. Bragg sent a telegram to Richmond before he went to bed. He said, "The enemy has yielded his strong position and is falling back. We occupy the whole field and shall follow him. God has granted us a happy new year."
Really?
Not so fast, Bragg. You're bragging, Bragg.
Oh, man. 3 a.m., January 1st, 1863. Rosecrans revived his original plan and ordered McCleave's division, commanded by Colonel Samuel Beatty, following Van Cleve's wounding the previous day. He said, "You cross that river and occupy the heights there." protecting 2 river crossing sites and providing a good platform for artillery. The day was relatively quiet as both armies observed New Year's Day by resting and tending to their wounded. Polk launched 2 probes of the Union line, one against Thomas and the other against Sheridan, to little effect.
In the rear, Wheeler's cavalry continued to harass the Union line of communication on the turnpike back to Nashville. Convoys of wounded had to travel under heavy escort to be protected from the cavalry, and Wheeler interpreted these movements as preparations for a retreat, which he reported to Bragg. Buoyed by his sense that he had won the battle, Bragg was content to wait for Rosecrans to retreat.
No!
4 p.m., January 2nd, Bragg directed Breckinridge's troops to attack Beatty's division, which was occupying the hill on the east side of the river. Breckinridge initially protested that the assault would be suicidal, but eventually agreed and attacked with determination.
Right, I mean, once they're already up on there, I mean, we already know what the artillery does for the Union. Jeez, it destroys. The Union troops were pushed back across The Union troops were pushed back across McFadden Ford, but the Confederate charge ran into heavy fire from massed Union artillery across the river, commanded by Crittenden's artillery chief, Captain John Mendenhall. Mendenhall deployed his guns perfectly. 45 arrayed hub to hub on the ridge overlooking McFadden's Ford, and 12 more guns about a mile to the southwest, which could provide enfilading fire, completely commanding the opposite bank and heights beyond, and saved the day for Rosecrans. The Confederate attack stalled, having suffered 1,800 casualties in less than an hour.
Damn.
Dude, the artillery, I'm telling you, it's fucking nuts.
Union Division under the command of James Negley under Thomas's wing led a counterattack at 4:45 p.m., and the Confederate troops retreated. Breckinridge was devastated by the disaster. He lost nearly one-third of his Kentucky troops, which was Hanson's brigade, also known as the Orphan Brigade, because it could not return to Union-occupied Kentucky. All right. As he rode among the survivors, he cried out repeatedly, "My poor orphans! My poor orphans!"
Oh, wow.
Jeez.
On the morning of 3rd of January, a large supply train and reinforced infantry brigade led by Brigadier General James Spears reached Rosecrans just in time.
Just in time.
Wheeler's cavalry attempted to capture the ammo train that followed it, but was repulsed. Later that evening, Thomas attacked the center of the Confederate line with 2 regiments in reaction to the constant enemy sharpshooting against troops in his division under Lavelle Rousseau. Thomas drove the Confederates from their entrenchments, taking about 30 prisoners. Despite this action, the main battle was generally accepted to have ended on January 2nd.
Bragg now knew that Rosecrans was not likely to retreat and would continue to receive reinforcements, and the Confederates only had about 20,000 men ready to resume a battle, and intelligence reports convinced Bragg Rosecrans would soon have 70,000.
Which he probably did.
And he knew that the miserable weather of freezing rain could raise the river enough to split his army.
Right.
Beginning at 10 p.m. on January 3rd, he withdrew through Murfreesboro and began a retreat to Tullahoma, Tennessee, 36 miles to the south. Rosecrans occupied Murfreesboro on January 5th, but made no attempt to pursue Bragg. You've got to be doing that. Rosecrans was quoted after the battle as saying, "Bragg's a good dog, but hold fast. Bragg's a good dog, but hold fast, so better." Is that his dog or something? All right, convert him to a dog. Awesome.
Right. Just as Perryville, Bragg seemed to change under stress from a bold and aggressive attacker to a hesitant and cautious retreater. He had, of course, sound reasons for withdrawing from Murfreesboro. His principal subordinates advised him to retreat. He had lost nearly 30% of his men in his recent battles. If forced to fight again without some rest, his army might disintegrate. But his decision to retreat allowed his enemies to charge that once again, Bragg had lost his nerve.
Yeah, Bragg's not doing too hot, man.
Bragg's biographer, Grady McWhiney. McWhiney.
Total casualties in the battle were 25,645. 13,906 on the Union side and 11,739 for the Confederates, or 32.7% of all troops.
Crazy.
Considering that only about 78,400 men were engaged, this was the highest percentage of casualties, 3.8% killed, 19.8% wounded, and 7.9% missing or captured. It was the most of any major battle in the Civil War.
Oh, shit.
Higher in absolute numbers than the infamous bloodbaths at Shiloh and Antietam earlier that year.
Oh, shit.
4 brigadier generals were killed or mortally wounded.
Oh.
Confederates James E. Raines and Roger Hanson, and Union brigadier generals Edward Kirk and Joshua Sill. Also among the wounded was Union soldier Francis Elizabeth Quinn, one of many women who disguised themselves as men to fight in the war.
Oh, shit. Look at that. Wow. The battle was tactically inconclusive, however. Bragg received almost universal scorn from his Confederate military colleagues. Only the support of Joseph Johnston and President Davis's inability to find a suitable replacement saved his command.
Oh, look at him.
And even Johnston's like, he's good.
Right.
Let him stay, bud. The battle was very important to Union morale, as evidenced by Abraham Lincoln's letter to General Rosecrans. It says, "You gave us a hard-earned victory, which had there been a defeat instead, the nation could scarcely have lived over." Oh, man.
It's true.
Yeah. The Confederate threat to Kentucky and Middle Tennessee had been nullified, and Nashville was secure once again as a major Union supply base for the rest of the war.
Good for them. Look at that. Rosecrans spent 5.5 months reinforcing Murfreesboro. The massive earthenworks Fort Rosecrans was built there and served as a supply depot for the remainder of the war. The next major operation, which is the Tullahoma campaign, did not come until June, when Rosecrans finally moved to get his army against Bragg. Wow. Part of the site of the Battle of Stones River and Fort Rosecrans is now Stones River National Battlefield. Contains the Hazen Brigade Monument, the nation's oldest intact Civil War monument.
Oh, no shit.
Which was erected in May of 1863 during the war.
Damn.
Wow. By William Hazen's brigade at Hell's Half Acre. So they did it. Nice.
Wow.
Why? The 600-acre national battlefield includes Stones River National Cemetery, established in 1865 with more than 6,000 Union graves.
Wow.
American Battlefield Trust and its partners have acquired and preserved 74 acres, some of which has been sold to the National Park Service and incorporated into the National Battlefield.
All right. Whatever.
All right. Well, there you have it.
Well,
that turned into something more than I thought it was going to be honest with you.
If Breckinridge would have moved in and reinforced Bragg
at the beginning,
that would have been different Confederates. And if Rosecrans would have done more pushing,
and if they were ready,
right in the morning,
and not got surprised again, they probably would have been way different earlier.
Could have been a different. And once they got that on that ridge and put that artillery up, I mean, just mow them down. It's just even the Confederate general was like, "Dude, we're gonna get mowed down, but let's do it. I guess.
Let's do it anyways.
Let's do it anyways."
Moving on with the Battle of Chancellorsville, April 30th through May 6th. Major battle. It's the principal engagement of the Chancellorsville campaign, clearly. As mentioned before, Lee's perfect battle, it's known as, because his risky decision to divide his army in the presence of a much larger enemy force resulted in a significant Confederate victory.
Right.
In the Eastern Theater of the war, the objective of the Union had been to advance and seize the Confederate capital, Richmond, which they've been trying to do for 3 years. In the first 2 years of the war, 4 major attempts had failed. First one was just miles away from Washington at the First Battle of Bull Run, First Manassas.
All right.
Which we know McClellan sucks.
All right.
And he had to withdraw, as usual, and was forced to turn back in the 7 Days Battle by Robert E. Lee.
Yeah, so Lee's working out for him so far. Other places, Confederates are not doing very well. Even when the Union mess up, they still get it.
Somehow.
Like freaking not docking, what do they call it? When their ships get stuck.
Run around
when they're running aground their ships. And they still win. Crazy. That very summer, Major General John Pope's Army of the Virginia was defeated at the Second Battle of Bull Run, which we did. Finally, in December 1862, Major General Ambrose Burnside's Army of the Potomac attempted to reach Richmond by way of Fredericksburg.
Oh, that Fredericksburg.
But was defeated at the Battle of Fredericksburg. January 1863, the Army of the Potomac, following the Battle of Fredericksburg and the
Himalayan monster.
And the humiliating Mud March. Everybody remembers the Mud March. That suffered rising desertions and plunging morale. Like, dude, what the hell's going on here? Even the president was like, we need something fast. I'm tanking in the polls, boys.
Right.
Major General Ambrose Burnside decided to conduct a mass purge of the Army of the Potomac's leadership, eliminating a number of generals who he felt were responsible for the disaster at Fredericksburg. In reality, he had no power to dismiss anyone without the approval of Congress.
Well, because of that,
makes sense.
Predictably, his purge went nowhere, and he offered Abraham Lincoln his resignation from the command of the Army of the Potomac.
He's like, what am I doing here if I can't see fit what needs to be done?
Right. Well, he even offered to resign entirely from the Army, but the president persuaded him to stay, transferring him to the Western Theater.
He's like, no, man.
Where he became commander of the Department of Ohio.
He's like, why don't you go play with the Indians for a while?
Right. He's like, no. Burnside's former command, the 9th Corps, was transferred to the Virginia Peninsula, a movement that prompted the Confederates to detach troops from Lee's army under Lieutenant James Longstreet, a decision that would be consequential in the upcoming campaign.
Longstreet wasn't a bad general himself. Decent.
He just did Suffolk, didn't he? Wasn't he Suffolk?
Something like that, somewhere around there. Abraham Lincoln had become convinced that the appropriate objective for his Eastern Army was the army of Robert E. Lee, and he was convinced right. Not any geographic features such as a capital city, but he and his generals knew that the most reliable way to bring Lee to a decisive battle was to threaten his capital.
Right.
Lincoln tried a 5th time with a new general on January 25th, 1863. Major General Joseph Hooker, a man with pugnacious reputation, pugnacious?
Sure.
With a pugnacious reputation, who had performed well in previous subordinate commands.
Well, guess what?
With Burnside's departure, Major General William B. Franklin left as well. Franklin had been a staunch supporter of George B. McClellan and refused to serve under Hooker because he disliked him personally and also because he was senior to Hooker in rank.
Right.
Obviously.
He was like, now you want me to serve under this guy?
Right. I don't think so. Major General Edwin B. Sumner stepped down due to old age. He was 65 and he had poor health. That's 65, pretty good in 1863.
Right.
Sounds like so, right?
Well, he was reassigned to a command in Missouri, but died before he could assume it. Oh, Sumner. Or no.
Yeah, that's that one, remember? No, that other one who got promoted and then died on his way.
Was it Sumner? I think it was Sumner. Brigadier General Daniel Butterfield was reassigned from command of the 5th Corps to be Hooker's chief of staff. Hooker embarked on a much-needed reorganization of the Army, doing away with Burnside's grand division system, which had proved unwieldy. He also no longer had sufficient senior officers on hand that he could trust to command multi-corps operations. He organized the cavalry into separate corps under the command of Brigadier General George Stoneman, who had commanded the 3rd Corps at Fredericksburg. But while he concentrated the cavalry into a single organization, he dispersed his artillery battalions to the control of the infantry division. Infantry division commanders, removing the coordinated influence of the Army's artillery chief, which was Brigadier General Henry J. Hunt.
Oh,
he's shaking everything up.
Helen the grandma.
See, this is like a team on the bottom of the barrel always, and they're like switching coaches every year.
Right.
You can't fucking have long-term success because they're switching the coordinators, they're switching all this shit, and nobody has.
Right.
They're not sticking with the plans.
Right. And the players are like, you want us to buy into what scheme now?
Right.
What's your plan, guy?
From 3-4, then we go to 4-3, then we go to 2-3-2 or whatever the fuck it is.
5-2.
Right.
5-2-5.
Jeez, guys.
5-2-1. Yeah, 5-2-1. Hooker established reputation as an outstanding administrator and restored the morale of his soldiers.
Good for him.
Which had plummeted to a new low under Burnside. He was like, trust me, guys, it's going to be a lot better. We got a plan. Lincoln's cooking up something over in Washington. This war's going to be over in a couple months, boys. You guys can go home to your families. They're like, hell yeah. Among his changes were fixes. Some of them like, man, but I'm from the South, so I don't want to go back. Among his changes were fixes to the daily diet of the troops, camp sanitary changes as well, improvements in accountability of the quartermaster system, addition of and monitoring of company cooks. Nice. Well,
Yeah, you got to monitor them.
Right,
They're
make
not
sure-
making shit.
Right. There are several hospital reforms and improved furlough system. Okay, look at that shit. Orders to stem rise in desertion. And he was like, we don't need this. Here's, come on, man. Improved drills, which was like, we're going to make you guys better. And it also introduced stronger officer training.
Well, that's probably a good thing. Hooker took advantage of improved military intelligence about the positioning and capabilities of the opposing army, superior to that available to his predecessors in Army command.
Nice.
His chief of staff, Butterfield, commissioned Colonel George H. Sharp from the 120th New York Infantry to organize a new Bureau of Military Information
Oh, Jesus,
in the
all we
Army
know.
of the Potomac.
All we need is a bureau of something.
The BMI,
Yeah.
which was part of the Provost Marshal function under Brigadier General Marcina R. Patrick. First time hearing that name.
Right. Previously, intelligence gatherers such as Alan Pinkerton and his detective agency gathered information only by interrogating prisoners, deserters, contrabands, which are slaves, and refugees. I know these guys are some gruesome mofos, man. If you guys ever heard about Pinkertons and you don't know who they are, check them out. Do we got a show about them?
Nope.
Okay, weird.
We got a show with them in it several times.
Many times. The new BMI added other sources, including infantry, cavalry, reconnaissance, spies, scouts, signal stations, aerial balloon corps. Wow, this guy's going all out. He's like, that's how we got to do it. As he received the more complete information correlated from these additional sources, Hooker, he realized that if he were to avoid the bloodbath of direct frontal attacks, which were features of the battles of Antietam and more recently Fredericksburg, he could not succeed in his crossing of the Rappahannock except by stratagem.
Yeah, he don't need. That's the thing.
The South's guys were more inferior on direct combat, man.
Well, no, clearly not.
No, when they get up close, because
Direct frontal attacks are fucking the Union right now.
Right.
Because they're not flanking around and getting on the outs and coming around them like they should.
The Southerners were, when you get head on, man, these guys were some fighters.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to do that. Mm-hmm. Hooker's army faced Lee across the Rappahannock from its winter quarters in Falmouth and around Fredericksburg. Hooker developed a strategy that was on paper superior to those of his predecessors.
I mean,
on paper.
I never liked that. On paper, I don't care what the paper says.
Right. He planned to send his 10,000 cavalrymen and raid deep into Confederate rear areas, destroying crucial supply depots along the railroad from the Confederate capital in Richmond to Fredericksburg, which would cut Lee's lines of communication and supply.
They would.
Yeah, that's what you need to do.
They would. Hooker reasoned that Lee would react to this threat by abandoning his fortified positions on the Rappahannock and withdrawing toward his capital. At the time, I mean, it makes sense, right? At that time, Hooker's infantry would cross the Rappahannock in pursuit, attacking Lee when he was moving and vulnerable. Yeah, that's the worst.
Remember,
time.
this is all on paper so far.
Stoneman attempted to execute this turning movement on the 13th of April, 1863, but heavy rains, which happens a lot, made the river crossing site at Sulphur Spring impassable. Lincoln lamented, "I greatly fear it is another failure already."
Like, damn, dude, who can I get to command this damn Army of the Potomac?
The weather has caused havoc on the Union's, even a couple Confederate attacks.
Even when the weather's not coming into play, they all suck.
Right. Hooker was forced to create a new plan for a meeting with Lincoln. Secretary of War Edwin M. Stanton and General Chief Henry W. Halleck. He wanted this meeting to be in Aquia.
Clearly, Aquia. We had this battle.
Aquia?
Yeah.
And he wanted that to be on April 19th. He's like, we all need to get that, the boys. Let's do it.
Well, Hooker's second plan was to launch both his cavalry and infantry simultaneously in a bold double envelopment of Lee's army. Stoneman's cavalry would make a second attempt at a steep strategic raid, but at the same time, 42,000 men in 3 corps, which were the 5th, the 11th, and 12th Corps, would stealthily march to cross the Rappahannock River upriver at Kelly's Ford.
Okay.
They would then proceed south and cross the Rapidan at Germanna and Eli's Ford, concentrate at the Chancellorsville crossroads, and attack Lee's army from the west.
Hey.
While they were underway, 10,000 men and 2 divisions from the 2nd Corps would cross at the U.S. Ford and join with the 5th Corps in pushing the Confederates away from the river.
Oh, shit.
The second half of the double envelopment was to come from the east, which was 40,000 men and 2 corps, which was the 1st and 6th, under the overall command of John Sedgwick.
We got ourselves an army here, boys.
And they would cross the Rappahannock below Fredericksburg and threaten to attack Stonewall Jackson's position on the Confederate right.
Well,
so they're coming middle and both sides, dude. That's what you need to do. Take them all on.
Yeah, but they're only bringing up like 10,000.
And they want to go from the rear, too. So you go middle, sides, rear, you're fucked. They're fucked.
And they did it right because they're only bringing only 10,000 up the middles, but bringing in heavy forces on.
Well, 40,000 men's going to go
on each side.
Yeah.
Holy shit, dude. There's like almost 100,000 in this battle just for the Union.
We still got 25,000 remaining.
Wow. The remaining 25,000 men, which were the 3rd Corps and 1 division of the 2nd Corps, would remain visible in their camps at Falmouth to divert Confederate attention from the turning movement.
Right.
Hooker anticipated that Lee would either be forced to retreat, in which case he would be vigorously pursued, or would be forced to attack the Union Army on unfavorable terrain. One of the defining characteristics of the battlefield was a dense woodland south of the Rapidan, known locally as the wilderness of Spotsylvania. Like, you don't want to go in there, bud. It gets spotty. The area had once been an open, broadleaf forest. But during colonial times, the trees were gradually cut down to make charcoal for local pig iron furnaces.
All right. You got to do what you got to do.
Once blackwood was exhausted, the furnaces were abandoned, and secondary forest growth developed, creating a dense mass. That's what usually happens. All that's just thick ass shit, man. It's crazy. Creating a dense mass of brambles, thickets, vines, and low-lying vegetation. It was just a pain in the
Meaning
ass.
you're not walking through it.
And if you are,
you're slow as shit.
The little thickets and the vines is what you get you.
Right. Well, Catherine Furnace, which was abandoned in the 1840s, had recently been reactivated to produce iron for the Confederate war effort. This area was largely unsuitable for the deployment of artillery and the control of large infantry formations, which would nullify some of the Union advantage in military power.
I don't like that word.
What? Nullify?
Yeah.
It was important for Hooker's plan that his men move quickly out of this area and attack Lee in the open ground to the east. There were 3 primary roads available for this east to west movement, or west to east movement.
Right.
The Orange Plank Road, the Orange Turnpike, and the River Road.
Confederate dispositions were as follows. Rappahannock Line at Fredericksburg was occupied by Longstreet's 1st Corps Division of Lafayette McLaws on Mars Heights, with Jackson's entire 2nd Corps to the right. Early's division was at Prospect Hill, and the divisions of Rhodes, Hill, and Colston extended the Confederate right flank along the river almost to Skinker's Neck.
Nice, Skinker's Neck.
All right. The other division present from Longstreet's Corps, Anderson's, guarded the river crossings on the left flank. Stewart's cavalry was largely in the Culpeper County near Kelly's Ford. You don't want to mess with Stewart's cavalry either. Those are some bad mofos.
Yeah, we've seen that.
This is beyond the infantry's left flank, though. That's where they're at.
April 27th to the 28th, the initial 3 corps of the Army of Potomac began their march under the leadership of Slocum.
Yeah.
They crossed the Rappahannock and Rapidan rivers as planned and began to concentrate on April 30th around the hamlet of Chancellorsville, which was little more than a single large brick mansion at the junction of the Orange Turnpike and the Orange Plank Road. That was it, huh?
You call it Chancellorsville?
I guess so. Built in the early 19th century, it had been used as an inn on the turnpike for many years, but now served as a home for the Francis Chancellor family. Some of the family remained in the house during the battle. They're like, yeah.
They just named their own little thing Chancellorsville. This is a town, boys, or a village. Hooker arrived.
Hamlet.
Who?
Hamlet.
Hamlet?
Yeah. That's what it's called.
It's called Hamlet?
It's a hamlet.
That's what it's called?
Yeah. Hamlet's like a little, not even a village.
Little group. Hooker arrived late in the afternoon on 30th of April. Made the mansion his headquarters.
And he's like, thank you, Francis Chancellorville? Chancellor?
Make me some coffee. And where's the library?
And I'll take your oldest daughter, please.
Right. Stoneman's cavalry began on 30th of April, with the second attempt to reach Lee's rear. 2 divisions of the 2nd Corps crossed at U.S. Ford on April 30th without opposition. By dawn on the 29th of April, pontoon bridges spanned the Rappahannock south of Fredericksburg, and Sedgwick's force began to cross. He's like, let's go, boys. Sedgwick's, we haven't heard him in a while.
Nope.
Pleased with the success of the operation so far, and realizing that the Confederates were not vigorously opposing the river crossings, Hooker ordered Sickles to begin the movement of the 3rd Corps from Falmouth the night of the April 30th through May 1st, morning of May 1st. May 1st, Hooker and approximately 70,000 men concentrated in and around Chancellorsville. Oh, my, that's an army. I don't even show you. Look at they're all
Everywhere.
one line.
In his Fredericksburg headquarters, Lee was initially in the dark about the Union intentions, and he suspected that the main column under Slocum was heading towards Gordonsville.
Ooh, why?
Well, Jeb Stuart's cavalry was cut off at first by Stoneman's departure on April 30th, but they were soon able to move freely around the Army's flanks on their reconnaissance missions after almost all their Union counterparts had left the area. As Stuart's intelligent information about the Union River crossings began to arrive, Lee did not react as Hooker had anticipated. He decided to violate one of the generally accepted principles of war and divide his force in the face of a superior enemy, hoping that the aggressive action would allow him to attack and defeat a portion of Hooker's army before it could be fully concentrated against him.
Right.
He's already done this before.
Right. And also this puts in jeopardy the Union's plan of flanking in on each side.
Right.
Takes away their
and also
overall power.
Is obviously a huge risk because
they could be hammered.
You can get fucking overrun quick.
With no backup. It's rough shit, bud. Man, he became convinced that Sedgwick's force would demonstrate against him, but not become a serious threat. So he ordered about four-fifths of his army to meet the challenge from Chancellorsville. He left behind a brigade under Brigadier General William Barksdale on a heavily fortified Mars Heights behind Fredericksburg, and one division under Major General Jubal A. Early on Prospect Hill south of the town. These roughly 11,000 men and 56 guns would attempt to resist any advance by Sedgwick's 40,000 men. He ordered Stonewall Jackson to march west, link up with Major General Richard Anderson, which had pulled back from the river crossing they were guarding and began digging earthworks on a north and south line between the Zone and Tabernacle churches. Okay, that's cool. McLaw's division was ordered from Fredericksburg to join Anderson. This would amass 40,000 men to confront Hooker's movement east from Chancellorsville. Oh, shit. So you got yourself an army there, too. Heavy fog along the Rappahannock maxed some of these westward movements, and Sedgwick chose to wait until he could determine the enemy's intentions. That fog, man, when you're on those rivers, man, a lot of fog, you know what I mean?
Yep. Well, the Army of Potomac, commanded by Major General Joseph Hooker, had 133,868 men, 413 guns, organized as follows.
Jeez.
The 1st Corps, commanded by Major General John Reynolds. 2nd Corps, commanded by Major General Darius Couch. 3rd Corps, commanded by Major General Daniel Sickles. 5th Corps, commanded by Major General George Meade. Hey. The 6th Corps, commanded by Sedgwick. The 11th Corps, commanded by Major General Oliver Howard. And the 12th Corps, commanded by Major General Slocum. And then we have the Cavalry Corps, commanded by Major General George Stoneman, with the divisions of his people. And plus, obviously, they all got people that are manning their divisions and shit. So,
if you've been keeping up, you would know who their people are. Because it's basically the same for every...
Well, not basically.
Right. Okay.
Especially, it's 100% Lee's army. Nothing's changed with these guys.
The Confederate was like, we'll see your 12 corps and only give you 2. But
right.
General Robert E. Lee's Northern Virginia Army fielded 60,298 men.
Wow, heavily outnumbered, dude.
Terribly. 220 guns. And this is organized as followed. 1st Corps commanded by Lieutenant General James Longstreet. 2nd Corps commanded by Lieutenant General Stonewall Jackson. And he had his cavalry, which is Jeb Stuart. You already know that.
Yep.
I mean, these guys are all 3 of these guys.
And you got your usuals there.
Right.
Hood, Pickett.
Right. Hill, Early.
Where's D.H. Hill? Not in this, huh?
Yep. A.P. Hill's there.
Not D.H.
No, I think he's in the Western Front.
Maybe. All's quiet.
Right.
Chancellorsville campaign was one of the most lopsided clashes of the war, with the Union's effective fighting force more than twice of the Confederates.
Right.
And they had twice the number of guns.
Dude.
Which was the greatest imbalance during the war in Virginia. Hooker's army was much better supplied and was well rested after several months of inactivity as well. Lee's forces, on the other hand, were poorly provisioned and were scattered all over the state of Virginia. Some 15,000 men of Longstreet's corps had previously been detached and stationed near Norfolk in order to block a potential threat to Richmond from federal troops stationed at Fort Monroe and Newport News on the peninsula, as well at Norfolk and Suffolk. Which, in my opinion, probably made Lee's forces even more motivated, because they're like, dude, fuck this. These guys have just been sitting there on their asses, and we've been actually doing shit. Plus, we need to win. We need to take some of their supplies.
He ain't getting. By late March, Longstreet's primary assignment became that of gathering provisions for Lee's forces from the farmers and planters of North Carolina and Virginia. As a result of this, 2 divisions, Major General John Bell Hood and Major General George Pickett, were 130 miles away from Lee's army. It would take a week or more of marching to reach it, and in an emergency. They're like, yeah, ain't no sense there, boys. After nearly a year of campaigning, allowing these troops to slip away from his immediate control was Lee's gravest miscalculation. Although he hoped to be able to call on them, these men would not arrive in time to aid his outnumbered forces.
Well, Jackson's men began marching west to join with Anderson before dawn on May 1st. Jackson himself met with Anderson near Zoan Church at 8 a.m., finding the McLaw's division had already arrived to join the defensive position. But Stonewall was not in a defensive mood.
No.
He ordered an advance at 11 a.m. along 2 roads towards Chancellorsville. McLaw's division and the brigade of Brigadier General William Mahone on the Turnpike, and Anderson's other brigades and Jackson's arriving units on the Plank Road.
Ooh.
He said, dude, I don't have time.
Right.
I'm not eating biscuits. I can't find a tree to rest under, so we're going to attack.
Not today, Charlie. Well, at the exact same time, Hooker ordered his men to advance on 3 roads to the east. 2 divisions of Meade's 5th Corps on the River Road to uncover Banks Ford, and the remaining division, which is Sykes, on the Turnpike. He had Slocum's 12th Corps on the Plank Road, with Howard's 11th Corps in close support. Couch's 2nd Corps was placed in reserve, where it would be soon joined by Sickles' 3rd Corps. The first shots of the Battle of Chancellorsville were fired 11:20 a.m. as the armies collided together for a big war.
Sure.
McLaws' initial attack.
Imagine the sound of that battlefield, dude.
Oh,
Just
man.
screaming, yelling,
Right.
fucking guns and smoke, and dude.
Well, at first, McLaws' initial attack pushed back Sykes' division, so the Confederates were like, yeah.
Well, then that Union general organized a counterattack that recovered the lost ground.
Fantastic.
Anderson then sent a brigade under Brigadier General Ambrose Wright up an unfinished railroad south of the Plank Road, which was on the right flank of Slocum's Corps.
Oh.
This would normally be a serious problem, but Howard's 11th Corps was advancing from the rear and could deal with Wright.
Hey.
Sykes' division had proceeded farther forward than Slocum on his right, leaving him in an exposed position.
Uh-oh.
This forced him to conduct an orderly withdrawal at 2 p.m. to take up a position behind Hancock's division of the 2nd Corps,
Right.
which was ordered by Hooker to advance and help repulse the Confederate attack. Meade's other 2 divisions made good progress on the River Road and were approaching their objective, which was Banks's Ford.
Hey, modern.
So everything's going pretty smoothly for Union right now, huh?
I mean, smooth as it can be, right?
Right.
Well, despite being in a potentially favorable situation, Hooker halted his brief offensive. His actions may have demonstrated his lack of confidence in handling of the complex actions of such a large organization for the first time.
Here we go.
He had been an effective and aggressive division corps commander in previous battles, though, with little guys like, what, a couple thousand probably?
Right.
But he had also decided before beginning the campaign that he would fight the battle defensively, forcing Lee with his small army to attack his own. Right. Attack his large.
You want to have him attack, right?
Right. And good thing that's what Stonewall was thinking too.
Right.
Jackson was like, or was it Longstreet?
Stonewall.
Was it Stonewall? He was like, you know what? I'm just going to attack them. At the First Battle of Fredericksburg, December 13, 1862, the United States Army had done the attacking and met with a bloody defeat.
Yeah.
Right. They just went in there like, hey, we're the United States Army. We beat the British.
Well, Hooker knew Lee could not sustain such a defeat and keep an effective army in the field, so he ordered his men to withdraw back into the wilderness and take a defensive position around Chancellorsville, daring Lee to attack him.
This is what I don't understand. There's 100,000, 133,000 here. They can easily gather the rest and just plunge into Virginia, dude, and have no problem doing it.
Well, clearly not. Okay, if it was that easy, I think it would have been done.
Just take over everything.
He went back into the wilderness to take a defensive
Like
position
locusts.
around Chancellorsville. He dared Lee to attack him or retreat with superior forces at his back.
Mm.
He confused matters by issuing a second order to his subordinates to hold their positions until 5 p.m., but by the time it was received, most of the Union units had begun their rearward movements.
Hey.
That evening, Hooker sent a message to his corps commanders. He said, the Major General commanding trusts that a suspension in the attack today will embolden the enemy to attack him.
Right.
So they're like,
That's what they want.
let's stand down, and they can't really retreat.
Mm.
So we're going to have them attack us.
Right.
But will they?
Well, the retrograde movement had prepared me for something of the kind. But to hear from Hooker's own lips that the advantages gained by the successful marches of his lieutenants were to culminate in fighting a defensive battle, and that nest of thickets was too much. And I retired from his presence, with the belief that my commanding general was a whipped man.
Wow.
Union Major General Darius N. Couch.
Wow. So they don't believe in Hooker, huh?
Well, Hooker's subordinates were surprised and outraged by the change in plans. They saw that the position they were fighting for near the Zoan Church was relatively high ground and offered an opportunity for an infantry and artillery to deploy outside the constraints of the wilderness. Right, the artillery on top. Meade exclaimed, my God, if we can't hold the top of the hill, we certainly can't hold the bottom of it. Viewing that through the lens of hindsight, some of the participants and many modern historians judge that Hooker effectively lost the campaign on the 1st of May. Right, when he didn't. Dumbass.
No, I mean, it's a common theme, no matter who's running this damn Army of the Potomac, dude.
Well, Stephen W. Sears, who observed, he said that Hicker's concern was based on more than personal timidity.
The ground being disputed was little more than a clearing in the wilderness, to which access was available by only 2 narrow roads. The Confederate response had swiftly concentrated the aggressive Stonewall Jackson's corps against his advancing columns, such that the Federal Army was outnumbered in that area about 48,000 to 30,000.
Oh, shit. Okay.
And would have had difficulty maneuvering into effective lines of battle.
Right.
Meade's 2 divisions on the River Road were too far separated to support Slocum and Sykes, and reinforcements from the rest of the 2nd and 3rd Corps would be too slow in arriving.
All right. As the Union troops dug in around Chancellorsville that night, created log breastworks faced with abatis, Lee and Stonewall Jackson met at the intersection of Plank Road and Furnace Road to plan their next move. Jackson believed that Hooker would retreat across the Rappahannock, but Lee assumed that the Union general had invested too much in the campaign to withdraw so quick.
Yeah, he can't do that yet.
He's like, they're looking for a fight. If Federal troops were still in position on 2nd May, Lee would attack. As they discussed their options, Cavalry Commander Jeb Stuart arrived with an intelligence report from his subordinate, Brigadier General Fitzhugh Lee. He's like, check this shit out, bud. The other Lee.
Right. Although Hooker's left flank was firmly anchored by Meade's 5th Corps on the Rappahannock, and his center was strongly fortified, his right flank was, quote-unquote, in the air. Howard's 11th Corps was camped on the Orange Turnpike, extending past Wilderness Church, and was vulnerable to a flank attack. Investigations of a route to be used to reach the flank identified the proprietor of Catherine Furnace, Charles C. Welford, who showed Jackson's cartographer, Jedediah Hotchkiss, a recently constructed road through the forest that the Union guys didn't know about, which would shield marchers from the observation of Union pickets.
You were not
Look at this guy. If it wasn't for old Charles Welford, huh?
Right.
Lee directed Jackson to make the flanking march, a maneuver similar to the one that had been
Make that flanking march.
Make that flanking march. That's a maneuver similar to the one that had been so successful prior to the Second Battle of Bull Run. An account by Hotchkiss recalls that Lee asked Jackson how many men he would take on the flanking march, and Jackson replied, "My whole command."
You damn right.
I'm taking everybody.
Morning of May 2, Hooker began to realize that Lee's action on the 1st of May had not been constrained by the threat of Sedgwick's force at Fredericksburg. So no further deception was needed on that front. He decided to summon the 1st Corps of Major General John F. Reynolds to reinforce his lines at Chancellorsville. His intent was that Reynolds would form up to the right of the 11th Corps and anchor the Union right flank on the Rapidan River. Makes sense. Given the communication chaos on May 1st, Hooker was under the mistaken impression that Sedgwick had withdrawn back across Rappahannock. And based on this, that the 6th Corps should remain on the north bank of the river, across from the town, where it could protect the Army supplies and supply line. In fact, both Reynolds and Sedgwick were still west of the Rappahannock, south of the town.
Wow, poor communication.
Right, come on. It's not that hard, guys. Just get a hold of each other.
Hooker sent his orders at 1:55 a.m., expecting that Reynolds would be able to start marching before daylight, but problems with his telegraph communications delayed the order to Fredericksburg until just before sunrise.
What kind of problems?
Problems. Reynolds was forced to make a risky daylight march. By the afternoon of May 2nd, when Hooker expected him to be digging in on the Union right at Chancellorsville, Reynolds was still marching to the Rappahannock.
Oh, shit.
Meanwhile, for the second time, Lee was divided in his army. Jackson would lead a 2nd Corps of 28,000 men around to attack the Union right flank, while Lee exercised personal command of the remaining 2 divisions, which is about 13,000 men and 24 guns, facing the some 70,000 Union troops at Chancellorsville. Holy shit is right.
That is ridiculous.
Lee's a fucking crazy son of a bitch,
right.
dude.
This dude's
Holy
like,
shit.
oh, we gonna fight.
He's counting on Jackson, though.
Man, right. And Stewart, mainly. Longstreet. For the plan to work, several things had to happen. First, Jackson had to make a 12-mile march via roundabout roads to reach the Union right, and he had to do it undetected. Second, Hooker had to stay tamely on the defensive, which he planned on. Third, Early would have to keep Sedgwick bottled up at Fredericksburg, despite the 4-1 Union advantage there. He was like, dude, do the best you can. But when Jackson launched his attack, he had to hope that the Union forces were unprepared.
Which, if we know anything about Union forces, they usually are.
Right. Oh, Jeb Stuart's fellas kept most Union forces from spotting Jackson on his long flank march, which started between 7 and 8 a.m. and lasted until mid-afternoon. Hell of a march.
And they're fighting immediately when they get there.
Man.
Several Confederate soldiers saw the Union observation balloon Eagle soaring overhead and assumed that they could likewise be seen, but no such report was sent to headquarters. When men of the 3rd Corps spotted a Confederate column moving through the woods, their division commander, Brigadier General Birney, ordered his artillery to open fire, but this proved little more than harassment. The Corps commander, Sickles, rode to Hazel Grove to see for himself, and he reported after the battle that his men observed the Confederates passing for over 3 hours.
Oh, shit.
Jeez. And nobody got to think, hey, man, this guy just keep passing. I just keep seeing one by one by one by one.
It's thousands.
Holy shit.
Hooker received the report about the Confederate movement. He thought that Lee might be starting to retreat. But he also realized that a flanking march might be in progress.
No shit.
He took 2 actions. Voiced. He sent a message at about 9:30 a.m. to the commander of the 11th Corps, Major General Oliver Howard, on his right flank. And the letter said, "We have good reason to suppose the enemy is moving to our right. Please advance your pickets for purposes of observation as far as may be safe in order to obtain timely information for their approach." 10:50 a.m., Howard replied that he was taking measures to resist an attack from the west.
Okay. Well, Hooker's second action was to send orders to Sedgwick, which was to attack the enemy in its front.
Ooh, let's go, baby.
At Fredericksburg, if an opportunity presents itself with a reasonable expectation of success. And Sickles, he said, advance cautiously toward the road followed by the enemy and harass the movement as much as possible.
Right, just do what you can.
Sedgwick did not take action from the discretionary orders. Sickles, however, was enthusiastic when he received the order.
Yeah, right. He was ready to roll.
Well, yeah. He sent Birney's division, flanked by 2 battalions of Colonel Hiram Berdan's U.S. sharpshooters, south from Hazel Grove with orders to pierce the column and gain possession of the road. But the action came too late.
Oh, shit. Jackson had ordered the 23rd Georgia Infantry to guard the rear of the column that resisted the advance of Birney and Berdan at Catherine Furnace. The Georgians were driven south, made a stand at the same unfinished railroad bed used by Wright's brigade the day before. Look at that shit. They were overwhelmed by 5 p.m., and most were captured. 2 brigades from A.P. Hill's division turned back from the flanking march and prevented any further damage to Jackson's column, which by now had left the area. Most of Jackson's men were unaware of the small action at the rear of their column.
That's how big the damn army was.
Right.
There's shit going on at the rear, and nobody even knows.
Like, damn.
So as they marched north on Brock Road, Jackson was prepared to turn right on the Orange Plank Road, from which his men would attack the Union lines at around Wilderness Church. However, it became apparent that this direction would lead to essentially a frontal assault against Howard's line. Fitzhugh Lee met Jackson, and they ascended a hill with a sweeping view of the Union position. And the Union couldn't see him.
All right.
Jackson was delighted to see that Howard's men were resting, unaware of the impending Confederate threat.
Oh, my goodness. Really?
Although by now it was 3 p.m., Jackson decided to march his men 2 miles farther and turn right on the turnpike instead, allowing him to strike the unprotected flank directly. The attack formation consisted of 2 lines, the divisions of Brigadier General Robert E. Rhodes and Raleigh E. Colston, stretching almost a mile on either side of the turnpike. Wow. They were separated by 200 yards, followed by a partial line with the arriving division of A.P. Hill. Damn, dude, they're about to come in and murder.
You ain't kidding.
No, there's the Chancellor's.
That's the ruin house. That's a big-ass freaking house. Significant contributions to the impending Union disaster were the nature of the Union, the 11th Corps, and the incompetent performance of its commander, Major General Oliver Howard. Howard failed to make any provision for defending against a surprise attack, even though Hooker had ordered him to do so. He's like, dude, this is our plan.
Didn't he send a letter back that said he was doing things to prevent it?
I think it was the other guy.
All right.
Union right flank was not anchored in any natural obstacle, and the only defenses against a flank attack consisted of 2 cannons pointing out into the wilderness. It's out there.
Right.
Jeez. Also, the 11th Corps was not well respected. An outfit with poor morale and no history of battlefield success. These guys were.
A bunch of misfits. Many of its officers and enlisted men were immigrants from Germany and other parts of Central Europe, including a number of political refugees from the 1848 revolutions.
Oh.
The Corps had been formed in the spring of 1862 by Emergent Brigadier General Louis Blanker's division with Major General John C. Fremont's Mountain Department in West Virginia.
Right.
After a miserable trek across Virginia in which Blanker's troops were provisioned inadequately and suffered from widespread hunger, disease, and desertion, they joined with Fremont in a campaign that resulted in them being soundly defeated by Stonewall.
Yeah, remember that.
About to be again.
Well, Fremont's army became part of Major General John Pope's army to Virginia in that very summer. Fremont had refused to serve under Pope and was replaced by Major General Franz Sigel. He's like, I ain't serving under you. He's like, all right, we'll get the hell out of here, boy. Sigel was an inept political general who, however, was much beloved by his German troops.
I would assume.
Louis Blanker fell from a horse during the North Virginia campaign and suffered injuries that would claim his life. Later in 1863, head injuries. The Corps suffered heavy casualties at the Second Battle of Bull Run. We know that.
and was left behind in D.C. during the Maryland campaign. They're like, you guys ain't going nowhere.
You stay here.
During the Fredericksburg campaign, it did not join the rest of the army until after the battle was over.
Well, after Hooker took command, Sigel was the ranking general behind him.
You think he would just dismantle that whole regiment, or wherever it was?
Well, you got to put him somewhere.
Yeah.
After Hooker took command, Sigel was the ranking general behind him. The 11th Corps was the smallest in the army, and Sigel's requests to General-in-Chief Henry Halleck to have it enlarged were refused.
He's like, nah.
So he resigned his command in March of 1863 and was replaced by Major General Oliver Howard.
Okay.
Who was widely unpopular with the enlisted men and brought in several new generals, such as Brigadier General Francis Barlow.
Bunch of dicks, bro.
Who had a reputation of being an aggressive martinet.
Yeah, bunch of dicks.
8 of the 27 regiments in the Corps had never seen battle before, while the remaining 21 had never been on the winning side of a battle. Jeez.
Oh, wow.
The German soldiers suffered from widespread ethnic friction with the rest of the army.
This is like a movie where a new coach comes into a team that just sucks, and they got to try to make it better.
Although, ain't no miracle story with these guys.
Right.
Yeah, the Germans had ethnic friction with the rest of the army, although a number of the regiments in the 11th Corps consisted of native-born Americans.
Fantastic.
It doesn't matter.
Hooker had no plans for the Corps except for mopping up after the main battle was over. It was placed out on the army's right flank where it was not expected to be involved in any fighting. Yeah. And the woods, which to the west were assumed to be so thick, enemy troops could not possibly move through them and form a line of battle without anybody knowing that they're there.
Well, we knew that they're there, though.
As far as Hooker knew, the only possible route for a Confederate attack was along the turnpike, which would cause them to run into the 2nd and 12th Corps, both elite outfits and well entrenched. He's like, if they run into them,
if
we're
you
good.
have a flank, though, why would you put your weakest? Wouldn't you want your flank or your weakest one in the middle? That way, you have people around them that are actually good.
You just hope it don't come to putting those guys out there, though.
Well, it's dumb. That's your flank.
Well, further north, the Union line was held by the 5th Corps, also first-rate troops occupying an almost impregnable position.
Well, as the day wore on, the men of the 11th Corps became increasingly aware that something was going on in the woods to the west of them. But they were unable to get any higher-ups to pay attention. Colonel John C. Lee of the 55th Ohio received numerous reports of a Confederate presence out there, and Colonel William Richardson of the 25th Ohio reported that huge number of Confederates were massing to the west. Colonel Leopold von Gilsa, who commanded one of the 2 brigades, and Brigadier General Charles Devon's division went to Howard's headquarters, warning him that all-out enemy assault was imminent.
Uh-oh.
But Howard insisted that it was impossible for the Confederates to get through that dense woods.
Right.
Dude.
Right.
My gosh.
You're like, should we take a crew in there? Like, no, we ain't going in there. Major General Carl Schurz, who commanded the 3rd Division of the Corps, began rearranging his troops into a line of battle.
He's like, screw this, man. Something about that.
Which is the first time I'm hearing this guy.
Yeah.
Captain Hubert Dilger, who commanded Battery 1 of the 1st Ohio Artillery, rode out on a reconnaissance mission, narrowly missed being captured by the Confederates and rode far north, almost to the banks of the Rapidan, and back south to Hooker's headquarters. But a naughty cavalry officer. But a cavalry officer dismissed his concerns and would not let him see the general. He's like, get out of here, he's busy. Dilger next went to Howard's headquarters, but was merely told that the Confederate armies were retreating. They're not even coming. And it was not acceptable to make scouting expeditions without permission of higher-ups.
Dude, these Union guys are fucking idiots.
As the sun started to go down, all remained quiet on the 11th Corps front. The noises of the 3rd and 12th
You don't want
Corps
it to be quiet, dude.
engaging Lee's rear guard coming off in the distance.
Wow.
And they're like, people dying.
Right. Around 5:30 p.m., Jackson turned to Robert Rhodes and asked him, General, are you ready? When Rhodes nodded, Jackson replied, you may go forward then. Most of the men of the 11th Corps were encamped and sitting down for supper and had their rifles unloaded and stacked. Their first clue to the impending onslaught was the observation of numerous animals, such as rabbit and foxes, fleeing in the direction out of the western foots. Yeah, you see that shit coming, you better get up. Get your fucking guns loaded.
Right.
You got a herd of animals coming towards you. Something's coming behind them. This was followed by the crackle of musket fire.
Ooh.
And then the unmistakable scream. With a rebel yell, you're gonna die.
We looked at that one.
And it's like,
a bunch of crazies coming at you.
it was
2 of von Gilsa's regiments, 153 Pennsylvania and 54th New York, have been placed up a heavy skirmish line and the massive Confederate assault rode completely over them. Whoa, shit. Damn, poor guys. A few men managed to get off a shot or two before fleeing. The pair of the artillery pieces at the very end of the 11th Corps line were captured by the Confederates, promptly turning on their former owners. Devon's division collapsed in a matter of minutes, slammed on three sides by almost 30,000 Rebs. Colonel Robert Riley and his 75th Ohio managed to resist for about 10 minutes before the regiment disintegrated with 150 casualties, including Riley himself.
Damn.
And then they joined the rest of the fleeing mob.
Well, Colonel Lee would later write sarcastically, a rifle pit is useless when the enemy is on the same side and in the rear of your line. Right. Some men tried to stand and resist, but they were knocked over by their fleeing comrades and a hail of Confederate bullets. Major General Carl Schurz orders his division to shift from an east-west alignment to north-south, which they did with amazing precision and speed.
Right.
They resisted for about 20 minutes, and Leather Breeches Dilger, apparently that's his nickname, managed to drive the Confederates off the turnpike for a bit with his guns, but the sheer weight of Jackson's assault overwhelmed them too.
Damn right.
And they soon had to flee.
Oh, shit.
Dilger for a time stood alone with a gun firing double-shotted canister at the attackers, then limbered up to flee as the Confederates closed in on him as well.
Oh, shit. Look at him. Nice. Like to see it.
Still rebellious. 1, 2, 3. Charge him, boys! Charge him!
Who would want to hear that? That would frighten me. There's a bunch of deranged sons of bitches coming at me.
Right.
Wow.
3 of his artillery horses were shot dead. And when he realized that the gun could not be moved, he had to abandon
Well,
it.
no shit. You ain't moving it by yourself.
General Howard partially redeemed his inadequate performance prior to the battle by his personal bravery and attempted to rally the troops. He stood shouting and waving a flag held under the stump of his amputated arm, lost at the Battle of Seven Pines in 1862, ignoring the danger of the heavy fire behind him. But he could only gather small pockets of soldiers to resist before his corps disintegrated. Colonel Adolph's Bushbeck's brigade put up a last-ditch stand with the Dilger's guns. They, too, had to retreat. But they maintained good order as they went.
Right.
Good for you guys.
Well, the chaos unfurling on the Union right had gone unnoticed at Hooker's headquarters until at last the sound of gunfire could be heard in the distance, followed by a panic-stricken mob of men and horses pouring into the Chancellorsville clearing.
Oh, shit.
A staff officer yelled, "My God, here they come!"
Oh, man.
As the mob ran to and past the Chancellor Mansion. Hooker jumped onto his horse and frantically tried to take action. He ordered Major General Hiram Berry's division of the 3rd Corps, once his own division. He ordered them forward, yelling, "Receive them on your bayonets!"
Oh, shit.
Artillerymen around the clearing began moving guns into position around Fairview Cemetery.
When you hear bayonets, you know some shit's about to happen.
Yep, they're close.
Fixed bayonets. Oh, shit. Here we go. Meanwhile, down at Hazel Grove, the 8th Pennsylvania Cavalry were relaxing, waiting on orders to chase after Confederate wagon trains. They were also oblivious to the collapse of the 11th Corps. The regiment's commander, Major Pennock Huey, received a notice that General Howard was requesting some cavalry. Huey saddled up his men and headed west along the turnpike, where they ran straight into Robert Rhodes' division. After a confused fight with the 8th Confederate, the 8th Pennsylvania Cavalry retreated to the safety of Chancellorsville clearing with the loss of 30 men and 3 officers. Like, damn, what was that?
Nothing is going right now. Well, by nightfall, the Confederate 2nd Corps had advanced more than 1.25 miles to within sight of Chancellorsville, but darkness and confusion were taking their toll.
Confusion.
And this is what happens.
Oh, man.
The attackers were almost as disorganized as the routed defenders.
Right.
Although the 11th Corps had been defeated, it had retained some coherence as a unit. The Corps suffered nearly 2,500 casualties.
Damn it.
259 killed, 1,173 wounded, and 994 men are captured.
Son of a...
About 1/4 of its strength, including 12 of 23 regimental commanders.
Oh, man, that's the worst.
Which suggests they fought fiercely during their retreat. No
You ain't
shit.
kidding. Jackson's force was now separated from Lee's men only by Sickles' Corps, which had been separated from the main body of the army after its foray attacking Jackson's column early in the afternoon.
Right.
Like everyone else in the Union Army, the 3rd Corps had been unaware of Jackson's attack. When he first heard the news, Sickles was skeptical.
Skeptical Sickles.
Right. But he finally believed it and decided to pull back to Hazel Grove. Sickles became increasingly nervous, knowing that his troops were facing an unknown number of Confederates to the west. A patrol of Jackson's troops was driven back by Union gunners, a minor incident that would come to be exaggerated into a heroic repulse of Jackson's entire command.
Right, it was like 5 people.
Right.
Well, between 11 p.m. and midnight, Sickles organized an assault north from Hazel Grove toward the Plank Road, but called it off when his men began suffering artillery and rifle friendly fire from the Union 12th Corps. Stonewall Jackson wanted to press his advantage before Hooker and his army could regain their bearings and plan a counterattack, which might still succeed because of the sheer disparity
This is
in
where
numbers.
Jackson messed up, though.
He rode out onto the Plank Road that night to determine the feasibility of a night attack by the light of the full moon, traveling beyond the farthest advance of his men. When one of his staff officers warned him about the dangerous position, Jackson replied, "The danger's all over. The enemy is routed. Go back and tell A.P. Hill to press right on."
Oh, wow.
As Jackson and his staff were returning to camp on May 2nd, sentries of the 18th North Carolina Infantry Regiment mistook the group for a Union cavalry force. The sentries shouted, "Halt! Who goes there?" but fired before evaluating the reply. Frantic shouts by Jackson's staff identifying the party were replied to by Major John D. Berry with the retort, "It's a damned Yankee trick! Fire!" Second volley was fired in response. Jackson was hit by 3 bullets, 2 in the left arm and 1 in the right hand. Several of Jackson's men and many horses were killed in the attack. Incoming artillery rounds in darkness led to confusion, and Jackson was dropped from his stretcher while being evacuated.
Oh, jeez.
Hunter McGuire amputated Jackson's left arm, and Jackson was moved to Fairfield Plantation at Guinea Station. Thomas Chandler, the owner of that station, offered the use of his home for Jackson's treatment, but Jackson suggested using Chandler's plantation office building instead.
Oh, get shot in the arm. It's ridiculous.
And then had to get it amputated.
General Lee wrote to Jackson after learning of his injuries, stating, "Could I have directed events, I would have chosen for the good of the country to be disabled in your stead." Jackson died of complications from pneumonia on 10th of May, 1863, 8 days after he was shot by his own men.
Yeah.
Dr. McGuire wrote an account of Jackson's final hours and last words. A few moments before he died, he cried out in his delirium, "Order A.P. Hill to prepare for action. Pass the infantry to the front rapidly. Tell Major Hawks," then stopped, leaving the sentence unfinished. Presently, a smile of an ineffable sweetness spread itself over his pale face, and he said quietly, and with an expression as of relief, "Let us cross over the river and rest under the shade of the trees."
Dude had battle on his mind. He was dying.
Ridiculous.
Jackson's fatal bullet was withdrawn, examined, and found to be a 67 caliber, a type in service with the Confederate used, obviously. Union troops in the area were using 58 caliber balls. This is one of the first instances of forensic ballistics identification derived from a firearm projectile. Wow. His body was moved to the governor's mansion in Richmond for the public to mourn. He was then moved to be buried in Oak Grove Cemetery in Lexington, Virginia. The arm that was amputated on May 2nd was buried separately by Jackson's chaplain at the J. Horace Lacey House, which is now preserved at the Fredericksburg National Battlefield in the wilderness of Orange County near the field hospital.
Dang.
Wow, really?
So if you dug up around there, you might find Stonewall Jackson's
A
arm.
little skeleton of it, yeah. Upon hearing of Jackson's death, Robert E. Lee mourned the loss of both a friend and trusted commander. As Jackson lay dying, Lee sent a message through Chaplain Lacey saying, "Give General Jackson my affectionate regards and say to him, he has lost his left arm, but I my right." Aww. The night Lee learned of Jackson's death, he told his cook, "William, I have lost my right arm, and I'm bleeding at the heart."
Oh, poor guy.
Harper's Weekly reported Jackson's death on May 23rd, 1863 as follows. "Death of Stonewall Jackson, bold letters. General Stonewall Jackson was badly wounded in the arm at the battles of Chancellorsville and had his right arm amputated, or his arm amputated. He initially appeared to be healing, but he died from pneummonia on May 10th, 1863. That's
Terrible.
all they gave him, huh? That's all they gave him there. Ooh, whoever did that better have deserted. Well, I got a successful attack out of it, though, I guess.
Man, yeah. But I mean, just stupidity. Once again, stupidity.
It's kind of his fault.
Right. But still.
He's the one that wanted to continue on at dark.
Right. You don't never do anything at dark. Anyhow, moving back on to the battle, the Union gunners at Fairfield Cemetery were alert and nervous. They were a few hundred yards behind Berry's division and still intact elements of the 11th Corps, and they found it quite impossible to fire their guns without the shells going over the heads of the infantrymen in front of them. A few friendly fire casualties resulted from this, as the gunners were quick to shoot at anything that they thought was an enemy.
Wow.
When they got sight of a large body of Confederates drawing near, they let loose a huge cannonade that landed on and around the party that was carrying the wounded Jackson to the rear, and did end up wounding A.P. Hill as well.
Wow. Despite the fame of Stonewall Jackson's victory on May 2nd, it did not result in significant military advantage for the Army of Northern Virginia. Howard's 11th Corps had been defeated, but the Army of the Potomac remained a potent force, and Reynolds' 1st Corps had arrived overnight, which replaced Howard's losses. Jeez. Right. So, literally died in vain for nothing, dude. About 76,000 Union men faced 43,000 Confederates at the Chancellorsville front. The two halves of Lee's army at Chancellorsville were separated by Sickles' 3rd Corps, which occupied a strong position on high ground at Hazel Grove.
Jeez, man.
Well, Sickles was the only one that separated them two, though. They could have converged on him and took him out. Maybe they did. I don't know.
Jeez. Unless General Lee could devise a plan to eject Sickles from Hazel Grove and combine the two halves of his army, he would have little chance of success in assaulting formidable Union earthworks around Chancellorsville. Fortunately for Lee, Joseph Hooker inadvertently cooperated.
Oh, because of course.
Early on May 3rd, Hooker ordered Sickles to move from Hazel Grove to a new position on Plank Road. Lee's like, oh, damn, that's easy. Thanks, guys. As they were withdrawing, the trailing elements of Sickles' Corps were attacked by the Confederate brigade of Brigadier General James Archer, which captured 100 prisoners and 4 cannons. Nice. Hazel Grove was soon turned into a powerful artillery platform with 30 guns under Colonel Porter Alexander. Damn.
Wow.
Lee wanted that Hazel Grove.
Apparently, after Jackson was wounded and ultimately killed, command of the 2nd Corps fell to a senior division commander Major General A.P. Hill. He's like, finally. Hill was soon wounded himself, though. He consulted with Brigadier General Robert E. Rhodes, the next most senior general in the Corps, and Rhodes reluctantly accepted Hill's decision to summon Major General Jeb Stuart to take command. Oh, Rhodes was like, me? No.
Stuart.
Notifying Lee after the fact.
Oh.
Brigadier General Henry Heth replaced Hill in division command. Damn, so Rhodes got overlooked twice.
Right.
Although Stuart was a cavalryman who had never commanded infantry before, he was to deliver a creditable performance at Chancellorsville. I mean, it's Jeb Stuart.
Jeb Stuart, man. This dude's a beast.
By the morning of May 3rd, the Union line resembled a horseshoe. The center was held by the 3rd, the 12th, and 2nd Corps.
All right, so we're getting a...
Do you want it to look like a horseshoe? I don't know. I guess you got...
All right. Oh, man, this is going to be a hell of a battle. Left. On the left were remnants of the 11th Corps, and the right was held by the 5th and 1st Corps. On the western side of the Chancellorsville salient, Stuart organized his 3 divisions to straddle the Plank Road. Heth's in advance, Colston's 350 yards behind, and Rhodes, whose men had done the hardest fighting on the 2nd of May near the Wilderness Church. The attack began around 5:30 a.m., supported by the newly installed artillery at Hazel Grove. That helped them big time. And by simultaneous attacks by the divisions of Anderson and McLaws from the south and the southeast. The Confederates were resisted fiercely by the Union troops behind strong earthworks, and the fighting on the 3rd of May was the heaviest of the campaign. The initial waves of the assaults by Heth and Colston gained a little bit of ground, but they were beaten back by the Union counterattacks.
You put up a fight so far. Rhodes sent his men in last, and this final push, along with the excellent performance of the Confederate artillery, carried the morning battle.
How often have we ever heard that?
Right. Confederates and
artillery and
excellent performance. Right. Chancellorsville was the only occasion in the war in Virginia in which Confederate gunners held a decided advantage over their Federal counterparts, like you just said. Confederate guns on Hazel Grove were joined by 20 more on the Plank Road to duel effectively with the Union guns on neighboring Fairview Hill, causing the Federals to withdraw as ammunition ran low and Confederate infantrymen picked off the gun crews.
You ain't kidding. Okay.
Damn, dude. It's just like not even fair right now.
Well, now you got heavy hearts on the Confederate side saying, let's do this for Stonewall, babies.
Well, they don't know he's dead yet, though.
Right. It's true. But still, let's do this for Stonewall, babies. Fairview was evacuated 9:30 a.m., briefly recaptured in a counterattack, but by 10 a.m., Hooker ordered it abandoned for good.
Wow.
The loss of this artillery platform doomed the Union position at Chancellorsville, the crossroads as well. And the Army of the Potomac began a fight and retreat to position circling United States Ford. The soldiers of the two halves of Lee's army reunited shortly after 10 a.m. before the Chancellor Mansion, wildly triumphant as Lee arrived on Traveler to survey the scene of his victory.
Look at this guy, proud with his little white horse trotting up.
Yeah.
Jeez, Lee's presence was the signal for one of those uncontrollable bursts of enthusiasm which none can appreciate who has not witnessed them. The fierce soldiers with their faces blackened with the smoke of battle, the wounded crawling with feeble limbs from the fury of devouring flames, all seemed possessed with a common impulse. One long, unbroken cheer in which the feeble cry of those who lay helpless on the earth, blended with the strong voices of those who still fought, rose high above the roar of the battle and hailed the presence of a victorious chief.
Oh, shit. Look at
He
that.
sat in the full realization of all that soldiers dream of, triumph. And as I looked at him in the complete fruition of the success which his genius, courage, and confidence in his army had won, I thought it must have been from some such scene that men in ancient days ascended to the dignity of gods. Said by Charles Marshall, Lee's military secretary and aide-de-camp to Lee.
Nice.
Wow.
Look at
That's nice words for old Lee, huh?
This guy was like in awe. He was
Right.
like, oh, my. At the height of the fighting on the 3rd of May, Hooker suffered an injury at about 9:15 a.m. when Confederate cannonball hit a wooden pillar he was leaning against at his headquarters.
Oh, jeez.
That's what you get. He later wrote that
You got time to lean, you got time to clean, damn it.
he later wrote that half the pillar violently struck him in an erect position from my head to my feet. He likely received a concussion, which was sufficiently severe to render him unconscious for over an hour.
Holy shit.
Although clearly incapacitated after he arose, Hooker refused to turn over command temporarily to his second in command, Major General Darius N. Couch. He's like, I don't think so. With Hooker's chief of staff, Major General Daniel Butterfield, and Sedgwick out of communication, again due to the failure of telegraph lines, there was no one at headquarters with sufficient rank or stature to convince Hooker otherwise.
Right, and he's delirious, don't even know what the hell's
Right.
going on. And
Like,
these
we
guys
got
are like,
it.
dude, we could do it. He's, no. This failure may have...
We got to get those redcoats.
Right.
Like, dude, that was War of
no,
1812.
right.
You weren't even born yet.
This failure may have affected Union performance over the next day and may have directly contributed to Hooker's seeming lack of nerve and timid performance throughout the rest of the battle. Meanwhile, at about 7:30 a.m. near Chancellorsville, the 3rd Corps, 2nd Division Commander Major General Hiram Berry was killed by Confederate muskets.
Damn.
Brigadier General Gershom Mott, next in seniority, was also severely wounded about that time. Believing himself to be next in command, Brigadier General Joseph Warren Revere, who was the grandson of old Paul, assumed command of the division. He's
Dude.
like, the rebels are coming.
Right. Dude, the Union is like disheveled here, man. What's
They don't...
What's fuck going on?
These big battles, dude, they just suck.
Right. It's been being out-tillered.
Artillered?
Out-artillered? I mean, come on.
Yeah, it's not
Weird,
good, man.
weird.
After this battle, they thought that their artillery was superior, but I don't know.
Damn, when you got Jeb Stuart freaking rallying infantrymen and cavalry. Oh, man. Finding himself among stragglers from the battle and unable to contact Sickles, Revere commanded a group of 500 or 600 soldiers to reform at a point about 3 miles to the north of Chancellorsville. This 3-mile march away from the battlefield, described by Revere as a regrouping effort and not a retreat, led to his being court-martialed in August by Major General Hooker. I don't care who your granddad is. This coincided with Revere's friendly 1852 conversation with Stonewall Jackson, in which Jackson used horoscopes and astrology to predict Revere's culmination of a malign aspect. Okay.
In the first days of May of 1863.
Right.
So he read his future
Right.
and said some shit like this was going to happen, which is
Right.
weird.
Damn.
Stonewall Jackson's an astrologist.
Guess so.
Well, as Lee was savoring his victory at Chancellorsville Crossroads, he received disturbing news. Major General John Sedgwick's force had broken through the Confederate lines at Fredericksburg and was headed towards Chancellorsville.
Uh-oh.
Yep, the night of May 2nd, in the aftermath of Jackson's flank attack, Hooker had ordered Sedgwick to cross the Rappahannock at Fredericksburg on the receipt of this order, and at once take up your line of march on the Chancellorsville Road until you connect with him. You will attack and destroy any force you may fall in with on the road.
Uh-oh, spaghetti-o.
Yeah, Sedgwick is on his way now, Lee. Better not celebrate too hard.
Right. General Lee had left a relatively small force at Fredericksburg, ordering Brigadier General Jubal Early to watch the enemy and try to hold him, he says. If he was attacked in overwhelming numbers, Early was to retreat to Richmond. But if Sedgwick withdrew from his front, he was to join with Lee at Chancellorsville. On the morning of May 2, Early received a garbled message from Lee's staff that caused him to start marching most of his men toward Chancellorsville.
Oh, no.
But he quickly returned after a warning from Brigadier General William Barksdale of a Union advance against Fredericksburg.
He's like, wait, where are you going?
What the hell's going on? Oh,
Jeez. 7 a.m., May 3rd. 7 a.m., May 3rd, Early was indeed confronted by the Union with 4 divisions. First, under Brigadier General John Gibbon of the 2nd Corps, had crossed the Rappahannock north of town. 3 divisions of Sedgwick's 6th Corps, Major General John Newton and Brigadier Generals Albion
John Newton?
Howe and William T.H. Brooks, were arrayed in line from the front of the town to Deep Run. Most of Early's combat strength was developed to the south of town, where federal troops had achieved their most significant successes during the December battle. Mary's Heights was defended by Barksdale's Mississippi Brigade, and Early ordered the Louisiana Brigade, Brigadier General Harry T. Hayes, from the far right to Barksdale's left.
All right, so we got some shit going on here. By mid-morning, 2 Union attacks against the infamous stone wall on Mary's Heights were repulsed with numerous casualties.
Yeah, that's the one that, remember, in Fredericksburg, they were running down the hill just getting slaughtered.
Stupid. A Union party flag under truce was allowed to collect the wounded. But while close to the stone wall, they were able to observe how sparsely the Confederate line was manned. Wow, that's so stupid. They should have put everybody in front just for that point.
Right.
A 3rd Union attack was successful in overrunning the Confederate position.
I bet it was.
Early was able to organize an effective fighting retreat. John Sedgwick's road to Chancellorsville was open, but he wasted so much time in gathering his troops and forming a marching column.
His men, led by Brooks's division, followed by Newton and Howe, were delayed for several hours by successive actions against the Alabama Brigade of Brigadier General Cadmus Wilcox of the Confederates.
Okay.
His final delay in line was a ridge at Salem Church, where he was joined by 3 brigades from McLaw's division and 1 from Anderson's, bringing the total Confederate strength to about 10,000 men. Artillery fire was exchanged by both sides in the afternoon, and at 5:30 p.m., 2 brigades of Brooks's division attacked on both sides of the Plank Road. The advance south of the road reached as far as the churchyard, but was driven back. The attack north of the road could not break the Confederate line.
Wilcox described the action as a bloody repulse to the enemy, rendering it entirely useless to him as little success of the morning at Fredericksburg. Hooker expressed his disappointment in Sedgwick. My object in ordering General Sedgwick forward was to relieve me from the position in which I found myself at Chancellorsville. In my judgment, General Sedgwick did not obey the spirit of my order and made no sufficient effort to obey it. When he did move, it was not with sufficient confidence or ability in his part to maneuver his troops.
Dude, Hooker's such a piece of shit, blaming everybody else. Sounds exactly like McClellan.
Right. The fighting on May 3rd, 1863 was some of the most furious battles anywhere in the Civil War. The loss of 21,357 men that day in the 3 battles, divided equally between the 2 armies, ranks the fighting only behind of Antietam as the bloodiest day of war on American soil.
And American history.
American history, yeah. Wow.
Ever. That's up to today.
That's 13,000 for each. 11,000 for each.
Not all dead, but
Right. Damn.
crazy. On the evening of May 3rd and all day on May 4th, Hooker remained in his defenses north of Chancellorsville. Lee observed that Hooker was threatening no offensive action, so felt comfortable ordering Anderson's division to join the battle against Sedgwick. He sent orders to Early and McLaws to cooperate in a joint attack, but the orders reached his subordinates after dark, so the attack was planned for May 4th. By this time, Sedgwick has placed his divisions into a strong defensive position with its flanks anchored on the Rappahannock, 3 sides of a rectangle extending south of the Plank Road. Early's plan was to drive the Union troops off of Mary's Heights and the other high ground west of Fredericksburg. Lee ordered McLaws to engage from the west to, quote-unquote, prevent the enemy concentrating on General Early.
All right. Well, Early reoccupied Mary's Heights on the morning of 4th of May, cutting Sedgwick off from town. However, McLaws was reluctant to take any action. Before noon, Lee arrived with Anderson's division, giving him a total of 21,000 men, slightly outnumbering Sedgwick. Despite Lee's presence, McLaws continued his passive role, and Anderson's men took a few hours to get into position.
Oh, jeez.
Wow. A situation that frustrated and angered both Early and Lee.
I bet.
Right. He's like, what is going on here? Why are your men not moving with such urgency? Lee had been planning on a concentrated assault from 3 directions.
Yeah, well, when it's getting delayed like that.
He's like, holy shit. The attack finally began around 6 p.m. 2 of Early's brigades under Brigadier General Hayes and Brigadier General Hoke pushed back Sedgwick's left center across the Plank Road. But Anderson's effort was a slight one, and McLaws once again contributed nothing.
Fucking McLaws, dude.
Right.
Throughout the day on May 4th, Hooker provided no assistance or useful guidance to Sedgwick, and Sedgwick thought about little else than protecting his line of retreat.
Yeah, I'm thinking the North is like, all right, we're just done here.
Sedgwick withdrew across the Rappahannock at Banks's Ford during the pre-dawn hours of May 5th. When he learned that Sedgwick had retreated back over the river, Hooker felt he was out of the options to save the campaign.
Right, there's nothing you can do.
He called a council of war and asked his corps commanders to vote about whether to stay and fight or to withdraw. Although a majority voted to fight, Hooker had had enough. Right. Little bitch. He had his heart set on not fighting anyways. He was scared, and he's failed fucking just like every other commander of the Potomac Army. I mean, it's sad.
It is pretty sad.
On the night of May 5th through the 6th, obviously early 6th, he withdrew back across the river at U.S. Ford.
Wow. Man, I'm telling you, this is some shitty leadership. It was a difficult operation. Hooker and the artillery crossed first, followed by infantry beginning at 6 a.m. on the 6th of May. General Meade's 5th Corps served as the rear guard. Rains caused the river to rise and threatened to break the pontoon bridge. Couch was in command in the South Bank after Hooker departed, but he was left with explicit orders not to continue the battle, which he had been tempted to do so. The surprise withdrawal frustrated Lee's plan for one final attack against Chancellorsville. He had issued orders for... He's mad. He's like, damn it. I wanted to see my plan go through. You just walk in and take it now, bud. He had issued orders for his artillery to bombard.
Right. His goal is to dismantle this fucking army, but he never can because they're always running from him.
True. He had issued orders for his artillery to bombard the Union line in preparation for another assault. But by the time they were ready, Hooker and his men were gone. Yeah, and plus you had the guys lollygagging around.
Well, his guys, right?
Lee and Early are like, "What the hell is going on?"
Yeah, these get command of your guys, Lee. The Union cavalry under Brigadier General George Stoneman, after a week of ineffectual raiding in central and southern Virginia, in which they failed to attack any of the objective Hooker established, withdrew into Union lines east of Richmond, the peninsula north of the York River across from Yorktown on May 7th, which effectively ended the campaign. And from Horace Greeley of the New York Tribune after this, he says, "My God, it is horrible, horrible. And to think of it, 130,000 magnificent soldiers so cut to pieces by less than 60,000 half-starved ragamuffins."
I mean,
dude, the North was probably destroying these guys, dude. The media.
That's been the story of the war so far. It's the South is highly outnumbered, but yet fight harder.
Yep.
Oh my.
Always.
And if it wasn't for Union's artillery in the first 2 years of this war, dude, I think it might be a little different here.
Mm-hmm.
That artillery is killing it. Today is the first time we've ever seen the Confederate artillery actually dominate this battle.
It's pathetic. Lincoln needs to get a fucking hold on some shit because he's running out of guys he can replace leading the Army of the Potomac.
You ain't kidding. General Lee, despite being outnumbered by a ratio of over 2-1, won arguably his greatest victory of the war, sometimes described as the perfect battle.
Perfect battle.
But he paid a terrible price for it, taking more casualties than he had lost in any previous battle, including the Confederate defeat at the Battle of Antietam. With only 60,000 men engaged, he suffered 13,303 casualties, 1,665 killed, 9,081 wounded, 2,018 missing, losing some 22% of his force in the campaign, and which the Confederacy, with limited manpower and ammo and supplies, they could not replace this.
Could not. Well, just as seriously, he lost his most aggressive field commander, obviously Stonewall Jackson. Brigadier General F. Paxton was the other Confederate general killed during the battle.
Yeah.
After Longstreet rejoined the main army, he was highly critical of Lee's strategies, saying that battles like Chancellorsville cost the Confederacy more men than it could afford to lose.
Oh, shit.
Of the 133,000 Union men engaged, 17,197 were casualties, of which 1,606 were killed, so less than 60 less than the Confederates. 9,672 wounded, 5,919 missing. Yeah, I would have willing to bet a lot of those guys just said, fuck this, I'm leaving.
Well, I don't know. I think the 5,919 maybe are dead somewhere. I guess no, because you find all the bodies, right?
Well, maybe. I mean, but still, I'm willing to bet a lot of those are, they said, fuck this, dude. I'm tired of this.
Right.
Every major war we go against Lee, we get our asses kicked.
6,000 people be like, you know what? Fuck this, I'm
6,000 guys are just missing.
They're like, fuck this, I'm out.
Right.
Fuck this shit.
A percentage much lower than Lee's. Obviously, had a lot more people. But
10,000 wounded, too, man. Could you imagine that field hospital?
And how many of those died?
Oh, dude.
Eventually.
I bet you almost half.
And how many of those not only wounded,
could not do anything.
Couldn't go further in battle.
Right.
You're talking about, this is one of those times where the field hospital is literally mounds of body parts that they've had to cut off.
Yeah, limbs everywhere.
Just fucking
staph infections reeking through the whole thing.
All you hear is screams and fucking, dude.
So this number of 17,197 casualties is actually, you can pretty much say that's how many were killed. Not they're not dead, but the number
how much they lost. That's why they're called casualties, right?
So that's boom, damn, that's nuts, dude. 17,000 in 4 days. And the Confederates was what? 12, 13?
Oh, okay. See. Oh, okay. This number includes 4,000 men of the 11th Corps who were captured on May 2nd.
Well, but still.
So that's out of the missing, would it be? Right?
Yeah, captured.
So still 1,900 missing? That's still a lot. When comparing only the killed and wounded, there were almost no differences between the Confederate and Federal losses at Chancellorsville. Yeah, they were like even.
Right.
The Union lost 3 generals in this campaign, though.
Oh, shit.
Major Generals Hiram G. Berry and Emil Whipple, and Brigadier General Edmund Kirby. Oh, Kirby.
All right.
Poor guy.
Well, Major General Hooker, who began the campaign believing he had 80 chances in 100 to be successful. I'll give myself a B-. He lost the battle through miscommunication, the incompetence of some of his leading generals, most notably Howard and Stoneman, but also Sedgwick.
Oh, no. I'm tired of them blaming everybody else, dude. It's fucking clearly Hooker was an idiot.
But mostly through the collapse of his own confidence. Hooker's errors included abandoning his offensive push on the 1st of May and ordering Sickles to give up Hazel Grove and pull back on the 2nd May.
Yeah, that was the one. When he let the Confederates join back up, I mean, what an idiot, dude.
At Hazel Grove was at the artillery place right there where the Confederates just pounded them. Once they got Hazel Grove.
Yeah, but Sickles, that was the only one that he was standing in between the two halves of the Confederates.
Right. Man, that was rough. Big mistake.
He also erred in his disposition of forces, despite Abraham Lincoln's exhortation. This time put in all your men, he says. Some 40,000 men of the Army of the Potomac scarcely fired a shot.
Wow.
Later asked why he had ordered a halt to his advance on May 1st, Hooker is reputed or whatever to have responded, quote unquote, for the first time, I lost faith in Hooker.
Wow.
Douchebag, referring to yourself in the third person.
Right.
First person, third person, whatever.
Third.
However, Stephen W. Sears, the historian guy, has categorized this as a myth. He says nothing has been more damaging to General Joseph Hooker's military reputation than this, from John Bigelow's The Campaign of Chancellorsville. What the fuck? I guess he's citing some book. A couple months later, when Hooker crossed the Rappahannock, actually the Potomac, get it right, with the Army of the Potomac in the Campaign of Gettysburg, he was asked by General Doubleday, says, Hooker, what was the matter with you at Chancellorsville? Hooker answered frankly, Doubleday, for once I lost confidence in Hooker.
Either way, he said it.
So how's it a myth there, Stephen Sears?
Stupid.
Okay.
Well, Sears' research has shown that Bigelow was quoting from a letter written in 1903 by an E.P. Halstead, who was on the staff of Doubleday's 1st Corps Division. There is no evidence that Hooker and Doubleday ever met during the Gettysburg campaign, and they could not have done so since they were dozens of miles apart. Finally, Doubleday made no mention of such a confession from Hooker in his history of the Chancellorsville campaign, which is published in 1882.
And you think he would have, right?
Right. Sears also concludes this. It can only be concluded. It can only be concluded that 40 years after the event, you piece of cunt. It can only be concluded that 40 years after the event, elderly ex-staff officer Halstead was at best retelling Some vaguely remember campfire tale, and at worst manufacturing a role for himself in histories of the campaign, right? Like, I gotta get myself in these stories.
Right.
Whatever Joe Hooker's failings at Chancellorsville, he did not make publicly known.
All right. I probably believe that, yeah. Lincoln later told Connecticut Representative Deming that he believed the war could have been terminated at Chancellorsville had Hooker managed the battle better.
Lincoln, the war could have been terminated a year ago.
Yeah. Specifically, he says, when Hooker failed to reinforce Sedgwick after hearing his cannon. However, he added, I do not know that I could have given any different orders had I been with them myself. I have not fully made up my mind how I should behave when mini balls were whistling and those great oblong shells shrieking in my ear. I might run away.
Oh, shit.
Well, at least he's honest. But still, I mean, Hooker failed.
Right. The Union was very shocked by this defeat.
Well, they should be used to it.
President Lincoln was quoted as saying, my God, what will the country say? You already know, bud.
All right.
A few generals were career casualties. Hooker relieved Stoneman from incompetence and for years waged a smear campaign against Howard, whom he blamed for his loss.
Right.
He wrote in 1876 that Howard was a hypocrite, totally incompetent, a perfect old woman, a bad man.
That's an insult back in the day. You're the old woman.
Yeah. He labeled Sedgwick as dilatory. Couch was so disgusted by Hooker's conduct at the battle and his incessant political maneuvering that he resigned and was placed in charge of the Department of the Susquehanna, commanding only Pennsylvania military.
President Lincoln chose to retain Hooker in command of the army, but the friction between Lincoln, General-in-Chief Halleck, and Hooker became intolerable in the early days of the Gettysburg campaign, and Lincoln relieved Hooker of command on June 28th, just before the battle.
Wow.
One of the consequences of Chancellorsville at Gettysburg was the conduct of Daniel Sickles, who undoubtedly recalled that the terrible consequences of withdrawing from Hazel Grove when he decided to ignore the commands of his general and moved his lines to the second day of battle to ensure that a minor piece of high ground, the Peach Orchard, was not available. What the fuck am I reading?
Oh, no. Right. He said from withdrawing from Hazel Grove really screwed us.
Yeah, he's saying I shouldn't have withdrew. He should have ignored
Right.
the general.
Right.
And he's sick to his stomach over it.
Yep. Knew it was wrong when he was doing it.
The Confederate public had mixed feelings about the result. Joy at Lee's tactical victory tempered by the loss of their most beloved general, Stonewall. The death of Jackson caused Lee to make the long-needed reorganization of the Army of Northern Virginia from 2 large corps into 3 under Longstreet, Ewell, and A.P. Hill.
Right.
Oh, poor D.H. Hill. I mean, the new assignments for the latter 2 generals caused some command difficulties in the upcoming Gettysburg campaign.
Yeah, that sucked too.
Of more consequence for Gettysburg, however, was the supreme confidence that Lee gained from his great victory at Chancellorsville that his army was virtually invincible and would succeed at anything he asked it to do. So that's when you get a little bit too complacent. You just think you can do whatever the fuck.
They were riding high. General Lee later wrote, at Chancellorsville, we gained another victory. Our people were wild with delight. I, on the contrary, was more depressed than after Fredericksburg. Our loss was severe, and again, we gained not an inch of ground, and the enemy could not be pursued.
Right. All for nothing.
All for naught. The battlefield was a scene of widespread destruction, covered with dead men and animals. The Chancellor family, whose house was destroyed during the battle, placed their entire 854-acre property for sale 4 months after the battle.
Yeah, I bet.
A smaller version of the house was rebuilt using some of the original materials, which served as a landmark for many of the veteran reunions of the late 19th century. Well, that's cool.
Well, 1927, the rebuilt house was destroyed by a fire. That same year, the United States Congress authorized the Fredericksburg and Spotsylvania National Military Park, which preserved some of the land that saw fighting in the 1862 Battle of Fredericksburg, the Chancellorsville Campaign, the Battle of Wilderness, and the Battle of Spotsylvania Courthouse, with the latter 2 being key battles in the 1864 Overland Campaign.
Oh, okay.
May of 2002, a regional developer announced a plan to build 2,300 houses and 2 million square feet of commercial space on the 790-acre Mullins Farm, which was the site of the first day of fighting at the Battle of Chancellorsville. No!
All right. Screw that shit. Man. Soon thereafter, the American Battlefield Trust, then known as the Civil War Trust, formed a coalition to save Chancellorsville, a network of national and local preservation groups that waged a vocal campaign against the development.
Good.
For nearly a year, the coalition mobilized local citizens, held candlelight vigils and hearings, encourage residents to become more involved in preservation. Public opinion polling conducted by the coalition found that more than 2/3 of local residents were opposed to the development, obviously. The survey also found that 90% of local residents believed their country had a responsibility to protect Chancellorsville and other historic resources.
Yeah, finally people with some damn sense. As a result of these efforts, in March 2003, the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors denied the rezoning application that would have allowed for the development. Immediately following the vote...
I'm surprised that lasted to 2003.
Right. Immediately following the vote, the Civil War Trust and other coalition members began working to acquire the battlefield. By working with county officials and developers, the trust acquired 140 acres in 2004 and another 74 in 2006. The American Battlefield Trust and its federal, state, and local partners have acquired and preserved 1,322 acres of the battlefield in more than a dozen different transactions from 2002 through November of 2021.
Right,
Look at them, dude. Nice.
Fantastic.
Oh, yeah, dude. Why would they... That's so dumb.
Right.
That's like building over Gettysburg or something. It's fucking stupid.
That's very dumb. The battle formed the basis for Stephen Crane's 1895 novel, The Red Badge of Courage.
Cool.
The battle serves as a background for one of F. Scott Fitzgerald's short stories, published in February of 1935 Esquire magazine, entitled The Night at Chancellorsville. Battle at Chancellorsville was depicted in 2003 film Gods and Generals, which is a fantastic movie. If you got 3.5 hours to sit down and watch it, do it. The treatment of the battle in both the novel and the movie focuses on Jackson's assault on the Union right flank, his wounding, and a subsequent death.
Yeah, it sure does.
Gods and Generals is even more graphic. Every detail. That's what I love about Gods and Generals in Gettysburg. You can't make an hour and a half movie out of it. It has to be almost 4 hours long, and it still is too short because you're missing all kinds of shit. You know what I mean?
Sure. We're in the year 1863 with the siege of Vicksburg just about to end right after this battle, which Gettysburg takes place July 1st to the 3rd. And in and around the town of Gettysburg, obviously, the battle involved the largest number of casualties of the entire war and is often described as the war's turning point, with the aforementioned siege of Vicksburg happening at the same time. Shortly after the Army of Northern Virginia won a major victory over the Army of the Potomac at the Battle of Chancellorsville a couple of months ago, General Robert E. Lee decided upon a second invasion of the North, the first which was unsuccessful when they lost the old bloody Battle of Antietam, which to this point I think is the bloodiest battle.
Yes, on American soil.
Right, so Gettysburg about to shatter that.
Invading the North would upset the Union's plans for the summer campaigning season, possibly reduce the pressure on the besieged Confederate garrison at Vicksburg.
Nope.
The invasion would allow the Confederates to live off the bounty of rich northern farms while giving war-ravaged Virginia a much-needed rest. Yeah, Virginia was getting messed up. In addition, General Lee's 72,000-man army could threaten Philadelphia, Baltimore, and Washington, and possibly strengthen the growing peace movement in the North. Oh, the peace, yeah.
So they want them to basically say, I surrender and we're done with this war because we're getting our asses kicked.
You can have Confederates and we'll be the Union.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, thus, on June 3rd, Lee's army began to shift northward from Fredericksburg, Virginia, following the death of Stonewall Jackson. Lee reorganized his 2 large corps into 3 new corps, commanded by Lieutenant General James Longstreet with the 1st Corps, Lieutenant General Richard S. Ewell for the 2nd Corps, and Lieutenant General A.P. Hill that commanded the 3rd. Both Ewell and Hill, who had formerly reported to Jackson as division commanders, were new to this level of responsibility. The cavalry division remained under Major General Jeb Stuart.
This dude's tired. He's been all over the countryside.
He's been just traveling. He's like, where are you, Lee?
Jeez. Well, the Union Army of the Potomac under Major General Joseph Hooker consisted of 7 infantry corps.
For now.
A cavalry corps and an artillery reserve for a combined strength of more than 100,000 men. The first major action of the campaign took place on the 9th of June between cavalry forces at Brandy Station, which we did, near Culpeper, Virginia. The 9,500 Confederate cavalrymen under Jeb Stuart were surprised by Major General Alfred Pleasanton's combined arms force of 2 cavalry divisions, 8,000 troops, and 3,000 infantry.
Wow.
But Jeb eventually repelled the Union attack.
Yeah, well, that inconclusive battle, the largest predominantly cavalry engagement of the war, proved for the first time that the Union horse soldier was equivalent to his Southern counterpart.
Well, I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, for the first time.
This is a lie. This is such a lie because we've read this sentence with 3 other battles. So remember that one battle was when the cavalry was like the first time that they beat the Southern cavalry?
Well, the Confederate cavalry was their high point. They didn't have anything else. Barely had any artillery.
Couldn't do any artillery, that's for sure.
No Navy.
Right. By mid-June, the Army of Northern Virginia was poised to cross the Potomac and enter Maryland. After defeating the Union garrisons at Winchester and Martinsburg, Ewell's 2nd Corps began crossing the river on June 15th. Hill's and Longstreet's Corps followed on June 24th and 25th. Then Hooker's army pursued them, keeping between Washington, D.C. and Lee's army. The Union crossed the Potomac from June 25th to the 27th, so now they're all going to be right there, man.
Lee gave strict orders for his army to minimize any negative effects on the civilian population. Food, horses, other supplies were generally not seized outright unless a citizen concealed property. Although quartermasters reimbursing northern farmers and merchants with Confederate money, which was virtually worthless, or with equally worthless promissory notes, were not well received. Like, what do you want me to do with this? Various towns, most notably York, Pennsylvania, were required to pay indemnities in lieu of supplies under threat of destruction.
Jeez.
Like, you better give us this shit or we'll just burn it down.
Right. We'll take it, and then we'll ruin your life. During the invasion, the Confederates seized between 40 and nearly 60 African Americans. A few of them were escaped fugitive slaves, but many were free men. All were sent south into slavery under guard.
Oh, wow.
June 26, elements of Major General Jubal Early's division of Ewell's Corps occupied the town of Gettysburg after chasing off newly raised Pennsylvania militia in a series of minor skirmishes. Early laid the borough under tribute, but did not collect any significant supplies. Soldiers burned several railroad cars and a covered bridge and destroyed nearby rails and telegraph lines. It said nobody's getting in and nobody's getting out.
Yep, even Lloyd's. The following morning, Early departed for the adjacent York County. Meanwhile, in a controversial move, General Lee allowed Stuart to take a portion of the Army's cavalry and ride around the east flank of the Union Army.
And this is where he's
never to be seen from again. Lee's orders gave Stuart much latitude. Both generals share the blame for the long absence of Stuart's cavalry, obviously, as well as the failure to assign a more active role to the cavalry left with the army. They're like, what do we do? Like, I don't know.
Jeb's not here.
Take care of the horses. Stuart and his 3 best brigades were absent from the army during the crucial phase of the approach to Gettysburg in the first 2 days of battle. Yeah,
by the time he got there, it didn't mean shit.
Mm-hmm.
June 29th, Lee's army was strung out in an arc from Chambersburg, which is 28 miles northwest of Gettysburg, to Carlisle, which is 30 miles north of Gettysburg, to near Harrisburg and Wrightsville on the Susquehanna River. So they're everywhere. In a dispute over the use of forces defending the Harper's Ferry garrison, Hooker offered his resignation, and Abraham Lincoln and General-in-Chief Henry Halleck, who were looking for an excuse already to rid themselves of him, immediately accepted. They're like, yes.
Yeah.
They replaced Hooker early on the morning of June 28th with Major General George Meade, who was then the commander of the 5th Corps. 3 days before the freaking battle.
Yeah, and he gets all the credit for Gettysburg.
Right. Well, he was, you'll see, he did do shit that Hooker definitely wouldn't have done.
He was a decent general. I think he's the last until Ulysses, right?
Yep.
29th of June, General Lee learned that the Army of Potomac had crossed the Potomac. He ordered concentration of his forces around Casstown, located at the eastern base of South Mountain and 8 miles west of Gettysburg. South Mountain, huh? June 30th, while part of Hill's Corps was in Casstown, one of Hill's brigades was North Carolinians under Brigadier General J. Johnston Pettigrew. They ventured toward Gettysburg. In his memoirs, Major General Henry Heth, Pettigrew's division commander, claimed that he sent Pettigrew to search for supplies in town, especially shoes.
You know they need them shoes. Well, when Pettigrew's men approached Gettysburg on June 30th, they noticed Union cavalry under Major General John Buford arriving south of town, so they're getting there together.
Oh, wow.
Pettigrew returned to Casstown without engaging them. They're like, oh, shit.
You ain't good.
Well, when he told Hill and Heth what he had seen, neither general believed that there was a substantial Union force in or near the town, suspecting that it had only been Pennsylvania militia. Despite Lee's order to avoid a general engagement until his entire army was concentrated, Hill decided to mount a significant reconnaissance in force the following morning to determine the size and strength of the enemy force in his front. About 5 a.m. Wednesday, July 1st, 2 brigades of Heth's division advanced to Gettysburg. And there it is.
Army of Potomac, initially under Hooker, now Meade replaced Hooker in command on 28th of June, which would be said, consisted of more than 100,000 men. The 1st Corps, commanded by Major General John F. Reynolds, with divisions commanded by Brigadier General Wadsworth, Brigadier General Robinson, and Brigadier General Abner Doubleday.
Oh, Doubleday.
2nd Corps, commanded by Major General Winfield Scott Hancock, had Brigadier General Caldwell, Gibbon, and Hayes with them. 3rd Corps, commanded by Major General Daniel Sickles. He also had Major General David Birney and Major General Andrew Humphreys on his side. Moving on to the 5th Corps. 4th Corps is like we don't want to be involved.
Right. No, thank you.
All right. 5th Corps commanded by Major General George Sykes. He was with Meade until the 28th.
Well, that was Meade's
Right.
corps until they got promoted.
Okay, yeah. With divisions with Brigadier Generals James Barnes, Romine Ayres, and Samuel Crawford by his side. Moving on to the 6th Corps, commanded by Major General John Sedgwick. He had Brigadier General Horatio Wright, Brigadier General Albion Howe, and Major General John Newton. Moving on to the 9th Corps, or the 11th Corps. Wow, what happened to the rest? Commanded by Major General Oliver Otis Howard. He had Brigadier General Francis Barlow, Brigadier General Adolf von Steinrock, and Major General Karl Schurz. Well, they got
That's the Germans.
German. Yeah. Moving on to the 12th Corps, commanded by Major General Henry Slocum. We've heard of him. He had Brigadier General Alpheus Williams and John Geary. Cavalry Corps commanded by Major General Alfred Pleasanton with Brigadier General John Buford, David Gregg, and Hudson Kilpatrick. Artillery Reserve commanded by Brigadier General Robert O. Tyler. Preeminent artillery officer at Gettysburg was Brigadier General Henry Hunt, Chief Artillery's on Meade's staff. So, yeah, he's bringing his own campaign. During advance on Gettysburg, Reynolds was in operational command on the left or advanced wing of the Army, consisting of the 1st, 3rd, and the 11th Corps. Many other Union units, not part of the Army of the Potomac, were actively involved in Gettysburg campaign as well, but not directly involved in the Battle of Gettysburg.
Yeah, the battles leading up to it and all that.
These included portions of the Union.
Oh, there's your 4th Corps you wondered about.
Militia and they're tired. The militia and state troops of the Department of the Susquehanna and various garrisons, also including that of Harper's Ferry, which we did.
Yes, sir. In reaction to the death of Jackson after Chancellorsville, we already said Lee organized his army from 2 infantry corps to 3.
Yes, this is
that's all he has,
right.
dude. The 1st Corps commanded by James Longstreet with divisions commanded by Major Generals Lafayette McLaws, George Pickett, and John Bell Hood. 2nd Corps commanded by Lieutenant General Richard Ewell, with divisions commanded by Major Generals Jubal Early, Edward Johnson, and Robert Rhodes. 3rd Corps was commanded by Lieutenant General A.P. Hill, with divisions commanded by Major Generals Richard Anderson, Henry Heth, and Dorsey Pender. And the Cavalry Division, which we know Jeb Stuart runs that, but he's got brigades commanded by Wade Hampton, Fitzhugh Lee, Beverly Robertson, Albert Jenkins, William E. Grumble Jones, John M. Bowden, and Colonel John R. Chambliss. Holy shit.
Nice. Anticipating that the Rebs would march on Gettysburg from the west on the morning of the 1st of July, General Buford laid out his defenses on 3 ridges west of town: Her Ridge, McPherson Ridge, and Seminary Ridge. These were appropriate terrain for delaying action by a small cavalry division against superior Confederate infantry forces, meant to buy time awaiting the arrival of Union infantrymen who could occupy the strong defensive positions south of town at Cemetery Hill, Cemetery Ridge, and Culp's Hill. Buford understood that if the cavalry would gain control of these heights, Meade's army would have difficulty dislodging them. Yeah, anybody on top of a hill can do some damage.
Right. Well, Heft's division of the Confederates advanced with 2 brigades forward, commanded by Brigadier Generals James Archer and Joseph Davis. They proceeded easterly in columns along the Chambersburg Pike, 3 miles west of town, about 7:30 a.m. July 1st. 2 brigades met light resistance from vedettes of Union cavalry and deployed into line. According to lore, the Union soldier to fire the first shot of the battle was Lieutenant Marcellus Jones. Eventually, Heth's men encountered dismounted troopers of Colonel William Gamble's cavalry brigade. Marcellus Jones, did he die? Think he did?
He had to.
Well, this guy, he didn't.
Wow.
Died in 1900.
Look at that. 37 years later.
Nice. Good for him, dude.
1830 he was born. He's 70 years old.
Proud, I don't know if it was just pencil and fired a shot at an officer on a white or light gray horse. Good for him. Well, that's a trivia question.
Right. The dismounted troops resisted stoutly, delaying the Confederate advance, with most firing their breech-loading Sharps carbines from behind fences and trees. Small number of troops had other carbine models. A small minority of historians have written that some troopers had Spencer repeating carbines or Spencer repeating rifles, but most sources disagree.
Okay.
I don't think so. I think there was.
I don't know.
Still, by 10:20 a.m., the Confederates had pushed the Union cavalrymen east to McPherson Ridge when the vanguard of the 1st Corps under Major General John Reynolds finally arrived. North of the Pike, Davis gained a temporary success against the Brigadier General Lysander Cutler's brigade, but was repelled with heavy losses in an action around an unfinished railroad bed cut in the ridge.
South of the Pike, Archer's brigade assaulted through Herbst, also known as McPherson's Woods. The Union Iron Brigade under Brigadier General Solomon Meredith enjoyed initial success against Archer, capturing several hundred men, including Archer himself.
Uh-oh.
General Reynolds was shot and killed early in the fighting. While Reynolds, dude, he had pretty big part in this war so far. He was shot and killed early in the fighting while directing troop and artillery placements just to the east of the woods. Shelby Foote wrote that the Union cause lost a man considered by many to be the best general in the army at this point. Yeah, dude. Reynolds was a below. That's like Jackson. That's their Jackson.
All right. Major General Abner Doubleday assumed command. He's like, this is my time. Fighting at the Chambersburg Pike area lasted until about 12:30 p.m. It resumed again at around 2:30 after everybody had lunch, took their shit, and a little power nap, and ready to roll again. When Hess' entire division engaged, adding the brigade of Pettigrew and Colonel John Brockenborough, they were like, we're here. As Pettigrew's North Carolina Brigade came online, they flanked the 19th Indiana and drove the Iron Brigade back. The 26th North Carolina, the largest regiment in the Army with 839 men, lost heavily, leaving the first day's fight with around 212 men.
Leaving with 212.
Right.
Wow.
By the end of the 3-day battle, they had about 152 men standing. The highest casualty percentage of one battle of any regiment, north or south. These dudes lost 80% of their frickin' army.
Yeah. Slowly, the Iron Brigade of the Union was pushed out of the woods towards Seminary Ridge. A.P. Hill added Major General William Dorsey Pender's division to the assault, and the First Corps was driven back through the grounds of the Lutheran Seminary and Gettysburg streets. In the streets.
Oh, shit.
As the fighting to the west proceeded, 2 divisions of Ewell's Second Corps, marching west towards Cashtown in accordance with Lee's order for the army to concentrate in that vicinity, they turned south on the Carlisle and Harrisburg roads towards Gettysburg. They turned south on the Carlisle and Harrisburg roads towards Gettysburg, while the Union 11th Corps raced north on the Baltimore Pike and Taneytown Road. By early afternoon, the Union line ran in a semicircle west, north, and northeast of Gettysburg.
Oh.
So, west, northeast. So not quite to the east. So
Well. However, though, the Union did not have enough troops. Cutler, whose brigade was deployed north of Chambersburg Pike, had his right flank in the air. The leftmost division of the 11th Corps was unable to deploy in time to strengthen the line. So Doubleday was forced to throw in reserve brigades to salvage his line. Around 2 p.m., the Confederate 2nd Corps Division under Major General Robert Rhodes and Jubal Early assaulted and outflanked the Union 1st and the 6th, 11th Corps, positioned north and northwest of town. Outflanking these guys.
the Confederate brigades of Colonel Edward O'Neill and Brigadier General Alfred Iverson, AI, suffered severe losses assaulting the 1st Corps Division of Brigadier General John Robinson, which was south of Oak Hill. Early's division profited from a blunder by Brigadier General Francis Barlow when he advanced his 11th Corps Division to Bloker's Knoll, directly north of town and now known as Barlow's Knoll. Fitting. This represented a salient in the Corps' line susceptible to attack from multiple sides. And Early's troops overran Barlow's division, which constituted the right flank of the Union Army's position. Barlow was wounded and captured in the attack. Breaking down, dude.
Break it down. As Union positions collapsed both north and west of town, Howard ordered a retreat on the high ground south of town at the Cemetery Hill, where he had left a division of Brigadier Generals Adolph von Steuer in reserve. Steinwehr. Major General Winfield Hancock assumed command of the battlefield. Sent by Meade when he heard that Reynolds had been moited. Hancock, commander of the 2nd Corps and Meade's most trusted subordinate, was ordered to take command of the field and determine whether Gettysburg was an appropriate place for a major battle.
I don't think you have a freaking choice, dude.
Yeah, I don't think you have a choice. Hancock told Howard, I think this is the strongest position by nature upon us to fight a battle that I ever saw.
Oh, yeah, it sure would be. Well, when Howard agreed, Hancock concluded this discussion. He says, very well, sir. I select this as the battlefield. Hancock's determination had a morale-boosting effect on the retreating Union soldiers, but he played no direct tactical role on the first day.
Right.
General Lee understood the defensive potential to the Union if they held this high ground. He sent orders to Ewell that Cemetery Hill to be taken if practicable. Ewell, who had previously served under Jackson, A general well known for issuing peremptory orders determined such an assault was not practicable and thus did not attempt it.
Right.
This decision is considered by historians to be a great missed opportunity because he probably could have taken it.
Most likely at that point in time. Wow. Moving on, though, as it is. First day, Gettysburg, more significant than simply a prelude to the bloody second and third days. This ranks as the 23rd biggest battle of the war by number of troops engaged.
That's just the first day.
About 1/4 of Meade's army, 22,000 men, and 1/3 of Lee's army, with 27,000 men, were engaged in this battle.
Wow. Well, throughout the evening of July 1st and the morning of July 2nd, most of the remaining infantry of both armies arrived on the field, including the Union 2nd, 3rd, 5th, 6th, and 12th Corps. 2 of Longstreet's divisions were on the road, which was Brigadier General George Pickett. He had begun a 22-mile march from Chambersburg, where Brigadier General Evander McLaw, or M-Law, had begun the march from Guilford. Both arrived late in the evening. Law completed his 28-mile march in only 11 hours. Damn. The Union line ran from Culp's Hill southeast of the town, northwest of the Cemetery Hill just south of town, then south for nearly 2 miles along Cemetery Ridge, terminating just north of Little Round Top.
Uh-oh.
Dude, freaking 2 miles.
You ain't kidding. Most of the 12th Corps was on Culp's Hill. The remnants of the 1st and 11th Corps defended Cemetery Hill. 2nd Corps covered most of the northern half of Cemetery Ridge, and the 3rd Corps was ordered to take up a position to its flank. The shape of the Union line is popularly described as a fish hook. Right. Up. Yeah. Perfect. The Confederate line paralleled the Union line about 1 mile to the west on Seminary Ridge, ran east through the town, then curved southeast to a point opposite of Culp's Hill. Thus, the Union Army had interior lines, while the Confederates were nearly 5 miles long.
Holy shit. Holy shit, dude.
It's ridiculous.
Lee's battle plan for July 2nd called for a general assault of Meade's positions. On the right, Longstreet's 1st Corps was to position itself to attack the Union left flank, facing northeast to straddle the Emmitsburg Road and to roll up the Union line. The attack sequence was to begin with Major Generals John Bell Hood's and Lafayette McLaw's divisions, followed by Major General Richard Anderson's division of Hill's 3rd Corps. On the left, Lee instructed Ewell to position his 2nd Corps to attack Culp's Hill and Cemetery Hill when he heard the gunfire from Longstreet's assault, preventing Meade from shifting troops to bolster his left. Said, you hear these shots, you attack. This guy can't send reinforcements.
Right. Just everybody's got to fight and defend their own little areas. Yep. It's crazy. If you watch the movie Gettysburg, it's pretty much like that.
Well, I'm hoping it would be.
Though it does not appear in either his or Lee's official report, Ewell claimed years later that Lee had changed the order to simultaneously attack, calling for only a diversion to be turned into a full-scale attack if a favorable opportunity presented itself, which is kind of smart. Lee's plan, however, was based on faulty intelligence, exacerbated by Stuart's continued absence from the battlefield. Though Lee personally reconnoitered his left during the morning, he did not visit Longstreet's position on the Confederates' right because he trusted Longstreet. He knows he's got that. It'll probably make Longstreet pissed. You see him, really? You really coming up to my
here? Shouldn't you visit?
Right. Should be somewhere else.
Go to AP Hill and the other guy Ewell. Those two don't even know what they're doing. I've been doing this shit since the beginning.
Better yet, why don't you go find Jeb Stuart, will you?
Right. Where the hell's he at?
Jeez. Even so, Lee rejected suggestions that Longstreet move beyond Meade's left and attack the Union flank, which he should have done, capturing the supply trains and effectively blocking Meade's escape route. I think he should have done that. That should have been Jeb Stuart's plan.
Right. Well, Lee did not issue orders for an attack until 11 a.m. Around noon, General Anderson's advancing troops were discovered by General Sickles' outposts and the 3rd Corps, upon which Longstreet's 1st Corps was to form, which did not get into position until 1 p.m. Jeez, what the hell are they doing?
Right.
Hood and McLaws, after the long march, were not yet in position to not launch their attacks until just after 4 and 5 p.m. respectively.
Jeez,
dude.
Why? Everybody knew what was going on.
It takes a long time to get 10,000 troops situated.
Jeez, Longstreet's left division, under Major General Lafayette McLaw's advance, they unexpectedly found Major General Daniel Sickles' 3rd Corps directly in their path. Sickles had been dissatisfied with the position assigned to him on the southern end of the Cemetery Ridge.
Oh, poor guy.
Seeing ground better suited for artillery positions 1/2 mile to the west, centered at Sherfy's Farm's peach orchard. He violated orders and advanced his corps to the slightly higher ground along the Emmitsburg Road, moving away from Cemetery Ridge. The new line ran from Devil's Den northwest to the peach orchard, then northeast along the Emmitsburg Road to south of the Kadori Farm.
This created an untenable salient at the Peach Orchard, of course.
Right.
Brigadier General Andrew Humphrey's division in position along the Emmitsburg Road and Major General David Birney's division to the south were subject to attacks from two sides and were spread out over a longer front than their small corps could defend effectively. Wow. Confederate artillery was ordered to open fire at 3 p.m. After failing to attend a meeting at this time of Meade's corps commanders, Meade rode to Sickles' position and demanded an explanation of the situation.
He said, what the hell's going on here?
Well, knowing a Confederate attack was imminent and a retreat would be endangered, Meade refused Sickles' offer to withdraw.
Nope.
He said, no, you stay here and you attack.
You did this.
You did that, dude.
This is where you die, bud.
Right. And,
wow.
Spoiled.
Meade was forced to send 20,000 reinforcements.
He's like, you idiot.
The entire 5th Corps, Brigadier General John Caldwell's division of the 2nd Corps, most of the 12th Corps, and he did portions of the newly arrived 6th Corps. Hood's division moved more to the east than intended, losing its alignment with Emmitsburg Road, attacking Devil's Dan and Little Round Top. McLaws, coming in on Hood's left, drove multiple attacks into nearly thinly stretched 3rd Corps in the wheat field and overwhelmed them to Sherfy's Peach Orchard. McLaw's attack eventually reached Plum Run Valley, the Valley of Death, before they were beaten back by the Pennsylvania Reserves. Look at the Pennsylvania Reserves, like, look at, I'll do your job.
Right.
Division of the 5th Corps, these guys are. They were moving down from the Little Round Top.
All right, well, the 3rd Corps was virtually destroyed as a combat unit in this battle, and Sickles' leg was amputated after it was shattered by a cannonball. Caldwell's division was destroyed piecemeal in the wheat field. Anderson's division from the south, coming from McLaw's left and starting forward around 6 p.m., reached the crest of Cemetery Ridge but could not hold the position in the face of counterattacks from the 2nd Corps, which included an almost suicidal bayonet charge by the 1st Minnesota Regiment against the Confederate Brigade, ordered in desperation by Hancock to buy time for reinforcements to arrive. Like, you need to go down there and do something, guys. Sorry.
Go. We don't have time to sit there and watch you load your rifle.
Right.
As fighting raged on in the wheat field in Devin's Den, Colonel Strong Vincent of the 5th Corps had a precarious hold on the Little Top Round. On the Little Round Top.
You also called Devil's Den Devin's Den, by the way.
This was an important hill at the extreme left of the Union line. His brigade of 4 relatively small regiments was able to resist repeated assaults by Law's brigade of Hood's division. General Meade's chief engineer, Brigadier General Governor Warren, had realized the importance of this battle and dispatched Vincent's brigade and an artillery battery. It was the 140th New York to occupy Little Round Top, merely minutes before Hood's troops arrived. The defense of Little Round Top, with a bayonet charge by the 20th Maine, ordered by Colonel Joshua Chamberlain, and possibly led down the slope by Lieutenant Holman Melcher. This was one of the most fabled episodes in the Civil War and propelled Chamberlain into prominence after the war. Yeah.
Sure did. Well, Ewell interpreted his orders as calling only for a cannonade. His 32 guns, along with A.P. Hill's 55 guns, engaged in a 2-hour artillery barrage at extreme range that had little effect. Finally, 6 o'clock came around, and Ewell sent orders to each of his division commanders to attack the Union lines in his front. Major General Edward Allegheny Johnson's division had contemplated an assault on Culp's Hill, but they were still a mile away and had Red Rock Creek to cross. The few possible crossings would make significant delays.
Because of this, only 3 of Johnson's 4 brigades moved to the attack. Most of the Hill's defenders, the Union 12th Corps, had been sent to the left to defend against Longstreet's attacks, leaving only a brigade of New Yorkers under Brigadier General George Greene behind strong, newly constructed defensive wakes.
Oh, at least got those.
With reinforcements from the 1st and 11th Corps, Greene's men held off the Confederate attackers, though giving up some of the lower earthworks on the lower part of Culp's Hill. That's fine.
You got to do what you got to do, man.
That's fine.
Well, Jubal Early was similarly unprepared when he ordered Harry Hayes's and Isaac Avery's brigades to attack the Union 11th Corps position on East Cemetery.
How?
Once started, fighting was fierce. Colonel Andrew Harris of the 2nd Union Brigade, 1st Division, 11th Corps, came under a withering attack, losing half his men. Avery was wounded early on, but the Confederates reached the crest of the hill and entered the Union breastworks, capturing 1 or 2 batteries. 1 or 2? That's one's enough.
Right.
Seeing he was not supported on his right, Hayes withdrew.
No.
His right was to be supported by Robert Rhodes's division, but Rhodes, like Early and Johnson, had not been ordered up in preparation for the attack.
Why?
Lee's screwing up right now, man.
Well, he had twice as far to travel as Early did. By the time he came in contact with Union skirmish line, Early's troops had been already withdrawn.
Wow.
Jeb Stuart and his 3 cavalry brigades arrived.
Hey, look, everybody's like, where the hell you been, you stupid bastard?
You're like, oh, Lee, I found him.
What's going on here?
What happened here? Well, I wish you were here.
Jeez.
Wow. He came around noon and had no role in the second day's battle at all because he was resting. Brigadier General Wade Hampton's brigade fought a minor engagement with newly promoted 23-year-old Brigadier General George Armstrong Custer's
We know who that is.
Michigan Cavalry near Hunterstown to the northeast of Gettysburg.
Old Georgie. Lee wished to renew the attack on Friday the 3rd, using the same basic plan as the previous day. Longstreet would attack the left, Ewell attack Culp's Hill. However, before Longstreet was ready, Union 12th Corps troops started a dawn artillery bombardment against the Confederates on Culp Hill in an effort to regain a portion of their lost works.
Right.
The Confederates attacked, and their second fight for Culp's Hill ended around 11 a.m. After some 7 hours of bitter combat.
Wow.
Holy shit. The Union line was intact and held more strongly than before, they say.
My goodness.
Uh-oh.
Well, then Lee was forced to change his very plans.
Yeah, you better.
Longstreet would command Pickett's Virginia Division of his own First Corps, plus 6 brigades from Hill's Corps, an attack on the Union Second Corps position at the right center of the Union line on Cemetery Ridge. Prior to the attack, all the artillery the Confederacy would bring to bear on the Union positions would bombard and weaken the enemy's line, they hoped.
Hopefully, right?
Much had been made over the years of General Longstreet's objection to General Lee's plan. In his memoirs, Longstreet states that he told Lee that there were not enough men to assault the strong left center at the Union line by McLaws and Hood's divisions reinforced by Pickett's brigades. He's like, this just simply not enough.
Well, he thought the attack would be repulsed, and a counterattack would put Union forces between the Confederates and the Potomac. Longstreet wrote that he said it would take a minimum of 30,000 men to attack successfully, as well as close coordination with other Confederate forces.
Right.
He noted that only about 13,000 men were left in the selected divisions after the first 2 days of fighting.
Jeez, that's not
They would have to walk a mile under heavy artillery and long-range musketry fire. Longstreet states that he further asked Lee the strength of a column. He stated 15,000. He being Lee. Opinion was then expressed by Longstreet, by me, he says, I'm assuming, that the 15,000 men who could make successful assault over that field had never been arrayed for battle, but he was impatient of listening and tired of talking, and nothing was left but to proceed.
He knew he was screwed, and they were here.
We got to do something, dude, and we're not backing down.
Around 1 p.m., 150 to 170 Confederate guns began an artillery bombardment that was probably the largest of the war. In order to save valuable ammunition for the infantry attack that they knew would follow, the Army of Potomac's artillery, under command of Brigadier General Henry Hunt, at first did not return any fire. After waiting about 15 minutes, about 80 Union cannons opened fire. The Army of Northern Virginia from the south was critically low on artillery ammo, and the cannonade did not significantly affect the Union position at all, because they never do. They're so stupid. Waste.
Well, let's see. Now here is Lee making a big blunder, because he believed that after Confederate attacks on both the left and right flanks of the Union lines on July 2nd, Meade would concentrate his defenses there to detriment of his center. However, the night of July 2nd, Meade correctly predicted to General Gibbon, after a council war, that Lee would attack the center of his lines the following morning and reinforce that area with additional soldiers and artillery.
Clearly, it's common sense.
Right. The infantry assault was preceded by a massive artillery bombardment that was meant to soften up the Union defense and silence artillery, but it was largely ineffective.
Damn right it was. There goes a good one. Pickett's charge was planned for 3 Confederate divisions commanded by Major General George Pickett, Brigadier General Pettigrew, and Major General Isaac Trimble, consisting of troops from Lieutenant Longstreet's First Corps and Lieutenant General A.P. Hill's Third Corps. Pettigrew commanded brigades from Major General Henry Heth's Old Division under Colonel Burkett Fry, which is Archer's Brigade, Colonel James Marshall, Pettigrew's Brigade, Brigadier General Joseph R. Davis, Colonel John Brockenbrough, Trimble commanding Major General Dorsey Pender's division, had the brigades of Brigadier General Alfred Scales, temporarily commanded by William Lee Lawrence. That's a hell of a way to spell Lawrence.
Right.
And James H. Lane. 2 brigades from Major General Richard Anderson's division, which is Hill's Corps, were to support the attack on the right flank. Brigadier General Cadmus Wilcox and Colonel David Lang, also from Perry's brigade.
Okay, a lot going on there. The target of the Confederate assault was the center of the Union of the Second Corps, commanded by Major General Winfield Hancock. Directly in the center was the division of Brigadier General John Gibbon, with the brigades of Brigadier General William Harrow, Colonel Norman J. Hall, and Brigadier General Alexander Webb. To the north of this position were brigades from the division of Brigadier General Alexander Hayes, and to the south was Major General Abner Doubleday's division of the First Corps, including the 2nd Vermont Brigade of Brigadier General George Stannard and the 121st Pennsylvania, under the command of Colonel Chapman Biddle.
Hey.
Meade's headquarters were just behind the Second Corps line in the small house owned by the widow Lydia Leister.
Yeah.
Lydia Leister.
Well, the very specific objective of the assault has been the source of historical controversy. Traditionally, The copse of trees on Cemetery Ridge has been cited as the visual landmark for the attacking force. Historical treatments such as the 1993 film Gettysburg continue to popularize this view, which originated in the work of Gettysburg battlefield historian John Bachelder in the 1880s. However, though, recent scholarship, including published works by some Gettysburg National Military Park historians, has suggested that Lee's goal was actually Ziegler's Grove on the Cemetery Hill, a more prominent and highly visible grouping of trees about 300 yards north of the copse.
Yeah.
This is probably one of them.
Right. The much debated theory suggests that Lee's general plan for the second day attacks, which was the seizure of Cemetery Hill, had not changed on the third day, and the attacks on July 3rd were also aimed at securing the hill and the network of roads it commanded. The copse of trees, currently a prominent landmark, was under 10 feet high in 1863. That's it. Only visible to a portion of the attacking columns from certain parts of the battlefield. From the beginning of the planning, things went awry for the Confederates.
Sure it did. Pickett's division had not been used yet at Gettysburg. A.P. Hill's health became an issue, and he did not participate in selecting which of his troops were to be used for the charge. Why, I'm sure he can still think.
Right.
Some of Hill's corps had fought lightly on the 1st of July and not at all on 2nd of July. However, troops that had done heavy fighting on the 1st of July ended up making the charge.
What a bunch of idiots.
Right. Although this all is known popular history as Pickett's charge, overall command was given to James Longstreet, and Pickett was one of his divisional commanders. It was. Lee did tell Longstreet that Pickett's fresh division should lead the assault, so the name is appropriate, although some recent historians have used the name Pickett Pettigrew Trimble Assault, or less frequently Longstreet's Assault. Never heard of that.
No.
So they can fairly distribute the credit or the blame, which is mostly blame. Not credit,
Yes.
'cause no credit to this.
Right. With Hill sideline, Pettigrew's and Trimble's division were delegated to Longstreet's authority as well. Thus, Pickett's name has been lent to a charge in which he commanded 3 out of the 11 brigades, while under the supervision of his corps commander throughout.
Right.
So it's not even his charge.
No.
Pickett's men were almost exclusively from Virginia, with the other divisions consisted of troops from North Carolina, Mississippi, Alabama, and Tennessee. The supporting troops under Wilcox and Lang were from Alabama and Florida. In conjunction with the infantry assault, Lee planned a cavalry action in the Union rear. Major General Jeb Stuart led his cavalry division to the east, prepared to exploit Lee's hoped-for breakthrough by attacking the Union rear and disrupting its lines of communication and retreat along the Baltimore Pike.
Okay.
So now Stuart's finally getting some action in.
All right. Well, Lee planned for an early start. It took all morning to arrange the infantry assault force, though.
Jeez.
Neither Lee's nor Longstreet's headquarters sent orders to Pickett to have his division. Why? Did you guys?
Hey, we're doing this assault, but we're not going to let you know when to put your guys on the battlefield.
Wait, they're not in the battlefield? They didn't get what?
What do you mean? You didn't tell them Longstreet? I thought you were supposed to tell them.
Wow. Historian Jeffrey D. Wirt blames oversight on Longstreet, describing it either as a misunderstanding of Lee's oral order or a mistake. How? These guys are like in sync with each other.
Should be.
Some of the many criticisms of Longstreet's Gettysburg performance by the postbellum Lost Cause authors cite this failure as evidence that Longstreet deliberately undermined Lee's plan for the battle.
Maybe he did.
Was there some kind of a little drama there?
Must have been.
Meanwhile, on the far right end of the Union line, a 7-hour battle raged for the control of Culp's Hill.
7 hours.
Lee's intent to synchronize his offensive across the battlefield, keeping Meade from concentrating his numerically superior forces, but the assaults were poorly coordinated, and Major General Edward Johnson's attacks against Culp's Hill petered out just as Longstreet's cannonade began. So bad, dude. How can you go to your biggest battle and then just fall apart? That happens usually it's the Union doing
Right. Well, I don't know. The Union kind
They've been better.
Stepped up on the bigger battles.
Right.
But,
What the hell?
well, the infantry charge was preceded by what Lee would hope to be a powerful and well-concentrated cannonade of the Union center, destroying the Union artillery batteries that could defeat the assault and demoralizing the Union infantry. But a combination of inept artillery leadership and a defective equipment doomed the barrage from the beginning. Longstreet's corps artillery chief, Colonel Edward Porter Alexander, had effective command of the field. Lee's artillery chief, Brigadier General William Pendleton, played little role other than to obstruct the effective placement of artillery from the other two corps. Despite Alexander's efforts, then there was insufficient concentration of Confederate fire on the objective.
So stupid.
What the hell are these guys doing?
The 3rd of July bombardment was likely the largest of the war, with hundreds of cannons from both sides firing along lines for 1 to 2 hours. Starting around 1 p.m., Confederate guns numbered between 150 and 170 and fired from a line over 2 miles long. Starting with the south at Peach Orchard and running roughly parallel to the Emmitsburg Road. Confederate Brigadier General Evander Law wrote, "The cannonade in the center presented one of the most magnificent battle scenes witnessed during the war. Looking up the valley towards Gettysburg, the hills on either side were capped with crowns of flame and smoke as 300 guns, about equally divided between the two ridges, vomited their iron hail upon each other.
Despite its ferocity, the fire was mostly ineffectual.
Of course, it always is.
Right. Confederate shells often overshot the infantry front lines, in some cases because of inferior shell fuses that delayed detonation.
Right.
And the smoke covering the battlefield concealed the fact from the gunners. Right, so I don't even know where they're shooting.
Right.
Union Artillery Chief Brigadier General Henry Hunt had only about 80 guns available to conduct counter battery fire. The geographic features of the Union line had limited areas for the effective gun emplacement. He also ordered that firing cease to conserve ammo, but to fool Alexander, Hunt ordered his cannons to cease fire slowly to create the illusion that they were being destroyed by one by one. Oh, right. So he's like, boom, every so often, stop firing. That way, he's like, we got one, boys. Wow, look at this.
By the time all of Hunt's cannons ceased fire and still blinded by the smoke from the battle, Alexander fell for Hunt's deception and believed that many of the Union batteries had been destroyed. Hunt had to resist the strong arguments of Hancock, who demanded Union fire to lift the spirits of the infantrymen pinned down by Alexander's bombardment. He's like, don't worry, I got to follow me, man. Follow me on this.
We got it.
Even Meade was affected by the artillery. The Leicester house was a victim of frequent overshots, and he had to evacuate with his staff to Powers Hill. The counter-battery fire depleted the northern ammunition stocks, leaving them insufficient time to replenish before a southern assault. For the rest of his life, Hunt always maintained that he had been allowed to do what he'd intended, saved his long-range shells for the attack he knew was coming, then bombard from the Confederate forces with every gun available once they lined up for their advance. Then the charge would never have happened and saved many northern lives. He's like, if they let me do what I want to do.
That Pickett's charge would have never happened. But the day was hot, 87 degrees by one account, and humid. And the Confederates suffered under the hot sun and from the Union counter-battery fire as they awaited the order to advance. When Union cannoneers overshot their targets, they often hit the massed infantry waiting in the woods of Seminary Ridge or in the shallow depressions just behind Alexander's guns, causing significant casualties before the charge even began.
So stupid. So dumb.
Well, we all know Longstreet had opposed the charge from the beginning, convinced the charge would fail, which he was ultimately proved correct, and had his own plan that he would have preferred for a strategic movement around the Union left flank.
In his memoirs, he recalled telling Lee, General, I have been a soldier all my life. I have been with soldiers engaged in fights by couples, by squads, companies, regiments, divisions, and armies, and should know, as well as anyone, what soldiers can do. It is my opinion that no 15,000 men ever arrayed for battle can take that position. Longstreet wanted to avoid personally ordering the charge by attempting to pass the mantle onto Colonel Alexander, telling him that he should inform Pickett at the optimum time to begin the advance, based on his assessment as the Union artillery had been effectively silenced. He's like, how about you? You figure it out, bud. Right. You make the call.
Although he hadn't become aware of such a development, Alexander eventually notified Pickett that he was running dangerously short of ammo, sending the message, if you are coming at all, come at once, or I cannot give you proper support, but the enemy's fire has not slackened at all. At least 18 guns are still firing from the cemetery itself, he says. Pickett then asked Longstreet, General, shall I advance? Longstreet recalled in his memoirs, the effect to speak the order failed, and I could only indicate it by affirmative bow.
He couldn't say anything.
Longstreet made one final attempt to call off the assault. After his encounter with Pickett, he discussed the artillery situation with Alexander and was informed that Alexander did not have full confidence that all the enemy's guns were silenced and that the Confederate ammunition was almost exhausted. Longstreet ordered Alexander to stop Pickett, but the young colonel explained that replenishing his ammunition from the trains in the rear would take over an hour, and this delay would nullify any advantage the previous barrage had given him. The infantry assault went forward without the Confederate artillery close support that had been originally planned. Ooh.
Can't do that.
Could have probably used that.
The entire force that stepped off toward the Union positions at about 2 p.m. comprised about 12,500 men. Although the attack is popularly called a charge, the men marched deliberately in line, prepared to speed up and charge only when they were within a few hundred yards of the enemy. The line consisted of Pettigrew and Trimble on the left, Pickett on the right. The 9 brigades of men stretched over a mile long. The Confederates immediately encountered heavy artillery fire and were slowed by fences in their path. Fire from Lieutenant Colonel Freeman McGilvery's concealed artillery positions north of Little Round Top raked the Confederate right flank. Artillery fire from Cemetery Hill hit the left, while the center faced the cannons of the 2nd Corps with a Union artillery reserve in a second line behind. Dude, they're just getting hammered.
The ground between Seminary Ridge and Cemetery Ridge is slightly undulating, whatever that means, and the advancing troop periodically disappeared from the view of the Union cannoneers while advancing the nearly 3/4 of a mile across open fields to reach the Union line. Holy shit, dude, 3/4 of a mile.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
As the 3 Confederate divisions advanced, awaiting Union soldiers began shouting, "Fredericksburg, Fredericksburg, Fredericksburg," in reference to the disastrous unit. I was just going to say, it reminded me of that. Right. The Union advance on the Confederate line during the 1862 Battle of Fredericksburg. If you remember, all the Confederates were behind that stone wall, just obliterating the Union.
Crazy shit. Shell and solid shot in the beginning turned to canister and musket fire as the Confederates came within 400 yards of the Union line. At this point, Confederate Union cohesion and morale began to break down. The last shelter before reaching the Union lines lay at 300 yards in the sunken depression of the Emmitsburg Road. Thousands of Confederates took to the ground there and refused to advance any further, many surrendering to Union troops after the battle. Over 2/3 of the initial force may have failed to make the final charge. Damn, dude, that's ridiculous. At contact, the mile-long front had shrunk to less than a half mile. Wow. As the men filled in gaps that appeared throughout the line and followed the natural tendency to move away from the flanking fire.
Right. On the left flank of the attack, Brockenbrow's brigade was devastated by artillery fire from Cemetery Hill. They were also subjected to a surprise musket fusillade from 8th Ohio Infantry Regiment. The 160 Ohioans firing from a single line so surprised Brockenbrow's Virginians, who were already demoralized by their losses to artillery fire, that they panicked and fled back to Seminary Ridge, crashing through Trimble's division and causing many of his men to bolt as well.
Oh, my.
The Ohioans followed up with a successful flanking attack on Davis's brigade, which was now the left flank of Pettigrew's division.
The survivors were subjected to increasingly artillery fire from Cemetery Hill. More than 1,600 rounds were fired at Pettigrew's men during their assault. This portion of the assault never advanced much further than the sturdy fence at the Emmitsburg Road. By this time, the Confederates were close enough to be fired on by artillery canister, and Alexander Hayes' division unleashed very effective musketry fire from behind 260 yards of stone wall. Oh, there's that stone wall. With every rifleman of the division lined up as many as 4 deep, exchanging places in line as they fired and then fell back to reload.
Nice.
That's perfect. Look at that.
In the process, deafening everybody that they're shooting next to. They were at once enveloped in a dense cloud of smoke and dust. Arms, heads, blankets, guns, and knapsacks were thrown and tossed into the clear air. A moan went up from the field, distinctly to be heard amid the storm of battle. So says Lieutenant Colonel Franklin Sawyer from the 8th Ohio.
Man. Trimble's division of 2 brigades followed Pettigrew's, but made poor progress. Confusion orders from Trimble caused Lane to send only 3.5 of his North Carolina regiments forward.
3.5?
Right. Renewed fire from the 8th Ohio and the onslaught of Hayes' riflemen prevented most of these men from getting past the Emmitsburg Road. If you guys ever watched the movie Gettysburg, this is very, they do this one in depth. Right. It's crazy. Scales' North Carolina brigade, led by Colonel William L.J. Lawrence, started with a heavier disadvantage. They had lost about 2/3 of their men on the 1st of July.
Wow.
They were also driven back, and Lawrence was wounded. The Union defenders also took casualties, but Hayes encouraged his men by riding back and forth just behind the line, shouting, "Hurrah, boys! We're giving them hell!" 2 horses were shot out from underneath them.
He just gets on another one.
Right.
On the right, he didn't care about his horses, apparently. No feelings whatsoever. On the right
Well,
flank...
he probably lost his original horse a long time ago.
On the right flank, Pickett's Virginians crossed the Emmitsburg Road and wheeled partially to the left to face northeast. They marched in 2 lines led by the brigades of Brigadier General James Kemper on the right, Brigadier General Richard Garnett on the left. Brigadier General Lewis Armistead's brigade followed closely behind them. As the division wheeled to the left, its right flank was exposed to McGilvery's guns and the front of Doubleday's Union Division on Cemetery Ridge. Stannard's Vermont Brigade marched forward, faced north, and delivered withering fire into the rear of Kemper's brigade.
It's ridiculous,
Jeez, dude.
At about this time, you'd think Lee'd have to be like, dude, we're done.
I don't even know if he's even over here.
At about this time, Hancock, who had been prominent in displaying himself on horseback to his men during the Confederate artillery bombardment, was wounded by a bullet striking the pommel of his saddle, entering his inner right thigh along with the wood fragments and large bent nail.
Holy shit, where the hell did the nail come from? Oh, it must have hit through like the fence or something?
Right. He refused evacuation to the rear until the battle was settled.
Oh, good for him. As Pickett's men advanced, they withstood the defensive fire of first Stannard's brigade, then Harrow's, and then Hall's, before approaching a minor salient in the Union center, a low stone wall taking an 80-yard right-angle turn known afterward as the Angle. It was defended by Brigadier General Alexander Webb's Philadelphia Brigade. Webb placed the 2 remaining guns of the severely wounded Lieutenant Alonzo Cushing's Battery A of the 4th U.S. Artillery at the front of his line at the stone fence with the 69th and 71st Pennsylvania Regiments to defend the fence and the guns. The 2 guns and 940 men could not match the massive firepower that Hayes' division to the right had been able to unleash, though.
Ooh.
So?
Okay, well, at this time, 2 gaps open up in the Union line. The commander of the 71st Pennsylvania ordered his men to retreat when the Confederates came too close to the angle. South of the copse of trees, the men of the 59th New York, which is Hall's brigade, inexplicably bolted to the rear. In the latter case, this left Captain Andrew Cowan and his 1st New York Independent Artillery Battery to face the oncoming infantry.
Jeez.
Assisted personally by Artillery Chief Henry Hunt, Cowan ordered 5 guns to fire double canister simultaneously. The entire Confederate line to his front disappeared. The gap vacated by most of the 71st Pennsylvania, however, was more serious, leaving only a handful of the 71st, 268 men of the 69th Pennsylvania, and Cushing's 2 3-inch rifle guns to receive the 25 to 3,000 men of Garnett and Armistead's brigades from the south as they began to cross the stone fence.
Oh, shit. Well, the Irishmen of the 69th Pennsylvania resisted fiercely in a melee of rifle fire, bayonets, and fists.
Ooh.
Oh, you know they're throwing some fists.
Right.
Webb, who was mortified that the 71st had retreated, brought the 72nd Pennsylvania forward. Initially, the regiment was hesitant to attack, this being due to the regiment not recognizing Webb as a brigadier general, because he'd just been recently promoted.
Wow.
However, the 72nd moved forward after realizing their error, helping to plug the gap in the line.
Like, oh, shit. All right.
This guy's giving orders.
All right. During the fight, Lieutenant Cushing was moited as he shouted to his men, 3 bullets striking him in the 3rd in his mouth. The Confederates seized his 2 guns and turned them to face the Union troops. But they had no ammo to fire them. As more Union reinforcements arrived and charged into the breach, the position became untenable, and the Confederates began to slip away individually, with no senior officers remaining to call a formal retreat.
Well, the infantry assault lasted less than an hour. The support and attack by Wilcox and Lang on Pickett's right was never a factor. They did not approach the Union line until after Pickett was defeated, and their advance was quickly broken up by McGilvery's guns and the Vermont Brigade. While the Union lost about 1,500 killed and wounded, the Confederate casualty rate was over 50%. Pickett's division suffered 2,655 casualties, 498 killed, 643 wounded, 833 wounded and captured, and 681 captured unwounded. Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, because they're walking in that open field and watching everybody just get blown to pieces.
Right.
Stupid. Man, these guys. It's the most ridiculous ever seen, man. Wow. That and the Revolutionary War are both the same. Man. Pettigrew's losses are estimated to be about 2,700, with 470 killed, 1,893 wounded, and 337 captured. Trimble's 2 brigades lost 885, 155 killed, 650 wounded, 80 men captured. Wilcox's brigade reports losses of 200. Lang's about 400. Thus, the total losses during the attack were 6,555, of which at least 1,123 Confederates were moited. 4,019 were wounded, and a good number of the injured were also captured. Confederate prisoner totals are difficult to estimate from their reports. Union reports indicated that 3,750 men were captured.
Dude, 1,123 bodies just laying on the battlefield.
Ridiculous. And that's just Confederates.
Right. Well, Union, what? Maybe a couple hundred?
Probably 4 or 5.
Only 1,500 casualties total.
Right.
I doubt that many. The casualties were also high among the commanders of the charge. Trimble and Pettigrew were the most senior casualties of the day. Trimble lost a leg. Pettigrew received a minor wound to the hand, only to die from a bullet to the abdomen, suffered in a minor skirmish during the retreat to Virginia.
Oh, no.
Oh, jeez. In Pickett's division, 26 of the 40 field grade officers, which were majors, lieutenant colonels, and colonels, were casualties, 12 killed or mortally wounded, 9 wounded, 4 wounded and captured, and 1 captured. All of his brigade commanders fell. Kemper was wounded seriously, captured by Union soldiers, rescued, and then captured again during the retreat to Virginia. Jeez. Garnett and Armistead were killed. Garnett had a previous leg injury and rode his horse during the charge, despite knowing that conspicuously riding a horse into heavy enemy fire would mean almost certain death.
Yeah, he
said, I got to lead my guys, man.
And that's sad. There were 2 significant cavalry engagements on July 3rd. The first one was coordinated with Pickett's charge, and the standoff may have prevented a disaster for Union infantry. The site of this engagement is now known as the East Cavalry Field. The second engagement was a loss for Union cavalry attacking Confederate infantry. Wow. It has been labeled as a fiasco and featured faulty cavalry tactics. Yeah, the Union wasn't very good on cavalry. They didn't like horses. They're like show horses.
Right.
The site of this engagement is now known as the South Cavalry Field.
Well, because this one they're facing against Stuart and his cavalry division, which was 3 brigades with the assistance of Jenkins' brigade, and they were sent to guard the Confederate left flank. Stuart was also in position to exploit any successes the Confederate infantry, which was Pickett's charge, might achieve on the Cemetery Hill by flanking the Union right and getting behind Union infantry facing the Confederate attack. The cavalry fight took place about 3 miles northeast of Gettysburg at 3 p.m. around the end of the Confederate artillery barrage that preceded Pickett's charge. Stuart's forces collided with Union cavalry, Brigadier General David McMurtry Gregg's division and Custer's brigade from Kilpatrick's division.
Right. The fight evolved into a wild melee of swinging sabers and blazing pistols and carbines. One of Custer's regiments, the 5th Michigan Cavalry, was armed with Spencer repeating rifles, and at least 2 companies from an additional regiment were also armed with the repeaters.
Those repeaters, man.
They get ya. The fire ended in a standoff. Oh, the fight ended in a standoff, as neither side changed positions. However, Gregg and Custer prevented Stuart from gaining the rear of the Union infantry facing Pickett. If he could have got that, that could have been nice.
They would have been screwed. After hearing the news of Union's success against Pickett's charge, Brigadier General Judson Kilpatrick launched a cavalry attack against the infantry position of Longstreet's corps southwest of Big Round Top. The terrain was difficult for a mounted attack because it was rough, heavily wooded, and contained huge boulders, and Longstreet's men were entrenched with artillery support. Brigadier General Elon Farnsworth protested against the futility of such a move, but obeyed orders anyways. Farnsworth was killed in the 4th of 5 unsuccessful attacks, and his brigade suffered significant losses.
Jeez.
Although Kilpatrick was described by at least one Union leader as brave, enterprising, and energetic, incidents such as Farnsworth charge earned him the nickname of Kill Cavalry.
Oh, all right.
That's not a nickname you want.
No, that's the same picture they show on every frickin' Gettysburg photo.
Sure, they don't have many.
The 2 armies suffered between 46,000 and 51,000 casualties. Union casualties were 23,055, 3,155 moited, 14,531 wounded, 5,369 captured or missing. While Confederate casualties are more difficult to estimate, many authors have referred to as many as 28,000 casualties for the rebels. And Busy and Martin's more recent 2005 work, Regimental Strengths and Losses at Gettysburg, documents 23,231 with 4,708 killed, 12,693 wounded, 5,833 captured or missing. Nearly a third of Lee's general officers were wounded, or captured. The casualties for both sides for the 6-week campaign, according to Sears, were 57,225 men.
Jeez.
Man.
In addition to being the deadliest battle of the war, Gettysburg also had the most generals killed in action. Several generals were also wounded. The Confederacy lost Generals Paul Jones Semmes, William Barksdale, William Dorsey Pender, Richard Garnett, and Lewis Armistead, as well as J. Johnson Pettigrew during the retreat after the battle. Confederate generals who were wounded included Major General John Bell Hood, who lost the use of his left arm, Major General Henry Heth, who received a shot to the head on the first day of battle. Though incapacitated for the rest of the battle, he remarkably survived without long-term injuries. Wow. Credited in part due to his hat stuffed full of paper dispatches.
Hey,
look at that. That's where he got all those little orders from and just stuffed them in his hat. Huh?
Good for him. Wow. Confederate generals James L. Kemper and Isaac R. Trimble were severely wounded during Pickett's charge and captured during the Confederate retreat. Confederate Brigadier General James Archer, in command of the brigade that most likely responsible for killing Reynolds from the north, was taken prisoner shortly after Reynolds' death. In Confederate First Corps, 8 of Longstreet's 14 division and brigade commanders were killed or wounded, including Brigadier General George Anderson and Brigadier General Jerome Robertson, who was wounded.
Well, in Ewell's Second Corps, Brigadier General Isaac Avery was mortally wounded. Brigadier General John Jones was wounded. In Hill's Third Corps, in addition to Pender and Pettigrew being killed, Major General Henry Heth and Colonel Burkett Fry, later Brigadier General, and Temporary Brigade Command were wounded as well. Hill's Third Corps, Brigadier General Alfred Scales and Colonel William Lawrence and Temporary Brigade Command were wounded. In the Confederate Cavalry Division, Brigadier General Wade Hampton and Brigadier General Albert Jenkins were also wounded.
Okay, what did the Union do?
Not that many.
Union generals killed were General John Reynolds, Samuel K. Zook, and Stephen H. Weed, as well as Elon Farnsworth, assigned as Brigadier General by Major General Pleasanton based on his nomination, although his promotion was confirmed posthumously. And Strong Vincent, who after being mortally wounded was given a deathbed promotion to Brigadier General. I guess, right? Additional senior officers' casualties included the wounding of Union Generals Dan Sickles, who lost a leg, Francis C. Barlow, Daniel Butterfield, and Winfield Scott Hancock. That's a hell of a name. 5 of 7 brigade commanders in Reynolds' 1st Corps were wounded, in addition to Hancock and Brigadier General John Gibbon being wounded in the 2nd Corps. 3 of the 10 brigade commanders were killed, and 3 were wounded.
Historian Bruce Catton wrote, the town of Gettysburg looked as if some universal moving day had been interrupted by catastrophe. But there was only one documented civilian death during the battle. It was Jenny Wade, also widely known as Jenny. She was 20 years old and was hit by a stray bullet that passed through her kitchen in town while she was making bread.
Oh, that sucks.
Another notable civilian casualty was...
making bread in the middle of a freaking battle.
It was probably a defeat.
All right, I guess you got to eat.
Some of the soldiers or something, I guess. Another notable civilian casualty was John Burns, a 69-year-old veteran of World War XII, the War of 1812,
Oh, shit.
who walked to the front lines on the first day of battle and participated in heavy combat as a volunteer, receiving numerous wounds in the process.
Damn, this dude.
Despite his age and injuries, Burns survived the battle and lived until 1872.
Nice.
Nearly 8,000 had been killed outright. Nearly 8,000 people, men, had been killed outright. These bodies, lying in the hot summer sun, needed to be buried quickly.
Man. Dude, can you imagine?
Just littered, dude.
Everywhere. More than 3,000 horse carcasses were burned in a series of piles south of town. Townsfolk became violently ill from the stench.
Ugh.
Meanwhile, the town of Gettysburg, with a population of 2,400, found itself tasked with taking care of 14,000 wounded Union troops and an additional 8,000 Confederate prisoners. Confederates lost over 31 to 55 battle flags, with the Union possibly have lost slightly less than 40.
All right. On the morning of July 4th, with Lee's army still present, Meade ordered his cavalry to get into the rear of Lee's army. In heavy rain, the armies stared at one another across the bloody fields on the same day that, some 900 miles away, the Vicksburg garrison surrendered to Major General Ulysses S. Grant. Lee had reformed his lines into a defensive position on Seminary Ridge the night of July 3rd, evacuating the town of Gettysburg. Confederates remained on the battlefield's west side, hoping that Meade would attack, but the cautious Union commander decided against the risk, a decision for which he would later be criticized. Dude, there's 8,000 men on the field dead already.
Right.
Both armies began to collect the remaining wounded and bury some of the dead. A proposal by Lee for a prisoner exchange was rejected by Meade.
Oh, wow.
Said, nope.
Oh, you said you can keep my guys.
Right.
I'm keeping yours. Late in the rainy afternoon, Lee started moving the non-fighting portion of his army back to Virginia. Cavalry under Brigadier General John M. Bowden was entrusted to escort the 17-mile-long wagon train of supplies and wounded men using a long route through Cashtown and Greencastle to Williamsport, Maryland.
17 miles long, holy shit.
After sunset, the fighting portion of Lee's army began its retreat to Virginia, using a more direct but more mountainous route that began on the road to Fairfield. Although Lee knew exactly what he needed to do, Meade's situation was very different.
Now, he needed to remain at Gettysburg until he was certain Lee was gone. If he left first, he could possibly leave an opening for Lee to get to Washington or Baltimore.
Right.
In addition, the army that left the battlefield first was often considered the defeated army.
Man.
Now, if General Meade can complete his work so gloriously prosecuted thus far by the literal or substantial destruction of Lee's army, the rebellion will be over. Abraham Lincoln, 1863.
Man.
Nobody wants to ever pursue Lee, dude.
Right. It's like, let him go. Union cavalry had some minor successes pursuing Lee's army. The first major encounter took place in the mountains of Monterey Pass on the 4th of July, where Kilpatrick's cavalry division captured 150 to 300 wagons and took 1,300 to 1,500 prisoners. Beginning July 6th, additional cavalry fighting took place closer to the Potomac River in Maryland. This is Williamsport, Hagerstown area. Lee's army was trapped and delayed from crossing the Potomac River because rainy weather had caused the river to swell, and the pontoon bridge at Falling Waters had been destroyed. Meade's infantry did not fully pursue Lee until the 7th of July, and despite repeated pleas from Lincoln and Halleck, was not aggressive enough to destroy Lee's army.
A new pontoon bridge was constructed at Falling Waters, and lower water levels allowed the Confederates to begin crossing after dark on July 13th. They're just sitting by the riverbank for 5 days.
All right.
Although Meade's infantry had reached the area on July 12th, it was his cavalry that attacked the Confederate rearguard on the morning of July 14th. Union cavalry took 500 prisoners, and Confederate Brigadier General Pettigrew was mortally wounded, but Lee's army completed its Potomac crossing.
Right.
The campaign continued south of Potomac until the Battle of Manassas Gap, we'll have coming up, when Lee escapes Meade, and Meade abandons the pursuit. He said, I give up.
Right. What are you going to do? Wow, the news of the Union victory electrified the North. A headline in the Philadelphia Inquirer proclaimed, "Victory, Waterloo eclipsed." New York diarist George Templeton Strong wrote, "The results of this victory are priceless. The charm of Robert E. Lee's invincibility is broken. The Army of the Potomac has at last found a general that can handle it, and has stood nobly up to its terrible work in spite of its long, disheartening list of hard-fought failures. Copperheads are palsied and dumb for the moment at least. Government is strengthened fourfold at home and abroad." George Templeton Strong. His own diary, page 330.
Good for him. However, the Union enthusiasm soon dissipated as the public realized that Lee's army had escaped destruction and the war would continue. Lincoln complained to Secretary of the Navy Gideon Welles that our army held the war in the hollow of their hand and they would not close it. Brigadier General Alexander Webb wrote to his father on July 17th, stating that such Washington politicians as Chase, Seward, and others, quote-unquote, disgusted with Meade. They write to me that Lee really won that battle, he says.
I mean, really can't take it as a loss for anybody, even though there's more casualties for Confederates, but still. But they still claim it as a Union victory.
Of course.
He should have done that 2 days earlier. In fact, the Confederates had lost militarily and also politically. During the final hours of the battle, Confederate Vice President Alexander Stephens was approaching the Union lines at Norfolk, Virginia, under a flag of truce. Although his formal instructions, Confederate President Jefferson Davis had limited his powers to negotiate on prisoner exchanges and other procedural matters. Historian James M. McPherson speculates that he had informal goals of presenting peace overtures. President Davis had hoped that Stephens would reach Washington from the south while Lee's victorious army was marching toward it from the north. Well, that would have worked out well.
Right. President Lincoln, upon hearing of the Gettysburg results, refused Stephens' request to pass through the lines. Furthermore, when the news reached London, any lingering hopes of European recognition of the Confederacy were finally abandoned. Henry Adams, whose father was serving as the U.S. ambassador to the United Kingdom at the time, wrote, "The disasters of the rebels are unredeemed by even any hope of success. It is now conceded that all idea of intervention is at an end." Ain't no Brits coming to help you guys.
They were thinking about it. They're strongly thinking about it. I think they even got people on ships and then decided to...
They're probably waiting. Yeah.
Right. Compounding the effects of the defeat was the end of the siege of Vicksburg, which surrendered to Grant's federal armies in West on 4th of July. The day after the Gettysburg Battle, costing the Confederacy an additional 30,000 men, along with their arms and stores. The immediate reaction of the Southern military and public sectors was that Gettysburg was a setback, not a disaster. The sentiment was that Lee had been successful on the 1st of July and had fought a valiant battle on the 2nd and 3rd, but could not dislodge the Union Army from the strong defensive position to which it fled. I mean, they did have a good little spot, the Unions did. And come on, you're walking across 300 yards of open field.
Right.
And that's a stupidity.
Well, the Confederates successfully stood their ground on July 4th and withdrew only after they realized Meade would not attack them.
I think the Vicksburg's in the Gettysburg movie, too. I'm not positive.
I'm sure some of it. The withdrawal to the Potomac that could have been a disaster was handled masterfully. Furthermore, the Army of the Potomac had been kept away from Virginia farmlands for the summer, and all predicted that Meade would be too timid to threaten them for the rest of the year. Lee himself had a positive view of the campaign, writing to his wife that the Army had returned, quote-unquote, rather sooner than I had originally contemplated, but having accomplished what I proposed on leaving the Rappahannock, which is relieving the valley of the presence of the enemy and drawing his army north of the Potomac, which he did, yeah, I guess.
He was quoted as saying to Major John Seddon, brother of the Confederate Secretary of War, he says, "Sir, we did whip them at Gettysburg, and it will be seen for the next 6 months that army will be as quiet as a sucking dove." Some Southern publications, such as the Charleston Mercury, were very critical of Lee's actions. On 8th of August, Lee offered his resignation to President Davis, who quickly rejected it.
He's like, come on now, guys.
He's like, hold on, you. Just calm down, buddy.
November 19th, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln delivered the Gettysburg Address, considered one of the best-known speeches in American history. A crowd of citizens and soldiers surrounded him. The ravages of war were still evident in the Gettysburg more than 4 months later, when, November 19th, the Soldiers' National Cemetery was dedicated. During this ceremony, President Lincoln honored the fallen and redefined the purpose of the war in his historic Gettysburg Address.
Yep, it was a historic one, all right. There were 72 Medals of Honor awarded for the Gettysburg campaign, 64 of which for actions taken during the battle itself. The first recipient was awarded in December 1864. while the most recent was awarded to Lieutenant Alonzo Cushing in 2014. I hate when they do that 100 years later.
Right.
Does it matter?
Way more than 100 years later.
Does it matter now? The nature of
To their family, maybe?
I guess. The nature of the result of the Battle of Gettysburg had been the subject of controversy, although not seen as overwhelmingly significant at the time, particularly since the war continued for almost 2 more years. In retrospect, it has often been cited as the turning point of the Civil War, usually in combination with the fall of Vicksburg the following day.
Right.
Yeah, if Vicksburg didn't fall the next day, I think it would not been that much of a deal.
This is based on the observation that after Gettysburg, Lee's army conducted no more strategic offensives. His army merely reacted to the initiative of Ulysses S. Grant in 1864 and 65, and by the speculative viewpoint of the Lost Cause writers that a Confederate victory at Gettysburg might have resulted in the end of the war.
Very possible, because they were not too far away from Washington after that.
The Army of the Potomac had won a victory. It might be less of a victory than Mr. Lincoln had hoped for, but it was nevertheless a victory. And because of that, it was no longer possible for the Confederacy to win the war. The North might still lose it, to be sure, if the soldiers or the people should lose heart, but outright defeat was no longer in the cards.
Right.
Bruce Catton, Glory Road.
Right. And basically, we got this. We just don't do no turnovers in the last 2 minutes.
Right.
We're good. It is currently a widely held view that Gettysburg was a decisive victory for the Union, but the term is considered imprecise. It is inarguable that Lee's offensive on the 3rd of July was turned back decisively and his campaign in Pennsylvania was terminated prematurely, although the Confederates at the time argued that this was a temporary setback and that the goals of the campaign were largely met. However, when the more common definition of decisive victory is intended, an indisputable military victory of a battle that determines or significantly influences the ultimate result of a conflict, historians are there divided.
Well, for example, David J. Eicher called Gettysburg a strategic loss for the Confederacy, and James N. McPherson wrote that Lee and his men would go on to earn further laurels, but they never again possessed the power and reputation they carried into Pennsylvania those palmy summer days of 1863.
Right.
However, though, Herman Hathaway and Archer Jones wrote that the strategic impact of the Battle of Gettysburg was fairly limited. Stephen E. Woodworth wrote, Gettysburg proved only the near impossibility of decisive action in the Eastern Theater. Edwin Coddington pointed out the heavy toll on the Army of the Potomac and that after the battle, Meade no longer possessed a truly effective instrument for the accomplishments of his task.
That's true, too. If Lee had more men and he had more artillery, dude, I'm telling you, it's ridiculous. What they should have been doing is stocking up on Stuarts. They should have everybody on horses. Just go, baby, go. The Army needed a thorough reorganization with new commanders and fresh troops, but these changes were not made until Grant appeared on the scene in March of 1864. Joseph T. Glathar wrote, lost opportunities and near successes plagued the Army of Northern Virginia during its northern invasion. Yet, after Gettysburg, without the distractions of duty as invading force, without the breakdown of discipline, the Army of Northern Virginia remained an extremely formidable force.
Of course.
Ed Beers wrote, Lee's invasion of the North had been a costly failure. Nevertheless, the Army of the Potomac had simply preserved a strategic stalemate in the Eastern Theater.
All right. Well, historian Alan Guelzo notes that Gettysburg and Vicksburg did not end the war and that the war would go on for 2 more years. No shit.
No.
Hey, just so you guys know this.
There was more. Idiot.
He also noted that a little more than a year later, federal armies appeared hopelessly mirrored in sieges at Petersburg and Atlanta.
It's true.
Peter Carmichael refers to the military context for the armies. He says the horrendous losses at Chancellorsville and Gettysburg, which effectively destroys Lee's offensive capacity. Okay, implying that these cumulative losses were not the result of a single battle.
Right.
Thomas Goss, writing in the U.S. Army's Military Review Journal on the definition of decisive and the application of that description to Gettysburg, concludes, for all that was decided and accomplished, the Battle of Gettysburg fails to earn the label decisive battle.
It doesn't. But if Stuart would have been there on the very first day,
if he wasn't been through the east on a horse with no name, dude was just roaming.
And if Stonewall wouldn't have got murdered in the middle of the woods,
It's probably true.
idiot. Military historian John Keegan agrees. Gettysburg was a landmark battle, the largest of the war, and it would not be surpassed. The Union had restored to its belief in certain victory, and the loss dispirited the Confederacy. If not exactly a decisive battle, Gettysburg was the end of the Confederate use of Northern Virginia as a military buffer zone. And it's true. And this became the setting for Grant's overland campaign.
Well, prior to Gettysburg, Robert E. Lee had established a reputation as an almost invincible general, achieving stunning victories against superior numbers, although usually at the cost of high casualties to his army. During the 7 days, the Northern Virginia campaign, Fredericksburg, and Chancellorsville. Only the Maryland campaign, with its tactically inconclusive battle of Antietam, had been less than successful. Therefore, historians such as Fuller, Glathar, and Sears have attempted to explain how Lee's winning streak was interrupted so dramatically at Gettysburg.
Although the issue is tainted by attempts to portray history and Lee's reputation in a manner supporting different partisan goals, the major factors in Lee's loss arguably can be attributed to 1. His overconfidence and invincibility of his men, 2. The performance of his subordinates and his management thereof, 3. His failing health, oh, poor guy, and 4. The performance of his opponent, George G. Meade, and the Army of the Potomac. Well, don't give him so much credit there, because the Union there where they were set up was perfect for a defensive battle. That's why they didn't attack. I don't think the Union attacked at all, did they? Throughout the battle?
They had that one that failed with their cavalry.
Right, that's about it. And all the other ones were led by Confederates just getting mowed down while they're trying to cross 5 football fields. Throughout the campaign, Lee was influenced by the belief that his men were invincible. Most of Lee's experiences with the Army of Northern Virginia had convinced him of this, including the great victory at Chancellorsville in early May and the rout of the Union troops at Gettysburg on the 1st of July.
Come on, you're hanging on to that 1st of July there. But
Right.
Since morale plays an important role in military victory when other factors are equal, Lee did not want to dampen his army's desire to fight and resisted suggestions, principally by Longstreet, to withdraw from the recently captured Gettysburg to select a ground more favorable to his army. War correspondent Peter Alexander wrote that Lee acted probably under the impression that his troops were able to carry any position, however formidable. If such was the case, he committed an error. Such, however, as the ablest commanders will sometimes fall into. Lee himself concurred with this judgment, writing to President Davis, "No blame can be attached to the Army for its failure to accomplish what was projected by me, nor should it be censured for the unreasonable expectations of the public. I am alone to blame, and perhaps expecting too much of its prowess and valor."
True. I mean,
Why can't you just say I overestimated the Union?
well, not
pretty
even
much
that.
what happened there.
Not even that. I mean, he was a great Union general and knew what an army was. And the South were very terribly
Well, no.
terribly.
He already
trained.
has the reputation of taking on armies that were twice his size and
Right.
beating them, so he was like underestimated Union. Exactly what happened.
The most controversial assessments of the battle involved the performance of Lee's subordinates. The dominant theme of the lost cause writers and many other historians is that Lee's senior generals failed him in crucial ways, directly causing the loss of the battle. The alternative viewpoint is that Lee did not manage his subordinates adequately and did not thereby compensate for their shortcomings. Because he gave so much lenience to his guys, dude. He didn't follow up on what they were doing. 2 of his corps commanders,
That's what they're there for.
Richard Ewell and A.P. Hill, had only recently been promoted and were not fully accustomed to Lee's style of command, which was, hey, bud, I'm going to give you an order and expect you to do it.
Right.
In which provided only general objectives and guidance to their former commander, right, Stonewall Jackson. But Jackson already knew Lee and how to run shit.
Right. Lee would just say, hey, man, we need to go here and take these guys, and then Jackson would be the one that come up to how to do it, pretty much.
Jackson translated these into detailed, specific orders to his division commanders, though. Right, and so these guys didn't get that after that.
All 4 of Lee's principal commanders received criticism during the campaign and battle. Longstreet suffered most severely from the wrath of the Lost Cause authors, not the least, because he directly criticized Lee in postbellum writings and became a Republican after the war. Oh, really? His critics accuse him of attacking much later than Lee intended on July 2nd, squandering a chance to hit the Union Army before its defensive positions had firmed up. They also question his lack of motivation to attack strongly on July 2nd and 3rd because he had argued that the Army should have maneuvered to a place where it would force Meade to attack them.
Yes, well, he was right.
The alternative view is that Lee was in close contact with Longstreet during the battle, agreed to delays on the morning of July 2nd, and never criticized Longstreet's performance. There is also considerable speculation that what an attack might have looked like before Dan Sickles moved the 3rd Corps toward the Peach Orchard. Right.
Jeb Stuart deprived Lee of cavalry intelligence during a good part of the campaign by taking his 3 best brigades on a path away from the armies. No, because that's what Lee told him to do.
And he wanted to. And Lee agreed.
Right. This arguably led to Lee's surprise at Hooker's vigorous pursuit. The engagement on the July 1st escalated into the full battle prematurely, and it also prevented Lee from understanding the full disposition of the enemy on the 2nd July. The disagreements regarding Stuart's culpability for the situation originate in the relatively vague orders issued by Lee. But most modern historians agree that both generals were responsible to some extent for the failure of the cavalry's mission early in the campaign.
Yeah, they both suck.
Right.
Richard Ewell has been universally criticized for failing to seize the high ground on the afternoon of the 1st of July. Once again, the disagreement centers on Lee's orders, which provided general guidance for Ewell to act if practicable. Many historians speculate that Stonewall Jackson, if he had survived Chancellorsville, would have aggressively seized Culp's Hill, rendering Cemetery Hill indefensible and changing the entire complexion of the battle.
I think so.
A differently worded order from Lee might have made the difference with his subordinate. Right, that's Lee's fault too.
Right.
Can't just be, not everybody's Stonewall.
Right.
Some people need a clear freaking explanation.
And Lee was always like that. You know? A.P. Hill has received some criticism for his ineffective performance. His action caused the battle to begin and then escalate on July 1st, despite Lee's orders not to bring on a general engagement, although historians point out that Hill kept Lee well informed of his actions during the day. However, Hill's illness minimized his personal involvement in the remainder of the battle, and Lee took the explicit step of temporarily removing troops from Hill's corps and giving them to Longstreet for Pickett's charge.
In addition to Hill's illness, Lee's performance was affected by heart troubles, which would eventually lead to his death in 1870. Oh, poor guy. Yeah. He had been diagnosed with pericarditis by his staff physicians in March of 1863, though modern doctors believe he had, in fact, suffered a heart attack.
Probably.
As a final factor, Lee faced a new and formidable opponent in George Meade, and the Army of Potomac fought well on its home territory. Although new to his Army command, Meade deployed his forces relatively effectively, relied on strong subordinates such as Winfield Hancock to make decisions where and when they were needed, took great advantage of defensive positions, nimbly shifted defensive resources on interior lines to parry strong threats, and, unlike some of his predecessors, stood his ground throughout the battle in the face of fierce Confederate attacks.
It's true. Most of them just
all
like,
of them, what's his name?
Hood and
McClellan and they would just like, we gotta go.
Lee was quoted before the battle as saying, Meade would commit no blunders on my front, and if I make one, will make a haste to take advantage of it. He knew. That prediction proved to be correct at Gettysburg. Stephen Sears wrote, the fact of the matter is that George Meade, unexpectedly and against all odds, thoroughly outgeneraled Robert E. Lee at Gettysburg. Because Lee was used to everybody just running off, like he said, and that didn't happen. Edwin B. Coddington wrote that the soldiers of the Army of Potomac received a sense of triumph which grew into an imperishable faith in themselves. The men knew what they could do under an extremely competent general. One of the lesser ability and courage could well have lost the battle. Yes, and if it would have been McClellan or something. Hooker, yeah.
Meade had his own detractors as well, though. Similar to the situation with Lee, Meade suffered partisan attacks about his performance at Gettysburg, but he had the misfortune of experiencing them in person. Supporters of his predecessor, Hooker, lambasted Meade before the U.S. Congress's Joint Committee on the Conduct of War, where radical Republicans suspected that Meade was a copperhead and tried in vain to relieve him from command. Daniel Sickles and Daniel Butterfield accused Meade of planning to retreat from Gettysburg during the battle. Most politicians, including Lincoln, criticized Meade for what they considered to be his half-hearted pursuit of Lee after. Well, they all do that.
Right. They're like, you come out here and run after this guy.
A number of Meade's most competent subordinates, Winfield Hancock, John Gibbon, Gouverneur Warren, and Henry Hunt, all heroes of the battle, defended Meade in print, but Meade was embittered by the overall experience.
Yeah.
That's because the North is a bunch of idiots.
Yeah.
All their politicians, they're all idiots.
And Meade is probably the best general until Grant. Actually, Meade was probably better than Grant.
Well, maybe. Grant, what did he do?
Exactly. And he's probably one of the worst.
He came in at the right time when the South was already pretty much gone.
Everybody thinks he's so great, and he's one of the worst presidents ever. Terrible.
I don't think he was.
He was a terrible president.
Generally, neither here nor there on him.
Gettysburg National Cemetery and Gettysburg National Military Park are maintained by the U.S. National Park Services as two of the nation's most revered historical landmarks. Although Gettysburg is one of the best known of the Civil War battlefields, it too faces threats to its preservation and interpretation. Why? Leave it alone, people. Morons. Many historically significant locations on the battlefield lie outside the boundaries of Gettysburg National Military Park and are vulnerable to residential or commercial development.
So why don't you extend the National Military Park?
Some preservation successes have emerged in recent years, though. Two proposals to open a casino at Gettysburg were defeated in 2006 and most recently again in 2011. when public pressure forced the Pennsylvania Game and Control Board to reject the proposed gambling hub at the intersection of Routes 15 and 30 near East Cavalry Field.
What a bunch of dirty sons of
know,
bitches,
right?
dude. Let's put a casino here.
Idiots.
The American Battlefield Trusts also successfully purchased and transferred 95 acres at the former site of the Gettysburg Country Club to the control of the U.S. Department of the Interior in 2011. Less than half of the over 11,500 acres on the old Gettysburg battlefield have been preserved for posterity thus far. Nice. The American Battlefield Trust and its partners, who are these partners,
Right.
have acquired and preserved 1,242 acres of the battlefield in more than 40 separate transactions since 1997. Some of these acres are now among the 4,998 acres, just put two more,
Right.
of the National Military Park of Gettysburg. I mean,
Fantastic. 2015, the Trust made one of its most important and expensive acquisitions, paying $60 million for a 4-acre parcel that included the stone house that Confederate General Robert E. Lee used as his headquarters during the battle. I mean, I guess. The Trust raised...
how is it that 150 years later they still don't have that?
I know, right? Well, the Trust raised a motel, restaurant, and other buildings within the parcel to restore Lee's headquarters and the site to where they were to their wartime appearance. Fantastic. Adding interpretive signs. Hey. It opened the site to the public in October of 2016. Fantastic.
At the 50th anniversary Gettysburg reunion in 1913, 50,000 veterans attended according to a 1938 Army medical report. Historian Carol Reardon writes that attendance included at least 35,000 Union veterans, and though estimates of attendees ran as high as 56,000, only a few more than 7,000 were Confederates, mostly from Virginia and North Carolina. Some veterans reenacted Pickett's charge in a spirit of reconciliation, a meeting that carried great emotional force for both sides, I imagine. There was a ceremonial mass handshake across the stone wall on Cemetery Ridge. Nice.
Dude, can you imagine being the actual fighters and reenacting the battle?
Right.
Oh, my.
They just start killing each other for real.
At the 75th anniversary of Gettysburg in 1938, 1,333 Union veterans and 479 Confederate veterans attended.
Damn, dude, look at that. 25 years and they're almost all gone.
Film records survive of 2 Gettysburg reunions held on the battlefield. The Battle of Gettysburg was depicted in 1993 film Gettysburg, based on Michael Shara's 1975 novel The Killer Angels. The film and the novel focus primarily on the actions of Joshua Lawrence Chamberlain, John Buford, and Robert E. Lee, and James Longstreet during the battle. They did.
1863 marked the end of a Union offensive, which was the Chickamauga campaign in southeastern Tennessee and northwestern Georgia.
Georgia?
It was the first major battle of the war fought in Georgia, the most significant Union defeat in the Western Theater, and involved the second highest number of casualties behind Gettysburg. Damn, dude. Just a couple months apart. In a successful Tullahoma campaign in the summer of 1863, Rosecrans moved southeast from Murfreesboro, Tennessee, outmaneuvering Bragg and forcing him to abandon Middle Tennessee and withdraw to the city of Chattanooga, which we just had last episode. Suffering only 569 Union casualties along the way.
Look at that. He thought he was doing something. He's like, look at us, mofos. General-in-Chief Major General Henry Halleck and President Lincoln, they were insistent that Rosecrans move quickly to Chattanooga. Said, don't slow down. You see what Meade did. He sucks. Seizing the city would open the door for Union advance toward Atlanta and the heartland of the South. Chattanooga was a vital rail hub with lines going north toward Nashville and Knoxville and southward towards Atlanta. It was an important manufacturing center for the production of iron and cocaine. No, coke. Coke. It's like a...
Isn't that weird?
Different type of charcoal.
Why does this always happen? We have not had that anything mentioned about coke in any of our other battles, and then we just did the Industrial Revolution episode, and now it's
look at
coke.
It's
here.
like Google search when you say something.
Right.
This is located on Navajo, Tennessee River. The production of the
Chattanooga.
Iron and coke. Situated between Lookout Mountain and Missionary Ridge, Raccoon Mountain, and also Stringer's Ridge. Chattanooga occupied an important defensible position, I would say.
Although Bragg's Army of Tennessee had about 52,000 men at the end of July, the Confederate government merged the Department of East Tennessee under Major General Simon Buckner into Bragg's Department of the Tennessee, which added another 17,800, which had his overall total of 69,800.
Probably the second biggest army compared to Lee's.
The big ones, yeah. But it also extended his command responsibilities northward to the Knoxville area. This brought a third subordinate into Bragg's command who had little or no respect for him. We already know what happens here. Lieutenant General Leonidas Polk and Major General William Hardee had already made their animosity known.
Yep.
Buckner's attitude was colored by Bragg's unsuccessful invasion of Buckner's native Kentucky in 1862, as well as by the loss of his command through the merger.
It's true.
Look at it.
Very true.
Can't get along.
Well, there was a positive aspect for Bragg, was Hardee's request to be transferred to Mississippi in July. But he was replaced by Lieutenant General D.H. Hill, a general who did not get along with Robert E. Lee in Virginia. Yeah, they didn't get along very well. They needed to be separated. You know what I mean?
Robert E. Lee's like, we can only have one Hill, and it's going to be AP.
Right, mofo. The Confederate War Department asked Bragg in early August whether he could assume the offensive against Rosecrans if he were given reinforcements from Mississippi. He demurred, concerned about the daunting geographical obstacles and logistical challenges, preferring to wait for Rosecrans to solve those same problems and attack him. He's like, let that dude.
He'll be tired, and
All right.
He was also concerned about a sizable Union force under Major General Ambrose Burnside that was threatening Knoxville.
Which was true.
Bragg withdrew his forces from advanced positions around Bridgeport, which left Rosecrans free to maneuver on the northern side of the Tennessee River. He concentrated his 2 infantry corps around Chattanooga and relied upon cavalry to cover his flanks extending from northern Alabama to near Knoxville. The Confederate government decided to attempt a strategic reversal in the west by sending Bragg reinforcements from Virginia, which had Lieutenant General James Longstreet with 2 divisions from his 1st Corps Army in Northern Virginia, in addition to the reinforcements from Mississippi.
Look at that. Breaking up the band.
I know, right?
Chickamauga was the very first large-scale Confederate movement of the troops from one theater to another, with the aim of achieving a period of numerical superiority and gaining decisive results. Bragg was now more satisfied with resources provided and looked to strike the Union Army as soon as he achieved the strength he needed. He's like, all right, now you're talking.
Right. The campaign and major battle take their name from the West Chickamauga Creek. In popular histories, it is often said that Chickamauga is a Cherokee word meaning river of death.
Oh.
Peter Cozzens, author of This Terrible Sound, wrote that this is a loose translation. Glenn Tucker presents the translations of stagnant water from the lower Cherokee tongue and good country from the Chickasaw and river of death, which was a dialect of the upcountry Cherokee. Okay. Tucker claims that the River of Death came by its name not from early warfare, but from the location that the Cherokee contracted smallpox. That could be it too, right?
Yeah. James Mooney, he wrote in The Myths of the Cherokee, Chickamauga is the more common spelling for Chickamauga, a name that has no meaning in their language and is possibly derived from an Algonquin word referring to a fishing or fish spearing place. If not Shahano, it probably from the Creek of Chickasaw. From the Creek or Chickasaw.
Creek Indians, Chickasaw. It's from somewhere. It's an Indian name, clearly.
The most plausible etymology for Chickamauga is that it is from the Chickasaw word chakma, be good, plus the verb ending in ka.
Chakmaka.
Chakmaka. The Chickasaw town of Chickamauga was located at the foot of Lookout Mountain.
All right. Well, why do they... These articles are weird. When do we ever get the backstory on the damn names?
I know, they give themselves weird names like that, but when they go like a mountain, they go, that's a Lookout Mountain.
Look out the mountain. Right? Or barks at moon.
Barks. Yeah. Pisses at midnight.
Peas when drunk. Rosecrans faced significant logistical challenge if he chose to move forward. The Cumberland Plateau that separated the armies was a rugged, barren country over 30 miles long with poor roads and little opportunity for foraging.
Yeah, rough.
If Bragg attacked him during the advance, Rosecrans would be forced to fight with his back against the mountains and tedious supply lines.
Yeah, that's rough, too.
He did not have the luxury of staying put, however, because he was under intense pressure from Washington to move forward in conjunction with Burnside's advance into East Tennessee.
Oh.
So either way, he's screwed. See, right here, it's a foreshadowing of our already.
Damn right. By early August, Halleck was frustrated enough with Rosecrans' delay that he ordered him to move forward immediately and to report daily the movement of each corps until he crossed the Tennessee River. Damn, this dude wants daily reports.
That's tired-ass messengers.
You ain't kidding. Rosecrans was outraged at the tone of the recklessness, conceit, and malice of Halleck's order. And I would be like, this motherfucker.
Got a little bit too big for the britches because Gettysburg and Vicksburg, man.
This dude's sitting in D.C., drinking tea, and he's going to tell me.
Damn.
Out here in the field.
This old rich man north of Richmond.
Right. Some bitch. And he insisted that he would be courting disaster if he were not permitted to delay his advance until at least August 17th. He's like, you guys don't get it. It's necessary to accumulate enough supplies and transport wagons that he could cross a long distances without a reliable line of communication. Yeah, he ain't stupid.
Well, his subordinate generals are supportive of this line of reasoning and counseled delay, except for Brigadier General James Garfield, future president, who was Rosecrans' chief of staff. He was a politician who understood the value of being on the record, endorsing the Lincoln administration's priorities. Of course, it was all for political shit, dude. Yeah. The plan for the Union advance was to cross the Cumberland Plateau into the valley of the Tennessee River, pause briefly to accumulate some supplies, and then cross the river.
Right.
As opposed to crossing of the wide river. An opposed crossing of the wide river was not feasible, so Rosecrans devised a deception to distract Bragg above Chattanooga while the army crossed downstream.
You got to do something, right? No, from there, the army would advance on a wide front through the mountains. The 21st Corps under Major General Thomas L. Crittenden would advance against the city from the west. The 14th Corps under Major General George Thomas would cross over Lookout Mountain 20 miles south of the city, while the 20th Corps under Major General Alexander McCook and the Cavalry Corps under Major General David Stanley, they would advance even farther to the southeast towards Bragg's railroad supply line leading from Atlanta. Dang, these guys are going way out of the way. You got to, though. If executed correctly, this plan would cause Bragg to evacuate Chattanooga or be trapped in the city without supplies.
Rosecrans,
they had a plan.
Well,
Rosecrans had plans.
Rosecrans ordered his army to move on August 16th. The difficult road conditions meant a full week passed before they reached the Tennessee River Valley. They encamped while engineers made preparations for crossing the river. Meanwhile, Rosecrans' deception plan was underway. Colonel John Wilder of the 14th Corps moved his mounted infantry brigade, which was the Lightning Brigade, to the north of Chattanooga. His men pounded on tubs and sawed boards, sending pieces of wood downstream to make the Confederates think that rafts are being constructed for a crossing north of the city. Look at these guys, huh?
I mean, come on. Any smart person would be like, they're just let this valuable piece of lumber go.
Oh, like scraps, I'm sure.
I guess, yeah.
Or you could just, send somebody to go look out. Like, are they building rafts or what?
Right. His artillery, commanded by Captain Eli Lilly, they bombarded the city from Stringer's Ridge for 2 weeks. An operation sometimes known as the Second Battle of Chattanooga. This deception worked, and Bragg was convinced that the Union crossing would be above the city. In conjunction with Burnside's advancing Army of the Ohio from Knoxville. He's like, Burnside's coming from north. They got to be coming from there, meeting up. The first crossing of the Tennessee River was accomplished by the 20th Corps of at Caperton's Ferry, 4 miles from Stevenson on 29th of August, 1863, where construction began on a 1,250-foot pontoon bridge. The second crossing of the 14th Corps was at the Shell Mound, Tennessee. On August 30th. Do you think any of those pontoon bridges are surviving?
No. I'm sure they
washed away.
Took them down. If they were smart, anyways.
Right.
They were quickly followed by most of the 21st Corps. The fourth crossing site was at the mouth of Battle Creek, Tennessee, where the rest of the 14th Corps crossed on August 31st.
Oh.
Without permanent bridges, the Army of the Cumberland could not be supplied reliably, so another bridge was constructed at Bridgeport by Major General Philip Sheridan's division, spanning 2,700 feet in 3 days.
Good thinking, Sheridan.
Virtually all the Union Army, other than elements of the Reserve Corps, kept behind to guard the railroad.
Why not?
And then they had safely crossed the river by September 4th. They faced more mountainous terrain and road networks that were just as treacherous as the ones they had already traversed.
Come on. What do you think it was going to be? The Confederate High Command was concerned about this development and took steps to reinforce the Army of Tennessee. General Joseph Johnston's army dispatched on loan 2 weak divisions, about 9,000 men, from Mississippi. Right, and that was Major General John Breckinridge and Major General William H.T. Walker. He did that by September 4th, 1863. Then General Lee dispatched a corps under Lieutenant James Longstreet from Northern Virginia Army, and only 5 brigades, about 5,000 effectives from 2 of Longstreet's division arrived in time for the second day of battle at Chickamauga on the September 20th. You think Longstreet was with the one that arrived?
That didn't arrive?
I bet he was. He stayed back. I bet.
Maybe. Are the general guys usually in the front? Or are they probably in the middle somewhere, right?
I would say.
Something. The 3 Infantry Corps of Rosecrans' Army advanced by separate routes on the only 3 roads that were suitable for such movement. On the right flank, McCook's 20th Corps moved southwest to Valley Head, Alabama. In the center, Thomas's 14th Corps moved just across the border to Trenton, Georgia. And on the left, Crittenden's 21st Corps moved directly towards Chattanooga around Lookout Mountain. September 8th, after learning that Rosecrans had crossed into his rear, Bragg evacuated Chattanooga and moved his army south along the Lafayette Road toward Lafayette, Georgia. The Union Army occupied Chattanooga on September 9th.
Oh, shit. Look at that.
Got it.
Rosecrans telegraphed Halleck, Chattanooga is ours, without a struggle, and East Tennessee is free.
Nice.
Bragg was aware of Rosecrans' dispositions and planned to defeat him by attacking his isolated corps individually. The corps were spread about 40 miles apart, too far apart to support each other with any type of conflict.
Well, idiots.
Rosecrans was convinced that Bragg was demoralized and fleeing to either Dalton, Rome, or Atlanta. That's all in Georgia. Instead, Bragg's Army of Tennessee was encamped at Lafayette, about 20 miles south of Chattanooga. Confederate soldiers who posed as deserters deliberately added to this impression. Right.
Look at these guys, huh? Thomas firmly cautioned Rosecrans that a pursuit of Bragg was unwise because the Army of the Cumberland was too widely dispersed and its supply lines were tenuous. Tenuous? Rosecrans, exultant at his success in capturing Chattanooga, discounted Thomas's advice.
Right. He's on a high right now.
Right. He's like, I'm about to do some big thing. You know, we had Grant at Vicksburg.
Right.
The other guy at who was it?
Who was that? It was Meade, right?
No. Yeah, Meade at the he took over.
Gettysburg?
Yeah. And then he's like, I got me at Chattanooga, baby.
Yeah.
He ordered McCook to swing across Lookout Mountain at Winston's Gap and use his cavalry to break Bragg's railroad supply line at Resaca, Georgia. Crittenden was to take Chattanooga and then turn south in pursuit of Bragg. Thomas was to continue his advance towards Lafayette. Ooh, Thomas, you're about to run into some shit.
Yeah. Thomas's Lee Division under Major General James Negley intended to cross McLemore's Cove and use Dug Gap in the Pigeon Mountain to reach Lafayette. Negley was 12 hours ahead of Brigadier General Absalom Bayard's division, the nearest reinforcements.
Wow.
Braxton Bragg hoped to track Negley by attacking through the cove from the northeast, forcing the Union division to its destruction at the cul-de-sac at the southwest end of the valley. Yeah, they can't go anywhere. They'd be screwed.
Early on the morning of September 10th, Bragg ordered Polk's division under Major General Thomas Hinman to march 13 miles southwest into the cove and strike Negley's flank. He also ordered D.H. Hill to send Claiborne's division from Lafayette through Dug Gap to strike Negley's front, making sure the movement was coordinated with Hinman's.
Oh, shit.
Dude, Negley, freaking out of there,
Man,
man.
that's like a mob hit. Entering the cove with 4,600 men, Negley's division encountered Confederate skirmishers, but pressed forward to Davis's crossroads. Informed there was a large Confederate force approaching on his left. Negley took up a position in the mouth of the cove and remained there until 3 a.m., September 11th, 1863. Hill claimed that Bragg's orders reached him very late and began offering excuses for why he could not advance. I think he's still pissed off that he got shipped off over here. Claiborne was sick in bed, and the road through Dug Gap was obstructed by felled timber.
This is what Hill's excuses.
Right.
He then advised calling off the operation. Hinman, who had executed Bragg's orders promptly and had advanced within 4 miles of Negley's division, became overly cautious when he realized that Hill would not be attacking on schedule and ordered his men to stop.
Dude, I would too.
Bragg reinforced Hinman with 2 divisions of Buckner's corps, which were encamped near Lee and Gordon's Mill. When Buckner reached Hinman at 5 p.m. on September 10th, the Confederates outnumbered Negley's division 3-1, but failed to attack.
Yeah, they're still kind of funky. Infuriated that his orders were being defied and a golden opportunity was lost, Bragg issued new orders for Hinman to attack early September 11th. Claiborne, who was not sick, as Hill had claimed, cleared the felled timber from Dug Gap and prepared to advance when he heard the sound of Hinman's guns. By this time, however...
Is Hill the one that felled the timber?
Right. Dude, this dude needs to be dealt with.
Right.
By this time, however, Bayard's division had reached Negley's, and Negley had withdrawn his division to a defensive position just east of the crossroads. The 2 Union divisions then withdrew to Stevens Gap. Hinman's men skirmished with Bayard's rear guard, but they could not prevent the withdrawal of the Union force.
It's still there. Realizing that part of his force had narrowly escaped a Confederate trap, Rosecrans abandoned his plans for pursuit and began to concentrate his scattered forces. Well, if only you would have listened, Rosecrans. Right. As he wrote in his official report, it was a quote-unquote matter of life and death.
Yeah, if Hill would have done what he was supposed to do, you guys would have been dead.
Right. Or even when...
Shit.
What's his name got there? They
Right.
were outnumbered 3-1 still. September 12th, he ordered McCook and the cavalry to move northeast to Stevens Gap to join with Thomas, intending for this combined force to continue northeast to link up with Crittenden. The message to McCook took a full day to reach him at Alpine, and the route he selected to move northeast required 3 days of marching 57 miles.
Holy shit.
Retracing his steps over Lookout Mountain that he had just came.
My goodness, dude.
I thought the ignorance was over.
Right. Crittenden's corps began moving from the Ringgold toward Lee and Gordon's Mill. Forrest's cavalry reported the movement across the Confederate front, and Bragg saw another offensive opportunity, and he ordered Lieutenant General Leonidas Polk to attack Crittenden's lead division under Brigadier General Thomas Wood at dawn on September 13th with Polk's corps and Walker's corps. He wanted them to attack with those two corps. Bragg rode to the scene after hearing no sound of battle and found that there were no preparations being made to attack.
Dude, both of these sides.
Oh my
gosh.
gosh.
Both of these sides just suck.
Once again, Bragg was angry that one of his subordinates did not attack as ordered. But by the morning, it was too late, and all Crittenden's corps had passed by and concentrated at Lee and Gordon's Mill. Dude.
For the next 4 days, both armies attempted to improve their dispositions. Rosecrans continued to concentrate his forces, intending to withdraw as a single body to Chattanooga. Bragg, learning of McCook's movement at Alpine, feared the Federals might be planning a double envelopment. At a council of war on September 15th, Bragg's corps commanders agreed that an offensive in the direction of Chattanooga offered their best option. They said, we're going back to Chattanooga, boys. Or at least to the direction.
Now they wanted it. By September 16th, McCook's corps had reached Stevens Gap, and the 3 Union corps were now much less vulnerable to individual defeat.
Dude,
Yeah.
the Confederates ruined their chance. Wow.
Yep. But Bragg decided that he still had an opportunity. Reinforced with 2 divisions arriving from Virginia under Lieutenant James Longstreet, and Longstreet's definitely going to either take over or he'd do what Bragg says.
Right.
Under General Longstreet, and a division from Mississippi under a Brigadier General Bushrod Johnson.
Bushrod.
He decided to move his army northward on the morning of the 18th of September and advance towards Chattanooga. It was forcing Rosecrans' army out to fight or to withdraw. He was like, we're going to bring it right to these
One way or
motherfuckers.
another, something's going to happen.
Longstreet's like, look, I just had a long way here. We're just going to go in and see what happens. And Bragg's like, all right.
He's like, I know that street was long, man.
He's like, all right, we do that.
If Rosecrans fought, he risked being driven back into McLemore's Cove. The Confederate Army was to move beyond the Federal left flank at Lee and Gordon's Mill and then cross West Chickamauga Creek. He specified 4 crossing points, did Bragg. They go from north to south. Johnson's division at Reed's Bridge, Walker's Reserve Corps at Alexander's Bridge, Buckner's Corps at Thedford's Ford, and Polk's Corps at Dalton's Ford. Hill's Corps would anchor the Army's left flank, and the cavalry under Forrest and Wheeler would cover Bragg's right and left flanks, respectively.
Damn right.
All right, look at it all worked out, huh?
Right. The Union Army of the Cumberland, commanded by Rosecrans, consisted of about 60,000 men.
Jeez.
Composed of the following major organizations. 14th Corps, commanded by Major General George Thomas, had 22,781 present for duty. We had Brigadier Commanders Epsom Bayard, Major General James Nagley, Brigadier General John Brannan, and Major General Joseph Reynolds with him. 20th Corps, commanded by...
the brother of John Reynolds that just got killed
It's very possible.
in like Gettysburg or something?
Maybe. The 20th Corps, commanded by Major General Alexander McCook, had 13,156 men. And he had Brigadier General Jefferson C. Davis, and the Union.
Man, it's not the first time we've had him.
I bet he got teased a lot.
Well, he's actually pretty decent in one of the battles we've seen him in.
Brigadier General might be a good fighter, but I bet he gets teased.
That's true.
Hey, President Davis.
Right.
Hey, Mr. President.
They call him Prez.
Yeah, call him Prez. Brigadier General Richard Johnson.
This is the guy. We haven't heard his name in a while.
And-
Dude's name is quite literally Dick Johnson.
Right, Dick
or
Johnson.
Dick.
Right, Dick. All right. And Major General Philip Sheridan.
Philip Sheridan, huh?
Well, his middle name's Winker.
Richard Winker Johnson. These McCook guys.
Weiner. Richard
Right.
Weiner.
These McCook guys, there was like 13 of them
Right.
in the Union.
Right.
Literally. Sons, dads, nephews, and shit. And like 7 of them died, dude.
Right. That's
Crazy.
actually pretty good.
Well, no, it's half of them.
Right. You were expecting that.
I guess. They had the 21st Corps commanded by Major General Thomas Crittenden with 14,660 present, with Division Commanders Brigadier General Thomas J. Wood, Major General John Palmer, and Brigadier General Horatio Van Cleve. They had a Reserve Corps commanded by Major General Gordon Granger with 7,372 present, with one division commanded by Brigadier General James Steedman and an attached brigade of Daniel McCook, Colonel Daniel McCook. Cavalry Corps, commanded by Brigadier General Robert B. Mitchell. He had 10,078 present, with Division Commanders Brigadier General George Crook and Colonel Edward M. McCook. Dude, this is the McCook show.
Right.
Ridiculous.
Moving on to the old Rebs. Army of Tennessee, commanded by, obviously, Bragg. He had 65,000 men, composed of the following organizations. The right wing, commanded by Lieutenant General Polk, contained divisions of Major General Benjamin Cheatham. Hill's Corps under Lieutenant General D.H. Hill. It was a division of Major General Patrick Claiborne and John Breckinridge's. Reserve Corps under Major General William H.T. Walker, which was divisions of Brigadier General States Rights Gist and St. John R. Liddell.
States Rights. We haven't heard that name in a while. The left wing, commanded by Lieutenant General James Longstreet, contained a division of Major General Thomas Hinman. Buckner's Corps of Major General Simon Buckner, which had divisions of Major General Alexander Stewart and Brigadier Generals William Preston and Bushrod Johnson. Plus, you had Longstreet's Corps, commanded by Major General John Bell Hood.
Haven't heard him in a while.
Nope, and with divisions of Major Generals Lafayette, McLaws, and Hood.
Yeah. That's not the same Hood from the north, guys. There's a Hood in the north.
No, obviously, but John Bell Hood is the only one that you really hear of.
Right.
And McLaws, we haven't seen this guy in a while either.
No.
A cavalry corps commanded by Major General Joseph Wheeler contained the divisions of Brigadier Generals John Wharton and William Martin.
Yeah, they weren't getting Jeb Stuart away from
Of course
Lee.
not.
A 2nd Cavalry Corps, commanded by Brigadier General Nathan Bedford Forrest, contained the divisions of Brigadier Generals Frank Armstrong and John Pegram. The organization of the Army of Tennessee into wings was ordered through the night of 19th of September upon the arrival of Longstreet from Virginia. Prior to this, the Corps commanders reported directly to Bragg.
Let's spread it out a little bit here.
Right.
Bushrod Johnson's division took the wrong road from Ringgold,
That
but eventually headed west on the Reed's Bridge Road.
You got it right.
At 7 a.m., his men encountered cavalry pickets from Colonel Robert Minty's brigade. He was not mentioned in anything we read. He just
Right, if he would have took the right road, he would never even ran into him.
I'm talking about Minty.
Right.
He wasn't even in
Right.
none of these.
Right.
So why wasn't he?
Maybe because he took the wrong road. He wasn't supposed to be in the...
Maybe. Minty's brigade was guarding the approach to Reed's Bridge. Being outnumbered 5-1, Minty's men eventually withdrew across the bridge after being pressured by elements of Forrest's cavalry.
Okay.
But could not destroy the bridge and prevent Johnson's men from crossing.
Nope.
4:30 p.m., when Johnson had reached Jay's Mill, Major General John Bell Hood of Longstreet's Corps arrived from the railroad station at Catoosa and took command of the column.
Damn right they did. I mean, this is us now, guys.
Come on.
He's like, FBI's here.
This is the army, right? This is the Army of Northern Virginia, baby. This is our jurisdiction.
This bullshit, Hood. We've been working this case for...
Suck it.
We've been working this territory for 2 years.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. You take that up with the big man. He had then ordered Johnson to use the Jays Mill Road instead of the Brotherton Road, as Johnson had planned. At Alexander's Bridge to the south, Colonel John T. Wilders of the North Mounted Infantry Brigade defended the crossing against the approach of Walker's Corps from the Rebs. Armed with Spencer repeating rifles and Captain Lilly's four guns of the 18th Indiana Battery, Wilder was able to hold off a brigade of the Brigadier General St. John Liddell's, which suffered 105 casualties against Wilder's superior firepower. Yeah, you don't mess with the guns, man.
Right.
Walker moved his men downstream a mile to Lambert's Ford, and it was an unguarded crossing, and it was able to cross around 4:30 p.m., considerably behind schedule, obviously.
Behind schedule, but crossed nonetheless. Wilder, concerned about his left flank after Minty's loss of Reed's Bridge, withdrew and established a new blocking position east of the Lafayette Road near the Vineyard Farm. By dark, Johnson's division had halted in front of Wilder's position. Walker had crossed the creek, but his troops were well scattered along the road behind Johnson. Buckner had been able to push only one brigade across the creek at Thetford's Ford, and Polk's troops were facing Crittenden's at Lee and Gordon's Mill, and D.H. Hill Corps guarded the crossing sites to the south. We got action everywhere, dude. This battle site's got to be huge.
Although Bragg had achieved some degree of surprise, he failed to exploit it strongly. Rosecrans, observing the dust raised by the marching Confederates in the morning, anticipated Bragg's plan. He ordered Thomas and McCook to Crittenden's support. And while Confederates were crossing the creek, Thomas began to arrive in Crittenden's rear area.
The land between Chickamauga Creek and the Lafayette Road was gently rolling, but almost completely wooded. In the woods, no officer above brigadier could see all his command at once. And even the brigadiers often could see nobody's troops but their own and perhaps the enemy's. Chickamauga would be a classic soldier's battle.
You ain't kidding.
But it would test officers at every level of command in ways they had not been previously tested.
Yeah.
An additional complication was that each army would be attempting to fight a shifting battle while shifting its own position.
You ain't kidding.
Each general would have to conduct a battle while shuffling his own units northward toward an enemy of whose position he could get only the vaguest idea.
Exactly, until you ran into him.
Right. Strange and wonderful opportunities would loom out of the leaves, vines, and gunsmoke.
Right.
To be touched and vaguely sensed and then fade away again into the figurative fog of confusion that bedeviled men on both sides. In retrospect, victory for either side would look simple when unit positions were reviewed on a neat map.
Right.
But in Chickamauga's torn and smoky woodlands, nothing was simple.
Dude.
This comes from the book Six Armies in Tennessee, written by Stephen E. Woodworth.
They don't call them Smoky Mountains for nothing. Rosecrans' movement from Major General George Thomas's 14th Corps that previous day put the left flank of the Army of the Cumberland farther north than Bragg expected when he formulated his plans for an attack on the 20th of September. Major General Thomas Crittenden's 21st Corps was concentrated around Lee and Gordon's Mill, which Bragg assumed was the left flank, but Thomas was arrayed behind him, covering a wide front from Crawford Springs, which was the division of Major General James Negley. Also at the Widow Glenn's house was Major General Joseph Reynolds was there. Then you had him at the Kelly Field, which was Brigadier General Absalom Baird, and around the McDonald Farm, which is by
Old MacDonald had a farm.
Right, and Brigadier General John Brandon was there. Major General Gordon Granger's Reserve Corps was spread along the northern end of the battlefield from Rossville to McAfee's Church.
All right, Bragg's plan called for an attack on the supposed Union left flank by the Corps of Major General Simon Buckner, John Bell Hood, and W.H.T. Walker, screened by Brigadier General Nathan Bedford Forrest's cavalry to the north.
Beautiful. With
Major General Benjamin Chetham's division held in reserve in the center, and Major General Patrick Claiborne's division in reserve at Thetford's Ford. Major General Thomas Hinman's division faced Crittenden at Lee and Gordon's Mill,
right,
and Breckinridge's faced Negley.
Damn right.
The Battle of Chickamauga opened almost by accident, when pickets from Colonel Daniel McCook's brigade of Granger's Reserve Corps moved toward Jay's Mill in search of water.
Ooh. McCook had moved from Rossville on 18th September to aid Colonel Robert Minty's brigade. His men established a defensive position several hundred yards northwest of Jay's Mill, but was equally distanced from where the 1st Georgia Cavalry waited through the night south of the mill. Oh, shit. Didn't even know it. At about that time, McCook sent a regiment to destroy Reed's Bridge, which would survive the second attempt in 2 days to destroy it.
Jeez. Brigadier
General Henry Davidson of Fort Forrest's cavalry corps sent the 1st Georgia forward, and they encountered some of McCook's men near the mill.
Well, McCook was ordered by Granger to withdraw back to Rossville, and his men were pursued by Davidson's troopers.
Damn right they were.
McCook encountered Thomas at the Lafayette Road, having finished an all-night march from Crawfish Springs. This dude's like, dude, really?
What?
McCook reported to Thomas that a single Confederate infantry brigade was trapped on the west side of Chickamauga Creek. Thomas told Brandon's division to attack and destroy.
What are you thinking? To get rid of it.
Right, that's what he's doing.
Brandon sent 3 brigades in response to Thomas's order. Colonel Ferdinand Van de Veer's brigade moved southeast on the Reed's Bridge Road. Colonel John Croxton's brigade on his right. Colonel John Connell's brigade came up behind in reserve.
I'm here for John Connell.
Right. John Connell. No. Croxton's men drove back Davidson's advanced cavalrymen, and Forrest formed a defensive line of dismounted troopers to stem the tide. Croxton halted.
What good is dismounted troopers, guys? Keep your horses.
Right. Croxton halted his advance because he was unsure of Forrest's strength. Forrest requested reinforcements from Bragg and Walker near Alexander's Bridge, and Walker ordered Colonel Claudius Wilson's brigade forward at about 9 a.m. They hit Croxton's right flank.
Oh, no. Ooh. Forrest protected his own flank by deploying the brigade of Colonel George Dibrell, which ran into Vanderveer's brigade and then came to a halt under fire. Forrest sent in Brigadier General Matthew Ector's brigade, part of Walker's Reserve Corps, but without Walker's knowledge. Oh, man, you can't do that. Ector's men replaced Jabel's in line, but they were also unable to drive Vanderveer from his position. Brandon's division was holding its ground against Forrest and his infantry reinforcements, but as is the case a lot of times, ammo's getting low.
So Thomas sent Bayard's division to assist, which advanced with 2 brigades forward and 1 in reserve. Brigadier General John King's brigade of the United States Army Regulars, they relieved Croxton. The brigade of Colonel Benjamin Scribner took up a position on King's right, and then Colonel John Starkweather's brigade remained in reserve. With superior numbers and firepower, Scribner and King were able to start pushing back Wilson and Nectar. The Rebs were running.
Well, Bragg commanded the division of Brigadier General St. John R. Liddell to fight, and then he countered Thomas's reinforcements. The brigades of the brigades of Colonel Daniel Govan and Brigadier General Edward Walthall advanced along the Alexander's Bridge Road, smashing Baird's right flank. Both Scribner's and Starkweather's brigades retreated in panic, followed by King's regulars, who dashed for the rear through Vanderveer's brigade. Vanderveer's men halted the Confederate advance with a concentrated volley at close range. Liddell's exhausted men began to withdraw, and Coxton's brigade, returning to the action, pushed them back beyond the wind-free field. Oprah's like, you get a field, and you get a field.
Right. Believing that Rosecrans was attempting to move to the center of the battle farther north than Bragg planned, Bragg began rushing heavy reinforcements from all parts of his line to his right, starting with Chetham's division of Polk's Corps, the largest in the Army of Tennessee with 5 brigades. About 11 a.m., Chetham's men approached Liddell's halted division and formed it on its left. 3 brigades under Brigadier Generals Marcus Wright, Preston Smith, and John Jackson formed the front line, and Brigadier Generals Otho Strahl and George Maney commanded the brigades in the second line.
Their advance greatly overlapped Croxton's brigade and had no difficulty pushing it back.
Right.
As Croxton withdrew, his brigade was replaced by Brigadier General Richard Johnson's division of McCook's 20th Corps near the Lafayette Road. Johnson's lead brigades under Colonel Philemon Baldwin and Brigadier General August Willich engaged Jackson's brigade, protecting Croxton's withdrawal.
Trying.
Although outnumbered, Jackson held under the pressure until his ammunition ran low and he called for reinforcements. Cheatham sent in Maney's small brigade to replace Jackson, but they were no match for the 2 larger Federal brigades, and Maney was forced to withdraw as both of his flanks were crushed. How the hell does the Confederates win this?
All right. Additional Union reinforcements arrived shortly after Johnson. Major General John Palmer's division of Crittenden's Corps, they marched from Lee and Gordon's Mill and advanced into the fight with 3 brigades in line, which were the brigades of Brigadier General William Hazen, Brigadier General Charles Cruft, and Colonel William Gross. And they were against the Confederate brigades of Wright and Smith. Smith's brigade bore the brunt of the attack in the Brockfield and was replaced by Straw's brigade, which also had to withdraw under the pressure. Jeez. 2 more Union brigades followed Palmer's division, Brigadier General Horatio Van Cleve's division of the 21st Corps, who formed on the left flank of Wright's brigade. The attack of Brigadier General Samuel Beatty's brigade was a tipping point that caused Wright's brigade to join the retreat with Chetham's other units. He was like, we gotta go.
Well, for a third time, Bragg ordered a fresh division to move in. This time, Major General Alexander Stewart's, which was part of Buckner's Corps from his position at Thetford Ford, came in around noon. Stewart encountered Wright's retreating brigade at the Brock Farm and decided to attack Van Cleve's position on his left, a decision he made under his own authority. With his brigades deployed, you think you got to kind of do that when you're out on the field anyway.
I'll say so.
With his brigades deployed in column, Brigadier General Henry Clayton's was the first to hit 3 Federal brigades around the Brotherton Farm. Fire until their ammunition was gone. Clayton's men were replaced with Brigadier General John Brown's brigade. It's like,
right.
They're like revolving, dude.
Wow. Brown drove Beatty and Dick's men from the woods east of Lafayette Road.
The old Beatty Dick.
And they paused to regroup. Stewart committed his last brigade under Brigadier General William Bate around 3:30 p.m. and routed Van Cleve's division.
Oh.
Hazen's brigade was caught up in the retreat as they were replenishing their ammo. Colonel James Sheffield's brigade from Hood's division drove back Gross's and Cruft's brigades. Brigadier General John Turchin's brigade, which was Reynolds' division, counterattacked and briefly held off Sheffield, but the Confederates had caused a major penetration in the Federal line in the area of the Brotherton and Dyer fields. Stewart did not have sufficient forces to maintain that position, though, and he was then forced to order Bate to withdraw east of the Lafayette Road.
All right, around 2 p.m., the division Brigadier General Bushrod Johnson of Hood's Corps encountered the advance of Union Brigadier General Jefferson C. Davis's 2 Brigade Division of the 20th Corps, marching north from Crawfish Springs. Johnson's men attacked Colonel Hans Hegg's brigade on Davis's left and forced it across the Lafayette Road. Hood ordered Johnson to continue the attack by crossing the Lafayette Road with 2 brigades in line and 1 in reserve. He said, go get 'em, baby.
Get 'em, boy. 2 brigades drifted apart during the attack. On the right, Colonel John Fulton's brigade routed King's brigade and linked up with Bate at Brotherton Field. On the left, Brigadier General John Gregg's brigade, they attacked Wilder's Union brigade in its reserve position at the Vineyard Farm. Gregg was seriously wounded and his brigade advanced it halted. Brigadier General Evander McNair's brigade, called up from the rear, also lost their cohesion during the advance.
Union Brigadier General Thomas J. Wood's division was ordered to march north from Lee and Gordon's Mill around 3 p.m. His brigade, under Colonel George Buell, he was posted north of the Vineyard House, while Colonel Charles Harker's brigade continued up the Lafayette Road. Harker's brigade arrived in the rear of Fulton's and McNair's Confederate regiments, fired into their backs. Although the Confederates retreated to the woods east of the road, Harker realized he was isolated and quickly withdrew.
Oh, man.
At the Vineyard House, Buell's men were attacked by part of Brigadier General Evander Law's division of Hood's Corps.
Brigades of Brigadier General Jerome B. Robertson and Henry Benning, they pushed southwest toward Vineyard Field, pushing back Brigadier William. I don't even know.
Brigadier Johnson.
Pushing back Brigadier William Carlin's brigade, which was Davis's division, and fiercely struck Buell's brigade, pushing them back behind Wilder's line. Hood and Johnson's men, pushing strongly forward, approached so close to Rosecrans' new headquarters at the tiny cabin of widow Eliza Glenn that the staffers inside had to shout to make themselves heard over the sounds of battle.
Jeez, it's time to get the fuck out of there, I guess, huh?
There was a significant risk of a federal rout in that part of the line. Wilder's men eventually held back the Confederate advance, fighting from behind a drainage ditch.
That's probably what saved them, too.
Man, you ain't kidding.
The Federals launched several unsuccessful counterattacks late in the afternoon to regain the ground around the Vineyard House. Colonel Haig was mortally wounded during one of these advances. Late in the day, Rosecrans deployed almost his last reserve, Major General Philip Sheridan. Philip Sheridan's just easy, and he's the guy that's going to march towards the MC. Right?
Maybe.
Is that the Sheridan, or is it a different Sheridan?
It was a different one.
His division of McCook's Corps, that's who Rosecrans deployed. Marching north from Lee and Gordon's Mill, Sheridan took the brigades of Colonels Luther Bradley and Bernard LaBolt. Bradley's brigade was in the lead and was able to push the heavily outnumbered brigades of Robertson and Benning out of Vineyard Field. Bradley was wounded during the attack, though.
By 6 p.m., darkness was falling very fast, but Bragg was like, no, we will push the Federal Army to the south. He ordered Major General Patrick Claiborne's division of Hill's Corps to join Polk on the Army's right. This area of the battlefield had been quiet for several hours as the fighting moved progressively southward. George Thomas from the north had been consolidating his lines. Ooh, that's a good word for me. George Thomas had been consolidating his lines, withdrawing slightly to the west to what he considered a superior defensive position.
All right. Well, Dick Johnson's division and Absalom Baird's brigade were in the rear of Thomas's westward migration, covering the withdrawal. Why do these people? I'd like to meet the people that write these. Like, you have to be off tutti frutti with your words and shit, dude.
Dumb
That's rigmarole.
Right.
At sunset, Claiborne launched an attack with 3 brigades in line. From left to right, it was Brigadier Generals James Deschler, Sterling Wood, and then Lucius Polk. Oh, is he akin to Leonidas? Lucius and Leonidas, I would think, right? The attack degenerated into chaos with limited visibility of the twilight and smoke from burning underbrush. Some of Absalom Baird's men advanced to support Baldwin's Union Brigade, but mistakenly fired at them and were subjected to return friendly fire. This is why you don't. I just put out a freaking a little YouTube clip from literally a battle in 1861. Can't remember what it was, but they're doing the same thing here. You don't do shit at night, man.
No, Baldwin was shot dead from his horse attempting to lead a counterattack. Deschler's brigade missed their objective entirely, and Deschler was shot in the chest while examining the ammunition boxes.
He's like, well, damn, look at all this ammo.
Brigadier General Preston Smith led his brigade forward to support Deschler and mistakenly rode into the lines of Colonel Joseph Dodge's brigade, which is
He was like, get out of Dodge.
and they shot him down. By 9 p.m., Claiborne's men retained possession of the Winfrey Field, and Johnson and Baird had been driven back inside Thomas's new defensive line.
What a disaster.
The Union just got man, it was like a fumble.
Dude, the Union, they were controlling the whole freaking game up until the fourth quarter until they fumbled and threw a couple interceptions, and then now they're, wow. That's crazy.
Back to back.
How the hell did that just turn like that?
Jeez.
Casualties for the first day of battle are difficult to calculate because losses are usually reported for the entire battle. Historian Peter Cozzens wrote that an estimate of between 6,000 and 9,000 Confederates and perhaps 7,000 Confederates seemed reasonable just for one day. At Rax and Bragg's headquarters at Thetford Ford, the commanding general was officially pleased with the day's events. He reported that night found us masters of the ground after a series of very obstinate contests with largely superior numbers.
Right. Nothing would happen after dark, dude. They would have been fine. Next day it would have been a different type of battle. However, his attacks had been launched in a disjointed fashion, though. failing to achieve a concentration of mass to defeat Rosecrans or even cut him off from Chattanooga. Army of Tennessee's historian Thomas Conley criticized Bragg's conduct of the battle on the 19th of September of 1863. He cited that the lack of specific orders to his subordinates and a series of sporadic attacks which only sapped Bragg's strength and enabled Rosecrans to locate the rebel position. True.
Well, he also wrote that Bragg bypassed 2 opportunities to win the battle on September 9th. He says, Bragg's inability to readjust his plans had cost him heavily.
Did.
He had never admitted that he was wrong about the location of Rosecrans' left wing.
He was.
And that, as a result, he bypassed 2 splendid opportunities.
He did.
During the day, Bragg might have sent heavy reinforcements to Walker and attempted to roll up the Union left, or he could have attacked the Union center, where he knew troops were passing from to the left. Unable to decide on either, Bragg tried to do both, wasting his men in sporadic
Right, that's
assaults.
so stupid.
Now his army was crippled and in no better position than that morning.
Right.
Walker had, in the day's fighting, lost over 20% of his strength, while Stewart and Claiborne had lost 30. Gone, too, was any hope for the advantage of a surprise blow against Rosecrans.
Wow, Bragg met individually with the subordinates, and he formed them. He was reorganized the Army of Tennessee into 2 wings. Polk, the senior lieutenant general on the field, but junior to Longstreet, was given the right command and command of Hill's Corps, Walker's Corps, and Cheatham's division. Polk was also ordered to initiate the assault on the Federal left at the daybreak, beginning with the division of Breckinridge, followed progressively by Claiborne, Stewart, Hood, McLaws, Bushrod, Johnson, Hinman, and Preston.
Because Bushrod's last name is Johnson.
Shit. And when Bragg was informed that Lieutenant General James Longstreet had just arrived by train from Virginia,
Hey, look at that.
he designated him as the left wing commander. He's like, guess what, bud? Go command that left wing.
He's all right.
And he was commanding Hood's Corps, Buckner's Corps, and Hindman's division of Polk's Corps.
Well, Longstreet arrived late on the night of September 19th and had to find his way into the dark to Bragg's headquarters, since Bragg did not send a guide to meet him.
Oh, what
Longstreet,
piece of shit.
right.
What a piece of shit.
Longstreet,
decorated.
Oh, come on now, Bragg. Longstreet found Bragg asleep and woke him up at 11:30 p.m.
Oh, come on, 11 p.m.
Or 11 p.m., okay, Annie.
Where'd you see a 3 and oh?
But still, really? You're
Right.
sleeping, Bragg, at 11 p.m.?
And you know he's
I mean,
coming.
he probably had been up since like 2 in the
Right.
morning, but
Right.
still. Bragg told Longstreet he would take charge of the left wing, explaining his battle plan for September 20th and provided Longstreet a map of the area. The 3rd Lieutenant General of the Army, D.H. Hill, was not informed directly by Bragg of his effective demotion to Polk's subordinate.
I mean, how would you
But
not?
he learned his status from a staff officer.
That's where this guy is. He's getting shafted everywhere.
Right. Well,
It's like he's not even
hey, Hill, don't be a dick.
right.
He's already done some stupid shit since he's been here.
Right. He's like, dude, you don't even get acknowledgement from me. I'm gonna let this guy who shines my shoe.
I'm gonna let my homies ride on you, bitch-made ass
Right.
bad boy bitches.
Right. I'm gonna let the fucking the flag bearer be like, man, it's sad what happened. He's like, what are you talking about? Oh, you didn't know?
Pretty much.
He's like, how the fuck does the flag guy know?
What Hill did not know or did not learn was his role in the upcoming battle. The courier, sent with written orders, was not able to find Hill and returned to his unit without informing anybody. Major General John Breckinridge, one of Hill's division commanders, was at Polk's headquarters, but was not informed that his division was to initiate the dawn attack. What are these guys doing? At 5 a.m., September 20th, Polk was awakened on the cold and foggy battlefield to find that Hill was not preparing to attack.
Oh.
He prepared new written orders, which reached Hill about 6 a.m. Hill responded with a number of reasons for delaying the attack, including the readjustments of the alignment of his units, reconnaissance on the enemy line, and issuing breakfast rations to his men.
Oh, jeez.
Reluctantly, Bragg agreed.
He's probably like, I wish this guy would just go somewhere.
Right.
Man. Well, on the federal side, Rosecrans held a council of war with most of his corps commanders and division commanders to determine a course of action for the September 20th fight. The Army of the Cumberland had been significantly hurt in the first days of battle, and only 5 fresh brigades available, whereas the Confederate Army had been receiving reinforcements and now outnumbered the Federales. Both of these facts ruled out a Union offensive. He goes, we just got to wait for them to do stuff. The presence of Assistant Secretary of War Charles A. Dana at the meeting made any discussion of retreating difficult. Right? Like, hey,
This guy's over here, don't say shit.
he's like, how about we? And
The guy's like tapping his pen. So, yeah, see, that's stupid. Just because this guy's there too.
Right.
So fucking get a bunch of your men slaughtered
right,
just
just to make
because.
yourself look good.
Right.
He's gonna go report back. They're outnumbered 7-1, but they didn't want to fight.
Rose, could you believe this? Rosecrans was considering a retreat.
Rosecrans decided that his army had to remain in place on the defensive. He recalled that Bragg had to retreat after Perryville and Stones River and could conceivably repeat that same behavior. I don't think Bragg's retreating. I think you guys are both sitting here going to be like...
well, he did at Perryville and Stones River after...
But this is the spot where everybody's like, we're digging in here.
Well, Rosecrans' defensive line consisted of Thomas at left tackle. Rosecrans' defensive line consisted of Thomas in his present position, a salient that encompassed the Kelly Farm east of the Lafayette Road, which Thomas's engineer had fortified overnight with log breastworks. To the right, McCook withdrew his men from the Vineyard Field and anchored his right near the Widow's Glens. Crittenden was put in reserve, and Granger, still concentrated at Rossville, was notified to be prepared to support either Thomas or McCook, although practically he could only support Thomas.
Right.
Are they still all spread out like they were?
I believe so, or probably a little closer. If I remember that day correctly. It was still before dawn. Bayard reported to Thomas that his line stopped short of the intersection of Lafayette and McFarland's Gap Roads, and that he could not cover it without weakening his line critically. Thomas requested that his division under James Nagley be moved from McCook's sector to correct this very problem. Rosecrans also directed that McCook was to replace Nagley in line, but he found soon afterward that Nagley had been not relieved. He ordered Nagley to send his reserve brigade to Thomas immediately and then continue to ride on an inspection of the lines. He's like, go check the fences, bud.
Right. Well, on a return visit, he found Nagley was still in position, and Thomas Wood's division was just arriving to relieve him. Rosecrans ordered Wood to expedite his relief of Nagley's remaining brigades. Some staff officers later recalled that Rosecrans had been extremely angry and berated Wood in front of his staff, although Wood denied that this incident occurred. As Nagley's remaining brigades moved north, the first attack of the second day of the Battle of Chickamauga has begun.
Yeah, you usually didn't reprimand your officers in front of...
Oh, clearly that's like Rule 101 of leadership.
The battle on the second day began at about 9:30 a.m. on the left flank of the Union line.
That is late in the day to be starting.
Right. And that happened on the left flank of the Union line about 4 hours after Bragg had ordered the attack to start. Oh, shit. With coordinated attacks planned by Breckinridge and Claiborne of D.H. Hill's Corps, Polk's right wing as well.
Well, that whole thing.
Right. Bragg's intention was that this would be the start of a successive attacks progressing leftward in Echelon, whatever that means.
Echelon, man.
Right.
We've had that a million times.
Oh, and it's also along the Confederate line, designed to drive the Union Army south, away from its escape routes, through the Rossville Gap and the McFarland's Gap as well. The late start was significant. At day dawn, there were no significant defensive breastworks constructed by Thomas's men yet. Yeah, moron. These formidable obstacles were built in just a few hours after dawn. Bragg wrote after the war that if it were not for the loss of these hours, our independence might have been won. And,
I don't think so.
I mean, they won the battle anyway.
Right. Breckinridge's brigades under Brigadier Generals Benjamin Helm, Marcellus A. Stovall, and Daniel Adams moved forward left to right in a single line. Helm's Orphan Brigade of the Kentuckians was the first to make contact with Thomas's breastworks, and Helm, who was the favorite brother-in-law of Abraham Lincoln, was mortally wounded while attempting to motivate his Kentuckians forward to assault the strong position.
And that Lincoln family.
Damn, didn't Lincoln have another guy that, I swear I just put out a clip the other day that Lincoln's cousin or brother was fighting for the Confederates.
Right.
Breckinridge's other two brigades made better progress against the brigade of Brigadier General John Beatty, which was in Nagley's division, which was attempting to defend a line of a width more suitable for a division. Okay.
Fantastic. As he found the left flank of the Union line, Breckinridge realigned his two brigades to straddle the Lafayette Road to move south, threatening the rear of Thomas's Kelly Field salient. Thomas called up reinforcements from Brandon's reserve division, and Colonel Ferdinand Verneveers, his brigades charged at Stovall's men, driving them back.
What a lazy attempt to Ferdinand Verneveers.
Adams' brigade was stopped by Colonel Timothy Robbins Stanley, brigade of Nagley's division. Then Adams was wounded, and he was left behind as his men retreated to their starting position.
Jeez.
The other part of Hill's attack also floundered. So D.H. Hill, this guy, Claiborne's division met heavy resistance at the breastworks defended by the divisions of Baird, Johnson, Palmer, and Reynolds of the Union. There were confusing lines of battle, including an overlap with Stuart's division on Claiborne's left, diminishing the effectiveness of the Confederate attack. This is just complete stupidity.
Well, Chetham's division, waiting in reserve, also could not advance because of left-wing troops to their front. Hill brought up Gist's brigade, commanded by Colonel Peyton Colquitt of Walker's Corps, to fill the gap between Breckinridge and Claiborne. Colquitt was killed, and his brigade suffered severe casualties in their aborted advance. Walker brought the remainder of his division forward to rescue the survivors of Gist's brigade. On his right flank, Hill sent Colonel Daniel Govin's brigade of Liddell's division to support Breckinridge, but the brigade was forced to retreat along with Stovall's and Adams' men in the face of a federal counterattack.
Jeez. Well, that's just a big old clusterfuck there.
That's not going as planned yet for these guys, huh?
Oh, the attack on the Confederate right flank had petered out by noon.
Jeez. Children, I tell you.
The Confederates had their peters out, and then by noon
They're like,
that's a rebel yell. The rebel,
the yellow or the rebel smacking is like they're like.
what the hell is that? You don't want to know. You won't want to see
Thousands of Peters just smacking against.
Ready, boys? Peter out! The attack on the Confederate right flank had petered out by noon, but it caused great commotion throughout Rosecrans' army as Thomas sent staff officers to seek aid from fellow generals along the line. West of the Pole Field, Brandon's division was manning the line between Reynolds' division on his left and then Wood's on his right. His reserve brigade was marching north to aid Thomas, but at about 10 a.m., he received one of Thomas's staff officers asking for additional assistance. Jeez. He's like, we ran into some skirmishers back here. He knew that if his entire division were withdrawn from the line, it would expose the flanks of the neighboring divisions. So he said, Reynolds, what should I do?
Well, Reynolds agreed to the proposed movement, but sent word to Rosecrans warning him of the possibly dangerous situation that would result. However, Brandon remained in his position on the line, apparently wishing for Thomas's request to be approved by Rosecrans. The staff officer continued to think that Brandon was already in motion. Receiving the message on the west end of the dire field, Rosecrans, who assumed that Brandon had already left the line, desired Wood to fill the hole that would be created.
Yeah, you don't have time to get a message back.
Well,
you just, hey, this is what we're doing. We'll deal with the consequences later.
His chief of staff, James A. Garfield, who would have known that Brandon was staying in line, was busy writing orders for parts of Sheridan's and Van Cleve's divisions to support Thomas. Jeez, what the hell?
What the hell's going on here? Rosecrans' order was instead written by Frank Bond, a senior aide in camp.
Name's Bond.
Right.
Frank Bond.
Frank Bond. Generally competent but inexperienced at order writing was Frank Bond. Rosecrans dictated, and Bond wrote the following order. The general commanding directs that you close up on Reynolds as fast as possible and support him. This contradictory order was not reviewed by Rosecrans, who by this point was increasingly worn out, and was sent to Wood directly, bypassing his corps commander, Crittenden. Oh, man. How do you do that?
That directs you to close up on Reynolds as fast as possible and support him.
Right.
How's this contradictory? It literally says to go to him.
And he's still there.
Okay, right. Wood was perplexed by Rosecrans' order, which he received around 10:50 a.m. Since Brandon was still on his left flank.
He's like, what are you talking about?
Since Brandon was still on his left flank, Wood would not be able to close up on, a military term that meant to move adjacent to, Reynolds with Brandon's division in the way.
Exactly.
Okay. Therefore, the only possibility was withdraw from the line, march around behind Brandon, and form up behind Reynolds, the military meaning of the word support. Oh.
Get it?
I get it. This was obviously a risky move, leaving an opening in the line. Wood spoke with Corps Commander McCook and claimed later, along with members of both his and McCook's staff, that McCook agreed to fill the resulting gap with the 20th Corps units.
So a bunch of freaking, who knows what's going on here? Wow. McCook maintained that he had not enough units to spare to cover a division-wide hole, although he did send Haig's brigade to partially fill the gap. About this time, Bragg also made a preemptory order based on incomplete information. Oh, jeez. Impatient that his attack was not progressing to the left, he sent orders for all of his commands to advance at once. He said, screw it.
Geez. Everybody
You
just
sons of
go,
bitches.
man. Fuck it.
Major General Alexander P. Stewart of Longstreet's wing received the command and immediately ordered his division forward without even consulting Longstreet.
Doesn't matter now.
Gotta go.
His brigades under
Longstreet
Brigadier...
would figure it out.
Right. He's like, well, these guys are moving. Let's
go.
His brigades under Brigadier Generals Henry Clayton, John Brown, and William Bate attacked across the Po field in the direction of the Union divisions of Brandon and Reynolds. Along with Brigadier General Sam Woods, S.A.M. Woods, brigade of Claiborne's division, Stewart's men disabled Brandon's right flank and pushed back Van Cleve's division in Brandon's rear,
Yeah, these guys don't know what's going on.
momentarily crossing the Lafayette Road. Ooh. A federal counterattack drove Stewart's division back to its starting point, though.
Dude, look at how many people the Confederates had. That's just ridiculous. Longstreet also received Bragg's order, but did not act immediately. Surprised by Stewart's advance, he held up the order for a remainder of his wing. Longstreet had spent the morning attempting to arrange his lines so his divisions from the Army of North Virginia would be in the front. But those movements had resulted in the battle line confusion that had plagued Claiborne earlier. When Longstreet was finally ready, he had amassed a concentrated striking force commanded by Major General John Bell Hood of 3 divisions with 8 brigades arranged in 5 lines. Dude, he was like, we can wait, but when we do go, we're going to be huge. It's going to be like Gettysburg again.
Well, almost, right? In the lead, Brigadier General Bushrod Johnson's division straddled the Brotherton Road in 2 echelons. They were followed by Hood's division, now commanded by Brigadier General Evander Law, 2 brigades of Major General Lafayette McLaw's division, commanded by Brigadier General Joseph Kershaw. All right. To the left of this column was Major General Thomas Hidman's division. Then Brigadier General William Preston's division of Buckner's Corps was in reserve behind Hidman.
Awesome.
Damn, they got reinforcements.
Right, Longstreet's force of 10,000 men, primarily infantry, was similar in number to those he sent forward in Pickett's charge at Gettysburg.
That didn't go so well for him, though.
Pickett's charge, yeah. And some historians judged that he learned the lessons of that failed assault by providing a massive and narrow column to break the enemy line. Historian Harold Knudsen had described this deployment on a narrow front as similar to the style of the German Schwerpunkt in the World War II, achieving an attacker-defender ratio of 8-to-1.
Oh, shit.
Biographer Jeffrey Wirt also cites the innovative approach that Longstreet adopted, demonstrating his skill as a battlefield commander.
Do you think Hitler studied, like, past battles?
Who?
Hitler.
Oh, I'm sure.
Do you think he, like, studied, like, past conflicts and shit and, like, what was successful and who did what and, like, the famous battles
Most
and all that
likely.
shit?
I'm sure.
You think, right?
William Glenn Robinson, however, contends that Longstreet's deployment was happenstance and that the general's after-reaction report and memoirs do not demonstrate that he had a grand 3-division column in mind. I think he did. Well, not at first. That came at the end, right?
Well, the scene now presented was unspeakably grand. Okay. This is a quote. The scene now presented was unspeakably grand. The resolute and impetuous charge, the rush of our heavy columns sweeping out from the shadow and gloom of the forest into the open fields flooded with sunlight, the glitter of arms, the onward dash of artillery and mounted men, the retreat of the foe, the shouts of the host of our army, the dust, the smoke, the noise of firearms and whistling balls and grape shot and a bursting shell made up a battle scene of unsurpassed grandeur. Confederate Brigadier General Bushrod Johnson.
No shit. That sounds pretty actually interesting.
Right.
I might join the Civil War.
Confederates. Yes, we know.
Longstreet gave the order to move.
Straight rods, baby.
Straight right. Longstreet gave the order to move at about 11:10 a.m. and Johnson's division proceeded across the Brotherton Field, by coincidence to precisely the same point where Woods' Union division was pulling out of the line.
By coincidence, huh?
Johnson's brigade on the left, commanded by Colonel John S. Fulton, drove directly through that gap.
Wow.
The brigade on the right, under Brigadier General Evander McNair, encountered opposition from Brandon's division, which was parts of Colonel John Connell. Yeah, John Connell.
I'm here for John Connell.
John Connell. It was parts of John Connell's brigade, but it was able to push through it. What? Yeah, McNair, he was able to push through Brandon's. The result was that very soon to be a devastating rout of the Union Army. The few Union soldiers in that sector ran in panic from the onslaught. Yes, set their feet are in.
They got their cocks out. At the far side of the Dyer Field, several Union batteries of the 21st Corps Reserve Artillery were set up, but without infantry support. Oh, that sucks. Although the Confederate infantrymen hesitated briefly, Gregg's brigade, commanded by Colonel Cyrus Sugg, which flanked the guns on their right, Sheffield's brigade, commanded by Colonel William Perry, and the brigade of Brigadier General Jerome Robertson, they captured 15 of the 26 cannons on the ridge.
All right.
As the Union troops were withdrawing, Wood stopped his brigade, commanded by Colonel Charles Harker, and sent it back with orders to counterattack the Confederates.
Right. Like, somebody's got to do something. Harker, you go.
And he's like, damn it.
Damn. They appeared on the scene at the flank of the Confederates, who had captured the artillery pieces, causing them to retreat. The brigades of McNair, Perry, and Robinson became intermingled as they ran for shelter in the woods east of the field. Hood ordered Kershaw's brigade to attack Harker and then raced toward Robinson's brigade of the Texans, which was Hood's old brigade. As he reached his former unit, a bullet struck him in the right thigh, knocking him from his horse. He was taken to a hospital near Alexander's Bridge, where his leg was amputated a few inches from the hip.
Oh, dude, they were cutting through big bone.
Yeah. Dude, they were like, wow, we're going to have to amputate it.
Shit.
Can't take that lead out of there.
Harker conducted a fighting withdrawal under pressure from Kershaw, retreating to Horseshoe Ridge near the tiny house of George Washington Snodgrass. Finding a good defensible position there, Harker's men were able to resist the multiple assaults beginning at 1 p.m. That began at 1 p.m. from the brigades of Kershaw and Brigadier General Benjamin Humphreys. These two brigades had no assistance from their nearby fellow brigade commanders. Perry and Robertson were attempting to reorganize their brigades after they were routed into the woods.
Yeah, why did they go up so fast and not expect anything to come back? What the hell were they thinking?
That's because
They're like, oh, they're on a run.
Bragg was getting a little restless over here.
Brigadier
He's
General,
like, we were supposed to start attacking 5 hours ago, dude.
Right. Brigadier General Henry Benning's brigade turned north after crossing Lafayette Road in pursuit of 2 brigades of Brandon's division. And he then halted for the afternoon near the Poe House.
At the Poe House.
Hindman's division attacked the Union line to the south of Hood's column and encountered considerably more resistance. The brigade on the right, commanded by Brigadier General Zechariah Zechariah Dees. They drove back 2 brigades of Davis's division, and they also defeated Colonel Bernard Labold's division, a brigade of Sheridan's division. Sheridan's 2 remaining brigades, under Brigadier General William Little and Colonel Nathan Walworth, they checked the Confederate advance on a slight ridge west of the Dyer Field, near the Widow Glen House.
While leading his men in the defense, Little was killed, and his men, now outflanked and leaderless, fled west.
Damn it.
Hindman's brigade on the left, under Brigadier General Arthur Manigault, crossed the field east of the Widow Glen's house when Colonel John T. Wilder's mounted infantry brigade advances from its reserve position launched a strong counterattack with Spencer repeating rifles, driving the enemy around and through what became known as Bloody Pond. Having nullified Manigault's advance, Wilder decided to attack the flank of Hood's column. He said, damn, we're going to attack now.
Right.
However, just then, Assistant Secretary of War Dana found Wilder and excitedly proclaimed that the battle was lost and demanded to be escorted to Chattanooga.
Wow, what a pussy.
And the time that Wilder took to calm down the secretary and arrange a small detachment to escort him back to safety, the opportunity for a successful attack was lost, and he ordered his men to withdraw to the west.
That's such bullshit.
Dana, you're a piece of shit.
Right. He was like, I see enough.
We lost the battle. Get out of here.
Like, dude,
That's probably how he was.
He's like, dude, this is all right. We still got a couple more days of this shit.
No.
All Union resistance at the southern end of the battlefield evaporated. Sheridan and Davis's men, they fell back to the escape route at McFarland's Gap, taking them with them elements of Van Cleve's and Negley's divisions. The majority of units on the right fell back in disorder, and Rosecrans, Garfield, McCook, and Crittenden, although attempting to rally retreating units, they soon joined them in the mad rush to safety. Rosecrans decided to proceed in haste to Chattanooga in order to organize his returning men and the city's defenses. And he's like, man, this is bullshit.
Jeez. He sent Garfield to Thomas with orders to take command of the forces remaining at Chickamauga and withdraw to Rossville. At McFarland's Gap, units had reformed, and General Negley met both Sheridan and Davis. Sheridan decided he would go to Thomas's aid not directly from McFarland's Gap, but via a circuitous route northwest to the Rossville Gap and then south on Lafayette Road. The provost marshal of the 14th Corps met Crittenden around the gap and offered him the services of 1,000 men he had been able to round up during the retreat. Crittenden refused the command and continued his personal flight. At about 3 p.m., Sheridan's 1,500 men, Davis's 2,500, Negley's 2,200, and 17 men of other detached units were at or near McFarland's Gap, just 3 miles away from Horseshoe Ridge.
Uh-oh.
What's going to happen here?
Wow. However, not all of the Army of Cumberland had fled. Thomas's 4 divisions still held their lines around Kelly Field.
Look at these guys, dude.
Yeah, they ain't going nowhere. And a strong defensive position was attracting men from the right flank to Horseshoe Ridge. James Negley had been deploying artillery there on orders from Thomas to protect his position at Kelly Field. Although Negley inexplicably was facing his guns to the south instead of the northeast. Retreating
He's
men,
like, wait, I thought we're fighting the south.
Right. Retreating men, he said, I will not point my weapons at my citizens. Retreating men rallied in groups of squads and companies.
Right, squat up.
Right, and began erecting hasty breastworks from felled trees. The first regimental size unit to arrive in an organized state was 82nd Indiana, commanded by Colonel Morton Hunter. It was part of Brandon's division. Brandon himself arrived at Snodgrass Hill at about noon and began to implore his men to rally around Hunter's unit.
Look at that, dude. Brandon ain't no bitch.
Do this shit.
Units continued to arrive on Look at they're all like, they're up on Horseshoe Ridge. Let's go. Units continued to arrive on Horseshoe Ridge and extended the line, most importantly, a regiment that Brandon had requested from Negley's division, which was the 21st Ohio. This unit was armed with 5-shot Colt revolving rifles.
Oh, shit.
Without which, the right flank of the position might have been turned by Kershaw's 2nd South Carolina at 1 p.m.
All right.
Historian Stephen Woodward called the actions of the 21st Ohio one of the most epic defensive stands of the entire war.
Damn.
I don't believe it. The 535 men of the regiment expended 43,550 rounds in the engagement.
Damn.
Holy shit. Stanley's brigade, which had been driven to the area by Govid's attack, took up a position on the portion of the ridge immediately south of the Snodgrass house, where they were joined by Harker's brigade on their left.
Oh, no shit.
These guys ain't giving up, huh?
All right. This group of randomly selected units were the ones who beat back the initial assaults from Kershaw and Humphrey. Soon after, the Confederate division of Bushrod Johnson advanced against the western end of the ridge, seriously threatening the Union flank. But they reached the top of the ridge, and they found that fresh Union reinforcements had arrived. Ooh. He's like, those guys don't look like they've been in battle. Damn. Throughout the day, the sounds of battle had reached 3 miles north to McAfee's Church, where the Reserve Corps of Major General Gordon Granger was stationed.
Right, he's just sitting there. He didn't even know what's going on.
He's like, sounds like they're having fun out there, boys.
Well, he eventually lost patience and sent reinforcements south without receiving explicit orders to do so. Yeah. Good for you, Granger.
It's like, we're just going to sit here.
Right. The 2 brigades of Major General James Steedman's division and the brigade of Colonel Daniel McCook. As the men marched, they were harassed by Forrest's dismounted cavalrymen and artillery, causing them to veer towards the west. McCook's brigade was left behind at the McDonald House to guard the rear, and Steedman's 2 brigades reached the Union lines in the rear of the Horseshoe Ridge position, just as Johnson was starting his attack. Granger sent Steedman's men into Johnson's path on the run. Said, get 'em, boys.
Several attacks and counterattacks shifted the lines back and forth as Johnson received more and more reinforcements. McNair's brigade, commanded by Colonel Coleman, Dees and Manigault's brigades from Hindman's division, but many of these men were exhausted. Vanderveer's brigade arrived from the Kelly Field line to beef up the Union defense.
Nice.
Brigadier General Patton Anderson's brigade of Hindman's division attempted to assault the hill in the gap between Johnson and Kershaw. Despite all the furious activity on Snodgrass Hill, Longstreet was exerted little direction on the battlefield, enjoying a leisurely lunch of bacon and sweet potatoes with the staff in the rear.
Oh, jeez, that's fucked. Summoned to a meeting with Bragg, Longstreet asked the Army commander for reinforcements from Polk's stalled wing, even though he had not committed his own reserve, Preston's division. Bragg was becoming distraught and told Longstreet that the battle was being lost, something Longstreet found inexplicable considering the success of his assault column.
All right. He's like, what are you talking about?
Bragg knew, however, that his success on the southern end of the battlefield was merely driving his opponents to their escape route to Chattanooga.
Exactly.
And that the opportunity to destroy the Army of Cumberland had evaporated. Seems to happen all too often with both sides. After the repeated delays in the morning's attacks, Bragg had lost confidence in his generals on the right wing, and while denying Longstreet reinforcements told him there's not a man in the There is not a man in the right wing who has any fight in him.
Dang, Longstreet. You
Damn.
just took a big old drop.
He's like, fuck the Army of Virginia, Northern Virginia.
Oh, he was like, I don't know what Lee's doing to you guys out there.
Right.
But holy
Pussies. No wonder why D.H. Hill wanted to get out of there.
Man, Longstreet finally deployed Preston's division, which made several attempts to assault Horseshoe Ridge. He started around 4:30 p.m. Longstreet, he later wrote that there were 25 assaults in all on Snodgrass Hill.
Wow.
But historian Glenn Tucker has written that it was really one of sustained duration.
Why do these historians all gotta be like, well, actually
it was just like ongoing for all day. At that same time, Thomas received an order from Rosecrans to take command of the army and began a general retreat. Thomas's division at Kelly Field, starting with Reynolds' division, were first to withdraw, followed by Palmer's. As the Confederates saw that Union soldiers withdrawing, they renewed their attacks, threatening to surround Johnson's and Bayard's divisions. There you go. Finally, you guys started just watching them.
Wow. Although Johnson's division managed to escape relatively unscathed, Bayard lost a significant number of men as prisoners. Thomas left Horseshoe Ridge, placing Granger in charge, but Granger departed soon thereafter, leaving no one to coordinate the withdrawal.
Oh, come on. Such bastard.
Steedman, Brannan, and Wood managed to stealthily withdraw their divisions to the north. 3 regiments that had been attached from other units, which were the 22nd Michigan, the 89th Ohio, and the 21st Ohio, were left behind without sufficient ammunition and ordered to use their bayonets.
Oh, wow.
They held their position until surrounded by Preston's division when they were forced to surrender.
Jeez, oh, Pete.
Look at how they just throw these guys to the wolves all the time, dude.
Right. Thomas withdrew the remainder of his units to positions around Ross Gap.
Rossgapville.
Thomas withdrew the remainder of his units to positions around Rossville Gap after Dock fell. His personal determination to maintain the Union position until ordered to withdraw, while his commander and peers fled, earned him the nickname of the Rock of Chickamauga, derived from a portion of a message that Garfield sent to Rosecrans, which says, Thomas is standing like a rock.
Like a rock.
They can't say Stonewall.
Right. Well, it's not a stone wall.
Right. Garfield met Thomas in Rossville that very night, and he wired Rosecrans $75,000.
10% for the big guy. That's what that was.
Garfield met Thomas in Rossville that night and wired to Rosecrans.
Western Union.
Right.
Shit.
He said, our men not only held their ground, but in many points drove the enemy.
Why would they be Southern?
You never know. Longstreet's Virginians have got their bellies full.
Although the troops are tired and hungry and nearly out of ammunition, he continued, I believe we can whip them tomorrow. I believe we can now crown the whole battle with victory.
Right.
He urged Rosecrans to rejoin the army and lead it, but Rosecrans, physically exhausted and psychologically a beaten man, remained in Chattanooga. I'll take him out.
Right.
President Lincoln attempted to prop up the morale of his general by telegraphing. He says, be of good cheer. We have unabated confidence in you and your soldiers and officers. In the main, you must be the judge as to what is to be done. If I was to... So he's saying,
Right.
do it. Right. If I was to suggest, I would say save your army by taking strong positions until Burnside joins you. Privately, though, Lincoln told John Hay that Rosecrans seemed confused and stunned like a duck hit on the head.
Rosecrans was like, I'm good.
Well, so Lincoln just told him
Right.
to basically sit there until Burnside comes.
Yeah. He's like, don't worry, man. The Army of Tennessee camped for the night, unaware that the Union Army had slipped from their grasp. Bragg was not able to mount the kind of pursuit that would have been necessary to cause Rosecrans significant further damage. Many of his troops had arrived hurriedly at Chickamauga by rail, without wagons to transport them. Many of the artillery horses had been injured or moited during the battle. Tennessee River was now an obstacle to the Confederates, and Bragg had no pontoon bridges to effect a crossing. So they're like, we're screwed.
Bragg's army paused at Chickamauga to reorganize and gather equipment lost by the Union. Although Rosecrans had been able to save most of his trains, large quantities of ammo and arms had been left behind. Army of Tennessee historian Thomas Connolly, well, you got to get up and go, dude.
Yes, I guess.
Army of Tennessee historian Thomas Connolly has criticized Bragg's performance, claiming that for over 4 hours on the afternoon of September 20th, he missed several good opportunities to prevent the Union escape, such as by a pursuit up the Dry Valley Road to McFarland's Gap,
That one, yeah.
or by moving a division such as Chetham's around Polk to the north to seize the Rossville Gap or
They need to
McFarland's
go
Gap.
more north. That's what I was going to say earlier. And plus, they started battle 17 hours after daylight.
Right.
The battle was damaging both sides in proportions roughly equal to the size of the armies. Union losses were 16,170.
16,000.
Yeah.
Yes.
60?
Oh, right.
16,170, which were of those 1,657 moided, 9,756 wounded, 4,757 captured or missing. Confederates, on the other hand, 18,454, 2,312 moided, 14,674 wounded, and 1,464 captured or missing. Man, Union could have won that one.
If they would have. That second day or the third day, I mean.
Right. They were the highest loss of any battle in Western theater during the war. And after Gettysburg, second highest overall. Among the dead were Confederate generals Benjamin Hardin Helm, husband of Abraham Lincoln's sister-in-law, James Deschler, and Preston Smith. A Union general was William Little, moided.
And Confederate General John Bell Hood, who had already lost the use of his left arm from a wound at Gettysburg, was severely wounded with a bullet in his leg, requiring it to be amputated.
Oh, man, no leg and an arm? He's done.
Right. Although the Confederates were technically the victors, driving Rosecrans from the field, Bragg had not achieved his objectives of destroying Rosecrans or of restoring Confederate control of East Tennessee.
Not at all.
And the Confederate Army suffered casualties that they could ill afford at this point.
Yeah, 16,000 people wounded?
Yeah.
In one battle?
Well, 14,000 wounded,
right.
2,300 killed.
Right. This is ridiculous, man. It seems to me that the alien of the Southern soldier was never seen after Chickamauga. He fought stoutly to the last, but after Chickamauga, with the sullenness of despair and without the enthusiasm of hope, that barren victory sealed the fate of the Confederacy. Confederate Lieutenant D.H. Hill. September. Wow. Well, right. That was some strong words by a loser.
Well, he'd seen it. After this battle, even though we might have won the battle, technically, we did nothing and lost all these guys for nothing, pretty much.
September 21st, 1863. General Rosecrans' army withdrew to the city of Chattanooga, took advantage of previous Confederate works to erect strong defensive positions. However, the supply lines into Chattanooga were at very risk. And the Confederates soon occupied the surrounding heights and laid siege upon the Union forces. Oh, shit.
Oh, yeah. We're going to have the battles of Chattanooga coming up. Unable to break the siege, Rosecrans was relieved of his command of the Army of Cumberland on October 19th, replaced by Thomas.
Oh, wow.
McCook and Crittenden lost their commands on September 28th as the 20th Corps and 21st Corps were consolidated in a new 4th Corps commanded by Granger. Neither officer would ever command in the field again.
Oh, wow.
On the Confederate side, Bragg began to wage a battle against the subordinates he resented for failing him in the campaign.
Oh, shit.
Hinman for his lack of action in McLemore's Cove, and Polk for his late attack on September 20th.
Yeah, that was stupid.
September 29th, Bragg suspended both officers from their commands.
Damn right. Polk. Wow, look at Polk.
Right.
Downfall of that guy.
Yeah.
Early October 1863, an attempted mutiny of Bragg's subordinates resulted in D.H. Hill being relieved from his command. Longstreet was dispatched with his corps to the Knoxville campaign against Ambrose Burnside. Hey, go fight Burnside.
Yeah.
It was seriously weakening Bragg's army at Chattanooga. Harold Knudsen contends that Chickamauga was the first major Confederate effort to use the interior lines of the nation to transport troops between theaters with the aim of achieving a period of numerical superiority and taking the initiative in the hope of gaining decisive results in the West.
They were desperate, dude. They're like, let's just throw a bunch of, if we outnumber them.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, Harold Knudsen, he states that the concentration the Confederates achieved at Chickamauga was an opportunity to work within the strategic perimeters of Longstreet's defensive-offensive theory.
Well, in his estimation, it was the Confederates' last realistic chance to take the tactical offense within the context of a strategic defense and destroy the Union Army of the Cumberland.
They
I don't know why that's in the red. If a major victory erasing the Union gains of the Tullahoma campaign and a winning of the strategic initiative could be achieved in late 1863, any threat to Atlanta would be eliminated for the near future. Even more significantly, a major military reversal going into the election year of 1864 could have severely harmed President Lincoln's re-election chances, caused the possible election of Democratic nominee George McClellan, and the cessation of the Union War effort to subdue the South.
Yeah, because McClellan didn't really even want to. He's like, dude, let's just let him.
Well, all the Democrats pretty much were like, we need to end this war now.
Right. Much of the central Chickamauga battlefield is preserved by the National Park Service as part of the Chickamauga and Chattanooga National Military Park. American Battlefield Trust and its partners have acquired and preserved 141 acres of the battlefield as of mid-2023. As of mid-2023.
Right.
Ambrose Bierce's short story, Chickamauga. It was published in 1891. French filmmaker Robert Enrico adapted the story for a short film in 1962 as part of the trilogy of films, all based on Bierce's Civil War fiction. Thomas Wolfe published his story called Chickamauga in 1937. It is included in the 2004
Original.
Right? Right. It is included in the 2004 edition of Thomas Wolfe's Civil War, edited by David Madden.
All right, David Madden.
Right.
You're getting some shout out.
Right. He don't even got it underlined.
Right. Yep. That was Chickamauga, the last big, huge, devastating war of the whole war. Of course, we're going to have more.
Both sides had a chance to destroy each other and didn't do it.
Dude, this battle went right back to
Stupidity.
the first 1861
You ain't kidding.
type battles where everybody was confused. Nobody was communicating with each other. And
Nobody did what they were
it was just
told,
Dumb,
and-
right? Like, holy shit, these two guys, no wonder the Burns are Rosecrans by
Right.
Bragg.
He
Tried to
tried.
take it out on his subordinates, but by Bragg.
He wasn't strong enough.
Sad. for
Longstreet's
both
like,
of them.
shit, you ain't no Lee. You ain't no Lee.
Neither's Longstreet, apparently.
Right.
Yep. There we go. Battle of Chickamauga in the books. On to the big guys. Grant. His first test as taking over the Army.
Army.
It was a mission: destroy Robert E. Lee and the Army of Northern Virginia at all costs. And by God, he will. Yes, sir. We got the Battle of the Wilderness, May 7th, or 5th through 7th, 1864. First battle of Ulysses S. Grant's 1864 Virginia Overland Campaign against Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia, which occurred in a wooded area near Locust Grove, Virginia, about 20 miles west of Fredericksburg. These port towns, they had about 2 months to recover.
Maybe.
Now they're just like back at it again.
Yep.
Crazy. Before we get into it, go check out our YouTube at Bang Dang Network. All of our podcasts that we do, including Outlaws and Gunslingers, Battles of the American Civil War, Lee and Corey on a Case, and our exclusive YouTube-only Dart League over there. If you listen to Spotify, Apple, give us a subscription, review, and share us with your friends. Spotify, comment on the comment thing that's on Spotify. So, do it. Battle of the Wilderness. This is a big one. It's actually top 5 in the whole war in terms of casualties. So
they say.
lots of stuff going on here. In the 3 years since fighting in the American Civil War began, 1861, the United States Army, aka the Union, made little progress against the Confederate Army in Eastern Theater. Union Army's most impressive successes came in the Western Theater, especially at the Battle of Vicksburg, where nearly 30,000 Confederates surrendered.
Oh.
Abraham Lincoln wanted a military leader who would fight, because as we know, everybody that's controlled the Army of the Potomac this far, I don't want to pursue.
No.
I don't want to do anything. I'm just going to retreat.
Right.
All of them.
Sickening. Yeah, pretty bad stuff there. Meade and McAllister, or McKernan,
Meade still our Army of the Potomac commander here.
McLernan, and McClellan. Waltz.
McLennan, well, then like Burnside, and there was like literally 7 or 8 of them.
Sickening. Halleck ain't no better.
Well, he's the big guy.
Right. March 1864. Major General Ulysses S. Grant was summoned from the Western Theater, promoted to Lieutenant General, given command of all Union armies. President Grant was a Union commander at Vicksburg and also had major victories at Fort Henry, Fort Donelson, Shiloh, Chattanooga.
I mean, only 5 of the biggest wars or battles won in the entire war, but yeah.
Crazy. He chose to make his headquarters with the Army of Potomac, although Major General George Meade retained formal command of that army.
He did.
That's a smart move.
Right.
He'd be like, man, I'm still...
Meade's still running shit, but he's there to oversee
Right,
everything.
less stress.
Right.
More time to drink. Major General William Tecumseh Sherman, he succeeded Grant in command of most of the Western armies.
And he did pretty damn good for himself there, didn't he?
Not too bad.
Grant believed that the Eastern and Western Union armies were too uncoordinated in their actions, and that the previous practice of conquering and guarding new territories required too many resources.
Right.
Grant's new strategy was to attack with all forces at the same time, making it difficult for the Confederates to transfer forces from one to another battlefront.
Yeah.
Clearly. His objective was to destroy the Confederate armies rather than conquering territory.
Right.
Well, right. Why you destroy the armies, you already have the territory.
Who cares about the territory?
The two largest Confederate armies became the two major targets, which were Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia and Joseph E. Johnston's Army of Tennessee.
Right.
This new strategy pleased President Lincoln very much.
Should have done that in the very beginning.
Right.
Grant considered Lee's army the strongest, best appointed, and most confident army in the South.
Yeah, I would say.
Lee was a professional soldier who fought in the Mexican-American War. Beginning of the American Civil War, he rejected an offer to be commander of the United States Army. He was considered a master tactician in individual battles and had the advantage of fighting mostly on familiar territory, which is Virginia. Although the old rebel army had fewer resources and men than the old Union, Lee had made good use of railroads to move his forces from one point to another. I mean, sounds pretty good to me, right? I think they are all using the railroad. By the time Grant...
not in the... That's what the rebels had an advantage, because we're fighting on their territory,
Right,
so
true.
we didn't have their railroads.
By the time Grant appeared in Eastern Theater, the old rebel armies knew that his 6 predecessors all failed against Lee and believed that Grant's successes in the Western Theater were against inferior opponents.
They're like, nobody can take down Lee. This guy was fighting nobody out there in the West.
Right, you guys ain't even seen nothing yet. Man, dude, if Stonewall's still around, though.
Well, I don't know. He was getting a little lazy there.
Right.
Grant's plan for Meade's Army of the Potomac was to move south to confront Lee's army between the Union and Confederate capital, which were Washington and Richmond. At the same time, General Benjamin Butler's Army of the James, never heard of this before. This is the first. When did this form?
Army of the James.
We have literally never had this ever. It just became active in April. All right. Well, at the same time, General Benjamin Butler's new Army of the James would approach Richmond, Petersburg, and Lee from the southeast near the James River. Major General Franz Sigel's Army of the Shenandoah would move through the Shenandoah Valley and destroy the rail line. Oh. That's a new army, too. Agricultural infrastructure and granaries used to feed the Confederate armies. Oh, there you go. Got 3 lines of attack right there.
Tear him down, tear him down. Brigadier Generals George Crook and William W. Averill. They would attack in Virginia and Tennessee Railroad, and salt mines, and lead mines. And they did that in Western Virginia before moving east to Sigel, to join Sigel. Scheumann, he would attack Georgia with a similar goal of destroying rail line, resources, and infrastructure used to equip and feed the old rebel armies. Ulysses S. Grant's campaign objective of the destruction of Lee's army coincided with the preferences of both Lincoln and his military chief of staff, Henry Halleck.
He's like, yes, finally, this is what we've been asking for since literally 1861, guys.
Right. Well, they knew that. They just couldn't do anything because it was the politics and the money. They're like, we got the plan. We just need to wait till the right time. Grant instructed old Meade, Lee's army will be your objective point. Wherever Lee goes, there you will go.
Awesome. Although he hoped for a quick, decisive battle, come on, Grant, we know better than that.
Right.
Grant was prepared to fight a war of attrition. Both the Union and Confederate casualties could be high. What? But the Union had greater resources to replace lost soldiers and equipment.
Right.
By May 2nd, Grant had 4 corps positioned to begin Meade's portion of Grant's plan against Lee. 3 of the corps, plus cavalry, composed Meade's Army of the Potomac. 4th Corps reported directly to Grant, added additional firepower. So now he's got his own.
Nice.
The Rapidan River divided the two foes, which they usually did. A few days later, Grant and Meade would cross the river and begin what became known as the Overland Campaign, with this very Battle of the Wilderness being its first.
Oh.
And boy, was it a pretty good opening battle.
It was a battle. The Union forces in the Battle of the Wilderness was the Army of the Potomac and a separate 9th Corps. The Army of the Potomac commanded Major General George Meade, and Major General Ambrose Burnside was commander of the 9th Corps. Both Meade and Burnside reported to Grant, who rode with Meade and his army.
Meade's like, this son of a bitch.
The 2nd Corps was the largest of the corps, with 28,333 soldiers.
Damn.
As of April 30th, 1864. At the beginning of the campaign in May, Grant's Union forces totaled 118,700 men, 316 artillery pieces, a.k.a. guns.
Right.
Including Meade's Army of the Potomac and Burnside's 9th Corps. Right. Dang, 118 mofos.
They also had the 2nd Corps, which was commanded by Major General Winfield S. Hancock, which consisted of 4 divisions of infantry. This was Meade's premier fighting unit. Had the 5th Corps commanded by Major General Gouverneur K. Warren. He had 4 divisions of infantry. 6th Corps had 3 divisions and was commanded by Major General John Sedgwick. Got the Cavalry Corps, which newly commanded by Major General Philip Sheridan, and he had 3 divisions. 3rd Division's 5th New York Cavalry Regiment was armed with 7-shot Spencer carbines, and was the 1st Brigade of the 1st Division, which was known as the Michigan Brigade.
Hey, that's fantastic. Right, go blue. Additional men.
What if they... that was their battle song. That would be awesome.
Additional men in Meade's army that were not part of the 4 corps were from the Provost Guard, a small group of guards and orderlies, and portions of artillery not assigned to any corps.
Oh, they're just like, hey, man, we're here.
We're here for help, wherever you need us, bud. The 9th Corps, commanded by Burnside, consisted of 4 divisions of infantry, each with its own artillery. Oh, fantastic. Burnside also had reserve artillery and 2 regiments of cavalry.
Nice.
Only about 6,000 men in the 9th Corps were seasoned veterans, though.
Like Burnside, you can come along.
Right.
But sorry for you, buddy.
You and your rookies.
Right. The Confederate force, meanwhile, in the battle was the Army of Northern Virginia, obviously. And Lee's total troops totaled to 66,140 men, including staff and men in the artillery.
That's crazy.
Each corps had 3 divisions plus artillery, except the 1st Corps, which only had 2 divisions. 3rd Corps was the largest with 22,675 men, plus another 1,910 for artillery.
Oh, fantastic.
Wow.
1st Corps was commanded by Lieutenant General James Longstreet.
He's like, thank you.
Right.
Back to Daddy Lee.
This was Lee's elite fighting unit. 2nd Corps commanded by Richard S. Ewell, General. 3rd Corps was commanded by Lieutenant General Ambrose A.P. Hill. Cavalry Corps was commanded by Major General James Ewell Brown Stewart, which was Old Jeb. Old Jeb. Still around.
Well, finally.
Right.
Well, the Wilderness, located south of the Rapidan River in Virginia's Spotsylvania County and Orange County. Southern border is the Spotsylvania Courthouse, which will be very important coming up. And western border is usually considered the Rapidan River tributary Mine Run. Its eastern border is less definite, causing estimates of the size of the wilderness to vary.
Oh.
While the maximum area for the wilderness is 132 square miles to 156 square miles, historians discussing the battles fought there typically use 70 square miles.
Whatever.
At the time of the battle, the region was a patchwork of open areas and vegetation of varying density.
Oh.
Okay. Just like you would expect the wilderness to be.
Yeah, I'd say, right? Much of the vegetation was a dense second growth forest consisting of small trees, bushes, shrubs, and pines. Since clearings were scarce and the region had only a few narrow winding roads, mounted cavalry fighting was nearly impossible.
Good.
The dense woods, often filled with smoke, made it difficult to see enemy soldiers. This put attackers at a disadvantage, as soldiers often fired at sounds instead of visual cues. Yeah, that sucks. Infantry units had difficulty keeping alignment and often become lost or were involved in friendly fire incidents. I've seen that a lot. The old Rebs had a better knowledge of the terrain, though, and it diminished the Union advantage of greater manpower. The terrain also diminished the effectiveness of artillery.
I bet.
So Grant's like, man, he was aware of how the wilderness made his advantages in size and artillery less effective.
I'm sure he would be.
And he preferred to move his army further south to fight Lee in open ground. He's like, we got to fight him in open ground.
Yeah, we can't be tramping around through the woods.
Right. Can't take that.
May 2nd, Lee met with his generals on Clark Mountain, obtaining a panoramic view of the Union camps. Panoramic. He realized that Grant was getting ready to attack, but did not know the precise route of advance. He predicted correctly that Grant would cross to the east of the Confederate fortifications on the Rapidan using the Germanna and Ely roads, but he could not be certain. To retain flexibility of response, Lee had dispersed his army over a wide area. Longstreet's 1st Corps was around Gordonsville, from where they had the flexibility to respond by a railroad to potential threats to the Shenandoah Valley or to Richmond.
Oh.
Hill's 3rd Corps was outside Orange Courthouse. Ewell's 2nd Corps was near Morton's Ford and Mine Run, northeast of Hill, and Stuart's cavalry was scattered further south from Gordonsville to Fredericksburg.
4th May, 1864. The Army of the Potomac crossed the Rapidan River 3 places and converged on the wilderness of Spotsylvania in east central Virginia. Brigadier General James H. Wilson led his 3rd Cavalry Division across the river at Germanna Ford between 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. and drove off a small group of Confederate cavalry pickets. After engineers placed pontoon bridges, the 5th Corps and later the 6th Corps crossed safely, which were Warren and Sedgwick's corps, respectively. Wilson continued south on the Germanna Plank Road toward Wilderness Tavern and the Orange Turnpike. He halted at the Wilderness Tavern at noon to wait for the 5th Corps and sent scouts to south and west. And he wanted to drink, too.
Right. They're not all drinking. A few miles east, Brigadier General David M. Gregg. I'll pay attention to this because there's I think there's another David Gregg who fights for the Confederates in this very same battle. It's confusing. Guys.
M. Gregg.
David M. Gregg, Union, led his 2nd Cavalry Division across the river at Eli's Ford. They tried to capture the nearby Confederate outpost, but the Southerners fled into the darkness. Oh. By 9 a.m., a pontoon bridge was placed across the water, and the 2nd Corps under Hancock began crossing. Gregg's cavalry moved south to Chancellorsville, where Hancock's men planned to camp. Once Hancock's men began arriving, Gregg moved further south to Ulrich, near the intersection of the Orange Plank Road and Catharpin Road, where they would protect Hancock and the Army's wagons.
Oh, fantastic.
Try to, at least,
right.
I guess.
The 9th Corps under Burnside remained north of the river, near Germanna Ford, with orders to protect the supply train. Although Grant insisted that the Army traveled light with minimal artillery and supplies, its supply train was 60 to 70 miles long. That's light, huh?
There's 66,000 soldiers, so
70 miles long, dude. That's crazy.
You thought trains were long. Right. Imagine waiting for a supply train.
Oh my! Meade had an estimated 4,300 wagons, 835 ambulances, and a herd of cattle. The supply train crossed the Rapidan at Eli's and Culpeper mine fords.
So think about that. They also had a herd of cattle that they...
Right, they had cowboys too.
That's retarded, dude.
You gotta get those guys. At Culpeper mine ford, it was guarded by Brigadier General Alfred T.A. Torbert's 1st Cavalry Division of the Old Union. Grant Meade gambled that they could move the army quickly enough to avoid being ensnared in the wilderness, but Meade halted the 2nd and 5th Corps to allow the wagon train to catch up. I mean, you got to have that wagon train nearby.
At the Wilderness a year earlier, Lee defeated the Army of the Potomac in the Battle of Chancellorsville, which we remember well, despite having an army less than half the size of the Union Army. Right. Much of the fighting at that time occurred slightly east of the Union Army's current route. Having already secured a victory 1 year ago in similar circumstances, Lee hoped to fight Grant in the Wilderness again. Right. However, Lee needed Longstreet's 1st Corps to be in position to fight before the battle started.
Mm-hmm. As Grant's plan became clear to Lee on the 4th of May, 1864, Lee arranged his forces to use the advantages of the Wilderness. He needed a 2nd and 3rd Corps to delay Grant's army until Longstreet's 1st Corps could get in place. Ewell's 2nd Corps was sent east on the Orange Turnpike, reaching Robertson's Tavern at Locust Grove. His lead column camped about 2 miles from the unsuspecting bluecoats that were marching towards them. Hill was sent east on the Orange Plank Road and east on the Orange Plank Road. Stopped at a hamlet of New Verdiersville. Hill was sent east on the Orange Plank Road and stopped at a hamlet of New Verdiersville.
Hill had 2 of his 3 divisions. The division commanded by Major General Richard Anderson was left at Orange Courthouse to guard the river. These 2 corps were to avoid battle, if possible, until Longstreet's 1st Corps arrived. That evening, Lee decided that Ewell and Hill should strike first, preserving the initiative. Longstreet would arrive a day later, or Ewell and Hill could retreat west to Mine Run if necessary. Orders were sent around 8 p.m. to move early in the morning. Said, it's on now, boys.
It's on. The Wilderness was precariously unsuitable for the operations of cavalry, covered in every direction with dense thickets that were impenetrable to horsemen and intersected by few and narrow paths which permitted of the movement only in a long extended and thin columns. Brigadier General James H. Wilson, 3rd Cavalry Division. At Wilderness Tavern, Wilson sent a small force west on the Orange Turnpike. After the head of the 5th Corps reached Wilderness Tavern around 11 a.m., Wilson continued south. He arrived at Parker's store near the Orange Plank Road at 2 p.m.
Scouts were sent south to Catharpin Road and west to Mine Run, where they found only small enemy squads. During that time, his squad on the Orange Turnpike skirmished with Confederate soldiers near Robertson's Tavern, which was Locust Grove. Assuming they were fighting with a small group of Confederate pickets, they withdrew, and by evening... Why are you withdrawing if you're only assuming Confederate pickets?
Right.
But by evening, they rejoined the division at Parker's store. Meade's original plan was to have Tobert's 1st Cavalry join Wilson, but he received an erroneous report that the Confederate cavalry was operating in his army's rear, which is in the direction of Fredericksburg.
Uh-oh.
Here we go again.
Okay, you hear that news. He's like, all right, 1st, 2nd Cavalry Divisions, move east to deal with that perceived threat, will ya? Leaving only Wilson's division to screen for 3 Corps. Wilson had little experience with cavalry, and the 3rd Division was the smallest of the 3 cavalry divisions, though. Meade believed that Lee would fight from behind, which was west of the Mine Run, and aligned his army north to south from Germanna Ford to Shady Grove Church while it spent the night in the wilderness. This change of plans by the Union leadership did not serve the army well. Not only were the Union forces spending the night in the wilderness, lax cavalry patrols were causing leadership to be unaware of the proximity of Lee's 2nd Corps, which was Ewell.
Battle had 2 distinct fronts, the Orange Turnpike and the Orange Plank Road, where most of the fighting was conducted by infantry. Any efforts to bridge the gap between those 2 fronts did not last long. Most of the cavalry fighting occurred south of the infantry, especially along Catharpin Road and Brock Road. 5 a.m., May 5th, Wilson's division proceeded southward from Parker's Store. The 5th New York Cavalry, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel John Hammond, was detached and instructed to patrol west of the Parker Store area until relieved by Warren's 5th Corps.
All right, what are you going to do there? Some stuff. A probe west on the Orange Plank Road discovered Confederate soldiers. Despite being reinforced, the old Bluecoats probe was driven back toward Parker's Store. It was soon discovered that they were fighting infantry from most of the Hills 3rd Corps. Of the Hills? AP Hills? Hammond's total force consisted of about 500 men. Hammond understood that the dense woods and large infantry force made fighting on horseback inadvisable. The command fought dismounted and spread out as a skirmish line while utilizing their Spencer repeating rifles. Man, they got those, though. That's pretty good. The regiment slowly retreated east, moving toward and beyond Parker's Store on the Orange Plank Road. Once the old Rebs advanced east of Parker's Store, the remainder of Wilson's cavalry was cut off from Meade and Warren's 5th Corps. Uh-oh, that's not good.
6 a.m., May 5th, Warren's 5th Corps began moving south over farm lanes towards the Parker Store. Confederate infantry was observed in the west near the Orange Turnpike, and Meade was notified. Grant instructed, if any opportunity presents itself of pitching into a part of Lee's army, do so without giving time for disposition. Meade halted his army and directed Warren to attack, assuming that the Confederates were a division and not an entire infantry corps.
Right.
Hancock was held at Todd's Tavern. All right. Well, he's getting drunk.
Yeah, damn right. Although Meade told Grant that the threat was probably a delaying tactic without the intent to give battle, he stopped his entire army anyhow, the exact thing Lee wanted him to do. The Confederate force was Ewell's 2nd Corps. His men erected earthworks on the western end of the clearing known as Saunders Field. Ewell's instructions from Lee were to not advance too fast, since his corps was out of the reach of Hill's 3rd Corps, and Longstreet's 1st Corps was not yet at the battlefield, of course. Why? Once again, Longstreet, not where he's supposed to be, unless he wasn't even close to Lee this whole time. He had to have been, right?
At noon, Meade had 2 fronts and no help from cavalry. Warren approached the eastern end of Saunders Field with the division of Brigadier General Charles Griffin along the road on the right and the division of Brigadier General James Wadsworth on the left. Brigadier General Samuel Crawford's division was too far away on the left near Tuning Farm, and the division of Brigadier General John Robinson was in reserve closer to Wilderness Tavern.
Okay.
It took time to align Warren's division, and there was some concern about Griffin's northern, which was the right flank.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? You gotta
These guys just can't seem to get their flanks in order. They're always messing up their flanks.
Right, that's right. A major problem was that once a division left the roads or fields, it disappeared utterly, and its commander could not tell whether it was in a line with others. Brigadier General Horatio Wright's 1st Division from Sedgwick's 6th Corps began to move south on the Germanna Plank Road to Spotswood Road to protect Warren's right. Warren, he requested a delay from attacking to wait for Wright. By 12 p.m., by high noon, Meade was frustrated by the delay and ordered Warren to attack before Sedgwick's 6th Corps could arrive.
He's like, come on, man.
Right.
Don't you see who's watching over me right now? Jeez.
Grant's just sitting there.
Warren's troops arrived at Saunders Field around 1 p.m. The Confederate division of Major General Edward Johnson was positioned on the Orange Turnpike west of Saunders Field, and it also guarded the Spotswood Road route of Sedgwick. Behind Johnson and further south was the division of
Lord of the Rings book or something?
What?
Spotswood Road, south of Sedgwick. Like the Lord of the Rings season 4 or something.
Right. Behind Johnson and further south was the division of Major General Robert E. Rhodes. while the division of Major General Drew Early waited further west in reserve.
Robert E. Rhodes, huh? That's cool.
Yeah.
By the time the Union line arrived near the enemy, it had numerous gaps, and some regiments faced north instead of west. The concerns about Warren's right flank were justified. Griffin's division advanced. Aries' brigade held the right, but had difficulty maintaining his lines in a blizzard of lead. They received enfilading fire on their right from the brigade of rebel Brigadier General Leroy Stafford.
Leroy!
Causing all but 2 regiments, 140th and 146th New York, to retreat east across Saunders Field. They ain't getting their ass handed to them right now.
All right, on the left of Aries, whatever his name is, the brigade of Brigadier General Joseph Bartlett made better progress and overran the position of Confederate Brigadier General John Jones, who was killed. However, since Aries' men were unable to advance, Bartlett's right flank was now exposed to attack, and his brigade was forced to flee back across the clearing.
I bet they were.
Bartlett's horse was shot out from under him, and he barely escaped capture.
Oh, shit.
Get the hell out of here.
I can just picture him, somebody almost just grabbing him while he's running.
And he's like, not today.
The left flank of Bartlett was Wadsworth's Iron Brigade, which was composed of regiments from the Midwest, commanded by Brigadier General Lysander Cutler. The Iron Brigade advanced through woods south of Saunders Field, contributed to the collapse of Jones' brigade, while capturing battle flags and taking prisoners.
Nice.
However, the Iron Brigade outdistanced Bartlett's men, exposing the Midwesterners' right flank. The O-Ribs Brigade under Brigadier General George Doles attacked the exposed flank, and the Iron Brigade's 6th Wisconsin Infantry suffered nearly 50 casualties and only a few mementos.
Down.
Man.
Soon the Confederate brigade of Brigadier General John Gordon joined in on the attack, tearing through the Union line and forcing the Iron Brigade to break and retreat.
Dang.
Further to the Union left, near the Hickerson farm, the Union brigade of Colonel Roy Stone was ambushed in waist-high swamp water.
Oh, shit.
And the survivors fled northeast to the fields of the Lacey House, a.k.a. the Elwood Manor. One soldier blamed the fiasco on the gap between Stone's brigade and the Iron Brigade. On Wadsworth's farthest left, the brigade of Brigadier General James Rice suffered severe losses when the North Carolina Brigade, commanded by Brigadier General Junius Daniel, got around Rice's unprotected left.
Oh.
Told you, they're always having trouble with the flanks, man.
Mm-hmm. Dang.
Should be a movie.
Right. The problem was compounded when Stone's brigade fell back from Rice's right. Rice's survivors were chased by Daniel's men from the old Rebs, and they chased them back to Lacey's house, where the 5th Corps artillery was used to slow the pursuing row rebels. The quick fight over the guns resulted in casualties for both sides, obviously. Rice's losses were severe, including 2 of his 5 regimental commanders.
That's not good.
They were wounded, though. Suddenly, to the horror of the living, fire was seen creeping over the ground, fed by dead leaves which were thick. All who could move tried to get beyond the pike, which the fire could not cross. Some were overtaken by the flames. Unnamed wounded soldier of the 7th Indiana Infantry.
Further south, Crawford's 1st Brigade, commanded by Colonel William McCandless, did not reach the fight in time to help Wadsworth left.
No.
The brigade became surrounded by Confederates, and its 7th Pennsylvania Reserve Regiment was captured.
Oh, shit.
Crawford was in danger. I'm in danger.
I'm in danger.
of having the remaining portion of his division cut off.
Oh.
So it withdrew towards the Lacey House while the Confederates occupied the tuning farm.
Oh.
Back at the Saunders Field. Back at Saunders Field. Warren had ordered an artillery section in the Saunders Field to support his attack, but it was captured by Confederate soldiers who were pinned down and prevented by rifle fire from moving the guns.
Oh, shit. They got a separate war going on here.
They got themselves almost a rout they're about to face if they don't fucking turn their shit around.
Wow. In the midst of the hand-to-hand combat at the guns, the field caught fire, and men from both sides were shocked as their wounded comrades.
That quote you read was a little premature.
Right, yeah, all right. And both sides were shocked as their wounded boined to death in that fire.
Damn.
The first phase of fighting on the Orange Turnpike was over by 2:30 p.m.
2:30.
The lead elements of Sedgwick's 6th Corps reached Saunders Field around 3. Wright commanded the renewal of fighting until Sedgwick arrived around 3:30 p.m. The fighting was now in the woods north of the Turnpike, and both sides traded attacks and counterattacks.
All right. Well, Ewell held his position for the remainder of the afternoon. During the fracas, or the fray, Confederate Brigadier General Leroy Stafford was shot through the shoulder blade, the bullet severing his spine.
Ooh.
Despite being paralyzed from the waist down and in agonizing pain, he managed to still urge his troops forward. He died 4 days later.
Oh, poor guy.
Damn, he was probably laying on the ground. Go give him hell, boys.
Right. Do it for the Gipper.
Do it for Stafford.
Crawford sent 13th Pennsylvania. Visibility was limited near Orange Plank Road, and officers had difficulty controlling men and maintaining formations. Attackers would move blindly and noisily forward, becoming targets for concealed defenders. Unable to duplicate the surprise that was achieved by Ewell on the turnpike, A.P. Hill's approach was detected from the Tuning Farm location of Crawford's 3rd Division of the Old Union of the 5th Corps. Crawford, he notified Meade, and this message arrived at Meade's headquarters at around 10:15 a.m.
Well, Crawford then sent the 13th Pennsylvania Reserve Regiment, a.k.a. the Bucktails, as skirmishers towards Hill, but Hammond's line was falling apart before the Bucktails arrived near the Orange Plank Road. Crawford did not support his Pennsylvanians and instead worked to solidify his position at the tuning farm and get ready to assist in the Orange Turnpike fighting.
Right.
By the time this was accomplished, Hammond was beyond helping.
Oh.
Meade's army was in danger.
Oh, no.
If Hill could push Hammond beyond Brock Road and take control of the intersection, which was Orange Plank and Brock Roads, that would cause Warren's 5th Corps to have large enemy forces on 2 sides, and Hancock's 2nd Corps could get isolated from the rest of Meade's army. Jeez, dude.
And then you're thinking retreat.
They better not only retreat, but you probably just lost 15 to 20,000 men surrendered.
You ain't kidding. Although Hancock was not far from the intersection of Orange Plank Road and Brock Road, he would have to move 4 miles on a twisting road that was narrow wagon route. Man, that sucks. The 6th Corps Lead Division of Brigadier General George W. Getty was waiting at Wilderness Tavern. So at about 10:30 a.m., Meade sent it to defend the important intersection until Hancock could be there. Hammond's 500-man cavalry force, employing repeating carbines and fighting dismounted, succeeded in slowing Hill's approach. That's some repeating rifles, man. That's what gets you. However, Hammond's small force was vastly outnumbered and continued to gradually retreat east.
Lee established his headquarters at the Widow Tap Farm. Lee, Jeb Stuart, and Hill were meeting there when they were surprised by a party of Union soldiers entering the clearing.
Oh, shit.
The 3 generals ran for safety, and the Union men, who were equally surprised by the encounter, returned to the woods, unaware of how close they had come to changing the course of history.
You ain't kidding.
They could have got all 3 right there.
Right
Army,
there.
the war would have been over.
Damn, dog. Ah!
They were both like, ah! It was like the Santa commercial. They do exist. By noon, Hill had the division of Major General Henry Heath past the Widow Tap Farm, and the division of Major General Cadmus Wilcox followed near Parker's store.
Wow, close call there, guys.
Right.
Hammond was nearly out of ammo and was eventually pushed back to the vital intersection around noon, but was relieved by Getty's advance brigade just before Hill's forces had arrived. Hammond's forces moved further east behind Getty and was done fighting.
Like, we're done with this shit.
Because Hammond's repeating rifles, the Confederate prisoners stated they believed they had been fighting an entire brigade.
Yeah, man, they're just boom, 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 boom.
Getty's men skirmished briefly with Heath's advance and held the intersection. Oh, look at you, bud.
Well, Getty held the intersection for hours waiting for Hancock's 2nd Corps to arrive. By 3:30 p.m., initial elements of Hancock's corps were arriving, and Meade ordered Getty to assault the Confederate line.
Oh, shit.
Getty attacked at 4:15 p.m., while elements of Hancock's 2nd Corps began arriving shortly thereafter. Getty was reinforced by Hancock's men, while Confederate Commander Heath was reinforced by Wilcox's division. The fighting was fierce, with casualties for the brigade commanded by Brigadier General Alexander Hayes particularly high, including Hayes himself, who was killed while dressed in his 63rd Pennsylvania Infantry.
Damn.
Attacks and counterattacks continued into the night as casualties grew, with neither side gaining an advantage.
Oh, shit.
Getty's division was relieved by the 2nd Corps after dark, and Getty's horse was killed in the day's fighting.
Leave the horses alone.
It's almost as bad as losing a man.
Right, man. Man, leaving Hammond's regiment at Parker's store at 5 a.m. on the 5th of May, Wilson moved his 2 brigades south. His 2nd Brigade led the way, and it was commanded by Colonel George H. Chapman. His 1st Brigade was commanded by Colonel Timothy M. Bryan. Chapman reached Catharpin Road and moved west beyond Craig's meeting point, meeting house. Moved west behind Craig's meeting house, where he found 1,000 men from the Old Reb Cavalry Brigade, commanded by Brigadier General Thomas L. Roser. After initially driving Rosier back, both of Wilson's brigades fled east after finding Hill's infantry on their north side.
Shit, they're like,
oh shit. and Ross's cavalry on the Catharpin Road in their south side.
Southside bitches.
18th Pennsylvania Cavalry Regiment was the rear guard, and it became surrounded on all three sides. The regiment left the road and blended into the woods and a swamp.
While Wilson's division battled Rosser, Sheridan's other 2 cavalry divisions were further east. Around noon, Meade notified Sheridan that Wilson had been cut off, and Gregg's 2nd Cavalry Division was sent to explore the Catharpin Road. Gregg found Wilson and confronted Rosser, who was driven back across the Po River Bridge. In late afternoon, Gregg also fought Major General Fitzhugh Lee's cavalry division on the Brock Road near Alsop. At nightfall, Rosser sat on the high ground west of the Po River Bridge. Lee's men camped near Alsop, and Wilson's exhausted division camped north and east of Todd's Tavern.
Wilson was surprised that evening when the 18th Pennsylvania Cavalry, thought to be captured, rejoined the division.
At least they didn't run away.
They're like, sons of bitches, what happened to you guys?
Gone.
All right. During that very night, Gregg remained at Todd's Tavern.
Give me whiskey.
Wilson put Chapman's brigade on Brock Road, and the brigade of George Armstrong Custer from Torbert's division began moving to relieve Wilson. While the remaining portion of Torbert's division was south of Chancellorsville at Aldrich, Torbert checked into a hospital, and Brigadier General Wellesley Merritt assumed command of the division. Why did Torbert check into the hospital?
He got wounded.
Oh, poor guy.
Grant's plan for May 6th was to resume the attacks at 5 a.m. Sedgwick and Warren would renew their attack on Ewell at Orange Turnpike, and Hancock and Getty would attack Hill again on the Orange Plank Road. At the same time, an additional force of men currently stationed around the Lacey House would move south and attack Hill's exposed northern flank.
Right.
Wadsworth requested leadership of this force, and it consisted of his division plus a fresh brigade from Robinson's division, commanded by Brigadier General Henry Baxter. Adding to Wadsworth, 2 divisions from Burnside's 9th Corps were to move through the area between the Turnpike and the Plank Road and move south to flank Hill. A.P. Hill, not A. Hill.
Hill's weary men spent
I knew you were going to say it like that. Hill's weary man.
Hill's weary men spent the evening of the 5th of May and the early morning hours of the 6th of May arresting with little line integrity and some regiments separated from the brigades.
Well, they rested right on where they had fought.
The men from Heath's division were generally on the north side of the Orange Plank Road, while the men from Wilcox's division were mostly on the south side. Although he was aware that Hill's front line along the Orange Plank Road needed to be reformed, Lee chose to allow Hill's men to rest where they were, assuming that Longstreet's 1st Corps and Hill's remaining division, commanded by Major General Anderson, would arrive in time to relieve Heath and Wilcox.
Longstreet's men had marched 32 miles in 24 hours, but were still 10 miles from the battlefield.
All right.
Once Longstreet's men arrived, Lee planned to shift Hill to the left to cover some of the open ground between his divided forces. Longstreet calculated that he had sufficient time to allow his men, tired from marching all day, to rest, and the 1st Corps did not resume until 1 a.m.
This is just ridiculous. They're in a full-fledged battle, and yet your biggest threat of an army is 32 freaking miles away. That's dumb.
They even said at the beginning of this that this was Lee's most fierce fighting force, too.
Right. And they're all doing this to set up for Longstreet's arrival, and it's dumb.
They didn't even resume marching until 1 a.m. Jeez. Moving cross-country in the dark, they made slow progress and lost their way at times, and by sunrise had not reached their designated position. I bet they didn't.
Jeez, oh, Peter Weeder. During that very night, Ewell placed his artillery on his extreme left and on both sides of the Orange Turnpike. He also had an abatis in front of his trench line. He attacked Sedgwick on the north side of the Turnpike, 4:45 a.m. His line moved forward and then back on multiple occasions, and some ground was fought over as much as 5 times.
Jeez.
To the very south on Orange Plank Road, Hancock's 2nd Corps with Getty's division attacked Hill at about 5 a.m. AP's like, no.
Damn, dude, they're starting early.
Overwhelming the ill-prepared 3rd Corps in concert with Wadsworth.
All right, following Hill's orders, Lieutenant Colonel William T. Pogues, 12 guns at the Widow Tap Farm, fired tirelessly at the road, despite the Confederate soldiers retreating in front of the guns. Oh, jeez. This slowed the Union advance, but could not stop it.
Right.
While Hill's corps retreated, reinforcements arrived. Longstreet rode ahead of his men and arrived at the battlefield around 6 a.m. Well, he says, I'm here, bitches.
Right. He's like, I'm here. Where's
my guys?
50,000 men? Yeah, they're back there.
His men marched east and then turned north, arriving on the Orange Plank Road near Parker Store, where they found men from Hill's corps retreating.
Oh, they're like, you pussies. Well, you get in there. Like, nah, we got to rest.
Right, we just been marching.
We walk past the Union guys. Hey, man, we're resting.
Time out.
Brigadier General John Greggs, his Texas Brigade, was the vanguard of Longstreet's column. General Lee, he relieved and excited, waved his hat over his head and shouted, "Texans always move them." And caught up in the excitement, Lee began to move forward behind the advancing brigade. As the Texans realized this, they halted and grabbed the reins of Lee's horse, which was named Traveler, telling the general that they were concerned for his safety and would only go forward if he moved to a less exposed location.
Guess he was ready to get at it.
Right, and earlier he was running away from a little division.
That's true.
Longstreet was able to convince Lee that he had matters well in hand, and the commanding general relented. He's like, "You're right."
He's like, "All right." He's like, "How come you didn't do that in Tennessee, Longstreet?" Right. Starting from near Pogue's guns, Longstreet counterattacked with the divisions of Major General Charles W. Field on the left and Brigadier General Joseph B. Kershaw on the right. Series of attacks by both sides caused the front line to move back and forth between the Widow Tap Farm and Brock Road. The Texans leading the charge north of the road fought gallantly at a heavy price. Only 250 of the 800 men emerged unscathed. Wow. Field's division drove back Wadsworth's force on the north side of the Widow Tap Farm, while Kershaw's division fought along the road. Although Wadsworth and Rice tried to restore order near the front, most of the troops fled to the Lacey House and were done fighting for the remainder of the battle. They're done with that shit.
10 a.m. Major General Martin L. Smith reported to Longstreet that he had explored an unfinished railroad bed south of Plank Road and that it offered easy access to the Union left flank. Longstreet assigned his aide, Lieutenant Colonel Moxley Sorrell, to the task of leading 3 fresh brigades for a surprise attack. An additional brigade, which was reduced in strength from the morning's fighting, volunteered to join them. Sorrell and the senior brigade commander, Brigadier General William Mahoney, struck at 11 a.m. while Longstreet resumed his main attack. Oh, look at that. I wonder if they knew they were going.
Well, the Union line was broken and driven back. Wadsworth was mortally wounded. Hancock reorganized his line in trenches near the Brock Road. Hancock wrote later that the flanking attack rolled up his line like a wet blanket.
Wow.
Damn. By noon, a Confederate victory seemed likely. Longstreet rode forward on the Orange Plank Road with several of his officers, while another fire caused Mahoney's 12th Virginia Infantry to become separated from its brigade. An aide suggested that Longstreet was too close to the front, but his advice was disregarded.
As the Virginians moved through the woods back to the road, the brigade mistook them for Union soldiers.
Of course they did.
And the 2 Confederate forces began shooting at each other.
Of course they did.
Longstreet's mounted party was caught in the crossfire, and Longstreet was severely wounded in his neck.
Oh, shit.
Brigadier General Micah Jenkins, aide-de-camp, Captain Alfred E. Doby, and orderly Marcus Baum were moited.
Oh, damn.
Longstreet was able to turn over his command directly to Division Commander Field and told him to press the enemy. Burnside finally arrived on the Old Rebs' northern flank with 3 brigades and attacked around 2 p.m.
Where you been at, Burnside?
What the hell you thinking, Longstreet?
Well, these guys, dude. I wonder how many people were killed from friendly fire.
I bet a lot.
Well, clearly, some of the biggest guys that they have are killed from it. Idiots.
Stupid.
His fight get while like before they see him, like, who is it?
All right.
They should have like code words or something.
Right.
I guess Union could get a hold of them and vice versa as well.
True.
So Burnside's fighting for the day, beginning against Colonel William F. Perry's Alabama Brigade, was a standoff. Lee organized another attack on Hancock around 4:15 p.m. that Hancock repelled in about an hour. Another fire threatened the wounded in the woods. And Hancock's breastworks as fighting on the Orange Plank Road front gradually ended near the evening. The following day, Lee appointed Richard Anderson to temporary command of the 1st Corps.
At the Orange Turnpike, inconclusive fighting proceeded for most of the day. During the morning, Gordon scouted the Union line, recommended his division commander, Jubal Early, that he conduct a flanking attack in Sedgwick's right. Early initially dismissed the venture as too risky, and Ewell did not even have enough men to attack until 1 p.m., when the brigade of Brigadier General Robert D. Johnston arrived. Gordon's attack was authorized about 5:30 p.m. The attack went well and caused some of the men in the Union Brigade commanded by Brigadier General Alexander Shaler to simply run away.
Screw this, I'm done.
I'm out.
Shaler and another brigade commander, Brigadier General Truman C. Moore, were captured. Sedgwick was almost captured, and his horse was injured, while the color bearer standing next to him was shot.
Oh, I bet.
The Union line fell back about a mile, while the 2 generals and several hundred men were captured. Oh, jeez. Oh, Sedgwick is captured. Oh, he's almost captured. So who...
It just still blows my mind that...
Wait, Shaler and Seymour were captured, I'm assuming?
Probably. It just blows my mind that there were actually soldiers in the front line just carrying a flag.
And beating drums.
Right.
And bugles and shit.
Oh, my gosh.
You better not drop it. And if you did drop it, somebody else picks it up right away. Fuck you, you're gone. Eventually, the darkness and the dense foliage took their toll as the Union flank received reinforcements and recovered. Sedgwick's line was extended overnight to the Germanna Plank Road. Oh, shouldn't have let them do that. They're Confederos.
Reports of the collapse of this part of the Union line caused great consternation at Grant's headquarters.
Caused great constipation.
Right, leading to an interchange that is widely quoted in Grant biographies. An officer accosted Grant, proclaiming, "General Grant, this is a crisis that cannot be looked upon too seriously. I know Lee's methods well by past experience. He will throw his whole army between us and the Rapidan and cut us off completely from our communications, which Lee will do."
Well, Grant seemed to be waiting for such an opportunity and snapped, "Oh, I'm heartily tired of hearing about what Lee is going to do. Some of you always seem to think he's suddenly going to turn a double somersault and land in our rear and on both of our flanks at the same time. Go back to your command and try to think what we are going to do ourselves instead of what Lee is going to do." Right? He's like, fuck Lee, pretty much.
Right.
Fuck that motherfucker.
You guys, that's why his
How
war's
about
still going.
concentrate on what we're doing and not be afraid about what this guy's going to do?
It's like, that's why this war's still going, because you guys are so scared of what he's going to do.
He's like, you guys are like propping this guy up like he's some fucking superhero.
Don't give me another bottle and get the hell out of here. Custer's 1st Brigade reached Brock Road about daylight, 6th May, 1864. Custer extending his right toward Hancock and his left toward Gregg's 2nd Division at Todd's Tavern. Torbert's 2nd Brigade, commanded by Colonel Thomas Devon, began to trip from Chancellorsville to join Custer's right, bringing a battery with him.
All right. He's like, hey, man, I know your remote's not been working.
Right. Hancock's infantry was hard pressed by 2 divisions from Longstreet's corps, but he worried about the location of Longstreet's other 2 divisions. Although Hancock wanted Custer to move down Brock Road to look for Longstreet's other divisions, Custer was attacked after 8 a.m. by Rosser's brigade. The arrival of Devon with his 6-gun battery, plus 2 more guns from Gregg, turned the fire into Custer's favor, and Rosser, he backed off.
Meanwhile, Hancock still did not know what was behind the Confederate cavalry, and he kept a substantial portion of his corps outside of the fighting with Longstreet in order to protect his left. While Custer was fighting, Gregg was fighting Wickham's brigade on the Brock Road near Todd's Tavern. This effectively blocked the Union Army from Spotsylvania Courthouse. Concern after Hancock's left had been turned by Longstreet's surprise attack from the unfinished railroad caused the Union leadership to order the cavalry to withdraw. 2:30 p.m., Gregg was ordered to withdraw to Piney Branch Church, and Custer and Devon were sent further east back to Catherine Furnace. That's just... The Army of the Potomac has to be known by now as, they should just call it the Army of Retreaters, because that's all they ever do.
Right. Man, crazy. Morning of 7th of May, Grant was faced with the prospect of attacking strong rebel earthworks. His cavalry was south of the infantry fighting in the Battle of Todd's Tavern. Instead of more infantry attacks, Grant chose to maneuver by moving south on the Brock Road. He hoped to reach the crossroads at Spotsylvania Courthouse, which would interpose with army between Lee and Richmond, forcing Lee to fight on the ground, more advantage to the Union Army. He ordered preparations for a night march on the 7th of May, 1864, but would reach Spotsylvania 10 miles to the southeast by the morning of the 8th of May. It's a terrible day in the history of America.
One of the worst. Once Lee found out Grant was moving south instead of turning back, he correctly predicted Grant would move to Spotsylvania Courthouse. Lee got his army there first and erected formidable earthworks. Grant's infantry fought the Battle of Spotsylvania Courthouse before maneuvering yet again as the campaign continued south toward Richmond.
Forest fires raged. Ammunition trains exploded. The dead were roasted in the conflagration. The wounded, roused by its hot breath, dragged themselves along with their torn and mangled limbs and the mad energy of despair to escape the ravages of the flames. And every bush seemed hung with shreds of blood-stained clothing. Lieutenant Colonel Horace Porter, Grant's staff, 1864. With over 28,000 casualties, the Battle of Wilderness ranks in the top 5 of American war battles in terms of casualties from both sides combined. The official report for the Union listed 2,246 officers and men moited, 12,037 wounded, 3,383 captured or missing, a total of 17,666 for the Union side.
Well, Historians note that this number is probably larger since a lieutenant witnessed Warren lowering the number of casualties reported. Other Union casualty estimates are typically between 17,500 and 18,000. Okay. Based on correspondence from Grant, at least 6 brigadier generals were among the Union casualties. Wadsworth and Alexander Hayes were killed. Seymour and Shaler were taken prisoner. And Getty and Bartlett were wounded.
Oh, wow. Damn, Wadsworth.
Seymour's a
Prisoner. Wow.
pretty big one, though.
Right. Young study reveals Confederate casualties, 1,477 moited, 7,866 wounded, 1,690 missing, for a total of 11,033 casualties. Oh, shit. And then among the wounded are 233 wounded and captured. They are counted here in the wounded total and not double counted in the missing category.
Okay.
This study is close to some of the estimates made by other sources.
Okay.
Like the Union, Lee lost some generals.
I would assume.
His report at the end of 5th May concluded with the gallant Brigadier General J.M. Jones was moited. Brigadier General L.A. Stafford, I fear.
Wow, L.A. Stafford. Right?
He says, I fear is mortally wounded while leading his command with conspicuous valor.
Oh.
His evening report for the 6th of May mentions the wounding of Longstreet and Brigadier General John Pegram with the death of Jenkins. Oh, Jenkins is dead?
Jenkins. Criticisms of the Union performance revolve around the woefully inadequate cavalry positioning. The decision to have Sheridan's most inexperienced general, who was Wilson, lead the smallest cavalry division to scout the Union Army's right flank was not a good one. Wilson's 3rd Cavalry Division was not of sufficient size to screen the Union front by itself, and Wilson got his division cut off from the remainder of the Union Army.
Oh, shit.
Earlier, Wilson's inexperience caused him to fail to leave pickets on the Orange Turnpike, resulting in a surprise for the Union infantry and contributing to the Union Army being forced to fight in the wilderness in the first place.
Oh, my, oh, my.
Well, this Wilson guy. Wilson.
Additionally, the decision to have the cavalry abandon Todd's Tavern on the 6th of May led to a delay in getting the old Blue Coats Army to Spotsylvania courthouse. A few of the cavalry's regimental commanders fought as well. No, they fought well, such as Hammond, Brenton, and the 1st New Jersey Cavalry Regiment's Lieutenant Colonel John W. Kester.
Good for you guys.
Right. The performance of the Union infantry was also below expectations, and all 4 corps commanders accomplished very little.
Discussions of the Confederate performance revolve around Lee, Longstreet, and Gordon. Lee put Ewell's and Hill's corps into good position to face Meade, but kept Longstreet's first. Why is Meade never blamed for nothing?
Right.
But kept Longstreet's 1st Corps too far away. Hill and Hill and I can't say those words back to back. Hill and Ewell defended well on May 5th against enemy forces that were larger. Lee's decision to let Hill's 2nd Corps men to rest on the evening of May 5th instead of performing their lines was called by historian Peter S. Carmichael a horrendous decision, maybe the worst of his career. Longstreet's men fought well under his direction, but they enjoyed only brief success after Longstreet retired from the field wounded.
Well, that's fantastic. Wow. Longstreet, surely aware that Jackson was mortally wounded by friendly fire in the same wilderness a year earlier, disregard.
I didn't even think about that. Stupid.
Right. Stonewall, idiot. Disregarded advice and rode into friendly fire where he was wounded and others were moited.
Dude got lucky.
He's so lucky. Ewell and his 2nd Corps defended well, and the criticism of Ewell and Early by Gordon for delaying his flanking maneuver is not justified at all. Well, you know what, Gordon, you didn't do what you're supposed to do, bud.
Right.
Early had received incorrect intelligence that the Union 9th Corps was moving between the river and the Confederate left flank, which contributed to his caution against using his outnumbered troops to attack the entrenched Union infantry.
Well, the Battle of the Wilderness had no obvious winner, and neither side was driven from the battlefield. The National Park Service calls the battle indecisive. One historian says that Lee won a victory because he fought Grant to a standoff, but he also adds that the battle was a failure for the Confederacy because it was unable to maintain the initiative and Lee's offensive capacity was eliminated.
Right. And it was like a home game for Lee.
Right. And nobody did nothing, though. Right. No ground was gained and people were killed. That's about it. A major point discussed by historians is that after the battle, Grant did not retreat north across the nearest river like the other leaders earlier in the war, though. Instead, the Union Army continued south, presenting a threat to Lee's army in the Confederate capital city of Richmond. See? Exactly what the hell they needed to be doing.
It's all right, boys. We'll just keep on moving.
I think Grant realized, dude, we got numbers, dude.
And
we can lose 5,000 more than these guys. We'll still get more reinforcements and press these motherfuckers.
And I don't think Lee expected him to flee. I think he knew he was going to do this because Lee's like, Grant ain't like the rest of them, boys.
Well,
who's here to fight?
I think somebody said it earlier in this episode, didn't they? That they told Lee that Grant would not back down.
Right.
He's going to be on our ass the whole way.
This was the first time in Virginia campaign that the Army of the Potomac continued on the offensive after an initial battle. And morale was boosted to the point that the old Bluecoats sang as they marched south.
And they're like, I can see it in a movie or something, like the first time. You hear that?
Yeah.
I just seen a glory. That'd be like a Confederate song, though, right?
Right, and it'd be like the music would get slow, and then it'd be like Grant and somebody riding horses in the back.
Right.
And you can hear the. That was a mighty fought battle there. Well, to things to be done, to erreth we will. I don't know how they
And morale were at an all-time high.
Pass me that bottle. Scheumann, he called this movement the grandest act of Grant's life. And don't count the 4 years.
Well,
of
you know, the presidency, and I think it was 8 years, but
Maybe, yeah. And added that he now felt the rebellion will be crushed.
look at him, dude. Turn the whole freaking
You ain't
thing
kidding.
around.
The battle conformed a
There you go.
warning made by Longstreet to Lee about Grant that he would fight every day and every hour to the end of the war, quote unquote.
Portions of the Wilderness Battlefield are preserved as part of Fredericksburg and Spotsylvania National Military Park, which was established in 1927. Hey, about time.
Right.
To memorialize the battlefields of Fredericksburg, Chancellorsville, Spotsylvania Courthouse, and the Wilderness. In addition to the land that has been protected by the National Park Service, 2 major volunteer organizations have been active in preservation activities. The Friends of the Wilderness Battlefield, have been active in helping to preserve and enhance Elwood Manor, which is the Lacey House, which was the headquarters for Major General Warren during the battle, and is the site of a family cemetery where Confederate Lieutenant General Stonewall Jackson's arm was buried. Just the arm. It's a family cemetery, though.
Right.
The American Battlefield Trust and its partners have saved more than 294 acres through mid-2023.
Fantastic.
All right, still building up on that, huh? All right, good for you guys.
Finding a bunch of shit here and there every once in a while.
I bet. It's ridiculous. 100,000 troops on each side, damn near. That battlefield has to be just... plus, I mean, it's not only the Wilderness. You got like 6 battles, major battles that were fought on this very same spot.
Right, in the past 3 years.
Crazy. And now the moment you guys have been waiting for, on to the big boys at the Battle of Spotsylvania Courthouse. And this is a big one. Which is another inconclusive, though. So these guys are just stalemating each other. We have a 115,000 Union versus about 63,000 Confederates in this one. Pretty much a continuation of the Wilderness, where this is where they all moved to, obviously.
Right.
Well, this was fought May 9th through the 21st, so it was a big, long, drawn-out one. March 1864, Grant was summoned from the Western Theater, which we know, promoted to lieutenant general, given command of all Union armies. Yeah. He chose to make his headquarters with the Army of the Potomac, although Major General George Meade remained the actual commander. Did he, though?
Right.
He left Major General William Tecumseh Sherman in command of most of the Western armies. Grant and President Abraham Lincoln devised a coordinated strategy that would strike at the heart of the Confederacy from multiple directions, including attacks against Lee near Richmond, and then in the Shenandoah Valley, West Virginia, Georgia, and Mobile, Alabama. This was the first time the Union armies would have a coordinated offensive strategy across a number of theaters. Yeah, because they were all out there just doing their own shit.
Right.
Like, how about we all do what we got to do and converge all of our armies onto Richmond? I mean, that would be a plan.
Right. Grant's campaign objective was not the rebel capital of Richmond.
Well, fuck me, I guess.
But the destruction of Lee's army altogether.
Of course.
Lincoln had long advocated his strategy for his generals, recognizing that the city would certainly fall after the loss of his principal defensive army, which was right. Grant ordered Meade, wherever Lee goes, there you will go also.
Right.
Although he hoped for a quick, decisive battle, Grant was prepared to fight a war of attrition. Both Union and old Reb casualties could be high, but the old Bluecoats had far greater resources to replace lost soldiers and equipment than the old Confederates.
You sure did. May 5th, after Grant's army crossed the Rapidan and entered the Wilderness of Spotsylvania, it was attacked by General Lee's Army of Northern Virginia. Although Lee was outnumbered about 60,000 to 100,000, his men fought fiercely in the dense foliage, provided a terrain advantage. 2 days of fighting and almost 29,000 casualties on both sides. The results were inconclusive, and neither army was able to obtain any advantage. Just mowing people down for the hell of it.
Right. Well, Lee managed to stop Grant, but not turn him back. And Grant ain't going back. And Grant had not destroyed Lee's army. Under similar circumstances, previous Union commanders had chosen to withdraw behind the Rappahannock. But Grant instead ordered Meade to move around Lee's right flank and seize the important crossroads at Spotsylvania Courthouse to the southeast, hoping that by interposing his army between Lee and Richmond, he could lure the old Rebs into another battle on a more favorable field.
That he would. Yeah, about time the Union got a general that doesn't just fucking tuck his tail and run. He's like, no, we're staying on the attack, baby.
Right.
Well, as of May 7th, Grant's Union forces totaled approximately 100,000 men. They consisted of the Army of the Potomac under Major General Meade and the 9th Corps up until May 24th, which was formerly part of the Army of Ohio. Now they're their own guys, I guess. They report directly to Grant, not Meade. So Meade's got his own guys. This is like his elite corps or something like that. The 5 corps under the Army of the Potomac were the 2nd Corps under Major General Winfield S. Hancock, 5th Corps under Major General Gouverneur Warren, the 6th Corps under Major General John Sedgwick, 9th Corps under Major General Ambrose Burnside. Ambrose Burnside was the leader of the Army of Ohio, wasn't he? I thought he was. And then we have a Cavalry Corps under Major General Philip Sheridan. With each of these guys have divisions of multiple people were here coming up, obviously.
Right. I'll take a look at the old Rebs. Lee's Confederate Army of Northern Virginia comprised about 52,000 men and was organized into 4 corps. 1st Corps, Richard H. Anderson, Major General. 2nd Corps, Lieutenant General Richard Ewell. 3rd Corps, Lieutenant General A.P. Hill. And the Cavalry Corps under Jeb Stuart. Fantastic. And, of course, they had not that many brigades under them.
Right, we already know the Confederates are much more compacted than Union had about 700 divisions. Right. May 7th, we're on the race to Spotsylvania after the Wilderness. Grant's ordered to Meade were to march the night of May 7th through 8th over 2 routes, reaching Spotsylvania Courthouse 10 miles to the southeast, with at least 1 corps arriving May 8th. Warren's 5th Corps would take the Brock Road, followed by Hancock's 2nd Corps. Sedgwick's 6th Corps would head towards Chancellorsville on the Orange Plank Road and then turn south, followed by Burnside's 9th Corps.
Fantastic. Well, Meade began by ordering Sheridan's Cavalry Corps to clear the Brock Road for infantry, but the troopers soon bogged down. The brigade of Colonel J. Irvin Grigg, which is David Grigg's division, was stopped at Corbin's Bridge on the Catharpin Road by cavalrymen under Wade Hampton and Rooney Lee of the old Confeds. Gregg's men withdrew to a field west of Todd's Tavern, constructed rudimentary earthworks, and repulsed a series of rebel attacks. Oh, good for you guys.
Wesley Merritt's Union Division encountered Fitzhugh Lee's cavalry behind barricades on the Brock Road about a mile south of Todd's Tavern. Sharp fighting resulted in the late afternoon, and by nightfall, Sheridan decided against continuing in the dark and ordered his men to camp out at Todd's Tavern.
Oh, nice.
The first Union infantry began moving at 8 p.m., and their advance was plagued by traffic jams. Oh, jeez.
Oh, wow.
When Meade reached Todd's Tavern after midnight, he was infuriated to see Sheridan's sleeping cavalrymen and ordered them to resume their road clearing operation. He's going through the camp, kicking them. Get the fuck up!
All right, what the hell? Well, General Lee was unsure of Grant's plan. Reconnaissance told him that the river crossing equipment had been removed from the Germanna Ford, so Grant would not be withdrawing as his predecessors had.
He's like, oh, man.
He said, I knew this shit was happening. The Union Army could either be heading east to Fredericksburg or moving south. In either event, the crossroads Spotsylvania Courthouse would play an important role. So Lee ordered his artillery chief, Brigadier General William N. Pendleton, to begin constructing a road through the woods from the Confederate position at the Wilderness due south to the Catharpin Road. He also ordered Major General Richard H. Anderson, who had replaced Lieutenant James Longstreet in command of the 1st Corps following that officer's wounding on the 6th of May. He said, you move along that road. Lee did not indicate any need for haste, but Anderson and his men desired to leave the stretch, the stench of burning forests and dead bodies in the wilderness. So they began marching on the 10th.
Get the hell out of here as soon as possible.
Right, about 10 p.m.
They're making me nauseous. Dawn, May 8th, Wesley Merritt's cavalrymen attacked Fitzhugh Lee's barricades on the Brock Road again, but were repulsed. Meade ordered Warren's 5th Corps to break through with infantry, and the division of Brigadier General John Robinson led the way in overwhelming the cavalry obstacle. Fitzhugh Lee's horse artillery made a gallant stand around the Alsop farm and delayed the Union advance, while the cavalrymen staked out a defensive line on a low ridge just south of the Spindle Farm clearing, which they dubbed Laurel Hill. Lee sent for help to Anderson's infantry, which by now had reached the Blockhouse Bridge on the Po River and were eating breakfast. Anderson immediately dispatched 2 infantry brigades and an artillery battalion, which arrived at Laurel Hill just as Warren's men pulled up within 100 yards to the north. Oh, damn.
Oh, shit.
Face off.
You ain't kidding. Assuming that only cavalry blocked his path, Warren ordered an immediate attack against Laurel Hill. Multiple attacks by the divisions of the 5th Corps were repulsed with heavy casualties, and by noon, the old Bluecoats began building earthworks on the northern end of the Spindle clearing. Meanwhile, Union Cavalry Division under James Wilson had reached and occupied the town of Spotsylvania Courthouse about 8 a.m. Wilson sent a brigade under Colonel John B. McIntosh up the Brock Road with the intention of striking the old Rebs' position at Laurel Hill from the rear. Old Jeb Stewart had only a single cavalry regiment available to send out against McIntosh, but Anderson's infantry division under Joseph B. Kershaw was marching in that direction. With orders from Sheridan to withdraw and the old Reb infantry in hot pursuit, Wilson withdrew up the Fredericksburg Road.
Generals Meade and Sheridan had quarreled about the cavalry's performance throughout the campaign, and this incident with Wilson, compounding the frustration of the uncleared Brock Road, brought Meade's notorious temper to a boil. After a heated exchange laced with expletives on both sides, Sheridan told Meade that he could, quote-unquote, whip Stewart if Meade let him. Meade reported the conversation to Grant, who replied, "Well, he generally knows what he is talking about. Let him start right out and do it." Nice. Meade deferred to Grant's judgment and issued orders to proceed against the enemy's cavalry. Oh, shit. Somebody about finally going to take on Jeb, huh?
Right.
Sheridan's entire command of 10,000 cavalrymen departed the following day. They engaged with and mortally wounded Stewart at the Battle of Yellow Tavern. Oh, spoiler alert. Bye-bye, Jeb. Which is on May 11th. We'll have that coming up. They threatened the outskirts of Richmond, refitted near the James River, and did not return the army until May 24th. Grant and Meade were left without cavalry resources during the critical days of the battle to come, though. But, I mean, they took out Stewart, though, dude.
Man. While Warren was unsuccessfully attacking Laurel Hill the morning of the 8th of May, Hancock's 2nd Corps had reached Todd's Tavern and erected defenses to the west on the Catharpin Road, protecting the rear of the army. Juba Early, who had just replaced A.P. Hill as 3rd Corps commander because of his illness, decided to test the defenses and sent the division of William Mahoney and some cavalry. After a short fight, Hancock's division under Francis Barlow withdrew back to Todd's Tavern, and Early decided not to pursue. In the very afternoon, Sedgwick's 6th Corps arrived near Laurel Hill and extended Warren's line to the east. By 7 p.m., both corps began a coordinated assault, but were repulsed by heavy fire. They attempted to move around Anderson's right flank, but were surprised to find that the divisions from Ewell's 2nd Corps had arrived in that sector to repulse them again. Old Meade had not had a good day. He lost the race to Spotsylvania. He was dissatisfied with his cavalry. He judged Sedgwick to be constitutionally slow, and he was most disappointed that Warren had been unsuccessful at Laurel Hill, telling him that he had lost his noise.
Yeah, Meade, you're sticking out at everybody, aren't you?
He's best.
Jeez. Over the night of May 8th through the 9th, the Confederates were busy erecting a series of earthworks more than 4 miles long, starting at the Po River, encompassing the Laurel Hill line, crossing the Brock Road, jutting out in a horseshoe shape, and then extending south past the courthouse intersection. Well, now they control it. The earthworks were reinforced with timber and guarded by artillery placed to allow enfilade fire on any attacking force. There was only one potential weakness in Lee's line, which was the exposed salient known as the Mule Shoe, extending more than a mile in front of the main trench line. Although Lee's engineers were aware of this problem, they extended the line to incorporate some minor high ground to Anderson's right, knowing that they would be at a disadvantage if the Union occupied it. So they still went ahead with it, huh?
Right. The old Union soldiers were also busy building their own entrenchments. At about 9 a.m., Major General John Sedgwick was inspecting the 6th Corps line when he was shot through the head by an old rebel sharpshooter's bullet, dying instantly. Having just made the celebrated remark, they couldn't hit an elephant at this distance.
Oh, no.
Boom. Sedgwick was one of the most beloved generals in the Union Army, and his death was a hard blow to his men and colleagues.
Oh, shit.
Meade ordered Major General Horatio Wright, the senior division commander, to replace Sedgwick.
Damn.
Wow.
Sedgwick gone in an instant.
Instant.
And they ain't even fighting, really. Union left. Burnside's 9th Corps approached on the Fredericksburg Road from Elrich, led by Brigadier General Orlando B. Wilcox's division, but they were delayed by Fitzhugh Lee's cavalrymen. When they reached close enough to observe that the Confederates were at the Spotsylvania courthouse, Burnside became concerned that he was too far in advance of Meade's force and ordered his men to begin entrenching. At the same time, Hancock was reporting from the right flank that Early's men had pulled back from his front.
Oh.
Grant absorbed these two observations, concluded that the Confederates were shifting their men from west to east, opening an opportunity for attack. He ordered Hancock to cross the Po and attack the Confederates' left flank, driving them back towards Burnside's position near the Nye River, while the rest of his command in the center watched for an opening to attack there as well.
Oh.
All right.
Fantastic. Hancock's 2nd Corps advanced across the Po, but he became nervous that the old Rebs had the Blockhouse Bridge heavily defended and decided to delay his attack until the morning. This error was fatal to Grant's plan. That very night, General Lee moved 2 divisions of Juba Early's Corps from Spotsylvania Courthouse into position against Hancock. Mahone's division was placed directly in Hancock's path of advance, while Henry Heth's division swung around to approach Hancock's right flank.
As morning dawned, Grant realized his assumptions about Lee's dispositions were wrong and that Hancock was facing a significant threat on his front. However, this opened a new opportunity. He guessed, incorrectly though, that the troops facing Hancock had been withdrawn from Laurel Hill. He ordered Hancock to withdraw north of the Po, leaving a single division in place to occupy the Confederates in that sector, while the rest of his army was to attack at 5 p.m. across the entire Confederate line, which would identify and exploit any potential weak spot. Hancock left Francis C. Barlow's division behind hasty earthworks along Shady Grove Church Road and withdrew the remainder of his men north of the Po.
2 p.m., Juba Early decided to attack Barlow with Henry Heath's division. Henry Heath's division. Barlow's men were soon in a difficult position as the old Reb artillery lobbed in shells that set the surrounding woods on fire.
Oh, jeez.
They were able to retreat through a mile-long corridor and cross the Po without being captured, destroying the bridges behind them. Grant's tactics were criticized for this so-called Battle of the Po, since he had ordered Hancock to move late in the day on the 9th of May. He allowed Robert E. Lee time to react and nullify the movement on the 10th.
Right.
Right?
Jeez, Hancock was needed in the Po sector to help Barlow's withdrawal, which meant that Warren was left in charge of the Laurel Hill sector. Immediately upon Hancock's departure, Warren requested permission from Meade to attack Laurel Hill immediately, uncoordinated with the rest of Grant's attack scheduled for 5 p.m. Warren was embarrassed by his performance the previous day and wanted to restore his reputation for aggressiveness. For reasons unexplained, Meade exceeded the request. 4 p.m., elements of the 2nd and 5th Corps assaulted the Confederate trenches at Laurel Hill, which required them to move through a grove of gnarled, splintered dead pine trees. The attacks were beaten off with severe losses. Grant was thus forced to postpone his 5 p.m. coordinated assault until Warren could get his troops reformed.
Oh, wow.
Jeez, Meade.
Right.
What an idiot.
About 6 p.m., the 6th Corps began its attack with an unusual formation. Colonel Emory Upton led a group of 12 hand-picked regiments, about 5,000 men in 4 battle lines, against an identified weak point on the west side of the Muleshoe called Dole's Salient, named after Brigadier General George P. Doles, his Georgia troops who were manning the sector of the line. Cool. The plan was for Upton's men to rush across the open field without pausing to fire and reload, reaching the earthworks before the old Rebs could fire more than a couple shots. I mean, if you do it fast enough.
That was the plan. Once an initial breakthrough was made by the leading element, the following lines would widen the breach and spread out on each side, theoretically. Gershom Mott's division was designated to support the breakthrough as well. Mott's division, which was the 4th Division's 2nd Corps, was the weakest in the army. Once Joe Hooker's command, it had been transferred from the defunct 3rd Corps 2 months earlier.
Right.
Okay. The morale of the enlisted men suffered from this, and several of its regiments' enlisted terms were about to expire in a few weeks, so they didn't even care.
Right.
They're like, we're about to be out of here.
Right.
They had been so badly shot up and routed in the wilderness, and as they headed toward the Confederate entrenchments, a burst of artillery fire caused the men to panic and flee from the field, never getting closer than a quarter of a mile to the enemy position.
Wow, they're like, we're about out of here. Screw that shit. 3 days later, Mott's division was dissolved. Mott himself demoted to command of a brigade, comprising most of the remaining troops from the division.
Jeez, that's like the black sheep.
Right. Upton's men employed stiff rebel resistance, but drove all the way to the parapets, where, after some brief, fierce hand-to-hand action, their superior numbers carried the day, and soon the old Reb defenders were driven from their trenches. I mean, bound to happen sooner or later.
All right, Generals Lee and Ewell were quick to organize a vigorous counterattack with brigades from all sectors of the Muleshoe, and no Union supporting units arrived. Mott had already been repulsed, unbeknownst to Upton, and units from Warren's 5th Corps were too spent from their earlier attacks on Laurel Hill to help. Upton's men were driven out of the Confederate works, and he reluctantly ordered them to retreat.
Oh.
British military historian Charles Francis Atkinson wrote in 1908, you're a British military guy, that Upton's charge is one of the classic infantry attacks of military history.
Oh.
Grant promoted Upton to brigadier general for his performance.
Fantastic. Also at 6 p.m. on the Union left flank, Burnside advanced along the Fredericksburg Road. Both he and Grant were unaware that when Lee had moved units to the Po, he had left only Cadmus Wilcox's Confederate division to defend that avenue of approach, and there was a large gap between Wilcox and Ewell. Wow. This lack of information was tangible consequence of the decision to send all of Sheridan's cavalry away from the battlefield. As Burnside began to get resistance from Wilcox, he timidly stopped and entrenched. That evening, Grant decided that Burnside was too isolated from the rest of the line and ordered him to pull back behind the Nye and move to join his lines with Wright. Grant wrote about this significant lost opportunity in his personal memoirs. It said, Burnside, on the left, had got up to within a few hundred yards of Spotsylvania Courthouse, completely turning Lee's right. He was not aware of the importance of the advantage he had gained, and I, being with the troops, where the heavy fighting was, did not know of it at the time. He had gained his position with but little fighting, and almost without loss. Burnside's position now separated him widely from Wright's corps, the corps nearest to him. At night, he was ordered to join on to us. This brought him back about a mile, and lost to us an important advantage. I attach no blame to Burnside for this, but I do myself for not having had a staff officer with him to report to me this position. Yeah, General Ulysses Grant.
At least you owned up to it, buddy.
Right.
Well, despite his reverses May 10th, Grant had reason for optimism. The one bright spot in the day had been the partial success of Emory Upton's innovative assault. He recognized the failure stemming from the lack of support and reasoned that using the same tactics with an entire corps might be successful.
Right.
Grant was then visited by General Wright, the new commander of the 6th Corps, who suggested that the May 10th assaults had failed due to poor support, particularly from Mott's division.
Oh.
Wright told General Meade, General, I don't want Mott's troop on my left. They are not a support. I'd rather have no troops there.
Oh, wow.
Jeez, dude.
Damn. Well, he assigned Hancock's 2nd Corps to the assault on the Muleshoe, while Burnside's 9th Corps attacked the eastern end of the salient, and Warren's 5th Corps and Wright's 6th Corps applied pressure to Laurel Hill. On that very morning of the May 11th, Grant sent a famous message to the Secretary of War, Edwin M. Stanton, which read, "The result to this time is much in our favor. Our losses have been heavy, as well as those of the enemy. I propose to fight it out on this line if it takes all summer." Although no major combat action occurred on the May 11th, small-scale skirmishing artillery fire continued most of that day.
All right. On the Confederate side, though, Lee received some intelligence reports that made him believe Grant was planning to withdraw towards Fredericksburg. I don't think so.
No.
If this came to pass, he wanted to follow up with an immediate attack. Concerned about the mobility of his artillery to support the potential attack, he ordered that the guns be withdrawn from Allegheny Johnson's division in the Muleshoe to be ready for a movement to the right. He was completely unaware, of course, that this was exactly the place Grant intended to attack.
Oh, shit. Hancock's man. Oh.
Yeah, but now he's putting guns there, so that was like a lucky coincidence.
Right. Hancock's man began assembling.
Is Grant attacking the place where he's withdrawing the guns or attacking the place where he's moving the guns? I think he's attacking Allegheny Johnson's division, right? Or now he's taking the guns away. This is exactly the place Grant intended to attack, so I'm guessing Allegheny Johnson's division, right?
Right. Hancock's men began assembling near the Brown Farm that evening, 1,200 yards north of Muleshoe, in a torrential rainstorm. The men and junior officers were poorly prepared for the assault, lacking basic information about the nature of the ground to be covered, the obstacles to expect, or how the old Reb line was configured. Confederates could hear their preparations through the storm, but could not decide whether an attack was imminent or the Union Army was preparing to withdraw. Allegheny Johnson became suspicious and requested to Ewell that his artillery be retained. Ewell agreed, but somehow the order did not reach the artillery units until 3:30 a.m. on the 12th of May, 30 minutes before Hancock's assault was planned to start.
Oh, jeez. Hancock's assault was scheduled to commence at 4 a.m., but it was still pitch black, and he delayed until 4:35 when the rain stopped and was replaced by a thick mist.
Oh.
The attack crashed through the Confederate works, virtually destroying Jones's brigade, now commanded by Colonel William Witcher. As Barlow's division swung around to the eastern tip of the Muleshoe, it overran the brigade commanded by Brigadier General George Maryland Stewart, spelled completely different, right. Capturing both Stewart and his division commander, Allegheny Johnson. Oh, shit. On Barlow's right, Brigadier General David B. Birney's division met stronger resistance from the brigades of Colonel William Monahan and Brigadier General James Walker, which was the Stonewall Brigade, which is a nothing brigade now.
Right. The recent rain had ruined much of the old Rebs' gunpowder, but they fought fiercely hand to hand. The Union troops continued to spread south along the western edge of the Muleshoe. Despite the initial success of obliterating much of the Muleshoe salient, there was a flaw in the Union plan. No one had considered how to capitalize on the breakthrough.
Like, what do we do when we get through here?
Right. 15,000 infantrymen of Hancock's Second Corps had crowded into a narrow front about a half mile wide and soon lost all unit cohesion, becoming little more than an armed mob. Oh, wow.
Following the initial shock, the Confederate leadership at all levels began to react well to the Union onslaught.
Right.
John B. Gordon sent Brigadier General Robert D. Johnson's brigade of North Carolinians racing toward the gap where Stewart's men had collapsed. Although Johnson was wounded, his brigade halted the breakthrough in that sector. Gordon then sent forward the brigade of Colonel John Hoffman and 3 regiments from Colonel Clement A. Evans's brigade.
Wow.
Okay.
All right. Well, General Lee, he was at the scene to witness these men moving forward. And similar to his action at the Widow Tap Farm in the Battle of the Wilderness, he attempted to move forward with the men, only to be stopped by Gordon and chants from the men, "Lee to the rear!" These brigades were able to secure most of the eastern leg of the Muleshoe after about 30 minutes of fierce fighting. Yeah, right. They were like, dude, we just lost Stewart, and get the hell back there, bud. Crazy, stupid Lee. On the western leg, Major General Robert E. Rhodes coordinated the defense, and the brigade of Brigadier General Stephen D. Ramseur suffered heavy casualties as they fought their way to regain the entrenchments lost by the Stonewall Brigade.
Well, Grant then sent in reinforcements about 6:30 a.m., ordering both Wright and Warren to move forward. 6th Corps Division of Brigadier General Thomas Neal headed for the western leg of the Muleshoe at the point where it had turned to the south. This sector of the line, where the heaviest fight of the day would occur, became known as the Bloody Angle. As Union brigade after brigade slammed into the line, William Mahone brought 2 of his brigades under Brigadier Generals Abner Perrin and Nathaniel Harris, hurrying back from the extreme left flank to come to Ramseur's aid. Perrin was killed. By 8 a.m., heavy rain began to fall, and both sides fought on the earthworks, slippery with both water and blood.
Damn.
The South Carolinians of Brigadier General Samuel McGowan's brigade joined the defense at the critical point. 9:30 a.m., the 6th Corps Division under Brigadier General David Russell joined in on the attack. A section of Union artillery was able to advance close to the Confederate lines and caused numerous casualties. But Confederate artillery also had a severe effect on the advance of Russell's men.
Ooh, both
just blasting each other.
Kicking each other's ass. Warren's attack at Laurel Hill began on a small scale around 8:15 a.m. For some of his men, this was their 4th and 5th attack against the same objective, and few fought with enthusiasm.
Here we go again.
Right. After 30 minutes, the attack petered out, and Warren told Meade that he was not able to advance at present.
Jeez.
Frustrated Meade ordered Warren to attack at once, at all hazards, with their whole force if necessary. Warren relayed the order to his division commanders. Do it.
I said, do it.
Don't mind the consequences.
Don't mind our men just getting mowed down.
Well, this attack was yet another failure, adding to the high toll of casualties as the Union Corps was held up by the fire of a single Confederate division.
Jeez.
Wow.
Not only was the 5th Corps unable to take its objective, it also failed to draw Confederate troops from elsewhere in the line as Grant had intended. Both Meade and Grant were upset with Warren's performance, and Grant authorized Meade to relieve Warren, replacing him with Meade's Chief of Staff, Major General Andrew Humphreys. Humphreys diplomatically coordinated the withdrawal of the 5th Corps units without relieving Warren, but Meade began to order Warren's subordinates to reinforce Wright, and no further attacks against Laurel Hill would be planned.
Oh, okay. Well, then you had Ambrose Burnside. He was also a part of the Grand Assault, advancing against the eastern leg of the Muleshoe before dawn. The attack by his division under Brigadier General Robert Potter against the sector just below Stewart's brigade materially aided Hancock's breakthrough. The North Carolina Brigade of Brigadier General James Lane fought back fiercely, reinforced by Georgia Brigade under Brigadier General Edward Thomas and the North Carolina Brigade, Brigadier General Alfred Scales's brigade. The two sides became stalemate. At about 2 p.m., Grant and Lee coincidentally ordered simultaneous attacks.
Oh, shit.
Grant considered this sector to be lightly defended and hoped for a new breakthrough, while Lee wanted to take out an artillery position that the 9th Corps was using to harass his line. The advance by Union Brigadier General Orlando Wilcox's division against a minor salient in the line was stopped as Lane's brigade moved forward and hit them in the flank.
Oh, shit.
Oh, man.
Throughout the afternoon, Confederate engineers scrambled to create a new defensive line 500 yards further south at the base of the Muleshoe, while fighting at the Bloody Angle continued day and night, with neither side achieving an advantage until around 12 a.m. May 13th. The fighting finally stopped.
Oh, wow.
At 4 a.m., the exhausted Confederate infantrymen were notified that the new line was ready, and they withdrew from their original earthworks unit by unit.
Wow. Fantastic.
Jeez.
The combat they endured for almost 24 hours were characterized by an intensity of firepower never previously seen in Civil War battles, as the entire landscape was flattened, all of the foliage destroyed.
Jeez.
Example of this can be found in the Smithsonian Museum of American History, a 22-inch stump of an oak tree at the Bloody Angle that was completely severed by rifle fire.
Holy shit.
By rifle fire.
Dude, 22 inches?
Right.
Holy shit.
There was a frenzy to the carnage on both sides, fighting back and forth over the same corpse-strewn trenches for hours on end, using single-shot muskets. The contending troops were periodically reduced to hand-to-hand combat, reminiscent of the battle fought hard during ancient times. Bodies piled up 4 and 5 high. Soldiers were forced to pause from time to time and throw corpse over the parapet since they formed an obstacle in the way of the fighting. Dead and wounded were shot so many times that many of them simply fell apart into unrecognizable heaps of flesh. Oh my
goodness, dude.
Wow.
Surviving participants attempted to describe in letters, diaries, and memoirs the hellish intensity of that day, many noting that it was beyond words. Or, as one put it, nothing can describe the confusion, the savage, blood-curdling yells, the murderous faces, the awful curses, and the grisly horror of the melee. Some men claim to have fired as many as 400 rounds that day. May 12th was the most intensive day of fighting during the battle, with Union casualties of about 9,000. Confederates had 8,000, and the Confederate loss includes about 3,000 prisoners captured in the Muleshoe, though.
Damn. Jeez, shit. Despite the significant casualties of 12th of May, Grant was undeterred. He telegraphed to the Army's Chief of Staff, Major Henry Halleck. The enemy are obstinate and seem to have found the last ditch. He planned to reorient his lines and shift the center of potential action to the east of Spotsylvania, where he could renew the battle.
It's like, let's get away from all these corpses and find some more better land.
Jeez. He ordered the 5th and 6th Corps to move behind the 2nd Corps and take positions past the left flank of the 9th Corps.
Well, on that night of May 13th to the 14th, the Corps began a difficult march in heavy rain over treacherously muddy roads. Early May 14th, elements of the 6th Corps occupied Myers Hill, which overlooked most of the Confederate line. Well, they got the upper hand now, huh?
Right.
Colonel Emory Upton's brigade skirmished most of the day and retained possession of the high ground. Grant's command was too scattered and exhausted to undertake an assault against Spotsylvania Courthouse on May 14th, despite Lee having left it practically undefended for most of the day. When he realized what Grant was up to, Lee shifted some units from Anderson's 1st Corps to that area. He's like, shit.
Right.
Grant notified Washington that, having endured 5 days of almost continuous rain, his army could not resume offensive operations until they had 24 hours of dry weather.
Right. Holy shit.
I don't think the Confederates would mind that either, by the way.
Let's take a look at the old final Union attacks, 17th, 18th of May. The weather finally cleared on 17th of May. Grant made an assumption that led him to his next attack plan. Since Lee had absorbed Grant's buildup along the Fredericksburg Road, it was likely that he had countered the Union moves by shifting his forces away from the former Muleshoe positions. He ordered the 2nd Corps and the 6th Corps to attack there at sunrise, which was the 18th of May. They retraced their steps to the vicinity of the Landrum House the night of the 17th. Hancock's 2nd Corps would make the primary assault with support from on their right, and Bird's side on their left.
Well, unfortunately for the Union plan, the former Confederate works were still occupied by Ewell's Second Corps, and they had to use the intervening time to improve the earthworks and the obstacles laid out in front of them. Right. And unlike May 12th, they were not caught by surprise, nor had they sent their artillery away. As Hancock's men advanced, they were caught up in an abatis, and subjected to artillery fire so devastating that infantry rifle fire was not necessary to repulse the attack.
Wow.
Wright and Burnside had no better luck.
Oh, wow. That's terrible. Take a look at the 19th of May. We're at Harris's farm. Grant reacted to his final repulse by deciding to abandon this general area as a battlefield altogether. He ordered Hancock's Second Corps to march to the railroad line between Fredericksburg and Richmond, and then turn south. With luck, Lee might take the bait and follow, seeking to overwhelm and destroy the isolated corps. In that case, Grant would chase Lee with his remaining corps and strike him before the old Rebs could entrench again.
Well, Lee was engaged in his own planning, however. Before Hancock began to move, Lee ordered Ewell to conduct a reconnaissance in force to locate the northern flank of the Union Army. Ewell took the majority of his Second Corps divisions under Rhodes and Gordon up the Brock Road and swung widely to the north and east to the Harris Farm. There, they encountered several units of Union heavy artillery soldiers who had recently been converted to infantry duty.
Oh, shit.
Jeez.
Damn. Got him good. Fighting commenced against these relatively green troops, who were soon reinforced by the 1st Maryland Regiment and then David Birney's Infantry Division. The fighting lasted until 9 p.m., and Lee, concerned that Ewell was risking a general engagement while separated from the main army, recalled his men. A number of them lost their way in the dark and were captured. The old Rebs had lost over 900 men on a pointless skirmish that could have been assigned to a small cavalry detachment. Yeah, what the hell?
Jeez.
Some of that.
Grant's intended advance of Hancock's corps was delayed by the Harris Farm engagement, so the troops did not begin their movement south until the night of May 20th, 21st. Lee did not fall into Grant's trap of attacking Hancock, but traveled on a parallel path to the North Anna River. The overland campaign continued as Grant attempted several more times to engage Lee, found himself stymied by strong defensive positions, and moved again around Lee's flank in the direction of Richmond. Major engagements occurred at the Battle of North Anna and the Battle of Cold Harbor, after which Grant crossed the James River to attack Petersburg. The armies then faced each other for 9 months in the Siege of Petersburg.
Oh, shit.
Oh, shit. We got a Siege of Petersburg coming up, huh?
Take a look at the old
Grant
casualties.
loves his sieges, doesn't he?
He does. Take a look at the old casualties. 32,000 total casualties. Spotsylvania Courthouse was the costliest battle of the Overland Campaign and one of the top 5 battles of the war. As at the Battle of the Wilderness, Lee's tactics has inflicted severe casualties on Grant's army. This time, the toll was over 18,000 men, of whom close to 3,000 were murdered.
Jeez.
In 2 weeks of fighting since the start of the Wilderness, Grant had lost about 36,000 men, and another 20,000 went home when their enlistments ended.
They're like,
Yeah.
Normally under any circumstances, I would stick it out, but I'm going home. Fuck this.
Yeah, that's crazy. Grant, on the 19th of May, had only 56,124 effectives.
Oh my, he had 100,000 men.
Damn. Lee did not come out of these battles unscathed, though. At Spotsylvania, he lost 10 to 13,000 men, about 23% of his army versus 18 of Grant's.
Jeez.
While the Union had many men available to reinforce Grant, the old Rebs were forced to pull men away from other fronts to reinforce Lee, making matters worse. The army was taking heavy losses among its veteran units and its best officers. Yeah, the best officers were getting murdered. It's sad they have nobody left.
Well, speaking of big guys murdered or wounded, 5 general officers were killed or mortally wounded during the battle, which were Union Major General John Sedgwick and Brigadier Generals James C. Rice, Rice, and Thomas Stevenson. Confederate Brigadier General Junius Daniel and Abner Perrin were also murdered. Sedgwick's death is notable as that he was the highest ranking officer by seniority to die in the war.
Wow.
He also famously said the ironic words, "They couldn't hit an elephant at this distance," shortly before his death. Among the wounded and captured were Confederate Major General Edward Johnson and Brigadier Generals John Cook, Harry Hayes, Samuel McGowan, Stephen Ramseur, Cullen Battle, James Walker, Robert Johnson, George Stewart, and Henry Walker. And these are all Confederates.
43 men received the Medal of Honor during the Battle of Spotsylvania Courthouse, including Frederick Oliver, George W. Harris, John Robinson, Archibald Freeman, and Charles Tracy. Good for them. I'm guessing all the medal Union.
Definitely not Confederates.
Right. Battlefield preservation. Portions of the Spotsylvania Courthouse battlefield are now preserved as part of the Fredericksburg and Spotsylvania National Military Park. In addition, the American Battlefield Trust and its partners have acquired and preserved more than 151 acres of the battlefield in 5 different transactions from 1989 to just recently.
Yes, sir. Wow. That was a pretty brutal battle. We didn't hear nothing about, like, the bodies being piled up 5 high at the Gettysburg or anything. Like, I mean, I'm sure they were strewn all over the battlefield, but these are in, like, trenches and shit.
Right.
Just filled with bodies, dude.
And if you're listening to on YouTube, we might have a couple pictures.
Well, maybe. YouTube's kind of gay like that, and they'll probably flag it for some stupid shit. Yeah, wow, okay. I thought Wilderness was the big one. I guess Spotsylvania Courthouse was probably more bloody, huh?
All right.
Wow, okay. This is one last hurrah for the Confederates, and especially for the Army of Virginia, because this is the last win for Robert E. Lee's army in the whole war. This battle right here, which is the Battle of Cold Harbor, and
Unions as far as close as 6 miles from Richmond. It's crazy. That's close to a capital of a country you're trying to conquer.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure later on here, Jubal Early is going to get like within 2 or 3 miles of Washington coming up. But yeah, this is the last last battle ever of the actual army of Northern Virginia that they won in the whole war. And from here on out, after this battle, Robert E. Lee never launches another attack or an offensive. He's on the defensive, pretty much defending Richmond the rest of the war because they know they're all fucked. Yep. And but after this battle, though, Ulysses S. Grant took a nice little publicity hit because, as we'll read on, this battle is known as history's most unnecessary and lopsided battles.
Oh, wow. Because
it didn't need to happen of what happened, and literally like fucking 10-1 casualties compared from the Union to the Confederates right here. So, and we're talking about Cold Harbor, which is near Mechanicsville, Virginia, which took place May 31st to June 12th, 1864, with the stupidest day being June 3rd, which was most of the action happened.
Dude, Grant was just he had his head was just too big. He knew that it was over with, and he was like, if we can just do one major assault, we can do it now and get it over with.
Well, not only that, we're going to see again, we say this every single episode, and we see it every single episode, is people getting lost when they're marching somewhere, orders not getting communicated directly, people not wanting to send reinforcements, and just the most ignorant shit, dude. Just stupid shit. Stupid shit that could be all avoided, but it's all dumb. But before we get into all that nonsense, go check out our YouTube at Bang Dang Network. We post shorts, clips, full episodes, plus our YouTube exclusive Dart League. If you listen on Spotify, Apple, give us a recommendation, give us a review, share with your fans, a recommendation, right? That's what share with your friends is. But and answer that Spotify question. Also, you guys want to talk about this episode, the Civil War in general, history in general, or any of our other podcasts, go join our Discord channel. Right. And that'll be in the what do we call that? The description of this episode. We can chat.
No question will be left unanswered.
Yeah, anything goes over there. So you guys, whatever you guys want to talk about, we got a lot of, I guess, channels they're called in our Discord page. So whatever you guys want to talk about, join it. Be in the description.
And we can take the heat, man, so don't be scared.
And then, let's get into this because this is going to be a long one. The only battle of the day, Cold Harbor. We're going to take a little look at, in case you guys didn't listen to the past episodes, we've been on the Overland Campaign for quite some time now. And we're going to take a little kind of recap of that before we get into the actual battle, which is Grant's Overland Campaign, which is one of a series of simultaneous offensive that the newly appointed General-in-Chief launched against the Confederacy. He did. By late May 1864, only 2 of these continued to advance, which is Major General William T. Sherman's Atlanta Campaign, which is ongoing, and this Overland Campaign, in which Grant accompanied and directly supervised the Army of the Potomac and its commander, Major General George Meade, which I'm sure he was thrilled. Grant's campaign objective was not the Confederate capital, Richmond, but he simply wanted to destroy Lee's army.
Right.
He said, we've had enough of this guy. Tired of running around and running and retreating every time.
Well, Richmond is Lee's army, pretty much. You get Lee's army, you get Richmond.
Well, right. Well,
Jefferson Davis got to have his bags packed and ready to boast it out.
I guarantee he's ready, like,
He got his
within a moment's notice.
What's it called? The shit hits the fan or the bug out? He got his bug out bag. Ready to row. And his dumbass don't even go that far when he does run. Ready to go to like Georgia or something.
No, he leaves the country.
Does he?
And he goes somewhere, and then he comes back, and then he got pardoned anyways.
Everybody did.
And then his wife left him, and then he literally died, penniless, old, miserable man that nobody cared about.
He shouldn't have even been president of the South.
All right, he did nothing. I mean, what can you do?
Right.
You're a nation that was formed in war.
Right. Can't build roads when you're blowing them up.
Can't fix those damn potholes.
We're gonna fix these damn roads. We're gonna have lower emissions on our horses.
Right.
President Abraham Lincoln long advocated this strategy for his generals, the strategy of taking Lee out, not Richmond, recognizing that the city would certainly fall after the loss of its principal defensive army.
Right.
Come on, makes sense. Grant ordered General Meade, he said, wherever Lee goes, there you'll go also.
Wherever Lee goes, you can go too.
Right. They got a Mariah Carey song or something. And then what it was?
Huh?
Wherever I go
I will follow. I'll be there.
with you or something. Oh, just call my name.
And I'll be there. Don't you know, baby? Yeah, that's Jackson 5, buddy.
And then Brian Adams.
Somebody sang it, yeah.
Sang the other one.
Which one?
I don't know. Anyhow, although we hope for a quick, decisive battle.
Oh, come on, Durant Grant. We know that's not happening.
All right, Grant, as drunk as he was, he prepared to fight a war of attrition. Both Union and no Rebs casualties could be very, very high.
Oh, and they would.
But the Bluecoats had greater resources to replace lost soldiers.
Yes, they're the
And
Russian army.
They can also replace equipment.
May 5th, after Grant's army crossed the Rapidan River and entered the wilderness of Spotsylvania, it was attacked by Lee's Army of Northern Virginia. Although Lee was outnumbered 60,000 to 100,000, his men fought fiercely, and the dense foliage provided a terrain advantage. After 2 days of fighting and almost 29,000 casualties between the two, the results are inconclusive, and neither army was able to obtain an advantage. That's the whole overland campaign so far.
Pretty much.
Lee had stopped Grant, but had not turned him back. Grant, on the other hand, had not destroyed Lee's army either. So
Lee's not getting out in the open.
that's where that's where Grant wanted him.
Right, and Lee's not doing that, and the Confederates are way better at fighting in the thickets than the old Bluecoats.
Well, except for they've now got 2 of their men killed by fighting in the thickets. That's
true.
2 of their best men.
Yeah. The war started going downhill after old Stonewall hit the brakes.
About that.
It did. And then especially when old Jib, that guy was basically a non-factor anyway.
I mean, he was a good cavalry guy, but
Some bitch was in New Mexico with the senoritas. What are you supposed to be doing? I'm doing reconnaissance of the...
like I'm riding around the countryside looking for Lee. They're like, dude, you know you're in France, right?
Damn, I don't know why that boat ride was so long. I thought the current on the old Mississippi slow today.
I thought the old Rapidan River didn't think it was this wide.
Oh, shit. Under similar circumstances, previous Union commanders had chosen to withdraw behind the Rappahannock.
Yeah.
But old Ulysses S. Grant, he instead ordered Meade to move around Lee's right and seize the important crossroads at Spotsylvania Courthouse to the southeast, hoping that by interposing his army between Lee and Richmond, he could lure old Rebs into another battle on a more favorable field.
That's what he hoped.
He's looking for that. He's looking for that glade.
He just wants nice open fields.
Right.
That way his artillery obviously can...
Oh, dude.
His artillery is not very effective if you're battling in thickets.
If Grant can get his artillery on Lee, dude, it's over. That's some bad stuff right there. Elements of Lee's army, they beat the Union army to the critical crossroads of Spotsylvania Courthouse.
They did.
They began entrenching a tactic that became increasingly essential for the outnumbered defenders.
Yeah, it's pretty much all they do for the rest of the war is entrench and defend.
Yep, might as well take out ankles.
Right. Meade was dissatisfied with Major General Philip Sheridan's Union cavalry's performance and released it from its reconnaissance and screening duties for the main body of the army to pursue and defeat the Confederate cavalry under Major General Jeb Stuart. Sheridan's men mortally wounded Stuart in the tactically inconclusive Battle of Yellow Tavern.
That was Stuart's fault. Stuart's an idiot.
Yeah, I mean, you're just sitting there in front of all these retreating soldiers. I mean,
Like, they're not going to shoot me. I'm a general. Right. And when the guy turns around and is like, hey, yo, Jeb.
General this. And then continued their raid, they did, towards Richmond, leaving Grant and Meade without the eyes and ears of their cavalry.
Well, look at Jackson's dumbass. Marching down he rode up on the marching line of that one brigade of the Union.
Yeah,
riding alongside of him for a while.
But he did that on purpose.
Right.
But they didn't recognize him.
Fucking nuts.
And then he goes and gets killed in the darkness in the
Right,
middle
by
of the
his own
woods.
guy.
Like a bunch of idiots.
Man. Near Spotsylvania Courthouse, fighting occurred on and off through May 8th to 21st of May. Grant tried various schemes to break the old rebel line, but no avail. 8th of May, Union Major General Gouverneur Warren and John Sedgwick, where's he been?
Here, clearly.
Right, unsuccessfully attempted to dislodge the old Rebs under Major General Richard Anderson from Laurel Hill, a position that was blocking them from Spotsylvania Courthouse. 10th of May, Grant ordered attacks across the old rebel line earthworks, which now extended over 4 miles, including a prominent salient known as the Mule Shoe. Although the old blue coats failed again at Laurel Hill in an initiative assault against Emory Upton.
Innovative, yeah.
Right? It was initiative. An innovative assault attempt by Colonel Emory Upton against the Mule Shoe showed promise.
Yeah, Grant eased Upson's assault technique on a much larger scale, or used his assault technique on a much larger scale on May 12th when he ordered 15,000 men in Major General Winfield Hancock's corps to assault the Mule Shoe. Hancock was initially successful, but the Confederate leadership rallied and repulsed his incursion.
Right.
Attacks by Major General Horatio Wright on the western edge of the Mule Shoe, which became known as the Bloody Angle, involved almost 24 hours of desperate hand-to-hand fighting, some of the most intense of the Civil War. Supporting attacks by Warren and Major General Ambrose Burnside were unsuccessful. In the end, the battle was technically inconclusive, but with almost 32,000 casualties on both sides, it was the costliest battle of the campaign.
Sure the hell was.
Dude, they're just... already, between the two ones that we've mentioned, we got 60,000 casualties.
Right.
That is just crazy.
Right. And most of them will die either next week or a couple months or
gangrene or something from getting their shit chopped off or something, right?
Grant planned to end the stalemate once and for all by again shifting around Lee's right flank to the southeast toward Richmond.
He just wants to turn that right flank, doesn't he?
All right. Oh, Ulysses S. Grant and his whiskey bottle with him. The objective following Spotsylvania was the North Anna River.
At this point, would it be a whiskey bottle? I mean, I'm sure if I was him, I'd have a couple kegs or something, right?
Maybe.
A couple barrels.
Right. This is about 25 miles south. He sent Hancock's corps ahead of his army, hoping that Lee would attack it, luring him into the open. Yeah, you keep on hoping. Mm-hmm. Lee did not take the bait, and he beat Grant to North Anna. 23rd of May, Warren's 5th Corps crossed the river at Jericho Mills, fighting off attack by A.P. Hill's corps, while Hancock's 2nd Corps captured the bridge on the Telegraph Road.
Yeah, well, just then, Lee devised a plan which represented a significant potential threat to Grant. It was a 5-mile line that formed an inverted V shape.
Ducks fly together, baby.
With its apex on the river at Oxford, the only defensible crossing in the area. By moving south of the river, Lee hoped that Grant would assume that he was retreating, leaving only a token force to prevent a crossing at Oxford. If Grant pursued, the pointed wedge of the inverted V would split his army, and Lee would concentrate on interior lines to defeat one wing. The other Union wing would have to cross the North Anna twice to support the attacked wing. Union Army assaulted the tip of the apex, though, at Oxford and the right wing of the V. Right wing of the V? Yeah.
Fantastic.
So they didn't take the bait.
No. However.
Well, they kind of did, but didn't work.
Well, we all know that Lee, he was stuck in his tent, shitting his pants because he had diarrhea. He drank some bad water.
You can't be drinking that bad water. You got to boil that shit, man.
He could not even affect the attack he hoped to make. He was like, man, tried. Grant realized the situation was faced with, and he ordered his men to stop advancing to build earthworks.
Hey, hunker down, boys. We're right here.
Right. The Union general remained optimistic. and was convinced that old Lee had demonstrated the weakness of his army. I don't think Lee knows what's going on right now. He wrote to the Army's Chief of Staff, Major General Halleck, Lee's army is really whipped. I may be mistaken, but I feel that our success over Lee's army is already assured.
Well, I mean, it is. It just won't happen for like another year.
Right.
As he did after the Wilderness ends, Spotsylvania, Grant planned another wide swing around Lee's flank, marching east of the Pamunkey River to screen his movements from the Confederates. His army disengaged on May 27th and crossed the river. Lee moved his army swiftly in response, heading for Atlee Station on the Virginia Central Railroad, a point only 9 miles north of Richmond. There, his men would be well positioned behind a stream known as the Totopotomoy Creek, and used it to defend against Grant if he moved against the railroads or Richmond. Lee was not certain of Grant's specific plans, however. If Grant was not intending to cross the Pamunkey and force a Hanovertown, the Union Army could outflank him and head directly to Richmond.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, he's kind of in a little pickle here.
Right.
He's like, you better defend your position right there, because this is the make or break time of the war. They get around you, you're fucked.
Over. Lee ordered cavalry under Major General Wade Hampton to make a reconnaissance in force, break through the Union cavalry screen, find the Union infantry. Well, you guys got a job ahead of you, boys.
Right.
28th of May, 1864. Hampton's troopers encountered Union cavalry under Brigadier General David
David Gregg, man. It's like McMillan or some shit.
David Gregg in the Battle of Hall Shot, which we did.
Just last episode.
Right. Fighting predominantly dismounted, utilizing earthworks for protection. Neither side achieved an advantage. The battle, inconclusive, as so many other battles we've had. But it was one of the bloodiest cavalry engagements of the war. Hampton held up to the Union cavalry for 7 hours, prevented it from achieving its reconnaissance objectives, and had provided valuable intelligence to Lee about the disposition of Grant's army.
They sure did. After Grant's infantry had crossed to the south bank of the Pamunkey, Lee saw an opportunity on May 30th to attack Warren's advancing 5th Corps with his 2nd Corps, now commanded by Lieutenant General Jubal Early. Early's divisions under Major Generals Robert E. Rhodes and Stephen Dotson Ramseur drove the Union troops back in the Battle of Bethesda Church, which was last episode. But Ramseur's advance was stopped by a fierce stand of infantry and artillery fire.
Artillery fire.
That same day, a small cavalry engagement at the Matadequin Creek, which was at the Battle of Old Church, drove an outnumbered Confederate cavalry brigade to the crossroads of Old Cold Harbor, verifying to Lee that Grant intended to move toward the vital intersection beyond Lee's right flank. Attempting to avoid another stalemate on the Totopotomoy Creek line. That's what Grant's trying to do here.
Right. Okay, Lee, you guys kind of know where you're going here. Grant probably knows that Lee knows by now, but you still gotta
go.
Gotta toe the road, right? What do they say?
Toe the line, maybe?
Sure.
I don't know. Sure.
Lee received notice that reinforcements were heading Grant's way from Bermuda 100. 16,000 men of Major General William F. Baldy Smith's 18th Corps, they were withdrawn from Major General Benjamin Butler's Army of James at Grant's request, just as Butler was planning a major effort to capture Petersburg.
Oh, don't worry. We'll get there, because the Lynchburg campaign is coming around with 2 Petersburg's battles. Siege of Petersburg, actually.
Right, and then the Battle of Petersburg or something.
And there's 2 of them.
Right. Well, Butler's corps was soon moving down the James River and up the York to the Pamunkey. If Smith moved due west from White House Landing to Old Cold Harbor, 3 miles southeast of Bethesda Church, on Grant's left flank, the extended federal line would be too far south for the old rebels to contain.
Yeah. Well, meanwhile, Smith's men arrived at the White House, not that White House, May 30th through the 31st, but for the second time, they were ordered further up the Pamunkey to the New Castle and not to the west. 1 brigade was left behind on guard duty, but instead of the bulk of the corps joining Grant's army on June 1st, it only joined Wright's corps for offensive action about 3 p.m. after a needlessly long and quite exhausting march. Needlessly. Very early June 1st, for the 3rd time, orders went out for Smith to move his command to New Castle. Obviously a mistake. It was either made by General Grant or the member of his staff to whom he gave the order for transmission. So, they try to bail Grant out a lot, I've noticed. Like, it's not his fault. He got lost in translation. Or get out of here.
Ridiculous. Lee also received reinforcements. Confederate President Jefferson Davis directed General P.G.T. Beauregard to send a division of Major General Robert F. Hoke, 7,000 men he had. That they were just below the James River. So you go get those mofos. The first troops of Hoke's division arrived at Old Cold Harbor on the 31st of May. but they were unable to prevent Bluecoats from seizing the intersection. The old Bluecoat cavalry, unmounted.
I don't think they're unmounted.
With these additional troops, and by managing to replace many of his 20,000 casualties at that point in the campaign, Lee's Army of Virginia had 59,000 men to contend with Meade's and Grant's 108. And you can get more anywhere.
Right, but the disparity in numbers was no longer what it had been. Grant's reinforcements were often raw recruits and heavy artillery troops pulled from the defenses of Washington, who were relatively inexperienced in infantry tactics, while most of Lee's men had been veterans moved from inactive fronts and who were soon entrenched in impressive fortifications. Yeah. So you got a little bit of skill on your side, plus these guys are entrenched. What are you going to do?
Wow.
You need to get blown away. That's what you're going to get.
Right. Grant's Union forces totaled approximately 108,000, as we said. Consisted of the Army of Potomac under General George Meade, the 18th Corps on temporary assignment from the Army of the James. The 6 corps were 2nd Corps, 5th Corps, the 6th Corps, the 9th Corps, and you had cavalry corps under General Sheridan. And then you had the 18th Corps, which is Baldy Smith, Major General, and all their brigadiers and colonels, you know, the Burnsides, the Wilcoxes, the Byers,
of the like.
the Martindales.
Like we mentioned, the Confederates had about 59,000 and was organized into 4 corps and 2 independent divisions. In the 1st Corps, Richard Anderson, 2nd Corps, Jubal Early, 3rd Corps, A.P. Hill, Cavalry Corps, without a commander following Jeb Stuart's death, Breckinridge's division, which was Breckinridge, and Hoke's division, which was Hoke. The battle was fought in central Virginia in what is now Mechanicsville over the same ground as the Battle of Gaines' Mill during the 7 Days Battles of 1862.
No shit.
Some accounts refer to the 1862 battle as the first Battle of Cold Harbor and this one as the second one, but that's not what it is. Union soldiers were disturbed to discover skeletal remains from the first battle while entrenching.
Oh, no shit.
Cold Harbor was not a port city despite its name. Rather, it described 2 rural crossroads named for the Cold Harbor Tavern, owned by the Isaac Burnett family, which provided shelter, which is harbor, but had no hot meals. Oh. How are you going to have no Cold Harbor? So, no, yeah, I get it. You can sleep, but you ain't getting no food. You better have some horse tack or something. Right?
Kidding, right. We got some peaches in a can.
Right, maybe. I don't even know if they canned peaches back then.
Right. Old Cold Harbor stood 2 miles east of Gaines' Mill. New Cold Harbor, a mile southeast. Both approximately 10 miles northeast of Richmond, capital of the old rebels. Obviously. Right. From these crossroads, the Union Army was positioned to receive reinforcements, sailing up the Pamunkey River.
Ooh.
And could attack either the old rebel capital or its Army of Northern Virginia. Oh, wow.
How about both?
Right.
Moving on to the actions of May 31st, the cavalry forces that had fought at Old Church, which was last episode, continued to face each other on May 31st as well. Lee sent a cavalry division under Major General Fitzhugh Lee to reinforce Brigadier General Matthew Butler that secured the crossroads at Old Cold Harbor. Union Brigadier General Alfred T.A. Torbert increased pressure on the Confederates. Robert E. Lee, in the meantime, ordered Anderson's 1st Corps to shift right from Totopotomoy Creek to support the cavalry. The lead brigade of Hoke's division also reached crossroads to join Butler and Fitzhugh Lee at 4 p.m. that day.
Oh, we got some moving around. Torbert and elements of the Brigadier General David Griggs cavalry, they drove the old Rebs from the old Cold Harbor crossroads and began to dig in. As more of Hoke's and Anderson's men streamed in, Union Cavalry Commander Major General Philip Sheridan became concerned and ordered Torbert to pull back toward Old Church. Grant continued his interest in Old Cold Harbor and had ordered Wright's 6th Corps to move in that direction from his right flank on Totopotomoy on the Totopotomoy Creek. He ordered Sheridan to return to the crossroads and secure it at all hazards.
So you better fucking take it and you don't do nothing to lose it.
Torbert returned at 1 a.m. and was relieved to find that the old Rebs had failed to notice his previous withdrawal.
Well, good for him, huh? Moving on to June 1st, Robert E. Lee's plan for June 1st was to use his newly concentrated infantry against the small cavalry forces at Old Cold Harbor. But his subordinates did not coordinate correctly. Anderson did not integrate Hoke's division with his attack plan and left him with the understanding that he was not to assault until the 1st Corps attack was well underway. Because the Union defenders were disorganized as well. Wright's 6th Corps had not been moved out until after midnight and was on a 15-mile march. Smith's 18th Corps, having been mistakenly sent to the wrong location several miles away, did not reach Old Cold Harbor in time to assist Torbert.
Oh, shit.
Jeez, dude. Both armies are fucking idiots.
Right. Anderson led his attack with the brigade formerly commanded by veteran Brigadier General Joseph Kershaw, which was now under a less experienced South Carolina politician, Colonel Lawrence Key.
Yeah, see, this is the stupid thing about this, too. Dude has no experience in battle or war or even the military.
Right.
He's just a politician. He's like, I'm going to get in there.
Keith's men approached the entrenched cavalry of Brigadier General Wesley Merritt, armed with 7-shot Spencer repeating carbines. Merritt's men delivered heavy fire, mortally wounding Keith.
Well, bye.
And destroying his brigade's cohesion. Hoke obeyed what he understood to be his orders and did not join the attack, which was quickly called back by Anderson.
I bet it was.
Look at old Keith coming in. Look at me, guys.
Not no more. By 9 a.m., Wright's lead elements arrived at the crossroads and began to extend and improve the entrenchments started by the cavalrymen. Although Grant had intended for Wright to attack immediately, his men were exhausted from their long march, and they were unsure as to the strength of the enemy as well. Like, dude, can we just rest? And plus, we got to keep digging these trenches and shit. Wright decided to wait until after Smith arrived, which occurred in the afternoon, and the 18th Corps men began to entrench on the right side of the 6th Corps. The Union cavalrymen retired to the east. Like, oh, damn time, man. We're doing this shit for 12 hours.
Right. For the coming attack, Meade was concerned that the corps of the Wright and Smith would not be sufficient, so he attempted to convince Warren to send reinforcements. He wrote to the...
What do you mean, attempted to convince Warren?
Right.
Motherfucker, you're the commander.
Right. He wrote to the 5th Corps commander, Generals Wright and Smith will attack this evening. It is very desirable you should join this attack, unless in your judgment it is impracticable.
I guess he would know more than Meade if it was capable, but...
And Warren's like, I don't think so. Warren decided to send the division of Brigadier General Henry Lockwood.
Henry Hot Lockwood.
Right. Which began to march at 6 p.m. No adequate reconnaissance of the road network had been conducted.
They don't know where the fuck they're going.
Lockwood was not able to reach the impending battle in time to make a difference anyhow.
Jeez. Well, Meade was also concerned about his left flank, which was not anchored on the Chickahominy and was potentially threatened by Fitzhugh Lee's cavalry. He ordered He ordered Philip Sheridan to send scouting parties into the area, but but Sheridan resisted, telling Meade that it would be impossible to move his men before dark. Right. 6:30 p.m., the attack that Grant had ordered for the morning finally began. Jeez. Both Wright's and Smith's corps moved forward. Wright's men made little progress south of the Mechanicsville Road, which connected New and Old Cold Harbor, recoiling from heavy fire. Jeez.
A lot of shit going on here. North of the road, Brigadier General Emory Upton's brigade, Brigadier General David Russell's division, also encountered heavy fire from Brigadier General Thomas Klingman's brigade of the Old Ribs. A sheet of flame, sudden as lightning, red as blood, and so near that it seemed to singe the men's faces, quote unquote. Said somebody.
Some guy. That was describing the heavy fire from Klingman's brigade.
Although Upton tried to rally his men forward, his brigade fell back to its starting position. To Upton's right, the brigade of Colonel William Truex found a gap in the Confederate line. Between the brigades of
caught that drift and busted out for the wind, baby.
Right.
Drift, whatever.
Yep. Between the brigades of Klingman and Brigadier General William Wolford, through a swampy, brush-filled ravine. That's where they went. As Truex's men charged through the gap, Klingman swung 2 regiments around to face them. Anderson sent in Brigadier General Eppa Hunton's brigade from his Corps Reserve.
Well, Truex became surrounded on 3 sides and was forced to withdraw, although his men brought back hundreds of Georgian prisoners with them.
We're leaving, but we're taking
we're taking these guys with us. While action continued on the southern end of the battlefield, the 3 corps of Hancock, Burnside, and Warren were occupying a 5-mile line that stretched southeast of Bethesda Church, facing the Confederates under A.P. Hill, Breckinridge, and Early. At the border between the 9th and 5th Corps, the division of Major General Thomas Crittenden recently transferred from the west following his poor performance in the Battle of Chickamauga. He occupied a dogleg position with an angle that was parallel to the Shady Grove Road, separated from the 5th Corps by a marsh known as Magnolia Swamp.
2 divisions of Early's Corps, Major General Robert E. Rhodes on the left, Major General John B. Gordon on the right. They used this area as their avenue of approach for an attack that began on 7 p.m. Warren later described this attack as feeler, and despite some initial successes, aided by poor battle management of Crittenden, both rebel probes were repulsed.
Yeah, look at Crittenden just coming back from his failure at Chickamauga, and he's already failing in this shit.
That's crazy stuff, man. At this very same time, Warren's division under Lockwood had become lost, wandering on unfamiliar roads. Despite having dispatched Lockwood explicitly, the 5th Corps commander wrote to Meade, in some uncountable way, Lockwood took his whole division, without my knowing it, away from the left of the line of battle and turned up dark 2 miles in my rear. And I have not yet got him back. All this time, the firing should have guided him at least.
Right, you would think this guy's hearing just nothing but firing. Like, go to that guy.
He's like, we ain't going that way.
Right.
He is too incompetent. Too high rank leaves us no subordinate place for him.
Wow.
I earnestly beg that he may at once be relieved of duty with this army.
Well, Meade did indeed relieve Lockwood and replace him with Brigadier General Samuel Crawford. By dark,
I wonder what Lockwood's excuse was.
it wasn't reconnaissance.
Right.
They didn't know the roads.
Get out of here. He ain't going that way.
By dark, the fighting had petered out on both ends of the line. The Union assault had cost at 2,200 casualties versus about 1,800 for the Confederates, but some progress had been made.
Yeah, a little bit.
They almost broke the Confederate line, which was now pinned in place with Union entrenchments being dug only yards away.
Oh, shit.
Several of the generals, including Upton and Meade, were furious at Grant for ordering an assault without proper reconnaissance. Right. I mean, come on, Grant, you know better.
Imagine that, dude. 50 yards away. 20 yards away. Somebody's...
You guys are just looking at each other, digging. Like, soon we're just going to be killing each other from this point.
Crazy. 2nd of June. Although the June 1st attacks had been unsuccessful, Meade believed that an attack early on the 2nd of June could succeed if he was able to mass sufficient his forces against an appropriate location. What's an appropriate location? Where they just dug all their stuff all night and now they have to leave that? He and Grant decided to attack Lee's right flank. Anderson's men had been heavily engaged there on the 1st of June, and it seemed unlikely that they found the time to build substantial defenses.
Right, so these guys are still reeling from getting fucked with all day, so maybe they got a weak point going on.
And if this attack succeeded, Lee's right would be driven back into the Chickamauga River. Meade ordered Hancock's 2nd Corps to shift southeast from Totopotomoy,
Totopotomoy, man.
From Totopotomoy Creek and assume a position to the left of Wright's 6th Corps. Good for them.
Once Hancock was in position, Meade would attack on his left from Old Cold Harbor with 3 Union Corps in line, totaling 35,000 men. They were Hancock's 2nd Corps, Wright's 6th Corps, and Baldy Smith's 18th Corps. Meade also ordered Warren and Burnside to attack Lee's left flank in the morning at all hazards. So we're going right and left, baby. Oh. Convinced at least they finally learned not to just ride up the middle like they've got demolished so many times before. Convinced that Lee was moving troops from his left to fortify his right. That's why he did that.
Right.
Hancock's men marched almost all night and arrived too worn out for an immediate attack that morning, though.
Of course.
Grant agreed to let the men rest and postpone the attack until 5 p.m. and then once again postpone it until 4:30 a.m. on June 3rd.
Jeez. Grant and Meade did not give specific orders for the attack, leaving it up to the Corps commanders to decide where they would hit the old rebel lines and how they would coordinate with each other. That might work. Right. Knowing your senior commander had to reconnoiter the enemy position.
Yeah, because why would they?
Baldy Smith wrote that he was aghast at the reception of such an order, which proved conclusively the utter absence of any military plan.
Right, they're like, hey, just go in there.
Feel it out, man.
Stupid.
He told his staff that the whole attack was simply an order to slaughter my troops.
Best troops at that.
Robert E. Lee took advantage of the Union delays to bolster his defense.
Of course he did.
Like, all right.
Jeez, when Hancock departed Totopotomoy Creek, Lee was free to shift Breckinridge's division to his far right flank, where he would once again face off with Hancock. Breckinridge drove a small Union force off Turkey Hill, which dominated the southern part of the battlefield. Lee also moved troops from A.P. Hill's 3rd Corps, the divisions of Brigadier Generals William Mahone and Cadmus Wilcock, to support Breckinridge, stationed cavalry under Fitzhugh Lee to guard the Army's right flank. The result was a curving line on low ridges 7 miles long, with the left flank anchored on the Totopotomoy Creek, the right on the Chickamauga River, making any flanking moves impossible.
Right.
You ain't flanking us, baby.
Lee's engineers used their time effectively, constructing the most ingenious defensive configuration the war had ever witnessed. Barricades of earth and logs were erected. Artillery was posted with converging fields of fire on every avenue of approach. Jeez. Stakes were driven to the ground to aid gunners' range estimates.
Nice.
A newspaper correspondent, he wrote that the works were intricate, Zigzag lines within lines. Lines protecting flanks of lines. Lines built to enfilade an opposing line. It was a maze of labyrinth of works within works.
Nice. Look at them.
Good for you, newspaper correspondent. Heavy skirmish lines suppressed any ability of the old bluecoats to determine the strength or exact position of rebel entrenchments.
Although they did not know the details of their objectives, the Union soldiers who had survived the frontal assaults at Spotsylvania Courthouse seemed to be in no doubt as to what they would be up against in the morning.
You ain't kidding.
Grant's aide, Lieutenant Colonel Horace Porter, wrote in his memoirs that he saw many men writing their names on papers that they pinned inside their uniforms so their bodies could be identified. The accuracy of this story is disputed, though, as Porter is the only source.
Right.
But, however, what is true is one blood-spattered diary from a Union soldier found after the battle included a final entry which read, June 3rd, Cold Harbor. I was killed.
Oh, shit.
This dude already knew.
Damn. You can't go in there like that. Of course you're going to die.
Crazy. Doesn't matter. You knew it. No, nothing you could do to prevent it.
Wow, and Duke can tell the freaking future. Crazy. Moving on to June 3rd, man. You got a couple of deadly days.
And this is the worst of them.
4:30 a.m., June 3rd. 3 Union Corps began to advance through a thick ground fog. Massive fire from the old rebel lines quickly caused heavy casualties, and the survivors were pinned down. Jeez. Although the results varied in different parts of the line, the overall repulse of the Union advance resulted in the most lopsided casualties since the assault on Mary's Height at the Battle of Fredericksburg in the year of 1862. That's when Lee was still doing good.
The most effective performance of the day was on the Union left flank, where Hancock's corps was able to break through a portion of Breckinridge's front line and drive those defenders out of their entrenchments in hand-to-hand fighting.
Oh, shit.
Several hundred prisoners and 4 guns were captured.
Nice.
However, nearby Confederate artillery was brought to bear on the entrenchments, turning them into a death trap for the Federals.
Oh.
Breckinridge's reserves counterattacked these men from the division of Brigadier General Francis Barlow and drove them off.
Look at that shit. See what artillery work does, bud?
Artillery.
Rebels were like, man,
Where's this been the whole 4 years?
Hancock's other advanced division under Brigadier General John Gibbon became disordered in a swampy ground that could not advance through the heavy Confederate fire. With 2 brigade commanders, Colonels Peter Porter and H. Boyd McKean, they lost as casualties.
Oh, yeah, bye-bye. Bye-bye, Peter Porter
Right.
and McKean.
One of Gibbon's men, complaining of a lack of reconnaissance, wrote this: "We felt it was murder, not war, where at best a very serious mistake had been made."
Yeah, well, both. How about that?
All of it.
In the center, Wright's corps was pinned down by the heavy fire and made little effort to advance further.
Right.
Still recovering from their costly charge on June 1st.
Oh.
Normally aggressive Emory Upton felt that further movement by his division was impracticable.
What?
Confederate defenders in this part of the line were unaware that a serious assault had been made against their position, though.
Oh, see, that's why you got to move, bud. Just attack. Jeez. On the Union right, Smith's men advanced through unfavorable terrain and were channeled into 2 ravines. When they emerged in front of the old rebel line, rifle and artillery fire mowed them down.
Dude, look at, they're coming out of the ravine and they're just getting, oh man, that's just
whack-a-mole.
terrible. Right.
Whack a blue coat. A Union officer wrote, "The men bent down as they pushed forward, as if trying, as they were, to breast a tempest. And the files of men went down like rows of blocks of bricks, pushed over by striking against one another."
Jeez.
Domino effect. The Confederate described the carnage of double canister artillery fire as deadly, bloody work.
The artillery fire against Smith's corps was heavier than might have been expected because Warren's 5th Corps to his right was reluctant to advance, and Confederate gunners...
Wouldn't you be too? You just
Right,
watch. You just watch 700 people get mowed down.
in 2 seconds. And the Confederate gunners in Warren's sectors concentrated on Smith's men instead anyway, so...
Right.
The only activity on the northern end of the field was by Burnside's 9th Corps facing Jubal Early. He launched a powerful assault at 6 a.m. that overran the Confederate skirmishers, but mistakenly thought he had pierced the first line of earthworks and halted his corps to regroup before moving on, which he planned for that afternoon, which he didn't. Should have kept pushing forward.
Yep. 7 a.m. Ulysses S. Grant waking up from a hangover. He advised me.
Fine, everyone went to bed.
Right. He advised me to vigorously exploit any successful part of the assault.
Like, what did we do right? Can we exploit that?
Meade ordered his 3 corps commanders on the left to assault at once, without regard to the movements of the neighboring corps.
All right, well, you guys go on your own. Pretty
Go.
much.
But all had had enough.
Yeah.
Hancock advised against the move. Smith, calling a repetition of the attack a wanton waste of life, refused to advance again.
Good for you guys.
Wright's men increased their rifle fire but stayed in place. 12:30 p.m. Grant conceded that the army was done.
He's like, damn it. He wrote to Meade, the opinion of the Corps commanders not being sanguine of success in case an assault is ordered, you may direct a suspension of further advance for the present.
He's pissed right now.
Right. Union soldiers still pinned down before the Confederate lines begin entrenching, using cups and bayonets to dig, sometimes including bodies of dead comrades as part of their improvised earthworks. You might as well stack them up like sandbags or some shit, right? Well, I mean, still serving your country, fella.
Right. They're good for nothing now.
Well, they're good for
that.
blocking you.
Right. Meade inexplicably bragged to his wife the next day that he was in command for the assault.
There's nothing to brag about there, Meade.
But his performance had been poor. Despite orders from Grant that his corps commanders were to examine the ground, the reconnaissance was lax, and Meade failed to supervise them adequately, either before or during the attack. Jeez, he was just like, let him go. He was able to motivate only about 20,000 of his men to attack.
Only about 20,000.
Right. The 2nd Corps and parts of the 18th Corps and the 9th Corps. Failing to achieve the mass he knew he required to succeed.
Right. He needed about 60,000 probably.
His men paid heavily for the poorly coordinated assault. Estimates of casualties that morning are from 3,000 to 7,000 on the Union side, and no more than 1,500 for the old Rebs.
Jeez. Well, Grant commented after the war, I have always regretted that the last assault on Cold Harbor was ever made. I might say the same thing of the assault on the 22nd of May, 1863 at Vicksburg. At Cold Harbor, no advantage whatever was gained to compensate for the heavy loss we sustained. Indeed, the advantages other than those of relative losses were on the Confederate side. Before that, the Army of Northern Virginia seemed to have acquired a wholesome regard for the courage, endurance, and solid soldierly qualities generally of the Army of the Potomac. They no longer wanted to fight them 1 Confederate to 5 Yanks. Indeed, they seemed to have given up any idea of gaining any advantage of their antagonists in the open field. They had come to much prefer breastworks in their front to the Army of the Potomac. This charge seemed to revive their hopes temporarily, but it was of short duration. The effect upon the Army of the Potomac was the reverse. When we reached the James River, however, all effects of the Battle of Cold Harbor seemed to have disappeared.
Oh, shit.
Ulysses S. Grant, Personal Memoirs.
He's like,
He said, yeah,
we good.
By this time, we already got the Confederates where we want them, even though we took heavy losses in this. But the Confederates aren't willing to attack no more. They're just willing just to dig in and defend. Right. That's all they're good for now. Like he said, instead of before early in the war, the Rebs didn't care. They'd have 5,000 men to 26,000 men and just rush into the damn field.
Not anymore.
Not no more.
11 a.m., 3rd June, Confederate Postmaster General John Henniger Reagan. He arrived with a delegation from Richmond. He asked Robert E. Lee, General, if the enemy breaks your line, what reserve have you? Lee provided an animated response. Not a regiment, and that has been my condition ever since the fighting commenced on the Rappahannock. If I shorten my lines to provide a reserve, he will turn me. If I weaken my lines to provide a reserve, he will break them. Modern scholarship has shown Lee had ample reserves unengaged. Oh, really? His comments likely were to persuade Richmond to send more troops.
Right. He was like, I'm going to tell them I have none so they can send me some.
Oh, you know he had some.
Jeez. Let's move on to the waning part of this battle, which is the June 4th to the 12th. Grant and Meade launched no more attacks on the Confederate defenses at Cold Harbor. 2 opposing armies faced each other for 9 days of trench warfare, in some places only yards apart.
Right, dude.
Sharpshooters worked continuously, killing many.
Oh.
Union artillery bombarded the Confederates with a battery of 8 Coehorn mortars.
Oh.
The Confederates responded by depressing the trail of a 24-pound howitzer and lobbing shells over the Union positions.
Oh, shit.
Although there were no more large-scale attacks, casualty figures for the entire battle were twice as large as from the June 3rd assault alone.
Damn.
Jeez, dude.
The trenches were hot, dusty, miserable.
Bet.
Conditions were worse between the lines, where thousands of wounded Federal soldiers suffered horribly without food, water, or medicinal assistance. Medicinal.
Same thing.
Grant was reluctant to ask for a formal truce that would allow him to recover his wounded, but that would be an acknowledgement he had lost the battle.
Oh, so to fuck these guys that are just literally sitting there with limbs blown off and bleeding out. This dude's a fucking moron.
He and Lee traded notes across the lines from the 5th of June to the 7th without coming to an agreement. And when Grant formally requested a 2-hour cessation of hostilities, it was too late for most of the unfortunate wounded who were now bloated corpse.
Well, Grant which he should have been, was widely criticized in the Northern press for this lapse of judgment.
Shit.
Every corpse I saw was as black as coal. It was not possible to remove them. They were buried where they fell. I saw no live man laying on this ground. The wounded must have suffered horribly before death relieved them, lying there exposed to the blazing southern sun of days and being eaten alive by beetles of nights.
Oh, my goodness.
Union Artillery Officer Frank Wilkinson.
Ooh.
Imagine that scene, dude. They're just, wow, it's so gross.
All right, 4th of June, Grant tightened his lines by moving Burnside's corps behind Mattoquin Creek as a reserve, and then moving Warren leftward to connect with Smith, shorten his lines about 3 miles. On June 6, Early probed Burnside's new position, but could not advance through the impassable swamps. What are you thinking, Jubal? You know better. You're from this area.
We just probed it.
Grant realized that once again in the campaign, he was in a stalemate with Lee, and additional assaults were not the answer.
Obviously, you're just mowing down men for no reason.
He planned 3 actions to make some headway.
Well, first one, in the Shenandoah Valley, Major General David Hunter was making progress against Confederate forces. Grant hoped that by interdicting Lee's supplies, the Confederate general would be forced to dispatch reinforcements to the valley. Second, June 7th, Grant dispatched his cavalry under Sheridan, which had the divisions of Brigadier Generals David Gregg and Wesley Merritt, to destroy the Virginia Central Railroad near Charlottesville. Good people on both sides. The third, he planned a stealthy operation to withdraw from Lee's front and move across the James River.
Right. Well, Lee reacted to the first 2 actions as Grant had hoped.
Good for him.
He pulled Breckinridge's division from Cold Harbor and sent it toward Lynchburg to Perry Hunter. to Paré Hunter. By June 12th, he followed this by assigning Juba Early permanent command of the 2nd Corps.
Well, good for you, Early.
And sent him to the valley as well. And he sent 2 of his 3 cavalry divisions in pursuit of Sheridan. Like you get some men on horses, and when you go follow that Sheridan.
Right.
And this led to the Battle of Trevelyan Station.
We'll get that coming up.
However, despite anticipating that Grant might shift across the James, Lee was taken by surprise when it occurred.
He's like, I think he might be. What, he did?
What? 12th of June.
No way.
Right. What?
Fuck's sake.
12th. Sake, give me my horse. Right. On June 12th, the Army of Potomac finally disengaged to march southeast to cross the James and threaten Petersburg, a crucial rail junction south of Richmond.
Yep. Like I said earlier, the Battle of Cold Harbor was the final victory won by Lee's army during the war. But although part of his forces won the Battle of Crater the following month during the siege of Petersburg, but this did not represent a general engagement between the armies.
Bullshit!
And it's most decisive in terms of casualties as well, this battle was. The Union Army, in attempting the futile assault, lost 10,000 to 13,000 men over 12 days. The battle brought the toll in Union casualties since the beginning of May to a total of more than 52,000.
Damn.
Compared to 33,000 for Lee.
Oh, shit.
Although the cost was great.
But like Grant said, though, there's 50,000 more away, and Lee don't have 33,000.
He's got nothing.
More.
Although the cost was great, Grant's larger army finished the campaign with lower relative casualties than Lee's, though.
There are many authors that estimate the casualties for the major assault on June 3rd, and all agree on approximately 7,000 Union, 1,500 Confederate.
Right.
Gordon Rhea, considered the preeminent modern historian of Grant's overland campaign, has examined casualty lists in detail and has published a contrarian view in his 2002 book, Cold Harbor. For the morning assault on June 3rd, he can account for only 3,500 to 4,000 Union killed, wounded, and missing, and estimates that for the entire day, the Union suffered about 6,000 casualties, compared to Lee's 1,000 to 1,500. So it's the same.
But, I mean, right.
Rhea noted that although this was a horrific loss, Grant's main attack on the 3rd was dwarfed by Lee's daily loss at Antietam, Chancellorsville, Pickett's Charge, and Malvern. Yeah, dude, he needed to win all those. Lee did, and he didn't. He couldn't do it. Malvern Hill.
Well, he won Antietam, I'm pretty sure.
Pickett's Charge.
And,
Chancellorsville.
And won Malvern Hill.
I think he won all of them, but lost a lot.
However, author McPherson states, in that attack ordered by Lieutenant General Ulysses S. Grant, 50,000 Union soldiers suffered 7,000 casualties, most of them in less than a half an hour. For this mistake, which he admitted, Grant has been branded a butcher, careless of the lives of his men, and Cold Harbor has become a symbol of new-headed futility.
For like 2 days?
At Gettysburg, Lee's men also sustained almost 7,000 casualties in the Pickett-Pettigrew assault, most of them also within a half hour.
Yeah, dude,
Yet,
that was crazy.
this attack is perceived as an example of great courage and honor. This contrast speaks volumes about the comparative images of Grant and Lee, North and South, Union and Confederacy. Right, because when that happened, Lee was revered in the South. Oh, they pushed forward and they fought valiantly. But when Grant does it, oh, fuck Grant, he's a butcher, fuck him.
Pickett's charge, dude, was one of the most gruesome. Oh, my.
Yeah, that's what happens.
It was just like this last battle.
Clearly, it's kind of why we just read what we read.
He's OP. The battle caused a rise in anti-war sentiment in the northern states. Grant became known as the fumbling butcher for his poor decisions. It also lowered the morale of his remaining troops. But the campaign had served Grant's purpose. As ill-advised as his attack on Cold Harbor was, Lee had lost the initiative and was forced to devote his attention to the defense of Richmond and Petersburg.
Yep, no more planning for attacks there, Lee.
Yep. He beat Grant to Petersburg barely, but spent the remainder of the war defending Richmond behind a fortified trench.
Wow. Although Southerners realized their situation was desperate, they hoped that Lee's stubborn and bloody resistance would have political repercussions by causing Lincoln to lose this upcoming 64 presidential election
Thought wrong.
to a more peace-friendly candidate.
You thought wrong.
The taking of Atlanta in September dashed these hopes, and the end of the Confederacy was just around the corner.
Yeah, dude. It's been over with. Mm-hmm. During this very battle, Burnett's Tavern, no longer standing, was used as a hospital. Union soldiers carried away all items of value, except for a crystal bowl saved by Mrs. Burnett. Okay.
Compote, right?
Compote?
Must have been value, right?
A compote. It's a soup bowl.
The dessert. Wait.
It's a dessert
It's a
bowl.
dessert, but the bowl was crystal. So, yeah, I mean, crystal was expensive as shit back then, though. It was probably valuable as fuck.
The Garthright House was also used as a field.
Party on, Garthright.
Thank you, Wingdrith. The exterior of which is now preserved.
Right.
Nice, cool.
The
Just the
exterior.
exterior.
Right. Well, that means you still can't tear down the inside. I guess you could, as long as the walls remain, I guess.
Right. 2008, the Civil War Trust and its partners, they placed the Cold Harbor battlefield on its 10 most endangered battlefields list.
Oh, no. They have an endangered battvells list.
Well, you can stop it.
Right.
Only
Well,
you.
That's because
Only you
can stop endangered battlefields.
prevent
Well, this is because development pressure in the Richmond area was so great that only about 300 acres of what was once 7,500 acres are currently preserved as part of the Richmond National Battlefield Park.
All right.
Hanover County also maintains a small 50-acre park adjacent to the NPS's Cold Harbor holdings. The trust and its partners have acquired and preserved 250 acres of the battlefield through late 2021.
250 acres is pretty damn good.
I think it's good enough, right?
How much you freaking need, man?
Jeez,
We
man.
got to build on it.
We need all 250 acres just to put a land marker that says this battle was fought here.
You got to walk all the way through it and see.
Jeez, if that was the case, the whole fucking state of Virginia would be under perseverance because the whole damn state,
Virginia,
at least
Pennsylvania,
Northern Virginia for sure,
Missouri,
it's crazy, man.
Georgia.
Crazy, and there you go, folks. Like this is pretty much the end of the war. Got the first of the last two big battles of 1864, the Battle of Franklin, which tends to be one of the standout battles for most veterans of this war due to the intense close combat of what occurred on this battle. Huge.
Some say it was the biggest.
It was pretty good. Pretty big battle. And the other one is Nashville, which after this, in the Franklin-Nashville campaign, is where they withdraw and sets up the Battle of Nashville coming up in like a week. So, two big battles over here before the end of 1864, and all goes to hell for the Union. Well, actually, all goes to hell for, the Confederates in this battle right here.
Yeah.
So, yeah, didn't do very well. November 30th, 1864, it was one of the worst disasters of the war for the Confederate States Army. Confederate Lieutenant General John Bell Hood's Army of Tennessee conducted numerous frontal assaults against fortified positions occupied by the Union under Major General John Schofield, and unable to prevent Schofield from executing a planned, orderly withdrawal to Nashville.
Okay.
Yeah, it went disastrous. John, I mean, just from his last time when he didn't do nothing at nighttime and let the whole army escape, and then was pissed the next morning. Nobody told me. Oh,
Right.
Idiot. He didn't do very well then this one either. So
Dumbass.
you guys already know the drill. Before we get to it, go check out our YouTube. If you're listening on Spotify, Apple. If you're listening on YouTube, go check out our Spotify, Apple. Give us a subscription. Share us with your friends. And answer that Spotify question. For those of you who haven't joined us for this Franklin-Nashville campaign, got a little bit of background for you. Following his defeat in the Atlanta campaign, Hood had hoped to lure Major General William T. Sherman into battle by disrupting his railroad supply line from Chattanooga to Atlanta. After a brief period in which he pursued Hood, Sherman said, "Nope, I'm going to cut my main army from these lines and live off the land in his famed march to the sea from Atlanta to Savannah."
All right.
By doing so, he would avoid having to defend hundreds of miles of supply lines against constant raids, through which he predicted he would lose 1,000 men monthly and gain no result against Hood's army.
Gotta have some results. Gotta have results. Well, Sherman's march left the aggressive Hood unoccupied. His Army of Tennessee had several options in attacking Sherman, or even falling upon his rear lines. The task of defending Tennessee and the rear guard against Hood fell to Major General George H. Thomas. He was commander of the Army of the Cumberland. Principal forces available in mid-Tennessee were the 4th Corps of the Army of the Cumberland, commanded by Major General David Stanley, 23rd Corps of the Army of Ohio, commanded by Major General John Schofield, with a total strength of about 30,000 mofos coming up in blue coats. And another 30,000 troops under Thomas's command were in or moving toward Nashville. Oh,
A
damn.
lot. Well, rather than trying to chase Sherman in Georgia, Hood decided he would attempt a major offensive northward, even though his invading force of 39,000 would be outnumbered by the 60,000 Union troops in Tennessee. Never stopped him before.
No.
He would move north into Tennessee and try to defeat portions of Thomas's army in detail before they could concentrate, seize the important manufacturing and supply center of Nashville, and continue north in Kentucky, possibly as far as the Ohio River.
Oh, he's going to got some big plans, huh? Well,
I
Hood,
don't know. I got some big plans.
Hood even expected to pick up 20,000 recruits from Tennessee and Kentucky in his path of victory,
I doubt that.
and then join up with Robert E. Lee's army in Virginia. A plan that historian James McPherson describes as scripted in Never Never Land. Hood had recovered from, but he was very affected by a couple of serious physical battle wounds to a leg and an arm, which caused him pain and limited his mobility. He spent his first 3 weeks of November quietly supplying the Army of Tennessee and northern Alabama in preparation for his offensive.
The Army of Tennessee marched north from Florence, Alabama, November 21st, and indeed managed to surprise the Union forces, the two halves of which were 75 miles apart at Pulaski, Tennessee, and at Nashville. With a series of fast marches that covered 70 miles in 3 days, Hood tried to maneuver between the two armies to destroy each in detail.
Wow.
But Union General Schofield, commanding Stanley's 4th Corps, as well as his own 23rd Corps, reacted correctly with a rapid retreat from Pulaski to Columbia, which held an important bridge over the Duck River on the turnpike north.
Yep, that's a smart move there, Schofield. Good for you. Despite suffering losses from Major General Nathan Bedford Forrest's cavalry along the way, the old Federales were able to reach Columbia. And erect fortifications just hours before the old Confederates arrived on 24th of November, 1864. From November 24th to the 29th, they all got ready for the biggest birthday bash in the world on the next day. Schofield managed to block Hood at his crossing. And the Battle of Columbia was a series of mostly bloodless skirmishes and artillery bombardments, while both sides regathered their armies. Just keep you guys at bay there and let us do what we need to do. 28th of November, Thomas, he directed Schofield to begin preparations for a withdrawal north of Franklin.
And get into Franklin, boys. Well, he was incorrectly expecting that Major General A.J. Smith's 16th Corps arrival from Missouri was imminent, and he wanted the combined force to defend against Hood on the line of the Harpeth River at Franklin instead of the Duck River at Columbia. Meanwhile, early on the morning of November 29th, Hood sent Benjamin Cheatham's and Alexander P. Stewart's Corps north on a flanking march. They crossed the Duck River at Davis's Ford east of Columbia, while 2 divisions of Stephen D. Lee's Corps and most of the Army's artillery remained on the southern bank to deceive Schofield into thinking a general assault was about to be planned against Columbia.
Oh, did it work? Did it work? Did it work? Work. Now that Hood had outflanked him by noon on the 29th of November, Schofield's army was in critical danger.
I'm in danger.
Right. His command was split at this time between his supply wagons and artillery and part of the 4th Corps, which he had sent to Spring Hill, nearly 10 miles north of Columbia. and the rest of the 4th Corps and the 23rd Corps marching from Columbia to join them. Oh, man.
Oh, jeez.
Battle of Spring Hill that afternoon and night, Hood had a golden opportunity to intercept and destroy the Union troops and their supply wagons, as his forces had already reached the turnpike separating the Union forces by nightfall. Look at that. It's working out for him.
Well, however, like we alluded to earlier, because of a series of command failures along with Hood's premature confidence that he had trapped Schofield, the Confederates failed to stop or even inflict much damage to the Union forces during the night.
Oh, wow.
Schofield was criticized by the lost cause myth, something we'll get to after we're done with these battles, for moving slowly in reaction to Hood and being only lucky to escape.
Oh.
But his subordinates defended his reaction as a careful balance between the safety of his army and his mission to delay Hood from striking Nashville before Thomas had amassed all his forces.
Either way, it worked.
Right. Who cares if I think it's war. You get good luck is good.
Right.
Luck is good.
Man, through decisive leadership and good luck, both the Union infantry and supply train managed to pass Spring Hill unscathed by dawn on the 29th of November, and they soon occupied the town of Franklin, which is 12 miles to the north. That morning, Hood, he was surprised and furious to discover Schofield's unexpected escape. So he ordered his army to resume its pursuit north to Franklin.
Jeez. Schofield's advance guard arrived in Franklin at about 4:30 a.m. November 30th after a forced march north from Spring Hill, yes. Brigadier General Jacob Cox, commander of the 3rd Division, temporarily assumed command of the 23rd Corps and immediately began preparing strong defensive positions around the deteriorated entrenchments, which were originally constructed for a previous engagement in 1863, which is the Battle of Franklin of 1863. So we have 2 Battle of Franklins.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
This is the 2nd Battle of Franklin. What the
Okay.
fuck? That one really was nothing.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Fantastic. Schofield, he decided to defend at Franklin with his back to the river because he had no pontoon bridges available that would enable his men to cross that river. The bridges had been left behind in his retreat from Columbia because they lacked wagons to support them.
Okay.
And pontoons requested from Thomas in Nashville didn't even arrive. Schofield, he needed time to repair the permanent bridges spanning the river, a burned wagon bridge and an intact railroad bridge as well.
He ordered his engineers to rebuild the wagon bridge and to lay planking over the undamaged railroad bridge to enable it to carry wagons and troops. His supply train parked in the side streets to keep the main pike open.
If they wouldn't have burned it in the first place 2 years ago, they wouldn't have this
Right.
problem. Idiots.
That's what happened. While wagons continued to cross the river while wagons continued to cross the river, first via a ford next to the burned out pike bridge, and later in the afternoon by 2 makeshift bridges. That's what happened.
Right.
The supply train parked on the side. By the beginning of the assault, nearly all the supply wagons were across the Harpeth and on the road to Nashville.
Fantastic.
Bye, baby.
Yeah.
We'll stay here and hold these guys for a little bit longer, and we'll be on the road with you.
Going to Nashville, searching for that record deal.
I'm going down to Nashville, see if I can win this war.
By noon, the Union works were ready. The line, based on the prior year's fortifications, formed an approximate semicircle around the town from northwest to southeast. The other half of the circle was the Harpeth River. Counterclockwise from the northwest were the divisions of Kimball with the 4th Corps. Ruger had his 23rd Corps. Riley had his 23rd Corps as well.
Divisions, man.
There was a gap in the line where the Columbia Pike, which is present-day U.S. Route 31, entered the outskirts of the town, left open to allow passage of wagons. About 200 feet behind this gap was a 150-yard retrenchment. A retrenchment line was constructed of dirt and rails, which was intended to be a barrier to traffic, not a full-fledged defensive earthwork. It's a half-fledged.
Don't get it confused.
Right. The gap was also defended by guns of Battery A, 1st Kentucky Artillery. The men of the 44th Missouri also extended the retrenchment line to the west along their front with hastily dug trenches as well.
All right, they're digging in. The actual earthworks in the southern portion of the line were formidable. Attacking infantry would be confronted by a ditch about 4 feet wide and 2 to 3 feet deep. Then a wall of earth and wooden fence rails 4 feet above normal ground level. And finally, a trench 3 to 4 feet deep in which the defenders stood, aiming their weapons through narrow head gaps formed by logs. In the southeast portion of the line, Osage orange shrubs formed an almost impenetrable abatis. All right, just behind the center of the line stood the Carter House, appropriated as Cox's headquarters.
Fantastic. Sorry, Carters, but we need this. Just east of the pike was the Carter Cotton Gin building, around which a minor salient occurred in the Union earthworks. Schofield established his headquarters in the Alpheus Truett House, a half-mile north of Harpeth on the Nashville Pike. Although he would spend most of his time during the battle in Fort Granger, built 1863 as an artillery position northeast of the town.
Right.
2 Union brigades were positioned about a half-mile forward of the main line. George D. Wagner's division had been the last to arrive from Spring Hill, and after briefly stopping at Winstead Hill before Hood arrived, he ordered his brigades under Colonels Emerson Opdyke, John Q. Lane, and Joseph Conrad, who had replaced Luther Bradley, wounded at Spring Hill. He said, "Stop halfway to the Union line. Dig in the best as you can on that flat ground."
Yes, sir. Stanley had earlier ordered Wagner to hold Winstead Hill with 2 brigades and relieve Opdyke, who had been the tail end of the rear guard. Until dark, he wanted them to hold it until unless he was pressed,
Right.
and it is possible that Wagner somehow translated these orders into the notion that he was supposed to hold a line south of the main position with all of his division.
Oh, okay.
Opdyke considered Wagner's order to be ridiculous and had already been directed by Stanley to retire within the works. He marched his brigade through the Union line and into a reserve position behind the gap through which the Columbia Pike passed. He said, "Fuck you, dude. I understood the orders."
Right. Wow. 12 o'clock. Other U.S. forces had finished their fortifications. These 2 brigades had not even started digging in. Conrad's and Lane's brigades, few entrenching tools, and used mainly bayonets, cups, and their own hands.
Bay of Nets.
That sucks. Wood's division of the 4th Corps and all of Wilson's cavalry, they were posted north of the Harpeth to watch for any flanking attempt. Schofield planned to withdraw his infantry across the river by 1800 if Hood had not arrived by then. As Hood approached, Schofield initially assumed the old Confederates were demonstrating as they had at Columbia,
Nope, not this time.
planning to cross the Harpeth and turn the Union position. He did not even suspect that Hood would be rash enough to attack the strong defensive line that he had sitting right there.
Oh, we've already established Hood's not very bright right now.
Right, something but that guy.
Hood's army began to arrive on Winstead Hill 2 miles south of Franklin around 1300. He ordered a frontal assault in the dwindling afternoon light. Sunset would be at 1634 that day. Oh,
Wow.
geez.
Damn.
Against the Union force, a decision that caused dismay among his top generals as well. He's like, dude, what are you doing? Force argued unsuccessfully that if he were given a division of infantry to accompany his cavalry, he could flank Schofield out of his position within an hour.
All right.
Frank Cheatham told Hood, "I do not like the looks of this fight. The enemy has an excellent position and is well fortified." But Hood countered that he would rather fight a federal force that had only a few hours to build defenses instead of Nashville, where they have been strengthening themselves for 3 years.
Oh.
That's true. Patrick Cleburne observed the enemy fortifications as being formidable, but he told the commanding general that he would either take the enemy's works or fall in the attempt. He later remarked to Brigadier General Daniel Govan, "Well, Govan, if we are to die, let us die like men."
Damn right. Lieutenant John Bell Hood from the Advance and Retreat newspaper.
I think it's his book that he wrote.
Oh, could have been that. Probably. He says, "I hereupon decided, before the enemy would be able to reach his stronghold at Nashville, to make the same afternoon another and final effort to overtake and rout him, and drive him into the Big Harpeth River at Franklin. Since I could no longer hope to get between him and Nashville, by reason of the short distance from Franklin to that city, and the advantage which the old Federales enjoyed in the possession of the direct road."
Yep. Some popular histories assert that Hood acted rashly in a fit of rage, resentful that a federal army had slipped past his troops the night before at Spring Hill.
I mean, it's only the biggest battle in the war so far, up to this point, up this year.
Yeah. And that, maybe. And that he wanted to discipline his army by ordering them to assault against strong odds. He's like, here you go, you fucking
I'm going
retard.
to discipline you, I'm going to kill you.
Jeez. Recent scholarship discounts this as unlikely,
Right.
as it was not only militarily foolish, but Hood was observed to be determined, not angry by the time he arrived in Franklin. He said, "We're going to get him, boys."
Right.
His move was very much in keeping with the behavior of Lee and his subordinates in the Army of Northern Virginia, and that aggressive action frequently won the initiative in combat.
It usually does.
Yeah, because the Union barely attacked.
Right. It was rough.
Barely.
Wow. Regardless of Hood's personal motivations, his specific objective was to try to crush Schofield before he and his troops could escape to Nashville. He was concerned that if he
You
attempted
could have done that at fucking the Spring Hill, dummy.
Yep, Spring Hill could have done it, didn't do it. Well, Hood was concerned that if he attempted to turn Schofield by crossing the Harpeth and getting between him and Nashville, the maneuver would be time consuming and the open terrain of the area would reveal his movements prematurely, causing Schofield to simply withdraw again.
We'll get out of here, bud.
I mean, whatever. The Confederates began moving forward at about 1600, about 4 o'clock p.m., with Cheatham's corps on the left of the assault, and Stuart, he's going on to the right.
All right, Bates' division on the left was delayed in reaching its starting point as it marched around Winstead Hill, a movement that delayed the start of the entire army.
Oh.
Hood divided Forrest's cavalry, Chalmers' division on the far left, beyond Bate, and Buford and Jackson with Forrest, covering Stuart and facing the fords on the Harpeth.
Okay.
Lee's corps and almost all the Army's artillery had not yet arrived from Columbia.
Oh, wow.
Hood's attacking force, which is about 19 to 20,000 men, was arguably under strength for the mission he assigned.
Well, yeah.
Traversing 2 miles of open ground with only 2 batteries of artillery support, and then assaulting prepared fortifications. I mean, it's just spells out disaster already when you just... Well...
Wow. Damn, let's take a look at the Union Order of Battle. Major General John Schofield, commander of the Army of Ohio, had 27,000 men of the 4th Corps, commanded by Major General David Stanley, with divisions commanded by Brigadier General Nathan Kimball, George D. Wagner, Thomas J. Wood. Also, the 23 Corps, normally commanded by Schofield, but temporarily commanded at Franklin by Brigadier General Jacob D. Cox, with divisions commanded by Brigadier Generals Thomas Ruger and James Riley. You had cavalry commanded by Major General James Wilson, divisions commanded by Brigadier General Edward McCook, Edward Hatch, Richard Johnson, and Joseph Knipe.
Dick Johnson. Let's take a look at the Confederates. Lieutenant General John Bell Hood's Army of Tennessee at 39,000 men constituted the second largest remaining army, only behind Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia. This consisted of the corps of Major General Benjamin Cheatham, with divisions commanded by Major Generals Patrick Claiborne, John Brown, and William Bate. Lieutenant General Stephen D. Lee, with divisions commanded by Major Generals Edward Allegheny Johnson, Carter Stevenson, and Henry Clayton. But only Johnson's division played in an active role at Franklin. Why? Lieutenant General Alexander P. Stewart, with divisions commanded by Major General William Loring, Samuel French, and Edward Walthall. Cavalry forces under Major General Nathan Bedford Forrest, with divisions commanded by Brigadier Generals James Chalmers, Abraham Buford, and William Jackson. At Franklin, about 27,000 Confederates were engaged, primarily from the corps of Cheatham, Stewart, and Forrest, and Johnson's divisions of Lee's corps.
Ooh, 27. No, that's just insanity.
A lot of guys.
Hood's attack initially enveloped the 3,000 men in 2 brigades under Lane and Conrad, which attempted to stand their ground behind inadequate field works and without anchored flanks, but they quickly collapsed under the pressure.
Why didn't they send somebody from Nashville
Right.
to build up the breastworks and shit before they got there?
Because they're dumb. As Wagner exhorted his men to stand fast,
Stand by.
they let loose a single strong volley of rifle fire and a 2-gun section of Battery G, 1st Ohio Light Artillery, fired canister. But then many of the veteran soldiers of the 2 brigades stampeded back on the Columbia Pike to the main breastworks, while most untried replacements were reluctant to even move under fire, and they were captured.
Oh, wow.
Nearly 700 of Wagner's men, prisoners. Fleeing troops were closely pursued by the old Rebs, and a cry was repeated along the line, "Go into the works with them!"
Oh.
The pursued and pursuers were so intermingled that defenders in the breastworks had to hold their fire to avoid hitting their comrades.
Wow. The Union's momentary inability to defend the opening in the works caused a weak spot in its line at the Columbia Pike from the Carter House to the Cotton Gin.
Should have just flooded that spot.
The Confederate divisions of Claiborne, Brown, and French converged on this front, and a number of their troops broke through the now not-so-solid Federal defenses on either side.
Uh-oh.
The 100th Ohio Infantry of Riley's brigade was driven back from its position to the east of the Pike, and Colonel Silas A. Strickland's brigade of Ruger's division was forced to draw back to the Carter House. Oh, not looking good for these guys in the opening, huh?
Oh, but we'll see. The left wing of the 72nd Illinois Infantry was swept away and rallied on the 183rd Ohio Infantry in reserve at the re-entrenchment, which prompted the remainder of the 72nd to withdraw back to that line. In a matter of minutes, the old Confederates had penetrated 50 yards deep into the center of the old Federales line.
Wow.
As the old Rebs poured men into the breach, reserve regiments on both sides of the Pike, the 44th Missouri and the 100th Ohio, they stood their ground. But they were in danger of being overwhelmed, both sides. At this very time, Emerson Opdyke's brigade, he was in reserve. positioned in columns of regiments facing north in a meadow about 200 yards north of the Carter House. This guy's just in a meadow watching butterflies and shit.
Jeez, right. Opdyke quickly repositioned his veterans into a line of battle, straddling the road, and they were confronted by masses of fleeing Union soldiers pursued by their old rebels. Opdyke ordered his brigade to move forward to the works. At the same time, his Corps commander, David Stanley, arrived on the scene. David Stanley on the scene. He later wrote, I saw Opdyke near the center of his line urging his men forward. I gave the colonel no orders as I saw him engaged in doing the very thing to save us, to get possession of our line again. That's a good guy. No need to interfere. As he rode forward, Stanley had his horse shot out from under him, and a bullet passed through the back of his neck, putting him temporarily out of action, though.
Shit. At this very same time as Opdyke's counterattack west of the Pike, the reserve elements of Riley's division, which was the 12th Kentucky Infantry, the 16th Kentucky Infantry, and 175th Ohio Infantry, they had stood their ground, and they served as a rally line for survivors of Strickland and Wagner's divisions. Look at that shit. Woo-woo, guys, woo-woo. We're getting them.
Rally.
Right. Together they sealed the breach, hand-to-hand fighting around the Carter House, and the Pike was furious and desperate, employing such weapons as bayonets or rifle butts, entrenching tools, axes, picks,
Whatever they
fists,
can get their hands on.
feet,
All right.
rocks. The women that were still in the house. When they ran out of cannonballs, they began to do swan dives. I'm sick of cannonballs. When they ran out of cannonballs, they began to use pine cones from the surrounding trees. Ooh, that would still kind of
They'd
hurt.
probably fuck you up. Going out at max velocity, scrape your shit.
And it'd be hot, like on fire.
All right. For years afterward, the ferocity of the combat at extremely close quarters made the battle stand out in many of the veterans' memories. The historian Jonathan Steplick, new guy,
Right.
noted that the involvement of the field officers alongside their troops in the frenzied brawl showed the desperation with which they fought, as regimental officers were normally expected to lead and inspire their men instead of getting their hands dirty.
Right.
Many a field grade officer in the U.S. forces actually used their swords as weapons that day, instead of just waving them in the air.
Right. Look at that shit. Fantastic. Earn your pay, motherfuckers.
Right.
After having his horse shot out from under him and taking a bullet through the neck, Arthur MacArthur.
Arthur MacArthur.
I was so pissed at my parents.
Right.
Oh, my God. His name should have said Mick Arthur, MacArthur.
Should be MacArthur MacArthur.
Oh, my goodness. Arthur MacArthur.
Arthur MacArthur. Arthur Mick MacArthur. That's you can't say that 5 times fast. Arthur Mick MacArthur.
His middle name should be Mickety.
Arthur Mickety Mick. Arthur Mickety MacArthur. That's hilarious.
Holy shit. After having his horse shot out from underneath him and taking a bullet, Arthur MacArthur, he ran through the old rebel major who had just shot him in the chest.
Oh shit! He said, "Fuck your bullet."
Damn, Opdyke.
I'm Arthur MacArthur, bitch. You think I could have this name and not be a tough son of a bitch?
Yeah, baby. Opdyke, riding his horse, emptied his pistol at the old rebs and then dismounted to use his pistol as a club until it broke.
Nice.
Then he grabbed a musket. He began clubbing the enemy with that.
Shit.
Steplick writes that a reason that the combat may have stood out so vividly for the veterans was because the closeness was so exceptional.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Many of the Army of Ohio and Army of Tennessee had fought since Shiloh, but this combat was the first time they saw the bayonet and the musket butt used with such abandon.
Wow.
Damn.
And even from Shiloh, too.
Anything. They're probably throwing dirt in each other's faces and shit.
Right.
Man.
Firing continued around the Carter House and gardens for hours. Many in Brown's division were driven back to the Federal earthworks, where many were pinned down for the remainder of the evening, unable to either advance or flee. Each side fired through embrasures or over the top of the parapets at close range in an attempt to dislodge the other.
Wow.
Brown's division suffered significant losses, including Brown, who was wounded, and all 4 of his brigade commanders were casualties as well.
Holy shit. Brown's brigade under Brigadier General George Gordon and had angled to the right during the advance, joining Claiborne's division to the east of the Pike. Their attack near the cotton gin was driven back from the breastworks and was then subjected to devastating crossfire from Riley's brigade to the very front and the brigade of Colonel John Casement on Riley's right. Claiborne murdered in this attack, and 14 of his brigades and regimental commanders were casualties as well.
Dude, Claiborne, they're just losing big guys left and right,
Holy
dude.
shit.
Bye-bye. Oh, wow.
for Curry.
That some Union troops were armed with Spencer and Henry Freedom rifles added to the otherwise considerable advantages of the defenders. Near the Carter House, 350 men of the 12th Kentucky and 65th Illinois fired 16-shot lever-action Henry rifles, which were the predecessors to the Winchester repeater.
You can't compete with that.
No.
Oh, my.
16 shots, dude?
No, with 350 of them?
All right.
You're done.
Do the math. These rifles were capable of at least 15 to 30 shots per minute, which gave these men several times more firepower than typical infantrymen with more common muzzle-loading rifle muskets. Dude, it's just no match.
Right. Insane. While fighting raged at the center of the Union line, the old Rebs of Stuart's Corps had also advanced against the Union left. Because the Harpeth River flowed in that area from southeast to northwest, the brigade found itself moving through a space, getting progressively narrower, squeezing brigades together into a compressed front, delaying their movements and reducing their unit cohesion. Walthall's division was pressured so much from the right that it temporarily fell in front of Cleburne's advance. Oh, no.
Well, they were all subjected to fierce artillery fire, not only from the main Union line, but also from the batteries across the river at Fort Granger. They also had significant difficulty pushing through the strong Osage Orange abatis.
Right.
Lorion's division launched two attacks against the Union brigade of Colonel Israel Stiles, and both were repulsed with heavy losses. Artillery firing canister rounds directly down the railroad cut prevented any attempt to flank the Union position. Brigadier General John Adams attempted to rally his brigade by galloping a horse directly into the earthworks.
Oh, wow.
We'll see what happens
Wow.
there, I guess.
Well, he was attempting to seize the flag of the 65th Illinois. He and his horse, both shot and killed.
Dead.
Brigade of Brigadier General Winfield Featherston began falling back under heavy fire when his division commander, Major General William Loring, confronted them, shouting, "Great God, do I command cowards?"
Oh, wow.
He attempted to inspire his men by insulting them. He attempted to inspire his men by sitting on his horse in full view of the Federales for over a minute and amazingly emerged unharmed.
Wow.
But the brigade didn't even progress at all.
Right, they're like, fuck you, guy.
Look, cool, but no.
Right, we wish you had a shot.
Now we got to listen to this.
Right, shit. You see what I did, you fucking pussies? Wall's division intermixed partially with Lauren's division because of the confusion that resulted from the narrow space, struck Casement's and Riley's brigades in multiple waves of brigade assaults, probably as many as 6 distinct attacks.
Jeez.
All these assaults were turned back with heavy losses. The brigade of Brigadier General William Quarles was able to push through the abatis and reach the Federal earthworks, where it was pinned down by murderous crossfire.
Uh-oh.
Quarles was wounded in the left arm, and at the end of the battle, the highest ranking officer standing in his brigade was a captain.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my gosh, dude.
Major General William Bates' division had a long distance to march to reach its assigned objective on the Union right. And when he gave the final order to attack, it was almost dark. First contact with the enemy came around the Everbright Mansion, the home of Rebecca Bostick, and the Confederates. Right. And the Confederates pushed aside Union sharpshooters and swept past the house. However, Bates' left flank was not even being protected as he expected by Chalmers' cavalry, and they received enfilade fire. To protect the flank, Bate ordered the Florida Brigade, temporarily commanded by Colonel Robert Bullock, said move from its reserve position to his left flank. Get your ass over here.
Well, unfortunately for them, this not only delayed the advance, but provided only a single line to attack the Union fortifications, leaving no reserve. Chalmers' troopers had actually engaged the Federal right by this time, which were the brigades of Colonel Isaac Kirby and Brigadier General Walter Whitaker of Kimball's division. Fighting dismounted, but Bate was unaware of it because two forces were separated by rolling ground and orchards.
Oh, shit.
Neither Bate nor Chalmers made any progress, and they withdrew.
Oh, what a waste. Wow. Well, Hood, she remained at his headquarters on Winstead Hill. He was still convinced that he could pierce the Federal line. About 1900, he deployed the only
fighting in the dark. Dude.
Right. He deployed the only division of Stephen D. Lee's corps that had arrived, which was commanded by Major General Edward Johnson. They call him Allegheny. He said, "Go with shit."
Go shit your pants as bullets fly past your head.
Right. He said, "Go assist Chisholm's effort." They moved north on the west side of the Columbia Turnpike, passed around Private Knob, Chisholm's headquarters, but were unfamiliar with the terrain in the dark.
No shit.
And Cheatham told Lee he had no staff officer left who could even guide them. Wow, and you guys are morons.
Both Bate and Cheatham warned Lee not to fire indiscriminately against the Federal works because we have some rebels pinned down there on the outside.
Right.
Johnson's men lost their unit alignments in the dark and had significant difficulties attacking the works just to the west of the Carter House.
Wow.
They were repulsed after a single assault with heavy losses.
Son of a bitch.
Dude, just it's nighttime. Go
Right.
and
Regroup.
jeez.
Idiot. In addition to Chalmers' actions in the west, across the river to the east, Confederate Cavalry Commander Forrest attempted to turn the Union left. His 2 divisions on Stuart's right, which is Brigadier General Abram Buford II and William H. Jackson, they engaged some Federale cavalry pickets and pushed them back. Hey. They crossed the Harpeth at Hughes Ford, but about 3 miles upstream from Franklin. When Union Cavalry Commander Brigadier General James Wilson learned that at about 1500 that Forrest was crossing the river, he said, "You know what? Grab that division, Brigadier General Hatch's division. Tell him to move south from his position on the Brentwood Turnpike and attack that damn Forrest from the front. Get him out here once and for all."
He then ordered Brigadier General John Croxton's brigade to move against Forrest's flank and held Colonel Thomas Harrison's brigade in reserve.
Oh.
The dismounted cavalrymen of Hatch's division charged the Confederate cavalrymen, also dismounted, and drove them back across the river. Some of Croxton's men were armed with 7-shot Spencer carbines, which had a devastating effect on the Confederate line.
I bet it did.
Wilson was proud of his men's accomplishment because this was the first time that Forrest had been defeated by a smaller force in a stand-up fight during the war.
Well,
I mean, Forrest
when you got repeaters,
was kicking ass.
When you got repeaters,
I mean, so.
following the failure of Johnson's assault, Hood, he then decided to end the offensive actions for the evening.
Well, fucking about time.
Right. He said, "You know what? We need to plan for a resume a series of attacks for the morning." Schofield.
Guess what? That ain't happening.
Right. Schofield, he's like, "You know what? Infantry, cross the river." He did that at 2300, despite objections from Cox that withdrawal was no longer necessary and that Hood is weakened and should be counterattacked.
See, there's another thing. Should have fucking just eliminated his army right there.
Right. Schofield had received orders from Thomas to evacuate earlier that day anyway, before Hood's attack even began.
And they were already planning by 1800 to leave.
He was happy to take advantage of them despite the changed circumstances.
Yeah.
He was like, "No, I think we're
Let's get
good.
out of here.
We're good.
We got 30,000 men waiting for us in
Right.
Nashville. I think we're good."
Yeah.
Although there was a period in which the Union Army was vulnerable outside its works and straddling the river, Hood did not attempt to take advantage of it during the
That's
night.
perfect right there. Oh, wow.
The Union Army began entering the breastworks at Nashville at noon on December 1st with Hood's damaged army in pursuit and ego. The damaged Confederate force was left in control of Franklin. Who cares? But its enemy had escaped once again. Although he had briefly come close to breaking through into the vicinity of the Columbia Turnpike, Hood was unable to destroy Schofield or prevent his withdrawal to link up with Thomas in Nashville.
Dumb son of a bitch. Well, his unsuccessful result came with a frightful cost. Yeah. The Union commanding general claimed that the Confederates suffered 6,252 casualties, 1,750 dead, 3,800 wounded. But this is not even corroborated by Confederate reports.
Of course it wouldn't.
An estimated 2,000 others suffered less serious wounds and returned to duty before the Battle of Nashville. Okay. More importantly, though, the military leadership in the West was decimated, including the loss of perhaps the best division commander of either side, Patrick Claiborne.
Yep.
Man. Poor guy.
Crazy. 14 Confederate generals, 6 killed, 7 wounded, 1 captured, and 55 regimental commanders were casualties.
Holy shit.
5 generals killed in action at Franklin were Claiborne, John Adams, Hiram Granberry, States Rights Gist, and Otho Straw. 6th General, John C. Carter, was mortally wounded and died later on December 10th.
Oh, wow.
The wounded generals were John C. Brown, Francis Cockrell, Zachariah Deas, Arthur Manigault, Thomas Scott, and Jacob Sharp. 1 general, Brigadier General George Gordon, was captured as well. Dude, they just fucking look at just everybody gone.
Man. Wow. Well, also among the dead was Todd Carter.
Fucking Todd.
The middle child of the Carter family. What the hell was he doing? Oh, he enlisted in the Confederate Army 3 years earlier. Carter had returned to his hometown for the first time since then, and he ended up dying at home.
Right.
Wow. Only to be wounded in this very battle just a few hundred yards away from his own house. That's insane. He was found by his family after the battle and died early in the next day.
Wow.
Historian Andrew Bledsoe, he writes that the wastage of the officer corps irreparably harmed Hood's army's morale, disrupted its command structure.
You're right. Who do you have left?
And deprived it of talented and experienced commanders.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's over.
He also further cites that the timing of the attack just before twilight, as a key factor combined with the fact that most officers were mounted to preserve their command and control in the fade and light as a result of logical and terrible deliberation.
Dumb.
Union losses were reported as only 189 killed.
Wow.
1,033 wounded and 1,104 missing.
That's a lopside right there. Holy shit.
It is possible that the number of casualties was underreported by Schofield because of the confusion during the Army's hasty nighttime evacuation of Franklin, though. Let's just say that.
All right. Wow. Wow. Well, the blue
I
coat.
think they would do roll calls.
Right, yeah,
Like after they retreat and go back to camp, like, hey, guys, we got a list of everybody that should be here. Who's not?
Right. That's right. The old Federale wounded were left behind in Franklin. Many of the prisoners, including all captured, wounded, and medical personnel, were recovered on the 18th of December when the Union forces re-entered Franklin in pursuit of Hood. Army of Tennessee was badly damaged at Franklin. Nevertheless, rather than retreat and risk the army dissolving through desertions, Hood advanced his 26,500 man force against the Union Army, now combined under Thomas, firmly entrenched at Nashville, which numbered more than 60,000 soldiers. Damn.
Hood and his department commander, General P.G.T. Beauregard, requested reinforcements, but none were available.
Oh, of course not.
You got a bunch of fucking people sleeping in Virginia right now.
Right.
Wake them up. Strongly outnumbered and exposed to the elements, Hood was attacked by Thomas December 15th through the 16th at the Battle of Nashville. Perhaps surprisingly, though, some Confederate soldiers claim that that Franklin was a victory. I don't think so, but
Just because the Union took off, they don't mean anything.
right, we held the battlefield.
James Lanning of the 25th Alabama Infantry, he wrote in his diary.
Landing of the Alabama.
Right. He wrote in his diary, "Victory is ours, but very dearly bought."
Damn it, woman.
Right. Confederate artilleryman William Ritter believed the charge was a brilliant one and was successful. As part of the enemy's line was captured.
Oh, you got
Joseph Boyce of the 1st Missouri Infantry acknowledged that many men, many men, considered Franklin a victory for the Confederate Army since it held the battlefield.
Oh, nobody
at
gives
the
a
end of
shit about the
fight.
battlefield.
Right, the battlefield don't mean shit.
Jeez. However, Boyce, who was wounded at Franklin, also noted 2 such victories will wipe out any army. Right. Even if you win, quote unquote, you lost what you lost.
Right.
You're done.
Son of a bitch.
Hood's continued pursuit of Schofield after suffering defeat at Franklin and his refusal to withdraw before the Battle of Nashville caused Schofield to remark,
Right.
I doubt if any soldiers in the world ever needed more cumulative evidence to convince them that they were beaten.
Right. I mean, come on.
Jeez. In his Pulitzer Prize-winning book, Battle Cry of Freedom, James McPherson wrote, having proved even to Hood's satisfaction that they could assault breastworks, the Army of Tennessee had shattered itself beyond the possibility of ever doing so again.
Ooh.
David Eicher wrote that Hood had, in effect, mortally wounded his army at Franklin.
I believe so.
Yeah, just waiting for him to die now.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
fucking crazy.
fucking sad. Well, the Carter House, which stands to this very day.
Sure does.
And is open to visitors. It was located at the center of the Union position. The site covers about 15 acres.
It's a hell of a house.
Right. The house and outbuildings still show hundreds of bullet holes.
Oh, well.
The Carnton Plantation, home to the McGavick family during the battle, also still stands and is likewise open to the public. The plantation home was one of 44 Franklin homes serving as a hospital, often with 30 wounded in each small room of the house. Oh, shit.
Confederate soldiers of Stuart's Corps swept past Carnton towards the left wing of the Union Army, and the house and outbuildings were converted into the largest field hospital present after the battle.
Would you sleep at any of those houses by yourself?
Sure. By myself?
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. Adjacent to Carnton is the McGavick Confederate Cemetery, where 1,481 Southern soldiers killed in the battle are buried. Well, so they know it was at least 1,481 if there's 1,481 dead.
Right.
Or buried. Adjacent to the 48 acres surrounding Carnton is another 110 acres of the battlefield, formerly the Franklin Country Club golf course.
Oh.
Well, it's currently being converted to a city park.
Oh, that's nice.
That's cool.
Good for them, right?
Would you go into the park after dark?
Yeah, sure, why not? Much of the rest of Franklin battlefield has been lost due to commercial
Yeah, what are
development.
you going to do?
The spot where
The growing city of Franklin.
Right. The spot where General Claiborne fell, for instance, was covered until late 2005 by a Pizza Hut restaurant. Yeah, right here where you're picking up this very pizza. Old Brigadier General Claiborne dead.
Who?
Major General. City officials and historic preservation groups have recently placed a new emphasis on saving what remains of the land over which the battle raged. 2006, a half acre of land bordering the southwestern end of the Carter House was acquired with the help of the American Battlefield Trust and its partners.
This land was part of 2 acres that made up the Carter family garden, which during the battle saw tremendous fighting and was part of a brief Confederate breakthrough. After the purchase, a house, outbuildings, and the swimming pool were removed. Yeah, get the fuck out of here.
Right.
During the excavation of the original Confederate entrenchments, some human bones were found as well.
Oh, nice. Fantastic. Starting in 2005, the area around the intersection of Columbia Avenue and Claiborne Street
Hey, this got a street name in it.
right, has seen a serious renewed effort to reclaim that area to be the heart of a future battlefield park. The location of the former Pizza Hut is now home to Claiborne Park.
Okay. Good for you guys. You did it.
The property where the Carter cotton gin was located during the battle was purchased in 2005. And in 2008, the property behind this location and where the federal line crossed Columbia Avenue was purchased as well. In 2010, the property east of the gin location and where part of the gin may have stood was also purchased. They don't know where the gin was.
I guess not.
All of these locations have houses on them. What will be either sold and moved or torn down.
Probably torn down. There's a lot more money to move them.
Preservation organizations plan to reconstruct both the Carter cotton gin and some of the Federale entrenchments.
Awesome. November 24, 2010, State of Tennessee awarded a $960,000 enhancement grant from the Tennessee Department of Transportation to help purchase the property where a Domino's Pizza and Mini Mart is located. They love their fucking pizza, don't they? Franklin.
Right.
A local preservation organization is also hoping to purchase 16 acres of land in 2 parcels.
Okay.
5 acres located southwest of what is now a small park called the Collins Farm, located at the southeast corner of Lewisburg Pike and the Nashville and Decatur Railroad that was preserved a few years ago.
Oh,
Plus another 11 acres located near the corner of Lewisburg Pike and Carton Lane.
all right.
All right.
Wow. The American Battlefield Trust and its partners and the federal and the state governments have acquired and preserved more than 180 acres of battlefield in more than a dozen different transactions since the year of 1996. Hugh A. Garland Jr., the son of slavery advocate and Andrew Jackson supporter Hugh A. Garland, was a Confederate casualty in this battle. Cool.
Okay, in the book Gone with the Wind by Margaret Mitchell, the character Rhett Butler mentions that he fought at Franklin. In the film of the same name, Mrs. Meade remarks to Mrs. Merriweather that Rhett Butler was decorated by the Confederate Congress for her services at the Battle of Franklin.
Fan-fucking-tastic.
Cool. All that big-ass battle is the only time Battle of Franklin was mentioned?
Right. Holy shit.
Yeah, the Confederate, well, at least the Army of Tennessee's done.
Yeah, it's over.
Done. Bye-bye, Hood.
That's
Go
bad.
fucking seal your fate at the Battle of Nashville, which we'll have coming up.
That's bad.
Yeah, guys. That's crazy.
Terrible. If he would just waited. Actually, if he would have waited overnight, Schofield would have been gone anyway.
Yeah, probably.